It is a tradition, a crucible. It is a hammer to forge greatness, and a spark that inspires millions. It is the International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Yet, for those who would seek the Aegis of Champions, the road to glory has never been longer or more treacherous. In Frankfurt, the sounds of upheaval echoed as fledgling teams struck down seasoned adversaries. In Shanghai, revered veterans showed their strength, standing tall against new blood. In Manila, the battle between challenger and champion raged and established a new pantheon. In tournaments worldwide, old bonds were rekindled and fresh rivalries took root. Now, the time has come to put them to the test. As the world's attention turns to Key Arena, as crowds gather, eager for war, 8 teams will clash. Each fights for a chance to change their lives. Each hungers for conquest at the International. But only one will seize glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Welcome to the International Dota 2 Championships live from the Key Arena here in Seattle. We are halfway through the main event. 8 teams down, 8 teams remain, and exactly the halfway point in terms of days. Day 4 ahead of us with plenty of action to look forward to and plenty to break down with our panel. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul.
Morning, Charlie.
What was that, man?
Just saying good morning.
He was trying to speak in your own language.
Yo, my own. I wouldn't even said good morning, man.
Yeah, that's as good as we've had out of him all day. I think he's more positive today than I've seen him.
Yeah, normally Charlie just kind of grunts at
last
you.
3 days. I think something.
Good morning, Charles.
Something pepped him up from yesterday. I wonder what it could be, Kat.
I don't know.
I wonder what it could be.
Yeah, you
we had
were
a pretty
quite
good
chipper on the coach on the way in this morning. You were kind
I had a really good breakfast.
Chipper?
yeah.
Was he?
He was like, "Morning, Ted," and he ran on
Wow.
the coach. He clicked his heels.
Yo,
and-
don't lie. I didn't do that. Come on, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, he's wearing a pink shirt. Like that alone should tell you a lot about Charles. He usually prefers,
Dark colors.
dark.
He was like saluting people.
Yo, I
"Morning
wore
to
a
you,
white
sir."
suit yesterday. What do you want?
How's it going, mister? That was Charlie.
You guys are ruining my image here.
I think we've got plenty of time to do that throughout the day. We've got plenty of action coming, of course, and we're going to get through towards our first game of the day. Plenty to look forward to today as well, and we want to hear what you have to think about the International, of course, using all of the social media applications that you can in order. Facebook.com/Dota2, the official channel on Facebook. Plenty of information, news, and updates, of course, being added there. If you prefer, you can do it on Twitter as well. Make sure you're using the hashtag #TI6. We'd like to get it trending this week as well. I saw it just about on the borders the other day. Maybe we can get it trending for the grand finals as well. And also on Instagram, if you haven't already signed up for Instagram and followed this account, you need to, because it is the damn best esports one on Instagram. And additionally as well, on youtube.com/Dota2, you can also catch up with all the latest VODs from yesterday that you definitely will want to tune into and check out because they were fabulous, and all of the feature pieces that were extended as well. So if you see the shorter pieces on the show, the longer versions are all on the official YouTube show as well. Lots of content to come today and plenty to discuss with these 3 fine gentlemen, including all the matches that we've got ahead of us. But I just want to, before we move on, I just want to get your quick thoughts on EG and where you were and what happened yesterday, particularly Charlie, because you're not managing them this year. You were last year. Had that happened last year, Charlie, would we have needed a doctor for you?
I mean, yeah, probably. I thought they had lost that game so many different times. I was ready to just call it, but it's that feeling in the back of your mind where you feel like they still could take it, it's still possible, because none of the racks really mattered that much in that game, but at certain points it just seemed so bleak. But man,
could have GG'd out 2 or 3 times in that game, and no one would have blamed them for it, would they?
No, I wouldn't say that.
No?
I wouldn't say that because
Never
it's still very
quit.
cool.
Never quit.
Never quit?
No, it was like Charlie said. It was one of those games where, in a weird way, there came a point where the ultra late game, the racks really didn't matter. It was like, who's alive with buyback? That's pretty much all that matters. And it was ridiculous. It was an amazing ending. It was the best game.
Remember eHome? The Evil Geniuses were pushing into the eHome base, and they took mid and they took top, and eHome didn't buy back at that point because they said the buyback is more important than both mid and top lane. That was how important buybacks were at that point in time. Like, all these objectives meant nothing if you lost a fight and you couldn't come back again.
Okay, we're going to get plenty more from all three of our analysts, including Cap and Charlie and Pyrrhina Flax, of course. Plenty to talk about throughout the day, about yesterday and, of course, what we've got coming up today. But first, let's take a look back at yesterday because it was incredible. There was an incredible game, of course, but there were also some fantastic results for people like Fnatic and Liquid. There was also plenty of AR stuff going on with Invoker, and Slax was also up to his usual mischief. So let's take a look back at day 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the International 2016. It's going to be another one of those fantastic roller coaster rides with more than $20 million on the line.
There's your starfall damage. Alliance back to Fountain, but no points are safe on this map. Fnatic, they own your home. They will start off our day with a 2-0 victory over Alliance, eliminating them from the International 2016.
Anti-mage.
Black just lights up like a light bulb.
Going to potentially lose moves while he's trying to timber chain away, but Tumala chases him down, finishes him off. It's a triple kill for Fada. Joe jumps in, how? Oh, he's lost his man, lost his life. No buyback available. And indeed they have. Liquid will send Newbie home.
I am expecting nothing but blood, Mud. And the chrono on to 2. Earth Splitter to follow up. MP Static Storm. He will fall. QO goes down as well. MVP about to lose everything. It's a massacre, Mud. They can't stand against Wings.
Now we get to go on further here, gentlemen, talking a bit more about what to expect.
Who are you hoping is going to win this event?
Na'Vi.
Na'Vi! Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Did they make me a donkey because I'm an ass?
USA! 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 EG, baby! Woo!
eHome versus Evil Geniuses.
I can't even keep my hands straight right now. That game was out of control.
A lot of people are calling it the single best Dota game they've ever seen.
It was a crazy experience. I don't know, it just felt like we were losing most of the game.
Old Chicken spins off the damage from Sumail. He's now caught by the Primal Roars, and he's down. 4 dead from Evil Geniuses. Zeiss next gets caught by another Yule Scepter. Evil Geniuses will drop 2 and maybe a 3rd.
I think in a game like that, it was the Dagons in the late game that made the biggest difference for them.
Yeah. They're playing that Dagon! Zai gets him! Ethereal
got Dagon
again, low enough, and the Dagon finishes him off. Dagons, he goes down! Triple Dagons! Dude, they're going on the universe, he's dead! 2 minutes on the clock, Sumail, they need to escape with Sumail! He can't make it though! Mega Creeps incoming, but Evil Geniuses will stand strong for now. eHome thought that has to be it. That they had to have broken EG, and it still wasn't enough.
One last hurrah as they march down this mid lane. The rest of the heroes will meet them there.
No chaotic offering, an ice blast, and Dagon first! He'll take them out! Oh, the throne's going down! The throne down to half HP! He can't defend! They've done it! Game 1!
They certainly are. They want to try and find more. Moving in onto mind control. Jumping forward. They'll take the Sand King as well. Newbie making sure they secure themselves on top of them on the fight, but the Timmerman coming in. He wants to try and look for the star play that the team needs. Jumping up to move, but the lasso's back. KP surrounds it. There's a torrent to get moved. The slider fit from Matumba takes one down. KP left alone. Can they kill him? I mean, Matumba man, he can only just run and blink into the trees. He's got to get himself out. KP looking to cut him off.
Into the creep wave.
Matumba man realizes though that the Duke out into the trees and heading back. At the same time, there's a Shadow Demon closing in for the top. The can't quite get him.
Okay, now they're making a better movement. Roshan down to half-life. The Weave is starting to kick up for Alliance. They got a lot of armor to work with. S4's already dropped the Aquila in preparation. The ET splitter, mid one if you want to jump in. The splitter too early. Ohio gets the crush. It's killed by the Die. The Bounty Hunter, he picks up the Angus Immortal. Alliance tried something sneaky and now they may pay the price for it. Mid one's all over him. The Shallow Grave will keep S4 alive a little bit longer. The mid one is there. Waiting arms will even find him. No into the tree lines. Miranda will TP out. Unfortunately for the rest of Alliance, they will not have that option. And they move over to EGM, who's just trying to man fight against DJ. There is no way to win that fight.
Again, if they want to fight, they'd have to Blimp. Blimp Static Storm can't be found yet again. Stop, killed. Down for 35, and the Chrono Top QO! Omni Slash to death! And they're looking for more. Charge away. It's not yet. Surge through from Forev. Dubu will at least walk out. Blink into the tree line for Forev. Jump in. Pantheon gets the bash. Dubu caught. Can they bring him down before he turns out? No.
Let's stop.
It will catch him. Oh, beautifully done from Ice. It will fall. It'll be a third kill going to Wings. Smoke up though from MVP, and this might be the last gasp if it doesn't work out.
They're doing this 4v5 with no track gold. Even if they win, how much gold will they really get out of the fight?
Ice is isolated, and he is going to get caught. Another strike, vacuum back in. Ghost Scepter coming in, and the Chrono on to two. Earth Splitter to follow up. MP Static Storm, he will fall. QO goes down as well. MVP about to lose everything.
It's a massacre, Mott. They can't stand against Wings. I feel like this is EG's time to just go for it. 8 buybacks were used in that fight, 9 buybacks were used in that fight. The only person with it available is this Warlock, but if he gets his abilities off, it doesn't really matter to EG, and that's exactly what they're going for. EG, what are they looking for?
The initiation comes out on a fear. Refresher activated by Old 11, not going to get the chance for a second Primal Roar. He's going to get blown up inside the Chronosphere. He's down and out. Evil Genius is still 5 up, but here comes that Omni Slash bouncing around with the Shadow Demon, hoping to be able to go on his eye, but an arrow! Oh my god! Samael just nailed him, but he still managed to get himself away in the backlights.
This Faceless Void though in the back.
He's now going to go for all chicken as well. BKB activated, and now he's going to run himself away. Universe says
these backlights, Ice, floating
he's dead as well. EG might be able to do this. Evil Geniuses, they're holding. Oh my god, they know. They know.
Chicken going for the all-in play himself.
He's back inside the Radiant space. He's already taken down one of the tier 4s. And he's trying to get PPD, but Evil Genius is cool, calm, and collected. They're holding the defense here again.
If they kill Chicken here,
able to get up the ice box, and no! E-Home! 5 down! 1 buyback, and that's only the Warlock. Evil Geniuses, they can't end this game yet. They're going to try, though. They're going to try for it. The boots of travel and a Divine Rapier.
The all-in play.
Universe, they know this is the endgame scenario.
60 seconds without this jug. E-Home, can they hold EG? Confident they can't.
Mir's coming up as well. The tier 4's being beaten on. It begins. The jump forward. Samael already going on a Fenrir. No chaotic offering. An Ice Blast and Dagon first. He'll take him out. E-Home. Fenrir buys back into tier 4. Oh, the throne's going down. The throne down to half HP. E-Home can't do that. Have done it. Game 1. It's over. Evil Geniuses.
Wow, how'd you follow that? I've got goosebumps all over again. It's just like reliving what we went through yesterday evening. God knows what the players went through, Kat, but you were commentating it. You were out of your chair. I mean, I know I've seen you commentate standing up. It's something I used to do back in the day, and it helps, right? But that wasn't because of that. That was just sheer enjoyment of the game.
It was the same thing that happened last year. It's always something special about the International. Is maybe it's the prize money, maybe it's the prestige. We just get all of these big teams together for the best tournament of the year, and you always see the most amazing matches. Last year for me, it was the Cloud9 versus Vici Gaming. That one I literally hopped out of my chair. I knocked it over. It was on the ground. It didn't matter, though, because that game was so insane, and it was the same thing here. This is easily the best match that we've seen all year. Potentially, I mean, this is probably
one of the greatest of all time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, without a question, that is like the biggest comeback that we've seen in such a long time. And, you know, if you love Dota even just a little bit, you're just going to get sucked into a match like that. And I'm just so privileged that I got to see it. And I'm so happy that the plays that we saw that Sumail play, because that was the one that truly stood out to me. Because, you know, we didn't really get to focus on it too much because there was so much going on. But what he did there was truly incredible, being able to judge the Omni-slash timing and aligned himself where he threw that arrow. And even if the Omni-slash didn't end on the hero, even if it didn't end on Zai, it ended on one of the creeps, that arrow still would have landed purely because of the angle. I went back and watched that, and I saw it wasn't just happenstance. It wasn't luck. Sumail made that read in that milliseconds of time where everything is going crazy.
With all that stress going on in the middle of a game like that.
And that's the kind of individual skill that we see from all of these players here. You can't get better than that.
Oh, it was great. In terms of things that went on yesterday, lots of fun, of course, going on as well, Ted, and we enjoyed ourselves being outside a little bit.
Yeah, it was nice to be outside in the sun,
people.
And I think the weather's, you know, starting to pick up around here. It was a bit cloudy this other week, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's nice,
Yeah, talking of the weather, we should probably say hi to Purge this morning. So, Purge, over to you, sir, with the weather.
It's been pretty hard not to get excited about the Dota this week, and that just makes me more excited because it's just been really nice out in the last couple days. I mean, we're sitting with a mostly sunny day, 75 degrees, and for the 3-day forecast, you know, if you don't have too much hair in your head, maybe like Ted, Shane might want to think about a hat or maybe some hair implants. Going towards the map as well, it turns out it's a little difficult to find a non-copyright version of the USA, so we got our favorite Argentinian to do his best on this one. Talk about that in a little bit. There is a little bit of a weird weather pattern happening around here near Key Arena, and we're not quite sure what it is yet, but we're pretty sure it's all of the OG Navi fans that are they just don't know what to do anymore with themselves, and they just kind of circle around catching Pokemon in the general area rather than watching the rest of the Dota. So other pretty fun things to look at. We can zoom in here. This is actually the place in the United States where 4 states do touch each other. Bruno had some issues with that, and a bit of an interesting weather segment here too. There's this massive cold front that isn't actually a circle, so I'm just going to have to make this look real crazy. It just completely destroyed all of the large lakes that America is very famous for, so that's been a bit of an issue. So, yeah, as you can see, just really good weather patterns all the way across the U.S. It's going to be a really good week for sun, and I hope you guys can catch some of those rays in between the games.
That's amazing. Thanks, Purge. You're the best.
Kev. Well done.
Paul's speechless.
He loves the weather, this man. He loves the weather.
I can't do this anymore.
Can we get the weather? Can we get Purge on the Weather Channel?
Casey's got some hookups, right?
Oh my God. Thank you, Purge. Like, literally, thanks, Purge. I am literally crying with laughter right now. I can't even read my sheet anymore. Where did that come from?
Memes.
Memes?
Memes?
Memes.
Memes.
Yeah, the signs outside say no memes. I disagree.
Only the freshest here, Paul.
I disagree. From one fun segment to another then, as... Sorry, I've completely lost it right now. Let's catch up with Casey and Slacks today. Before we do that, though, it's time to dip into the international archive because she's been here for quite some years. We've enjoyed the fun that she's brought us, and also, of course, the fact that she always treats the Dota 2 International, the players and the teams, with the utmost respect.
She's very active, smiley, happy, all the time energized. You think, wow, where does she get all this energy?
What is this?
Casey.
他是一个应该是主持吧。
Casey is I mean, she's what do you call it? A hostess?
My job at TI is to make the players look good. I want to know how they're feeling in the moment and allow the audience to get to know them in perhaps a way they haven't yet.
How are you feeling about the tournament so far? What has been the highlight for you?
Having a diarrhea every single day.
What was that?
Having a diarrhea every single day.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds lovely. I'm going to send it back to James. Thank you again.
Ice. He's just really good at making situations awkward.
You didn't mean diarrhea, you mean diary, like you wrote your diary this morning and they're like, no, diarrhea.
Oh, God. Folks, I heard him right.
He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew it made me feel uncomfortable. And I respect him for that.
She was really good at taking the awkwardness and making it really funny.
We rolling? How about now? We rolling?
When you're first talking to them, players take a little bit of time to warm up to you. And then you ask them to scream, you expect them to go,
1, 2, 3. You win.
I was sent to the Players Lounge to interview Ice. And keep in mind, I don't know anything about the game. I haven't been watching it. I don't recognize the professional players.
So you're going to be playing tonight in the one-on-one championship, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Are you Ice?
No.
What's your name?
I'm not.
Are you Michael?
No, they're trolling you.
This entire room is going.
Hi. How's it going? That's right.
I immediately went back to when I was in middle school and everybody was laughing at me for something. I have no idea what it was.
There's something going on here that I'm not aware of.
One of the hardest interviews to do is if you're talking to someone who does not want to speak to you. Is it that they are nervous? Or is it that they just don't want to frickin' talk to me right now?
He's like, yes, please move on. All right, duly noted. I'm gonna stand up and move. There's so much trolling, I don't even know how to navigate this.
I don't mind looking stupid, I don't mind looking silly, I don't mind looking bad, but I never want to make someone that I interview look bad.
Casey is doing great. She's doing great for the scene. When she comes to TI, she interacts with these crazy-ass fans.
I think she does a good job understanding people and getting people to open up a little bit.
I want to get trolled by Ice.
I've been trolled by Ice. He's really good at it. My job is to also give a voice to the fans and give them an opportunity to come together as a community and connect with the players. You can't be afraid to not look polished. I'm anti-polish. Be yourself, be in the moment, show how you're feeling. If I had a time machine, I would go back to 10-year-old me and I would start playing Dota 2. And I would be here as a player and I would be going for $18 million. And y'all be interviewing me and you'd ask me questions and I'd say, I don't know, I have diarrhea.
Oh, what a wonderful piece about such a questionable woman. There we go. So,
excuse me?
Yeah, because you're going down today. In case you forgot, it's all-star match. Team Slacks versus Team Casey. You want to do this for real?
Oh, you want a piece of this? Let's
Back
do
it
this.
up.
Give us
UFC.
a second.
Get
Excuse
one
me.
sec.
Oh, you want to keep talking,
Oh, yeah,
Broseph?
okay.
Let's do this. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're supposed to. You're supposed to say something. Okay.
You want me to?
Yeah. Go. Hit me. Give me an insult. Come on. UFC style.
Okay.
What do you got? Come on.
Slacks, is it? More like skirts.
Damn it. Oh, you're an anchor, right? Oh, breaking news. I'm sorry, Casey. You're garbage. Actually.
Excuse me?
Yeah, sorry.
Am I? Are we talking about you and where you live and your family and your friends?
Okay, that was actually unneedingly hard. All right, you know what? I'm gonna go work out. I'm gonna get ripped. I'm gonna get swole. You're going down, Casey. Team Slacks. Hashtag it, baby, because we're coming in. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Okay, friendo. Let's do this, Broseph. You want to get a piece of me? Well, you're gonna have to bring it on. And if you don't, then you're gonna lose.
Is this what? Just thank you. Okay, thanks, Casey.
I'm sweating now. I think I gotta work on that, Slacks. Paul?
Yes.
Can you?
Are you okay down there, Casey?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Could you give me a good insult for Slacks?
I got it.
Charlie's got one for
Okay,
you.
go ahead,
Yeah,
I got
Charlie.
it. So you know when he talked about the garbage?
Yeah, that's right.
You could talk about how his suits look like trash bags.
Okay, excuse me. Could you come back for a second?
Oh my God, is that one of the members of the Yakuza that came in with the white suit yesterday talking about my suit?
Hey,
I'm scared now.
Hey, it's the cartel, okay? It's the cartel.
Oh my God.
By the way, I have your kilo, after the event.
That is definitely.
Whoa!
Enjoy your last TI. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Hugs, not drugs.
Hugs, not drugs. We don't support that here. It's
Excuse
a family
me,
game,
sir.
Charlie.
As your lawyer, I urge you not to talk about any of this. Let me handle it.
Well, we
Charles.
should stop talking.
Are we allowed to do like that's what she said and like your mom jokes?
Please, yeah. You can bring back the old memes from 1999. That's when you were
Oh,
good.
really? Really? Were you even born yet, Zygote?
Guys, save it, right? Save some of it.
All-star match.
All-star match later, okay? Head-to-head, all that kind of stuff. Friendly rivalry, respect.
Ow! Actually, ow. Okay.
Yo,
Thank
just
you.
slap him in the face. I've done it already.
Really?
Yeah.
Charlie, stop egging them on.
Hit her, Jake.
I'm
Hit her.
serious.
He likes it.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Slacks. Continue doing whatever it is you're doing down there. Do you know what? We should check in with some of our production stuff. We've been showing you some of the behind-the-scenes stuff all week long, and it's no different today. Casey has lots of editing to do and lots of things that need to get pieced together, and she obviously doesn't want to get caught out too much. You know, it's like us when we do live stuff. We don't get away with it, but she can get stuff fixed in post. Let's see how it goes down.
We're back underneath the stage where the entire production team is putting together the broadcast that you see. Earlier, we showed you what the director and some of the producers are looking at. That's every possible shot that they can take, and they're cueing everybody live as the show is going on. But there are also a ton of editors who are editing frantically as we bring them content. We're going to force Myron to walk backwards as we head over to Bart, who is, unfortunately for him, in charge of editing all of our content that we give him. Bart! Bart! Hey, buddy!
Oh, God.
How's it going?
It's never good when the talent comes to the editing booth, right?
I need you to make me look amazing.
Yeah, that's...
Whatever you want. It's your interview.
You be careful. I'm just saying, you are going to get killed today. I hope to pin you in the head when you walk by again soon. You're killing me. Can I get a new editor or something? Like someone who likes me? How many editors do you have total working on the show?
In this line right here, we have a couple. Way in the back, we have a whole slew of talented people as well.
There's another back?
Another back to the back, and behind that, there's another back.
Like, trees. Scary trees.
Yeah.
Can you just edit that out then so I don't look like an idiot asking you to do it?
No, that's gonna stay in.
Do you see the power the editor has?
Yeah, a little donkey courier, yeah.
Did they make me a donkey because I'm an ass?
I don't think so.
Can I do a swearing tirade and you can beat me out?
This will be fun. This will be awesome.
I'll do a swearing tirade. Damn it, Bart, what did I tell you about the bleepity blue with the blabbity blue? You're making me look like such a blue. If you do this again, I'm gonna get you blue, so get the blue out of here. All right? Hold this. Blue.
Awful.
Be kind. Come on.
Yeah,
I like that.
Casey was like, if I do the swearing and then you bleep it out, that'd be cool, right? But she didn't want to do the swearing, so they just left it. Brilliant. I think it was better that way.
She cussed it up. That way he would have had to.
Yeah.
You got to think how editors work.
Right.
So what she should have done was just given the most disgusting tirade of
Right.
vile abuse
And then
possible.
they actually have to
then
use
they
the
have
button,
to,
right?
Yeah.
See, Ted's a smart man. I
Yeah,
like
but did
that.
you see her version of shit talking?
Blue.
It was awful.
Yeah, it was funny.
Okay.
I don't think she's capable of spewing any vile
No,
like that.
she just, you know what? When she gets upset like that, she reminds me of Monica from Friends. That's what she reminds me of. That's what Jake should have said.
I think he was pretty okay on point with some of his.
He called her
takedowns,
garbage.
Yeah, he did call her garbage. I'm looking forward to that a little bit later on. It's the All-Star game, as we enjoy that every year. It's been fantastic over the years.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to what we end up coming up, because some of the stuff we don't know. There's a surprise.
No, we got no idea
what's going on. So looking forward to it.
No idea.
Looking forward to it. No idea, Ted. Be quiet. Let's talk about day number 4. We'll start with Charlie. 3 matches today, as well as the All-Star match, and some big games as well. Eham don't even know they're playing right now. That's tough on them, waiting in that lower bracket. DC, though, TNC, all in the mix still, and we're talking about the top 8 now.
Right. The big match for me is this upcoming one, TNC versus DC. If you said these guys were going to be in the top 8 and one of these two would be,
guaranteed top 6.
Guaranteed top 6. You're more delusional than Swindles.
God damn.
But, turns out he was right.
He was. He said.
TNC, DC up here as well. Like, imagine where TNC were in the very beginning. They lost the first open qualifier tournament.
Yeah.
They lost. How?
That's pretty insane to think about.
You lose to, like, some other random hodgepodge of Southeast Asian players.
Hodgepodge.
And now you might make top 6 at TI? Like, I can't even.
I know
But
it's
Blue,
almost, it's
do you
like,
remember? Do you
it's like
remember?
European casters putting a team together or something and believing that they could actually qualify. It's absurd, right?
Hey, Captain's American.
He's American.
He's American.
He's an American.
He's adopted.
Paul,
He's proud to be an American.
that's probably
where
the
at
most
least he knows
offensive
he's
thing
free.
you said to me since we've worked together 2 years ago at ESL One
Hey,
Frankfurt.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to Nahaz, how triggered are you right now?
I'm about to go off like Alan. All right, I'm
Wow.
about to like
Beat your
rage
chest,
quit this
dude.
Pound your
panel.
chest. Do that. Tell me, guys, how European am I? Tell me. Do that. I want to see it. Do it.
Next level stuff. Next level stuff.
I'm doing that.
Let's check it. Talking about European and North American rivalries, there's plenty of that going on in the bracket right now. So let's check out exactly where we are on day number 4. 8 gone, 8 remain in the upper bracket. Only 2 are alive right now. The defending champions EG still involved and still there, in with a shot of becoming the only team to win 2 internationals. Only 4 players remain in the tournament that can win their second international, and they all play for EG. They'll go head-to-head against Wings in the upper bracket final. eHome already through to that lower bracket, of course, because they dropped down, and TNC or DC will play them, and Fnatic Liquid, which will be our other game today, they will also go on and face MVP in the lower bracket. So we're getting very close now in this rundown in terms of who can go through and who can't, and we have 3 matches today. In terms of the professional tournament, TNC versus DC will kick us off. Fnatic Liquid, and then eHome will play the winner of TNC versus DC. Plus, we have the All-Star game.
I want to go back to something Charlie said a couple of days ago when we were talking about TNC. And we were like, man, they'd just be happy to be here, right? Charlie was like, no, they want to go really far. Do you think they can? Like, legitimately, do you think they can beat eHome?
Are they satisfied yet?
Yo, they got to beat DC first. Are you just discounting DC?
Just saying, I like TNC.
I mean, I didn't even think they were going to beat OG. Nobody thought that, but they did that.
That's
so
true.
You
think they could beat DC, beat eHome?
I think anything is possible at this tournament.
All right.
Yeah,
okay,
for
we're going to
real.
get more thoughts on this as well, because we're going to get into our first game today very shortly. But as I did say, the All-Stars match is one of those things we look forward to every year, and every year they have a different flavour, and there are plenty of memories. So let's dip back into the International Archive and go back in time to review all of the All-Stars matches that we've had over the years.
The All-Star matches are always fun at TI. This is where, everybody gets to have fun from players' perspective and fans' perspective.
Community could vote for players, and 10 players who would get most votes would play 5 against 5.
You really, really appreciate it, especially when you're not chosen, because then you remember it. It means more, right? It's just this good feeling that you know that you're appreciated.
能被邀请去那个打明星赛，其实我觉得就对自己来说就非常兴奋吧，因为我是一个明星。
很喜欢那个就是有写着我名字的那件 T 恤，然后但是我还是比较喜欢玩，不喜欢当 coach。就是很开心啊，就感觉他们穿了就那个衣服，就好像在支持我一样。
TI3 one, I guess, was the most memorable one, where Dandy, ran around after he killed me.
I just had some fun, trolling around.
Whatever, still won the match, easy.
Last year was crazy, because it was 10 against 10.
That was great. I had to pick one guy, and some other guy stood up, and it ended up in a rock, scissors, paper. I felt bad for the guy, but at the same time, everyone was having fun.
I think last year's All-Star match was by far the best one.
For some reason, you have to sit here. Like, everybody else chose their own spots to sit. Something's going on here.
How confident are you in this team?
Sitting next to Dendy. Old times,
You wish it were Dendy.
Isn't it?
When mask was pulled off, I was like shaking my head and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, people around me, all in my sweat.
Opa Dendi.
It was amazing. And I had a lot of fun.
所以当时我觉得娱乐的时候，我买圣剑，我还是要继续全水去虐他们，然后啊，终于我虐了你们，但是输了那场游戏过后，竟然开心，但是又有点丢脸的感觉。
我对明星赛的印象，我觉得现在是做的越来越娱乐了，因为本来就大家不是为了输赢就做的越来越有趣了。
Of course, you want to win it still. You know, you don't want to be the all-star team that loses.
The cheese awaits. Can't wait. It's going to be great.
All Star's great. It is great.
It's a lot of fun. It feels like a really community kind of
Yeah.
vibe, you know? People get involved and have fun.
And like stuff happens, like they said with the rock paper scissors thing to decide. And it's just like relaxing. It's great. And then they time it just right because the last 2 days are so
They're very
tense.
intense,
I think it's great fun.
It's great fun.
I'm glad Mushi still feels bad, though. I just want to say I was casting that All-Star match, and I was backing his team. He lost me that game.
It did, yeah. It's funny actually, Note was saying in the middle of that as well, he's like, but you still want to win, you don't want to lose.
Yeah,
everyone else is like, no, it's a fun, it's great to have entertainment. Note's like, but we still need to win.
I think the thing is that the pros see this as like, they're naturally competitive, so they want to be able to win, but they want to win with style.
Yes.
You want to totally just destroy them. You want to fountain farm them. You want to dance outside of the booth or whatever. You want to be able to win with the extra style points.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, we've been looking for a few of those later on. We're going to get into our first game of the day. We're just waiting for the horn, of course. The horn will sound and tell us that we're ready for our first matches of the day. So we'll start talking about that one. TNC versus a team that we did not expect to get this far as well, DC. In the fact that they've ended up playing each other, is that I don't know, divine intervention? What is it, Charlie?
Who knows? There's lots of crazy stuff that's been happening at this tournament. Personally, I'm a little sad that one of these guys is going to get knocked out. I would have loved to see them go further and see how far they could have taken it. I mean, such great stories out of both of them. Nobody expected them to be here. Jimmy's story going from almost obscurity to top 8 TI is incredible.
Yeah, and being European, you must be really proud of DC doing well.
You asking me or Cap? Oh, Cap, because he's European now.
I'll have you know they have Boo on their team. And they came from the American region, so by God, they're American.
Right, okay. Yeah, there's that misery
pound
guy.
Your chest, dude. Pound your chest. Just go full Nahas.
USA! USA!
Nice.
Yeah, that misery guy. Yeah, good American.
Very good. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, after all the burgers that Suns fans been feeding them, they damn well better be.
They've had to live that style now. They've all put on a couple of pounds, I think.
That's the new esports regime for that, is that everyone has got a fitness gurus and psychologists. Suns fans just bringing in the burgers.
Hey, they've done better than most of the other European teams here.
Whoa, careful, Charlie. We've still got liquid down there.
Charles G.
Yeah, down there.
Down there. Hey.
That's okay. We're still alive.
The truly sad thing about this matchup is the fact that if you look at, despite the fact that we have all these former TI players and like in EG, you have Wings, MVP Phoenix, and eHome, 3 teams that I would say we kind of pictured as like dark horses in some ways, where we expected them to be able to provide upsets, and now they're dominating the upper bracket, right? But you look at the other teams, like TNC and Digital Chaos are like truly the underdogs. The other teams we had ideas about and figured they would do well, top 8, top 6. These 2 teams, though, I think most people looked at them as being bottom 8, and they're truly the underdogs, and it just is so unfortunate that they have to, knock one of the other out.
Yeah. Ted, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think, honestly, neither of them plays like an underdog. Do you know what I mean? Like, they play like with confidence, and they pick well, and they're aggressive, and it's exciting, and that's not what I expected. I really didn't. In the group stages, I was like, well, you've got to have like a certain number of teams and everything, but they were not making up the numbers. Neither of these teams. There's some fantastic performances out of individuals as well.
That's what happens when you continually progress through the tournament. You gain confidence, and these 2 teams in particular have really adapted well to the meta. You see TNC have been picking a lot of Illusion heroes. They love their Shadow Demon. They love, they've been behind in so many of the games, but their late game is just so superior because they draft for it. They understand, hey, TB is really strong. Phantom Lantern, Naga, Shadow Demon, Juggernaut. Like, they they utilize their cores really well to be able to take that late game. DC as well played really well around resolution. Wee's Alchemist, Marana, Morphling, these are teams that are understanding the meta and how to play it.
Key players for both sides. We would have to stand out, I guess, for DC. I think he's had a fantastic tournament, Cap.
Absolutely. I think that the big thing is that both of these teams will perform really well in the late game. And in particular, the late game seems to be banked more on individual performance, I would say, when a certain player is able to barely escape, that attempted gank or is able to get that clutch kill. That makes all the difference in the super late game where one death can lose you the game, right? So I think that this matchup is particularly interesting if we go that late because there are so many playmakers, right? Weehan Resolution I would look to for Digital Chaos. Moo's been stepping up his game, but I still think those former two are really the ones you look to. While TNC, I mean, Raven, I think, has been really impressive.
Has been great.
I like that guy a lot. I think that guy has a very bright future.
Definitely.
It's funny because Demon would probably stand out in this team just because of his past and his experience and everything else and what he's lent them. And maybe he's just given them that little extra edge that they needed after just narrowly failing to qualify for Manila before and some of the other tournaments. But he's not necessarily been the star player, has he?
Yeah, and in the past, Jimmy's always been the flashier player. He's always been the guy that stands out. You know what he's doing now? He's playing 5.
Yeah.
He's warding. He's playing like Dazzle and just like playing that sacrificial role. And that's not been the Jimmy that we knew when he was on EG. He was always like buying Midas on Tidehunter, buying double Blink buying Blink Dagger on Quap. Like, he's completely different than who he was before. He's not about the media attention. I saw him earlier after they beat OG, and they asked him to do an interview thing, and he shied away from the camera. Jimmy did not want to be in front of the camera.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
And this is what the beautiful thing is about Dota, because we have such a rich history. You get to see some of these players grow from playing as a teenager and going into young adulthood. And the amazing thing is you've actually got 2 players that I would say have matured a lot. Misery and Demon. I think both are known for having some rocky past, having maybe some attitude issues. They're both star players in their own rights, but I think they both matured and put themselves in a position, that sacrificial role that Charlie's talking about, to enable their teammates.
Ted, who have you enjoyed watching out of these players in both teams?
I agree. I think Raven's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed watching Wee. I mean, I like those players that just seem to be able to do something a little special. I mean,
just a little bit off.
Just something where you just haven't seen that before.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, wow, I'd never thought of that. So I like that. I mean, Weeha is probably one of my favorite players in the tournament. I think he's been absolutely brilliant. So I'm really looking forward to watching him.
Yeah. And in terms of TNC, you mentioned Raven, but
yeah,
they seem to have pulled together, haven't they?
Well,
Jimmy maybe has added that little bit of gel, maybe?
We were watching the game, the TNC game against, I guess it was OG, and they were just so disciplined. And I thought, would you have taken a wildcard team, or a less fancy team a few years ago and expected them to put that kind of performance in? And I don't think you would. I think that all these teams have got this discipline, have got this focus, and they're all on the same page, and they've got this strategy agreed. You can just tell they're all working super hard, and it comes through absolutely in the performances.
Yeah, it's a great point, isn't it, Charlie? We came into this tournament thinking there might be 4 or 5 that you could put in the favourite bracket in terms of who might win the whole thing, but there were potentially 5 or 6 even outside that. You'd think they have an outside chance and a realistic outside chance, but actually we could go all the way into the wild cards here.
There are no favorites in this tournament. Your gods are dead.
Oh my God! What a cheerful morning thought. Your gods are dead. I'm Charlie. Welcome to Dota.
Yeah, like there's a positive way to spin that. Like, everybody's amazing. Charlie's like, your hopes and dreams are all dying.
I got to counteract the pink shirt somehow.
They're all crushed. Brilliant. Yeah, I love it. It's good having you two over there because I feel like we've balanced the force has been balanced. Yeah. Don't go to the dark side. Okay?
Just don't call him European
remember Manila?
again.
I was the dark side, but then you see me contrasted with Charlie, and you see just how deep the rabbit hole really goes.
Indeed. How many more film references can we get in? So as we look forward to this, so the horn is moments away, and we'll start talking into the game depths themselves. In terms of the hero pools, we haven't really talked too much about that in the opening today. 104 heroes picked or banned. I mean, that's crazy. Are we going to see that increase?
We're not seeing Jakiro, Paul.
God damn it, Charlie.
Every day you call for Jakiro. It's not going to happen.
Listen, I was talking to some people backstage
I went to the secret
Paul.
shop. I went to the secret shop yesterday and bought Jakiro just because I've had enough now. I'm not going to sit in the frame, so I'm going to buy it out of the
That's as close
shop.
as you're going to get. I think we're agreed on that. I've yet to talk to a single person who thinks, man, why is no one picking Jakiro
And that's why
apart from you?
I needed Alliance to stay in. There it is.
Saving grace, Paul.
There it is. It is
Before
my
you
saving-
go off on a diatribe
Yeah,
about Jakiro again.
Indeed. All right, okay, we're going to get into our first game of the day very shortly. But before we do that, before the tournament, of course, Casey catches up with all the lead players and talks to the captains about their hopes and dreams as they head into the international. It was no different for TNC when she caught up with Demon.
When we first sat down, you were eyeing this quite a bit.
Yeah.
What does this signify to you? If this is something that you get to hoist over your shoulders at the end of all of this, what would that mean to you?
It's the glorification of every player's dream, my dream, and it's just growing up with my parents always screaming at me, you're wasting your time, and this would just prove like at the end of the day it was all worth it.
How did that feel to finally get validation from them?
It meant so much. I mean, I remember back in the days, it's like every morning my dad would walk, because before he goes to work, he has to walk by my room and my door would always be open. And he would tell me, it's like, go to school, you're wasting your time every single morning, because he thought it'd just be all in fun and, go back to school. There's no money in this, and that was just an eye-opener for everyone. And they came to realization, like, okay, like, just do what you want as long as you're happy and you can make a sustainable career for yourself. That moment when he told me, I'm so proud of you, it said a lot.
You're known for your high-risk, high-reward style of play. How did that fit into this team?
That happened because of the cockiness, meaning, like, I was capable of doing this kind of stuff because, of course, back then my individual skill would be higher than others, and I would take these unnecessary risks and do some unorthodox things. I don't implement these high risk anymore. It's just when we make these actions, we do it as a team, and we learn as a team, and we grow as a team.
Can you even imagine what it's going to be like to walk on that stage and hear Key Arena cheer for you guys for the first time?
I mean, I got a little goosebumps right now just saying that. I can just hear the crowd roaring. I mean, being at TI5 last year, I flew over, and it was a really depressing feeling, but at the same time, a very gratifying feeling. The fact, my friends, especially, Universe and Fear, I've known them for the longest time, and I was so proud of them and happy for them, former teammates of mine doing so well. And then MVP Phoenix as well, it was top 6. And
They did so much better than anyone anticipated.
Yeah, I'll still remember, like, March told me, because he invited me to play for them at TI5 and to move out to Korea if I'm still interested to play qualifiers. And he's like, he just bagged on me after he did so. I was like, I told you should have came. And I was like, wow. Like,
ouch.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that if you hadn't been able to make it on a team heading to TI6, that you were looking at maybe hanging it all up.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you that close to calling it a day?
It's been 3 years since I got kicked off Evil Geniuses in July 2013. I almost gave up so many times because the reputation and the name that I once had, and from 2011 to 2013, even before then, like in Dota 1 days, it was just been declining over time just because of like a couple mistakes, and it carried on. And having this opportunity, I feel really blessed with TNC now. One more opportunity, and I had it, and I had to seize it.
Has it affected your nerves at all? I mean, we're talking about comfort level, and you mentioned back in TI1, there weren't nearly as many eyes on the Dota scene as there are now. Now that there are more and more people watching, does that kind of give you more encouragement, and is it more exciting, or does it impact how nervous you are now that there's a little bit more pressure?
I think there will always be that kind of pressure. I've actually never played in such a big crowd. I mean, I've been out of the scene for quite some time. I hope we can push through it. Like the fact that over 10, 15,000 people are gonna be watching and screaming at us, it's really something, okay? And I'm not saying there aren't any nerves, no matter what. It's like these many eyes are actually watching, and I feel like just like anyone else, I'm a normal person, and I have all these people cheering for us, and that's gonna be something amazing for us.
Demon there with his teammates. They're ready backstage, so we'll get them out into the Key Arena for game 1 of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TNC. So TNC getting themselves ready for the first series of the day. In the lower bracket, guaranteed top 8 already, but just one series away from guaranteeing a top 6 finish at the International 2016. Their opponents, there's been argument over whether they're European or American. All we know is they've come all the way through to the top 8 for the first time in Misery's career. They are DC. Gents, I'd have to say to you all that heading into this game, you'd think, well, Key Arena is just going to light up for DC in support. But I don't want to underestimate TNC's support here because they've really built a good fan base over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, hey, there's one American on both teams.
Yeah.
I think
split decision then.
If you look at it, it's probably like TNC should be favored just simply because of the opponents that they defeated, specifically OG, to get here.
Yeah.
Right, Digital Chaos had to go through the fall from the upper bracket, didn't prove themselves against those teams while TNC did. It seems like, despite the fact that open qualifier team going through all of that, they are actually, I think, favored here against Digital Chaos.
Why?
And that's so hard to say.
Other than beating OG, which is a magnificent achievement, and we've already said that this week, why in particular do you feel TNC are stronger?
I think that maybe it's something special. I mean, I guess both teams have it, the really experienced player with malleable, younger players, new blood. He's able to commit them to a certain kind of vision. But I felt like I saw more of that coordination, more of that vision from TNC. The patience of waiting for those team fights, not to make that jump. I can't see Digital Chaos with the same kind of pause.
Okay.
Someone would have made the jump. Someone would have said, I've seen it. I found my opening. I'm going. Where I think TNC are fully committed to each other.
A bit more psychologically linked, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing specific I can really point to.
I was going to ask, is it more like a gut feeling that you've got for this rather than any analytical feeling?
I mean, that's my gut feeling for why TNC are better as a team, but I don't know. I'm really torn on this one. I thought about my matches yesterday, predictions.
Do you want a coin
I thought about
from
those
Charlie?
a lot.
Do you want a coin?
That coin is cursed.
Oh, is it?
That coin.
Okay.
No, I believe in myself.
Okay.
The coin, the explosion, those are awful.
I think the key part of this match here is going to be how well does DC read TNC's playstyle. I think they have a very clear pattern of how they're beating these teams. It goes very late. They pick heroes like Huskar, Naga, whatever, to take it really, really late and split push with illusions. I think DC has to make sure that they secure that late game. Make sure that they can deal with whatever TNC eventually throws at them. I think DC should win the early game. They've been doing much better about that lately. In the past, they've had a lot of trouble winning lanes, securing the early game, and then transitioning to a great mid game. And they were generally considered much stronger in the late game with, farm cores and Wii and Resolution. But they've really shored up that weakness, and I think if they read TNC and deal with whatever late game cores they have, I do favor DC.
Okay. Ted, you've been a big fan of TNC in the way that they've played through this tournament.
Yeah. And
excitement that they've brought you. Do you still feel it for this game?
I do. I really like them. I liked their reaction when they won. They really seemed totally together, and you just fell for them as a team. You just thought, man, I really want these guys to go far. You can tell how much it means to them. It doesn't mean it means less to DC, but there's something appealing about sort of showing it the way they did. So yeah, I really like TNC, but I was chatting to some of the DC guys, and they're really nice. They're all really nice guys. So I think I'd have to go with. Just based on that reaction from when TNC beat OG, I'd have to say TNC. I'd like them to do it.
Again, is that head over heart or heart overhead?
Way over heart.
Yeah.
Heart way overhead.
Yeah.
I never think with my head, Paul. You know that. Come on.
Yeah. Leaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
There's not much in there, so.
I was waiting for Charlie to say that.
No, he knows.
I'm surprised he didn't jump in.
Being honest.
I mean, that's like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Charlie doesn't.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Charlie likes a challenge.
Yeah.
A challenge. Okay. So fairly divided opinions in terms of who's got the strengths, who's got the weaknesses.
It's
And
super even.
Yeah, and is that representative? Do you think does everyone look at this and think, actually, how do you pick these two apart?
I mean, I think that's how you look at this entire tournament.
You're not wrong. Has been crazy, isn't it, with all the different results?
Honestly, the draft is going to tell a huge amount. And I think if one team gets seriously screwed over in the draft, then could be the deciding factor. Because other than that, I mean, I can't honestly choose between them.
Hasn't been too many of those games, though, has there? I mean, we had the Pudge Techies, which was obviously not a good idea in the end. But at the same time, we haven't had too many of those where a draft has really been decisive. We've had a couple where you look at it and go, okay, that's a small advantage, but the other team have then won. Which just goes to show that the meta is so balanced right now, not just in terms of hero pool, but in the way that different styles can clash and maybe change the way that a draft has come out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, we talk about like, oh, the skill gap is closing, but so is the team fight coordination that teams employ within the game, and so is the strategy. Everyone, especially since we're playing against each other internationally so much now with the major system and all these other international tournaments as well, and the prize pool is so large, so everyone's fully committed to this. They want to be able to expose themselves to as many kind of play styles. They're studying all these kind of games. And thinking on that, I actually may be choosing Digital Chaos to be able to win this because I think they may have the slight strategic edge. Even if the teamfight coordination may be better from TNC, I think Digital Chaos will have the advantage in the draft. I think they'll have the advantage when it comes to in-game strategy. And part of that is probably some of their back line. They've got Misery to be able to, he's got so much experience, but then they've also got their coaches. You know, Pycat's obviously a seasoned veteran who's going to be able to provide a lot of insight into what exactly TNC are providing. They've even got a good analyst in Loomdom. So I think they actually have... they will have studied for this game. I think they're going to be prepared for what TNC are doing. Even if TNC is a bit versatile in their picks, I think there's something to be read about their playstyle. And Digital Chaos, I think they'll dismantle that. And I think if this game goes late, they may even have an edge solely in the experienced players and the playmakers that they have in Weehan and Resolution.
Okay, a little bit of history here. TI won. Do you remember who the top 4 team were?
Na'Vi.
Just one of them.
eHome.
The Southeast Asian teams.
If I said MYM, was that top 4? TI
No,
won?
Was it?
No.
Shall I check on
Yes,
the internet?
Ted, check on the internet.
Well, that was more like around when
Was it
you
Scythe?
guys.
Yeah.
Was it Scythe?
Scythe. I think they were third.
Was it?
Na'Vi beat eHome 2-1 in the final. Oh, God, it's moved. Scythe Gaming lost 2-0 to Na'Vi in the winners' final.
Okay.
eHome.
And then they
beat
dropped
Scythe in
out
the losers.
immediately afterwards.
MYM came. Wait. Yeah, they came fourth.
Oh, they did?
Wow.
I thought they were like...
Losers round 5.
Was Misery on MYM?
And there were 2 players on that team that are playing in this match.
Misery and Demon.
What goes
That was
around
one
comes around. Sorry, that was kind of a weird link, wasn't it?
No, all right. I get it.
We went around the houses a little bit there, but we got there at the end. Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I get you.
two old veterans coming back and playing for big money in a major international tournament and playing in front of each other, against each other, albeit in very different circumstances and positions than they were 5 years ago.
Very, very different.
Yeah.
Very different.
I think...
but they've matured in very much the same way. Both of them used to be very hot-headed people, and now much calmer captains of their team. Very impressive. I'm very proud of these guys.
I mean, Charlie knows this better than probably most others about the growth of a player because, he obviously witnessed it firsthand. But I think in some way we all get to see it as we, continually watch the international and watch this competitive stage. Because Dota is such a teamwork-focused game and because it's not just about individual performers, and that's really what makes a lot of Dota so beautiful is that you have to work together with others. You actually do need to be able to resolve some of those personal problems that you have that makes you, for lack of no other word, than toxic to others.
Yeah. Yeah, the team's employing people to help them with that as well now.
I mean, we've talked a lot about Misery and Demon and the cores. I do want to highlight Saxa a lot. His support play has actually been phenomenal throughout this tournament. When he first came into the scene, relatively unknown, but I hate giving credit to Boba all the time and like his inventions, but it was actually Bulba and AUI that really picked that guy out.
Yeah, he's been great. And I know he's been great because my fantasy points have been fantastic whenever I've picked him. Every single time he's brought me good fantasy. I've got a gold Saxon, and I'm loving the fact that he plays the Wyvern. We've got about 30 seconds, so we'll go down the row for full predictions. Charlie?
DC 2-1.
Okay.
I think that this will go heavily one way or the other. It's just really hard to tell which one. So I think it's going to be 2-0, and I'm going to say DC.
Okay, 2 for DC.
TNC 2-1.
Okay. Very, very difficult predictions here on the panel as we head back down to our Coddle gang for draft number 1.
TNC Pro Team versus Digital Chaos. Game 1.
Welcome back inside Key Arena here in beautiful Seattle. We have a battle of the underdogs, or can we even call them underdogs anymore? It's DC versus TNC. I'm back at our drafting panel, and we got Winter, Black, and Draskell by my side. Gentlemen, this is going to be a hell of a show. Winter, I'll start with you. DC versus TNC. As many have said, any of these teams can be any other team, but maybe with these two teams, does one hold like a drafting advantage or strategic advantage that maybe you can give leverage to one or the other?
I think it's 50-50. DC has been really, really good at their drafts so far from the group stage to the main event. And TNC, they play a lot of different heroes. They have a variety of like push strats, split push, good laning phase. So I think it's 50-50 between the two teams.
We'll take a look at the draft right now as we're already well underway. Digital Chaos open up with the greatest hero in the game, Keeper of Life, follow with the Naga. TNC get the Vengeful Spirit, and then quickly snag up the Drow Ranger, Black.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the directions both teams want to go right off the bat. They actually stole the Naga Siren from TNC, so they can't pick the Naga Siren. And now DC's aim is keep him out, make sure we go late game, and TNC counters that by going like a Drow push lineup.
Do you think they steal it on purpose? Like,
I mean,
do you think TNC wants to grab that hero in the first phase?
I mean, they did run it in the past very successfully.
They have in the group stage, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, their strongest strat is probably the draw lineups that they build around their team, the bench draw, the aura type of lineups. And if you pick Koto against Koto plus Naga Siren, you're gonna play a slow game. So that puts your team at a very vulnerable state if you lose the early game too much.
It's showing a lot of your hand too, right? Like when you have the Naga Siren out already, it's like you're giving TNC the opening to say, okay, we can push you in if we choose to. So now it's up to DC if they can kind of stop that.
Do you think it might be a trick up their sleeves that they might do Naga support from this team? I've not seen
very
it.
possible.
I've not seen it from them though.
I think from the group stage, it was mentioned that DC are one of the teams who picked like the most heroes and had like one of the more versatile playstyles. So I wouldn't put it past them to maybe go back for that, and it would make a lot of sense given the situation.
But from what we have seen from them, they always run it on resolution as carry, and then they pick more like a. Usually they run like two very greedy heroes on Weeha and resolution, and then Mu and the two supports are there to make like a lot of space for the team.
Well, I think Resolution, even though he takes a lot of farm, but I want to give him credit that he's the type of carry that always shows up for the team. He's not just farming, he's always helping, fighting with the team. And I would say Weeha probably is the person that takes the most of the farm on the team.
Yeah, I would agree, and Naga Siren Coddle is definitely like capable of doing that. You can get like a good 3-4 man song off, and then like a big Illuminate on top of that. It's like a huge amount of burst damage.
Lots of potential for setup during our second wave of bans. DC had got rid of that Huskar, which TNC pulled out to eliminate OG, and they also get rid of that Storm Spirit. TNC say X-Nay to the Weeha Invoker, and then quickly rid of the Axe.
I wonder if DC are going to go the path of the Sand King. We've been seeing a lot of off-lane Sand Kings, and they've had a tremendous amount of success. And if it's not Sand King, it's usually Axe, and obviously you mentioned as well.
I mean, even TNC could go that. If they are anticipating a Naga core, you can pick Sand King to deal with the illusions. You get the Aghanims, or even go to his lane. Like you're going to be able to put so much pressure on the Naga's lane, which is most likely going to be the mid lane for DC if they're going to send him towards the mid lane to make sure he gets runes.
We haven't not seen this guy in quite a while. We brought him up briefly yesterday, but we kind of just quickly casted him aside. But here, DC find him valuable.
I think they pick it in anticipation of TNC actually picking one of those initiators, like Sand King or Faces Void, so they have a save for like the team, because they want to get into the backline to make sure the Coddle can like keep pestering them. So if they actually pick the Void or the Sand King, you can actually really easily save them after you get like a Black Dagger.
I actually think the reason of this pick is because it's sort of like a replacement to Elder Titan. And you want a hero that can provide good laning phase, and you have deep push. When you have Naga core, you want a lot of deep push on your team. So you move the enemy team around, and you force them to react to your heroes pushing out the lanes all the time. So Tusk provides them for your team, and you have Roshan control with the Sigil.
Do you think there might be anything else to it? Because I can't help but feel like Elder Titan could have just been a better... Oh, no, he was banned out. Yeah, you're right, you're right.
I mean, he's always banned.
Maybe there's something they can pair with it within their lineup to make it that much better, because I don't know, like, I feel like there could have been better options if you just needed the save.
Techies.
I think it's more too about like being able to gap close. Like that's another thing that you really want against a Joe Ranger, being able to get in, break the ultimate as well.
Yeah, you always just want to be like in 400 AoE. Just make sure she doesn't deal damage. Her team doesn't deal damage.
I mean, with TNC picking up Dazzle here, I still feel like, you know, you talked about a partner hero for the Tusk. Darkseer is still in the pool. It's a natural mech carrier as well, and you would just have the most ridiculous amount of wave clear with DC's team. I think TNC would have a very hard time like dealing with that.
Yeah, Darkseer plus Naga Siren is very good together. Not because they have any good combos in team fight, but it's because of how you're going to execute the two heroes. You're going to be pushing the lanes with Iron Shell, so it makes it very annoying for the enemy team.
Yeah, and they already committed for a Dazzler, so you don't have to worry about an Oracle or anything like that, so that could be a shoo-in for DC if they do consider it for Mu.
Yeah, like the lane could also be really good if you get a good opening with the Tusk. So like Andy said, a lot of pressure on the Drow's lane. If you can kill the Drow at least one time in the lane, it's going to cripple the team a lot.
And even if you have problems later on with the Darkseer, you can just high ground turtle so easily with a Coddle Darkseer. It's so difficult to push into that, while the Naga Siren will just farm away in other lanes and split push.
Yep, it seems like DC are going to try to play the split push game this time. They have a very good setup with the first 3 picks and looking good for them. TNC, on the other hand, with the Drow lineup, they're going to look to force the issue here.
Or they were inspired by Wings, and they're going to put techies with Tusk.
I would love it. Like, we have seen a combo win TI5. Like, that combo made like EG so strong at TI5.
I mean,
and Team Secret as well.
If you think about it, a techies type of game would definitely suit a Naga Siren, right? You want to play late game, but
boring.
The boring master.
Yeah, boring for you, but these guys are trying to win.
They have to win. They're
not like you. You're just trying to be on the panel.
Legitimately, though, of course, we know the utility that Beastmaster brings
Vision.
to the game.
Yeah, the Sigil plus the Hawk, so a lot of vision. Against Jaw Ranger lineup, you want to be able to scout the Roshan. That's very important.
Absolutely.
But even if you scout it, it's going to be very hard to contest with the lineup, I feel. Like, they do one mistake and TNC will just be able to snag it like right away.
But what do you think, Andy? Do you think the Tusk and Beastmaster can pressure the Drow lane this time with the Dazzle on the bench?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I don't think, like, if the Dazzle on the bench both have to stay down there, I still say that's a win for DC. And worst case scenario, the Beastmaster can still jungle extremely fast if he ever gets forced out of lane.
Yeah, but would you have any kill potential? Maybe at, say, level 3? If you try to run him on them with the snowball and the ball?
If it's 3 heroes, probably not, but maybe if you get a rune or something, because I think between those 2 heroes, they should probably be able to get bottom rune fairly reliably. Like, I don't think the solo support can contest it at all.
It's difficult for the supports to contest, and TNC goes for their initiator. You need to be able to catch Coddle. Like, if you're going to push, you need a hero that can go behind enemy lines, grab the Coddle, kill him, and then push the tower.
Yeah, that's also why we see the Storm band out. It's like the premier hero to catch that Coddle in the back and just kill him off in like a second. But we don't know yet whether he's middle or off lane. We have TNC. Like we've seen him run around on both positions, but it's probably going to be off lane. And they want to have like another hero that can hit hard in the mid lane.
Like something like a Mirana would be nice, but it's banned. Like, you get the idea. It's along those lines. You want to be able to siege towers, pressure, you have wave clear.
Do you almost think they want more catch than they already have with just the bat? Because I feel like with Beastmaster, Hawk Vision, and just the heroes that they have, it's going to be extremely difficult to find picks.
Yeah, it won't be easy for them. It's going to be all on the laning phase, how much they get done, how fast the Bat Rider gets his blink. That is very crucial for TNC.
But TNC needs to commit now. Like, they definitely need to pick a hero that can really push or kill the illusions really like reliably.
Yeah,
like, they could go late game as well, but they need like to commit in either direction now.
So they are going for much more a safety pick. You have decent early game and you have a good late game.
Wait, so it's a draw mid and morph safe lane then, right? Because like, morph mid is like really like vulnerable against most mid heroes.
But you have the waveform to get away if the Tusk ganks you, though. Don't you think that's better?
And you have to draw aura. Like, actually, morphing deals like a lot of damage mid lane.
Yeah.
When you morph down to agility.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for the morph to be in mid. It's going to discourage the Tusk rotations. He's going to get a lot of farm with the draw aura. So, pretty good idea.
Final pick for DC is going to be what looks like the Weehaw Dragon Knight, gentlemen. Now with the draft before us here.
Man, it seems like DC can push as well with the Beastmaster plus the DK. So it's going to be really, really interesting here. I'm going to favor the DC's lineup right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit torn between the two. I actually think they both are really, really good lineups. Like they both can farm, save, and push. So I don't know. I will just go for TNC because I like Demon.
I'm actually going to side with Black. I think the Morphling last pick is a much better game plan for them, just being able to take it a little bit later.
Sounds good, guys. Let's go ahead and send it over for our first game of the day. We have Toby Wan and Merlini bringing you DC versus TNC.
It's almost going to be a sad sight when one of these teams has to leave the stage. There's so much history with these guys, especially the captains. Misery up against Demon. They were former players back in the old baby days of Dota, and now they're fighting up against each other to eliminate them from TI6.
One of them must leave this tournament, and is it going to be Demon or Misery? They're old support players turned captain.
Yeah, and
stories.
I don't think anyone can really answer that question. No one who actually tries to answer those type of questions here at TI6 ever gets it right, because we always have the opposite answer. It's just the easy battles. TNC, DC, you never know who's going to win in this kind of matchup.
Man, I'm so glad I get to cast Jimmy. I ran into him in the hotel last night, and I had the pleasure of speaking to him. You know, we talked about the normal stuff. Good luck, you know, congratulations on winning, and then eventually it always gets back to Demon's individual play, and he's like, oh, did you see what I did over there? He's like trying to act all abashed. He's trying to bat his eyelashes. I don't really know what I was doing. And then I was like, what are you talking about? You ran around the T1 tower with a haste rune. You made them waste 2 sentry wards. And then his veneer of like shyness and abashedness wears off. He's like, actually, it was 3. And then I have another story about Jimmy too, which I'll go into later. What's going on in the early game?
You can save it, man. We've got some time. We've got a full best of 3 to get through, and that's where I'm hoping we actually go with this series. All 3 games would be the dream for all spectators here.
Yeah, Jimmy's unofficial name. His official name is Demon, as you can see, but his unofficial name is TNC.5K. Normally you ask a player, oh, what rating are you? Oh, I'm almost 5K. You're like, oh, so how close are you? They're like, oh, 4.3. It rounds up to 4.5, which rounds up to 5. But Jimmy's the other way around. He's TNC.5K. He's 59.88. So when he loses the game and you go to lose it, oh, so Jimmy, what happened to you this game? He's like, oh, don't blame me. I'm only 5K. Whereas if he wins, he's like, oh, wow, Jimmy, you played amazingly well. What carried you to this victory? He'd be like, MMR don't mean shit.
Man, he knows.
He's that guy.
He knows it all translates like that. In Southeast Asia, that's actually 8K.
Oh, Jimmy.
Into our lanes we go. So the funness in the players, even in the drafting phase in the lobby before we started, there was a nice little bit of banter going back and forth with even just around the first pick as well as dire side selection. But we have our lanes going off, so Moo will be trying to run this safe lane up against the Batrider with the mid-dual lane. It's going to be Saksa. He is rotating over to help out Weehar and keep Cuckoo off the lane, while down on bottom it is the dual Coddle plus Naga Siren off lane against Demon and Raven, the Dro as well as the Dazzle. Now, at least they've got the range to deal with this dual off lane this time for TNC.
Yeah, TNC might be able to push early. It's with the Naga first pick, you expect it to be played by Resolution, which generally means longer games. We saw it in the newbie series yesterday versus Liquid. You can lose really hard being down 15, 20 kills in the early game, but you do always have that Naga backup. But with sustain from Keeper, even like reset from the Naga Siren and the push potential from Dragon Knight and Beastmaster, they can actually perhaps punish the slow Morphling on the side of TNC.
Weehar keeping Morphling down very low, but Morphling's perfectly all right with this. He knows he'll be safe. Got Waveform away. The Breathe Fire still only level 1 for the Dragon Knight, so it's not that much of a perilous burst damage for him. It's this top lane we're keeping a secondary eye on because Beastmaster, he keeps getting heavily napalmed up. So 6 stacks, now he's up to 9 stick charges. So Moo's feeling comfortable here, but once he gets 6 sticky napalms, you have to back up. But he's kept the creep wave near enough to his own tower until now. But just safety first.
Wonder where the first rotation is going to come from. We didn't talk too much about the aggro try from DC, Keeper of Light. Pretty good positioning on the...
Moo's out a long way. This is what I was talking about. When Moo gets too far away from his tower, Sam can just capitalize on it, and the Batrider will take the first blood on the top lane against the Beastmaster.
Gotta watch those stacks.
That you do.
I actually remember casting with you early. You're like, oh, you need to back off at 6 stacks.
Yeah, you do.
It's like Tofi. You gotta back off at like 3.
Well, Moo likes to live life on the edge. Raven got initiated on by the Tusker. and he'll be forced all the way back to base because of this. He can still leave Demon in the lane. He doesn't really have many levels, however. He went the Poison Touch level 1. At least he can soak up some experience at the moment, and he purposely kept himself away from the lane. You need to have Drow range up at level 6, gives everyone advantage, because TNC are running a 5-range lineup with that Drow Ranger, so everyone gets the boost.
The biggest problem is they can't pull. They have 2 Sentry Wards trying to deward their small camp, but it missed, and they have Keeper Light too. Keeper Light is one of the best.
They're going again on top lane with that stun and 4 sticky napalm charges. AU's trying to get the body block off. They won't even need it. Move under the cover of the Firefly. Just burns. And this DC safe lane not working, and they're forced to bring in the Tuskar to the top.
And with the Sentry Wards expiring soon on the side of DC, TNC have finally regained control of their safe lane, pick up some levels on Demon and Raven. More importantly, Raven, he's only level 2.5 as a Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's because of the long walk back home, but TPing back forward, he'll get some help. What do you think about this build coming in from the Morph lane, bypassing the early bottle and going for the double Wraith Band?
That is a build that I've not seen very often. We haven't seen actually too much Morphling mid recently. Maybe he thinks that his supports are going to go for the rune a little bit more, but Morphling generally one of the better heroes who cast runes. Anyone with a blink or a pseudo blink generally has an upper hand.
Tuskar, they could turn for this one. AU purposely waiting in the tree line. The 4-minute rune was already taken. It was the Observer Ward that let them play this properly. The shards allowing him to get the vision to snowball up to the Mud Golems. Doesn't get all the way, and Sam sticks with him with that Firefly. This is now the 3rd kill for the Batrider. He's the highest on the CS, and he's the highest on the net worth by almost 1,000 gold 4.5 minutes in.
And Sam H, we saw him had a little bit of a rough start on his Batrider earlier, but with a good start like this, he's going to go ham.
That he will. All the items in the world. You get a Drum of Endurance in under 5 minutes on top of the Tranquil Boots you had. Like, we've seen some of the Batriders have to stay farming a little bit longer because you see these early drum pickups with the Tranquils then into Blink Dagger. Yeah, that's a 5-minute drums. So the Blink Dagger timing is going to be almost on the same timing as if you rushed it.
I think he just can solo kill Mu at this point. He's held his skill point at 6, so I'm not sure if he's going to go for Lasso.
Demon, the snowball's coming in. The Illuminate needs to connect. It doesn't. Shallow Grave Demon controlled just enough that he couldn't get his Shallow Grave off in time.
A little bit of a greedy play, holding on to the grave there, but looks like he would have likely died anyways. Actually, he could have TP'd out. They don't have another stun aside from the snowball. He'd have to time it like really well, though.
Or you just get back underneath the tower, let Raven do some damage. And now Raven, this is not the scenario. Like, the Batrider scenario is fantastic for him. The problem you have, okay, is that rotation? No, Weeha's back up the tower. The problem you have is, like, the Drow Ranger now just can't find any farm. Like, Drow is forced into her own jungle this early on.
Yeah, she hasn't died, but she needs a safe place to farm. Morphling, not one of your ideal jungle heroes. So ideally, you'd want to like swap him out, especially if it's someone who can farm stacks.
Do you actually feel confident enough that you can put the Morphling on the bot lane, push the Drow to the mid up against the DK?
I think it's better to stifle your Morph in the early game than the Drow Ranger, but it's also really inefficient for him to move all the way bottom.
Well, instead, they move all to the mid lane. The Morphling replicas back behind the tower. Weeha going to commit the stuns. They have to realize that is, in fact, not a real demon. The bottom tower's been taken out by Saskia as well as Resolution, so there's no problem here for DC. They defend their tier 1 tower, takes minimal damage. You do burn your Dragon Form early on, but you still get the desired result whenever you burn the Dragon Form, an early tier 1 tower drop.
Radiant's bottom tower has
They're still trying to struggle to protect the Drow. I think the best way is actually to pressure the Batriders lane and to make sure that the Beastmaster continuously feeds and is forced to hook up with his team so they can eventually take that T1 and then trade jungles in the meantime. But alternatively, they can sit down on bottom, force the other heroes out of the Drow Rangers lane. You definitely don't want the Keeper Light to chain farm this Radiant jungle as well as the Naga Siren, but Resolution's having his way with those pool camps.
Tuskar chasing up after AU, but he can't get close enough. Cuckoo trying to defend against the end of this Dragon Form of Weeha's. When the Illuna keeps hitting the wave as well as the Morphling. Luckily for him, he had a regeneration room bottled up. An extra support behind in the form of the Dazzle and the VS.
Demon's missed the Sentry Ward 2 on the mid lane. He thinks that Misery's going to go for a very different ward, and he does, but not quite as different as the Vengeful expects.
It's been a fairly common ward from DC too, exactly where he put that Sentry. Just a little bit further south. But for now, 3-1, Resolution up a very long way on the bot, but he's also got Song of the Siren, so there's not a lot TNC could really do about him. Not unless they get that Blink Dagger up and running.
Yeah, that's very problematic. He's going for Iron Talon. That's the recipe in his inventory, and just going to farm out that Radiant jungle. Naga, it's going to have a lot of places to farm. Haste Rune on top, this could be a kill rune for them.
Yeah, they're actually saving him for Cuckoo. He replicated down to the bottom room so he can grab the bounty and get his bottle charges. And now he can head up to the top lane where AU is still sitting around the Haste Rune.
He might be just looking for a gank on Beastmaster if he shows up. But they already have a reserve reward prepped in case Batrider is going to move there.
Maybe he's thinking about going on Weehaw.
Oh, they use Scan on top. They definitely want to go for top.
Well, there's the movement. As you said, they go underneath the Dire Observe Ward. The Wave of Terror reveals nothing. As DC has already bailed out.
Probably expecting to have a ward there, but Batrider's going to have to blink pretty soon. Just 1,000 more gold.
And then we can start seeing TNC rotate out. Unfortunately for the Batrider, where he wants to farm is currently, well, it is being stacked up. Demon waits a very long time to now try and get the big stack. That one little Centaur does get out of the yellow box just in the nick of time, so that's a big stack for the Batrider to take.
And
the Ancients are heavily stacked as well. He's even got a small stack of his own up next to the Secret Shop. So Batrider should have his Blink Dagger by maybe actually about 10 minutes. Not too bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not bad at all.
And then they can give the farm on the top lane to Demon. So you're still finding levels into the TNC supports. They need to find a little bit more, though, for the Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit spent most of her time just wandering around in between the lanes.
They need to stop the Naga Siren from farming. They have an observer where they're watching her farm, but she's just farming up these 3 camps and the lane at the same time, and TNC needs some towers.
Cuckoo. The stuns there from Weehaw. Cuckoo, he'll just wait for himself out. He's still got 2 more bottle charges, and the next rune spawns up in 10 seconds. So we can make a play for that one as well. It looks like DC's trying to do something about that. They're going to contest the runes. Okay, no, they leave the top rune alone, and it will be a double damage for him.
Drow Ranger still has yet to get treads. Batrider needs to be the one to create space. He's actually sitting at 2,600 gold. I guess having a little bit of excess gold from that stack, but there's the smoke, there's the blink. Where are they going?
It's got to be bottom lane. Already DC have moved down here. They've got Dragon Form available. They got to force TNC into an engagement. The treads are only now just being purchased up by the Drow Ranger, so she won't have them for this engagement.
If they don't stop the Naga Siren, they have to last at a Naga Siren, and then maybe Dragon Knight can rebut with a quick Dragon Tail.
They have the smoke. So Batrider needs to Firefly over the tree line. The closest one is Weehaw, and that's a good target for them with 3 heroes behind.
Yeah, Naga's
there it is. Blink, lasso, and they bring in more. They actually bring in the whole 5 players of TNC, and Weehaw under the tier 2 tower will drop. Vengeful Spirit doesn't have level 6, so we probably won't be able to catch up to Misery. Even with the movement speed, the Batrider Firefly will wear off, and Misery is back up the lane, charging back to his own tier 1.
Moo looks like he's going to get a free tower on top in the meantime.
Really good space for him as well, building for that early necro. After what was a bit of a disastrous start, feeding those 2 kills to the Batrider.
Naga Siren getting recalled. They still want her down here to farm safely.
She's got 1,000 gold to go before she's got the relic. Radiance won't be too far off that. Raven still in the lane. Resolution doesn't have a single point up in Ensnare, so have to rely on Song of the Siren to prepare for the Tuskar control. And with a snowball forward, Drow Ranger thought he could actually get his TP out, but it wasn't possible. Back in the mid lane, Morphling able to catch out the Dragon Knight. Again, they had more help coming in from the Batrider. Even without Lasso, they were able to find the kill on the DK, and now Sam, he goes in deeper, looking for Misery. No Firefly, but the Flame Break pushing Misery back closer, looking to keep the Sticky Napalm charges up, and Misery, well, the Flame Break burn has worn off.
And that was
Sam keeps up with him.
Perfect Flame Break coming out from the Batrider. Just expertly placed. Doesn't even need to use Firefly, let alone Lasso.
If he can just get his mana up a little bit more, he can have his Lasso now. Firefly in, you look for the Song of the Siren, no Song of the Siren, Naga Siren. As Resolution on the run, sticky napalm, drum charges, give the movement speed. There's that Tuskar save, but they can just keep it going. Resolution has 2 stacks on him, the swap back, and Resolution, he's so close to his relic money, he'll die just short of it, and the Tuskar will go down too. TNC, fantastic rotations. So much of this made possible through this Batrider involved in all 8 of them. They can go for the Roar, but Cuckoo's still got a replicant. Actually, no mana. Cuckoo's in trouble. He can't get himself out of this one. No, he'll actually find the kill over on Cuckoo. The early Necrobook's paying off.
Morphling could have maybe used his Replicate to block a little bit. You want to block either the Boar so that you can run away, or block the Beastmaster so you're not taking so much right-click damage. He doesn't actually have a move on the Beastmaster, so it should have been more difficult for him to chase.
Some small things going the way of DC. Overall, everything's been fairly even. No one's really got a big gold advantage. The experience is going a little bit the way of TNC, but not by that much.
Yeah, even if Naga gets Radiance, Morphling can easily replicate herself or one of the mirror images and farm up, so not terribly worried about the Naga Radiance. It's not a timing that DC can do all too much with, especially without a mech for them. The DK is fairly vulnerable. Naga's not level 11, so they can't really pick fights willy-nilly without Song.
Yeah, and that's why you just go to the split push. Once that Aghanim Scepter's over on Misery, every lane will be a split push lane. TNC are on the hunt. The double damage rune on the top river taken by Cuckoo. Didn't get a glimpse of Weeha. Weeha actually moving to the mid lane with a jump. It was Overward right behind that tier 1 tower. They isolate Moon. No Necrobooks available. The Morphling waveforms in. So Cuckoo, and to ensure his last hit. The Illuminate will hit from Misery, but it's only a level 2, so minimal damage, easily repaired by a Shadow Wave of Demon. And in fact, the Batrider is already looking for more. Getting Misery back behind his own tier 2, and this is an early draw range, remember, which means tier 2 towers take a lot of damage. Demon preps another Observer Ward back behind the lines as Sam, a great flame break. Misery's in trouble. The Snowball will save him, but then they move forward only to the creep waves, not too far away. Blinding Light forcing TNC out, but then the swap, they bring in the Tuskar. No Snowball. The Morphling waveforms in underneath tier 3 towers now. TNC assaulting Digital Chaos. The flame break, it hits Misery. He's got 3 sticky napalm charges. He's going to burn under his own tier 4s.
Damn, Sam H following up with his fantastic Void performance yesterday. Today on the Batrider, they thought they could just stall with the Keep It Alight, but Batrider is just constantly on top of them.
They're going in 15 minutes in. The Dragon Lances are almost done, but they're not there yet. You've now got TNC just chipping away at the tier 3s. DC is respawning, but there's no reason to force the issue any further. You don't want to give DC a chance to get back in this.
DC's really relying on their cooldowns. The Dragon Knight ultimate, they killed him while he had his ultimate up. That's like a minute and a half cooldown afterwards. Beastmaster revolves around 80, 90 seconds with Necro 3 and Roar, or Necro rather, and Roar. But they're not really able to constantly fight, and TNC are just looking for fight after fight after fight after DC uses anything of value.
Looks like DC are off on a smoke maneuver. They'll find the bounty in bottom river. They do take it, looking towards Roshan. TNC are not there, and in fact this is going to, yeah, DC, they're going to give it a crack. They got Necrobooks, they got Boars, they got a lot of survivability, and they'll attempt to bring down Roshan while TNC aren't looking.
Tusk has added value in this scenario with the Sigil, certainly helps despite Roshan's recent attack speed buff. They have the board too, so
seems like a good time for DC to almost falsify. You've got all your oldies, as you said, and the Radiance just got completed on the Naga Siren, so if TNC do want to try and contest this, they could find themselves in a bit of a pickle.
Well, looks like they're scouting out right now. Morphling made a replicate. The Naga Siren illusion is going to head to Roche, but it's going to be far too late.
Yep, it's actually not even going down to Roshan, it's headed to the bottom lane. So the Hawk will get killed off by the Radiance Burn, but Roshan belongs to Digital Chaos, and they'll put it in the hands of the Dragon Knight.
He's not the best Aegis carrier in terms of not being able to respawn with Dragon Form, but he's still going to be in the front line. He's struggling mightily in terms of CS and levels.
It gives him the confidence to buy the straight Blink Dagger, knowing you don't have your buyback at least.
Yeah, but it also gives TNC a lot more incentive to go for the Naga Siren.
Yeah. And that's where Tuskar comes into play. Hasn't really been, like, there's been a couple of saves, but can't get him out of trouble.
He has to be really careful, though, with the snowballs. He's been really good about it. The one where he tried to skip to neutrals, the one where he tried to make it look like he was casting on all the TNC heroes, but he actually cast it on the creep, and they all backed away to get some more distance from the snowball. But if he has a bad snowball and they get like hit into a gust, that could just be a horrendous fight for DC.
DC 4-man smoke, they headed up to the top lane. They don't want to give up this tier 1 tower. And TNC, they're also going to 4-man smoke. They head over, there's a Radiant Observer Ward and a Dire Observer Ward down. But of course, under the cover of smoke, both teams are none the wiser. Firefly up from the Batrider. He's looking for Moo. Blink too far up. The stun, well, he gets the lasso, but now Song of the Siren. Resolution will hold the fight so DC can reposition. The Illuminate will not really connect that heavily on the Batrider, and they're going to swap Weehaw back in. As Elastic and Napalm charges up, he lets off as much damage as he can before he'll die. The Aegis Immortal burns. Remember, no Dragon Form when he comes back to life again, and Sam keeps going in deeper. The roar out from Moo, but they're so low on life. They have to back up that replicant. It does so much damage. It was burning with the Radiance. The Morphling has gone in deeper. He'll find the Beastmaster while Sam is on the run. The Necro unit trying to find the Batrider. It just wants to hit him once. It can't do it. Cuckoo might be a little bit too deep under the tier 2 tower. But then again, this is a Morphling. Strength morph up to 2,400 life. And with the help of the rest of TNC, they take a good fight against DC.
Yeah, I really like how involved Cuckoo has been. He can just do so much damage just with a simple replicate. He doesn't even really need that many items on himself, albeit he is pretty darn farmed. The early earn for an eventual spirit so they can deal with the Radiance burn. I see an early cloak on the Dazzle. We've seen a lot of teams forego the Pipe of Insight as they're trying to push high ground versus heavy magic damage dealers, Mirana, Keeper of the Light, and this game it seems like the Pipe is going to be of utmost importance.
Is this one of these games too where you wonder if the Naga's Radiance works against you with the replicate? We saw it with the Nyx Assassin back in one of our group stage games.
A little bit.
Should this almost be turned off until you see a replicate?
Oh, definitely not, because you need to accelerate your own farm, and Morphling's going to get farm regardless, but it would just hurt your farm too much if you split without the Radiance. So Morphling and Naga kind of even, I suppose. Like, Morphling's lower net worth, but this is where he's weaker in the game. He doesn't have a farm accelerator like the Radiance, and he can replicate the Naga Siren, but it's more the Dragon Knight versus the Drow Ranger, and Drow Ranger is far ahead of the Dragon Knight. And we didn't even go for a farming item. He went for a Blink Dagger.
He went for initiation. See if he can get that catch before the 4 staffs.
Yeah.
Pull TNC away to safety.
They don't have a hero that can stick on the Drow. Normally you see like a very strong armlet carrier in front, like Lifestealer is a good example of a hero that's just like, okay, I'm just going to run at the Drow Ranger to disable marksmanship. But right now they don't have a hero that can do that. They can't stick on top of the Drow Ranger, and on top of that she has Yasha and Dragonlance, so she's not going to be at the forefront of the fight.
TNC are grouping up again for the top lane. Their Sentry Ward is in fact in range of that Dire Ops. They just don't have vision on the hillside. So DC still know exactly what TNC are up to, and that's why they're bailing out. They're forcing into the tier 2 tower on bot lane. Weeha's already down there, and they just try and push out the mid lane if possible.
TNC are slow and patient. They still take fights despite TNC having the Aegis. They're not really worried, even though Naga had a really early farm. It seems like they were clearly prepared for an early Naga pick from DC, considering how well it worked out for them in the group stage as well as at the main stage.
Nice rune for Moon to find. He's going to actually have an invis, but fortunately for him, everyone else is just so far away. They're not finding any kind of opening. But they do put down some aggressive Observer Wards through the TNC Radiant jungle. So if DC do want to find an opening, they will have one, maybe a little bit more difficult now to kill off the Morphling as he finishes up a full Lincoln Sphere to go along with that Dragonlance.
I think TNC are going to hit their timing really soon too. They're buying a lot of early game items, way more so than normal. The Urn and the Vlads on the Vengeful Spirit. We see Dazzle with the early Hood, as opposed to a Glimmer, which I think is more skirmishy. I think they're just trying to end the game pretty early, maybe get next Roach and try and screw up the cranks on DC, pin them to their base.
Well, with the Dragon Lances, they can attack in, so hey, why not?
Yeah, double Dragonlance too.
What's DC going to do right now? Like, you Song of the Siren, but TNC already proved, like, Song of the Siren, TNC had all the time in the world to prepare for it, and TNC still won the fight against Nagus lineup.
Yeah, they have great sustain. If you don't kill people after Illuminate, they can easily heal up with the Shadow Wave too, which Demon has maxed out. So you're not really going to be able to slowly chip him down through Radiance, Burn, and Mikado Illuminate, which is what this strategy relies on.
I'm liking this from DC, however. Like, don't commit any heroes, just put 2 balls on the top lane to push into the tier 2 tower and force some kind of reaction from TNC. TNC don't have as easy a lineup to drag everyone in because they don't have the recoil that comes in from the Keeper of the Light. And Misery's going to have to start using that soon. He's already triggered his Ghost Form and he's halfway through the duration.
Yeah, without Scepter though, it's not going to be easy for them. And TNC are lacking a gem at the moment, lacking the completed pipe, so they're not like super ready, but ready enough.
Yeah. It's enough for TNC to take a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. Get a ward up on that hillside before DC try and fight you. The Beastmaster really needs to have that Blink Dagger before they're ready to go.
Does he want to use Necro 3 for this push though? Like he has the option of pushing the left side T2 as TNC are going for this push, but if he uses Necro 3 and they push high ground, then you're
now let's free wave. The nice jump. They found Tusker. Sam again finding the picks, the 4-staff, helping him to drag it back out with the extra range from that Ether Lens. He finds the grab, and DC, they're a man down. And with the Observer Wall being planted nicely inside the DC base, TNC have nice high ground vision. So Sam can once again maybe make a play. Misery's a little bit too far out with a blink forward. They just explode him. The adaptive strike, a little bit of Firefly, and that's all you need to kill off the Keeper of the Light. There's no buyback for Misery.
And again, TNC with a very cleverly placed Observer Wars. Keeper of the Light thought he had the help of Fog on his side.
Thought he also had the help of the Hawk, which is now there. Fortification, tried to slow things down. Good thing Mu didn't commit those Necro 3s to the push on the top lane, but on bottom, that tier 3 tower is almost gone. They're killing off the Replicant in the tree line, so at least they don't have to deal with the Radiance Naga burning themselves. But that melee is almost down. Shards will fly forward. Keeper of the Lights back up. Necro books forward. Weeha blinking, actually TPing himself in the back lines. Controls up Demon nicely. There's still the Shallow Grave available. Demon will use it on himself as this fight split into multiple parts. Naga now has to buy it back. And Demon, he actually TPs out. Raven with that damage from the Hurricane Pike, almost killing Weeha. And the rest of TNC move down. DC, they're losing way too much here. They need to find an opening, but with the lasso, they hold Resolution. They can't have a dieback here. In fact, Sam, now Mana Leak, 4-staff will help actually drain the mana, getting the stun of the Battle Rider locked inside the shards. He will be snowballed down, so DC, it is a costly defense, but they do hold TNC out and maintain the life of their racks.
Hanging on for dear life. Melee racks, half HP. Don't think TNC can go for another push, especially with Roshan respawning so soon. He's actually going to respawn in the next 10 seconds or so, but that's your worst nightmare as a Naga Siren. Going for the base defense, having to help your team out this game when you have heroes that can stall. I think Tusk and Keeper are both pretty darn good at stalling. Even the Beastmaster split pushing out another lane should be enough to dissuade TNC from reaching the high ground. But when your Naga has to get involved, and then she dies, and then she has to buy back, you know you're in a really tough spot here.
DC need to slow this game down if possible. But TNC, they look like they want to go faster. A Blink Dagger pick up on the Morphling, leaning more towards the lines of just straight pick off from TNC and go high ground again.
You can't fight into DC's position. You have to break like the Keeper of the Light. You always have to force them to turn around, not cast full duration illuminates, and more importantly, access the Siren on the back line.
They see AU, Blink, Raw, Raven's going to be here with a gust, goes onto the Beastmaster. AU low on life, but the Shallow Grave kicks in from Demon in time. Actually, he'll be there for the Vengeful Spirit. Even with a swap, he can't get away, so 2 supports down for TNC. Hard to break the lines now, but Cuckoo in through the rear. Tusker has to turn around. I'm not certain about this. You're right. Weeha, he'll cut free. Got the Culling Blade up his sleeve, so he does get out. But then Raven and Sam looking to focus on him. The ball's keeping him slow. The Snowball, he'll close the distance now between DC as well as Sam. He's the big one. It's the Bat Ride's done so much work already for TNC, taking a fall. And now it's DC who are on the push, attacking to the tier 2 tower, and Morphling having no real influence, even if he is full life behind them.
The beginning of the fight just started off so well for DC. They went on to Vengeful Spirit and stunned the Dazzle at the same time, so they could just nab both supports. Ooh, that was a quick blink out.
This gives DC something to work with, but Cuckoo in through the side, finds the Tusker. Resolution can trigger the Lincoln Sphere thanks to Ensnare. Weeha, then the stun, and Breathe Fire. Keeping Cuckoo low, but the Blink Dagger back off cooldown. He's just so maneuverable with this item. And then Replicate. Where's he want to go? He looks down towards Mu. The Song of the Siren out from Resolution. Where's the support? It is not there. DC just want to get out of here. Straight up TP home to safety. And they know that TNC have to come back. The bottom lane's pushing in too heavily, but It looks like TNC, with no Song of the Siren up, they want to go for Roshan.
Wow, normally, like, Song of Siren is not that big a deal, but for this, it's huge. There's no way they can defend Roche without it.
Misery's going to try the Blinding Light. No one gets cliffed.
They have the Hawk on the side, but Roshan's too low. They're going to try and recall, but Morphling already having the Aegis in the Mortal. I like the timing from TNC. Any small mistake from DC, immediate reaction, and they just got Roche off of one song.
That they did. TNC, it's the reason why you can say they deserve to be at this point of the lower bracket, to have a top 8 position, fighting for that top 6 if they can win this game.
They still have that Observer Ward on the right lane too. It's still up for 1 more minute. This is a really good time for them to push right now.
Oh, Morphling. Yeah, it has to be swapped back out again. The Roar goes on Vengeful Spirit. The double 4-stars, getting AU a long way away to safety. They trigger the defensive weave too, so DC can't really pump in a lot of physical damage.
Uh-oh, there are no green diamonds for DC. I don't see any ultimates up for them aside from Dragon Knight. That's not a good sign.
They have to wait. There's 4 seconds until Song of the Siren's up. So they do have that. And Beastmaster Roar, 50 seconds, 70 seconds on his Necros too. But he did at least find that Observer Ward on bottom lane. So that is now gone. And the Necros, they can stand their ground. Actually, there's no creep wave. The mid creep wave is all the way back at the mid river. TNC's waiting for so long for this.
Morphling goes in on his replicate.
That's deep. He's not going to get out of this one, or is he? They've got the control. He's strength morphing up. The Walrus punch. 1 4-star. Have they got another one? Cuckoo. Well, he can just stand his ground and fight. He kills the Coddle into the tier 4 towers. Cuckoo. He actually gets away with murder. Outside the base, DC can't stop him.
Yeah, he ran in with a Naga illusion, and they manually they're trying to focus it down, and he just comes in. That was so deep.
It's crazy to think he's getting these kills too. Like, it shows you how weak the Coddle is. When you don't have an E-Blade, you have a Lincoln Sphere Hurricane Pike Morphling.
The Dragon Lance is extremely useful for the strategy that they're going for. Normally, Morphling you don't see get involved until 20-25 minutes, but he's been involved all game.
Seems to be great ways to kite too. Like, it's the perfect combination with these like Force Staff and Dragon Lance into the Hurricane.
Mm-hmm. And they're showing up for late game. They have the Morphling already. They have the Maelstrom on Drow Ranger. I really dislike the Axe first before the Maelstrom. I think the way better progression is Maelstrom first into an Axe.
We've seen this multiple times throughout even just the playoffs, that this seems to be the build they lean towards.
They do have a replicate of the Bat Rider, so maybe Cuckoo trying to look for a pick off with that, especially if Tusk or someone else wants to go on that. DC, they still need more time. I think one of the more important items for them is to keep it to light Ags, so they can actually win a team fight off the heal and split push additional lanes with a permanent recall.
You'll need time to farm that up, and where's he going to get it? Like, inside of his own jungle? Do you want to stack and farm there when TNC are moving as heavily as they are? Just like now, they smoke maneuver down the mid. That's what the replicate is there for. It allows Morphling to stay with him. Resolution so close. They scan inside the base. They don't realize that Resolution is there. No one took the Radiance burn. And now, the Observer Ward. They'll find it. Song of the Siren attempted by Resolution. This is the gem of DC. Also lost.
Wow, that timing in the smoke could not have been better. However, DC
at bottom lane, they're attacking the tier 3 towers. Sam's going to come in. A very quick blink from Weeha. Just as the fire, the flame break was in the air. Vengeful Spirit out of mana, and Weeha will get recalled. No damage from TNC to cancel that. So Misery pulling back Weeha after doing a good job. That bottom tower now down to 390.
Very timely coordination from DC too. Stun out on the VS, drain her mana so she can't stop you. However, they're marching down mid. Still a healthy minute left on the Aegis of the Immortal.
That Song of the Siren is off cooldown, and if DC can keep them out for another 23 seconds.
Uh-oh, Morphling has the Mjolnir buff on him.
Whoa, okay. I thought you were going to wait a little bit longer on that one, Resolution. There's no fortification, but they don't want to take any chances. The bottom lane's just being pushed in. They made a replica of the Drow Ranger. And that has done almost half damage to the range racks. And even managed to pick off the sigil. Okay, finally they get rid of it.
But you can tell they were scared. They're like, oh, is he going to replicate on us?
Yeah, they need a scythe or something. This would have been a beautiful game to have something like a lion to get rid of that damn thing.
Ideally, but they were not prepared for this. And their supports are really struggling to get items. Soxa and Misery both sitting at the bottom of the net worth chart at the moment. So another buyback expended for old Naga Siren. She's still like decently farmed #1 on net worth, but that's so much gold lost for DC when all their eggs are in the Naga basket.
TNC, 5-man again, straight down the mid. They have one creep alive that can turn off the back door.
So I don't really know who they jump at the moment. If they jump to Morph, they'll throw the Mjolnir buff on him, and he'll just strength Morph, and then they'll waste like half their spells, like DK ult, BM ult with Necro.
But can you jump on the Drow Ranger? At least she doesn't have magic immunity.
They'll swap the Drow Ranger out if they go on Drow. So I think it has to be like a simultaneous engagement. Tusk on one, and then they have 3 different like stuns and range stuns at that. Well, I guess Snowball's not really range, but close enough.
This could be a better way for DC to do it. Do it before TNC are properly grouped up as 5. They're fairly close together. The most obvious one is Raven currently on the top lane. He's just farming up one of the illusions. Actually, Hurricane Pikes to farm that illusion up, and they jump perfectly. Raven will drop. Now they move down towards Demon. One to the next. DC, they've just caught themselves to break the TP out. Resolution has the instant to cancel it. So Demon will die on the stairs. And that is some much needed room to breathe for Digital Chaos.
Some careless maneuvers by the Drow Ranger and a nice smoke from DC. However, not at the best time for them. Roshan in that respawning phase for them. Ideally, you want to do it before Rosh, but it's often just way too obvious if you smoke around that time. Still, I think they lack continuous damage throughout the team fights. Dragon Knight's really struggling for items.
Once he's got the BKB, life might get a lot easier.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm wondering how long until the Morphling finishes up his next. It's the E-Blade now completed on Cuckoo. So Blink into Shotgun. DC almost have to understand they don't have supports in these fights. Like, they just won't survive. Unless Misery sits all the way back, at least he's now like 600 gold away from having the Aghanim Scepter. So that's a nice thing for him. I'm looking at Resolution picking up that ultimate orb.
Yeah, you're really just mostly worried about the Keeper of the Light dying, because he doesn't have Blink Dagger, he doesn't have that much HP, and he's the one that probably does the most damage in the fights. Without really doing that much, all he has to do is just press Illuminate and walk away, and he can do upwards of 2,000 damage in the fight.
Moo. Cuckoo wanted to go on him. He jumped to the replica. Now waveforms forward. E-Blade pop. The damage is not enough to kill off Moo. And Cuckoo might be in a little bit too deep here. The Necro units are there burning off all the mana, so there's going to be no more strength morph available for him. Moo lends the roar from the tree lines, and Cuckoo pays the price. It was Drow on the top lane being picked off by a good DC smoke, and now it was the over-aggressiveness of Cuckoo that will pay the price and give DC yet another advantage.
Soxa has to be happy about that one. It's a lot of gold going for him. Gets a monster streak kill and above 1,000 gold for that. So now they can get like maybe a Glimmer Cape to deal with the EB.
So DC starting to get items up on their support, starting to get that farm we're looking for. The rest of TNC, they're still on the run here, and well, Blink, Lasso, Tusker, well, he just got 1,000 gold. He's going to give about almost 350 over to the Drow Ranger, and they're not done yet. Demon's still in the neighborhood. Resolution does have Song of the Siren if they want to try and catch up to the rest of TNC after Demon does drop.
I bet he's wondering, how did they see me right there? They have a reserve reward right to the left. It's not a very common one, especially this late into the game. But it's also what they use to deal with the Drow Ranger, making sure the whole entire team wasn't behind.
Really smart play coming out from DC, exposing the weaknesses of TNC.
They need another gem, though, on the Naga Siren. They lost it a long time ago. She's had to buy back twice. Everyone's trying to get their items. Keeper's really close to his egg, just 40 gold away. And Dragon Knight definitely needs his items, so I guess it's maybe on Beastmaster, who has 5,000 gold to help his team out. He could buy a Refresher at this point, the most common build after Necro 3. Probably even better than a gem at this point.
Choices there. Aghanims took 36 minutes for Misery to get it. But now it's arrived, so they get the flying vision, and yep, there she is. The Refresher Orb is up for Moo. So double Roars, double Necros. A lot more sustain arriving because of this.
Yeah, they need double BKBs up on TNC. It's gotten to that point where ideally you want to break their base without the BKBs, but now they're too farmed to snowball off your early game advantage, and now they have to play it much safer. Careful not to throw away their lead. Roshan number 3 is up. She's at the ready.
How does the clock actually look for TNC? Like, is it Roshan to Aegis and then you have to go high ground? Like, do they have to bring down a Rax? Or is there still some good late game potential?
There's still good late game potential. Because I don't think TC have a good way, DC have a good way to deal with the split push from the Morphling. They can use Manta eventually, maybe in one lane, replicate in one lane, Drow in one lane, Morphling, reinforcing one of the other lanes. And it's really only Naga Siren who's strong enough to deal with the wave. We can stall with like Keeper Blinding Light, but that's only going to do so much. And Roshan going to be scouted out with a Hawk, but both of them die to the Mjolnir proc, and they will not have vision inside the pit. There's no way you can do it without vision here.
They were too far away anyway. There's no way they could stop TNC.
Yeah, they'd have to already be there with the Naga Siren. And she has bought out. So she now has a gem, Diffusal Blade, but not enough money for buyback. And one of the TNC's players would probably call out that, okay, she recently got Diffusal Blade, she bought back twice. There's no way that she can have enough gold. You're not like completely sure, but they've been 5-manning a decent amount. You might be able to expect that from TNC. So Naga and Keeper, highest priority targets for TNC.
We'll see if they can get the jump. Again, we look towards Sam, more than likely. That Bat Rider did it for TNC in the past, had a fantastic start.
Yeah, and now they know that Mu has Refresher.
Smoke up from DC, just on the back lines, actually allows Mu to slip out through the top lane. He wants to jump in through the rear, now blink BKB up from Weeha. Mu, who's your target? He goes all the way back to the Vengeful Spirit. No swap out, but they song in the Siren. It isolates the BKB target's resolution's going down too fast. It's the BKB from Batrider that allows him to keep chasing him with the adapted strike. It's 2 heroes down, make it 3. Weeha down underneath his own racks. Mu has to just run away on no life, and they call it. GG. TNC take game number 1 against Digital Chaos.
Wow, that sleep at the end. It was BKB wards, but TNC is not strong. DC can't fight that right there. That was crazy. I really like how they dealt with the Naga Siren, though. They expected it coming in from DC, and then they prepared for it with their Jar Ranger, and then they had like the most fantastic early game for Batrider. You got to be proud of these guys. They look happy.
That was the dream for Sam, a 10-15 KDA at the end of the game. And the unsung hero, Cuckoo, that one little bit of a misplay on bot lane as he tried to go very aggressive onto Mu, that was one of his only 2 deaths out of his 11 kills. So the Morphling, the Batrider, they had free reign of everything. The Aura strat worked up nicely for them too. Everything was just great for TNC. And Paul, man, I know only one person on that panel, our expert, backed TNC.
Yes, they did. Thank you very much, Toby. Yeah, we'll come back for Game 2 and all your thoughts, of course. Thank you for the commentary in Game 1. Gents, we've come outside. We've come out to enjoy the sunshine and the people out here on the green. How do you think they enjoyed Game 1?
I think Game 1, it was... I don't know, it was one of those games that it felt a little awkward for both sides. I mean, first of all, that laning phase was really, really bad for Digital Chaos. I mean, in fact, Charlie brought it up rather early on. It was like the fact that Digital Chaos, that was a weakness that they've been shoring up lately, but apparently it's still a problem for them.
Yeah, Charlie?
Yeah, that was... I don't think anybody... You really go into that game and you expect Batrider to just get 3 kills just right off the bat. It completely ruined Digital Chaos' early game.
Is that a pun, Charlie?
Actually, no, it wasn't. I didn't even mean to do that.
Paul can always sniff those sort of things out.
Yeah, whatever. Ted, did you enjoy Game 1?
I did. And I'd like to give a shout out to a friend of mine.
Yeah, a friend of yours.
Jackie, you might be able to guess.
It actually goes really well with what you ordered. I like that.
It does, doesn't it? Kind of. Sort of.
Sort
vaguely.
of.
Charlie's not happy. I got on the bus this morning and Drasko said, "You're looking scruffy, Ted." And I said, "I'm sorry, Andy." So...
Following your boy Shane.
Yeah, well, keeping it real.
Yeah, keeping it cash.
Yeah.
Cash. Okay. We'll get more thoughts from our panel in just a moment, but let's bring in our draft panel and figure out what they made of our first game. Dakota and the guys are there. What did you make of that one?
It was pretty back and forth. We felt pretty confident that DC had the better draft, but TNC really needed to step up in the early game if they did want to make it succeed. Winter, we were, to go a bit more about the laning stage, it was pretty difficult, particularly the Mu versus Batrider matchup.
Yeah, the 1v1 matchup between Beastmaster and Batrider, I felt that actually changed the whole face of the game for DC. If they had a better start on Beastmaster, their timings would have came faster for them and they would have been able to get a very good grip on the game.
Yep. And actually to help us kind of dissect that matchup in particular a bit more, We're going to throw it over to Purge. Yellow Purge.
Hello, and yeah, we have a couple clips to grab about that. Now, keep in mind that it was a try versus try situation, which means that Moo wasn't entirely sure that Batrider would be there at the start. And you can see this because right at the start of the laning stage, he's moving over to grab a magic stick. And during this time, Sam H is constantly attacking him. And keep in mind, he also does have Drought Aura. That's a +6 damage here on a hero that normally doesn't do that much harass at this stage in the game. And 1v1 laning stages are almost always about regen. If both heroes have the ability to kill each other or harass each other, it makes a big difference. Now, Moot starts with a Stout Shield, which is going to give him some extra survivability. And he's also got 2 sets of regen, both a Tango and a Salve, which means that he has more regen than Batrider does, because Batrider went Boots first with 1 set of Tango. But because of all that extra harass, as well as his extra base damage, he's getting this big last hit advantage in the lane stage. Now, we have a little bit of graph here, so I'm going to have to, or bugs, so I'm going to have to animate those wild axes that just came out. There it is. And he tried to get a last hit with that, but Sam H was able to deny, and again deny. Just honestly, I think Sam H played this lane amazing, and with that, on top of the magic stick grab at the start of the laning stage that Moo had to go for, he just lost a lot of advantage here, and it pretty much culminated a moment later, continuously denying 6 last hits on Batrider at this moment. Look at this, continuously getting denies on Moo. Doesn't even have boots yet. And eventually he made a crucial mistake where he double summoned pets while having 3 stacks on him and using his magic stick here against some wild axes. I saw him. Did you guys see those? And finally he dives on top of Moo and gets the first blood kill here in the safe lane. That was 2 minutes into the game, and that wasn't the last time that Moo died. So been having a great tournament so far, but this game was really rough for him.
Indeed it was. A beastly breakdown, Purge. We thank you for that one. Back here, of course, at the panel. Love to get some thoughts over on the other side of the desk. We have Draskell and Black, of course. Maybe as far as isolating who you would have figured the MVP was, and basically just break it down.
Well, I mean, saying any MVP other than Sam H would be kind of crazy, right?
That would be cruel.
The guy had drums and blink at like, what, 11 minutes into the game with Tranquil Boots? 10 minutes. Yeah, even more insane. Like, it was pretty much a Sam H show for the better part of that game. And without that performance, I kind of agree with Winter. It would have been very, very difficult for TNC to pull that kind of victory off.
Yeah, we spoke. Sam H had to carry his team through there, and he was just like diving base. He was like just feeling really confident. He just made it really work for his team, and he did carry his team like through the early stages. And then Morphling and Drow Ranger came online, and they managed to take the game back. That looked really difficult in the early game.
Thanks for the breakdown, guys. We'll come back for game number 2 draft to break that one down. But for now, we're going to send it right back out to our boys in the outside world. How's it going, gentlemen?
Thank you very much. Yeah, you should try out here. It's pretty cool. Nice and warm. There's a bit of a breeze. The sunshine is beating down on us, and we're enjoying some Dota 2 out here on the green as well. We're going to head into game 2 very shortly, but let's just wrap up on game 1. DC, how do they bounce back from that? They've had so many disappointing games at this event and then bounce back, so we know they can do it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there is a certain show of strength that the laning phase went so poorly for specifically Moo and Sam H being able to get such an advantage that the game still drew out, I think, longer than it maybe should have. And I think that comes down to Digital Chaos being able to find the right kind of openings. They made a couple of smoke rotations. They managed to buy them some time and some pretty decent split pushing as well that I think always kept TNC, looking behind them, not able to go for that 5-man. So I think there's something good that DC can take from that game 1 and say, hey, if we just get ourselves that better laning phase, maybe we can take this.
Yeah, momentum, though, is a big thing. We've talked about it before at this event, and TNC have the big M right now. They have the big Mo.
They do.
It's going to be hard to stop them.
It is, and you know what else? Charlie made a good point when we were watching the game. He said that Jimmy mind-gamed DC by getting DC to pick a draft that you thought TNC would have gone for. I thought that was a good point.
Yeah,
Can you two stop getting on,
I mean,
please?
with both
I'm
Raven
not
and
used to
Cuckoo, yeah, you kind of expect Nagasiren on TNC.
Yeah, I expected Jimmy to TNC to have the DC draft and have Resolution playing the Morphling. So it was a little surprising. Something that we've talked about how Jimmy has changed, but something that has stuck with Jimmy throughout all these years is how clever he is. So props to him.
Don't laugh, Cap.
I saw that too.
He's done better in TI than you ever have or ever will.
Jimmy, message for Jimmy. When
Go,
you watch
Jimmy.
this back, Jimmy, it was Cap. It was all Cap. Cap laughed.
Listen, Jimmy and I are friends.
I know.
Hey,
But he's
go
going
back
to
a
hate you
ways.
now after that.
Let's back a ways.
Liz?
Yeah, please.
I mean,
Please
I'm sorry,
explain.
Charlie. I don't have the whole Monolith Dota experience to go back on.
No, you got the capitalist Dota experience to go on. So please tell me how you and Jimmy go back a ways.
Jimmy and I had a very magical evening together.
Okay, we need to move on. We need to move on very quickly from that. There was a sign, actually. It's a man running around with a sign which says, "Make Leshrac great again."
Yeah, he's crazy. Ignore him, please.
Wait, we haven't had one. We haven't had one this tournament.
Had one what?
Leshrac.
Have you moved on
and
to
Lena, right?
from Jakiro this fast?
Or Alina, what?
Have you moved on from Jakiro this fast?
I wouldn't mind seeing Jakiro buffed. He's my jam.
Who doesn't like double-headed dragons?
It works.
Nobody likes it when people try and force memes, Paul.
You're like
Nobody.
the Hawaiian shirt guy.
Oh, come on. That's low.
I mean, I was
Even
trying to
for
subtly
you,
call it out,
that's
Charlie.
low.
Jesus.
That's
There's
very
nothing
low.
subtle about me.
All right, the wind's getting
The
up a
wind's
little bit
picking
over
up,
here as well.
folks.
Hey! As the wind does pick up, the wind's got to pick up for DC in Game 2. What do you look for in terms of the way that they mix things up with the draft? Charlie, we'll start with you.
They got to shore up their early game. This has been a problem for them in the past. Can't do, you can't have this where a lane just loses that badly. As we see them here.
Charlie's already nervous about saying anything else right now.
Don't lose your early game, guys. You know it.
Misery's all right. He's good. He's got good Mafia game. He's my Mafia bro. We ride or die together.
I mean, I already had that conversation with Moo. They said they were trying to shore up that weakness. We'd seen it in the past. I think that one good thing that did happen, though, in that first game is that I think the right way to approach TNC is trying to pull them apart as much as possible, keep them from being able to 5-man. And heroes like the Naga Siren, or conversely, the Morphling, are able to do that to the opposing team.
Yeah,
so I think the mid-game kind of had some of the right ideas there.
Okay. Yeah, and we thought they'd fix this because they've talked about it before. They came back through, looked like they'd fixed it. So why has it gone wrong again?
I mean, it's just one game. Like, sometimes it's just not a fun matchup, right? Like, Beastmaster versus Batrider is not a good one.
Okay. Ted?
I said 2-1 TNC.
You did?
So I'm a third of the way there. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them 2-0 this, unless DC can come back strong. It all depends on the draft, I think.
Yeah. What is this momentum that TNC have got? They just built from the group stages where they weren't terrible in the group stages by any stretch of the imagination. We saw some really good games in there. They were almost borderline, could have finished in the top 4. So we shouldn't have underestimated them coming into the brackets.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody should underestimate any team here. I mean, they played really well in the group stage. They had really solid strategy. Even when they lost 2-0 to EG, it didn't seem like there were any like super glaring weaknesses. I felt like they just simply got outdrafted. But no, not bad at all. And that momentum you mentioned earlier, when you beat the favorite of the tournament, you're going to have so much confidence going into the next series.
Okay, we're going to move on. Our game is not too far away, but we do have some very special features here over the weekend, over the last few days. You'll have seen all of the augmented reality stuff hitting your TV. I know a number of you have really enjoyed it. And Sir Action Slacks has also been enjoying it, but in rather different ways.
You guys set in somebody for me to interview? I'm ready.
Over here.
What the hell was that?
That's right.
Oh, hey, look, it's Slarky Malarkey. Well, hello down there, huh? Oh, hello. You mind if I do a little interview with you?
Okay.
Okay, you're actually getting me super win. Okay, no problem. Anyway, Slark, welcome to TI. How you enjoying it so far? What do you think about it?
Feeling is right, yeah.
Well, that's good, man. I mean, people come together, they find new friends, they watch Dota, they fall.
Oh, that's very nice. I like it.
I think so too, buddy. I think so too. You know, you can always tell us how you really feel about it, huh? You don't have to be like that. What?
The air's so thick I'm choking on it.
Well, that's too bad, man. But you know.
The light hurts my eyes.
Okay, you know what? Valve is probably gonna watch this, so you don't want to say stuff. Like, yeah, I mean that's not.
All right.
Okay, Ice Frog's not gonna like this. Okay.
That went bad quickly.
Yeah. Don't worry about it though. Hey, so you came a long way, right, to get to TI? Did you make the journey to come see somebody special, huh? Oh, come on. Maybe a certain Naga Siren.
What?
Come on, bro. I've read the fanfics. I've seen the pictures. You got a crush on her, man.
No.
Yes. Come on. Okay. I'm not gonna stop pushing you until you just admit it once and for all that you are in love with Naga. Just come on, say it.
Is it worth your life?
No. She's probably not into you anyway, so no biggie.
Oh, that hurt. Yeah.
Well, that's your fault, Slark. All right, whatever. Are you looking forward to anything at TI? Maybe the after party? I know you know a few shadow dances, right?
I only dance with death, sealed in darkness.
What the hell are you doing?
Creeping in the shadows.
No, you're not.
I only dance with death.
You're standing completely still. Okay, yeah, this has been a lot of fun, Slark. You are great. I'm gonna go. Thank you for the interview. I'll catch you later.
Go on, get out of here.
Okay.
Slark had his way with you.
What did he just say? What was that?
Great stuff. We'll have more of those hero interviews, get behind the scenes a little bit more with the AR and, of course, with Sir Action Slacks. We're going to get into Game 2 very shortly. So, Charlie, are you sticking with your prediction, changing it?
No, I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, you still feel like DC can pull this one
DC
back?
can bounce
2 in a
back.
row?
Yeah. Sticking
with it. All right. I like that, Cat.
In order to stick with my prediction, it means TNC have to 2-0, right? Because I said that I think it would go heavily one way or the other.
Yeah.
Come on.
I still think DC can bounce back, though. I think there was, they're just going to look at that and go, okay, laning phase went bad. It snowballed too heavily against us. We got a few picks here and there. We could have turned that thing around if we just had a better laning phase. So I think DC can take this game number 2 and force it to the full series. So, yeah, DC.
Yeah. Ted, your prediction's looking quite good in the sense that you picked TNC.
I'm the other way there. Yeah, I mean, I do think DC is strong enough to bounce back, pull it back to 1-1, and then obviously we'll have a decider. And I still think TNC will favour that. By the way, for that Slacks bit, he had to do it twice, the whole thing, because the first time they recorded it, they got back to look at it and said, "Oh yeah, we forgot to turn the microphone on." So he had to do the whole thing again. He was like, "All right," and got everybody together and went out there again.
I mean, he's really good at it. You can kind of tell that he's practiced talking to himself
a lot.
constantly. That's what happens when you have
Would
no
you
friends,
talk to
so.
him? He needs to talk to himself. Who else is going to
know.
talk to him? Love you, Slacks.
Wait, those AR heroes aren't real?
No, Paul.
Oh. Okay.
No Jakiro. It's not real.
Let's talk picks a little bit before we head back to our draft panel. What did you feel like? I mean, fairly standard picks that we've expected from both teams.
Yeah, it's Illusion heroes running at each other.
It really has
Switching
become an
high ground.
illusion meta.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Welcome to the Illusion 2016.
I mean, they have AR here. It's very fitting. So
Yeah.
I think we'll see more of the same. I would like to see DC, plan to deal with, certain picks better, like the Morphling. I feel like they didn't have a great way to deal with him this game.
In terms of the way that they've drafted in the past, through the bracket and through the group stage, Cap, do we expect anything funky from TNC perhaps for Game 2? Knowing that they're 1-up, can they take a risk? Can they bring out a Huskar like they did against OG?
No, I think you want to just be able to close out this series against Digital Chaos. Don't give them the opportunity to be able to adjust their picks. I still think that there is a possible strategical edge that DC can take over TNC. So I would want to be able to close out this series as quick as possible and just play a standard game. I wouldn't try and risk things by changing things up too much.
You think it's a risk to take Huskar?
I mean, I don't think a Huskar is really much of a change of pace, though, for this tournament.
Yeah.
That's true.
Maybe.
No! Don't say it, Paul.
Never. I'll give you $20 if he gets picked in this tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
$20 if it gets picked in this tournament. There's only 6 heroes that haven't been picked.
Well, I'll give you $50 then.
Yeah. All right. I'll take it.
Wait, what do you get?
Nothing.
Pride when I'm right. That's it. No, he has to
Charlie
give me
doesn't like this.
$1,000
He's already
if I'm
worked
right.
this
You
out.
have to
Like, that
understand,
doesn't
him
work.
being right happens few and far between.
I'm happy with that,
Got to
Charlie.
take it when it happens.
He's right.
All right. I mean, I guess your pride isn't worth very much.
Well, $50. That's as much as I paid for one of my most of my outfit, dude. 2 outfits. I'll have 2. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the 6 that we haven't had, are we going to get any of them now? Because we're at 104, and that's absolutely incredible when we think about 104 picked and banned. 6 left. I'm not going to mention the one I keep mentioning. The other
You're so
5,
obsessed with the
other 5.
You want the full
I want
100.
the full lot, right?
All right.
And if I could, I'd ask someone to pick Arc Warden if it was even in captain's mode, just so we could have all of them.
So I thought there was a possibility that Leshrac and Lena would both be potential pickups just because, I mean, they're not terribly bad heroes. We've seen them in the meta once or twice. They combo kind of well with certain heroes like the Shadow Demon, for example.
I don't know. Here's the thing about Leshrac and Lena that the reason why I don't feel like they fit in this meta. You can't run them as cores. They're just no, you can't run them as cores at all. There's so many cores that are much better, and they don't have a place as cores. And then as supports, what role do they really fit? What's being drafted right now as supports are defensive supports, heroes that enable your cores, or heroes that create more illusions, or AA or something like Leshrac, Lina don't offer anything that really contributes to this meta, and that's
or really greedy supports, right?
Yeah.
Like, being able to pick up a Kunkka or something like that. But
What is the play against this mass illusion stuff? Because I know I'm going to see it in all my pub games.
More
when I go home.
illusions.
No, what do we do? What do we do? There's like 10 illusions coming at you. They're just going to take your buildings. What is the response? What do you do?
I mean, part of the reason this illusion meta is coming forward is the fact that these team fights are all important, right? And because everybody's sort of orienting themselves towards team fights, and the high ground is kind of difficult to push up into, it's just a whole lot easier to take the no risk factor, right, and go for these illusion pushes. That's why Terrorblade was a lot of strong, right, because he could burst down these buildings so quickly. But I think that part of the reason, like, you have to actually push outside of your base if you're going up against illusion, so it forces the enemy team to come out. A hero like Lion wouldn't be bad. He's got some ways to deal with it.
Okay, thanks to all three of you. We'll be returning back to our panel, of course, at the end of our second game regardless, but let's see how we pan out. Let's head back to our DraftKings for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Paul. We're here at our drafter's desk, of course, getting ready for game number 2. Winter, we pretty much mutually agreed that for game 1, both teams put up a stellar draft, but unfortunately for DC in particular, you know, it was a bit more frugal in the laning stage, being able to succeed. So here for game number 2, would you like to see DC maybe put a bit more emphasis in the laning stage?
Just execute better.
Execute better?
I don't think anything that...
Play good.
Yeah, just play good. They don't need to change anything big. Maybe a certain hero, but overall, what they did in the first game was really good. Just needed to play better.
Looks like with our draft underway, TNC have snagged up the mighty Axe along with the Timbersaws, a couple of badasses right there, while DC, with their first pick, they get the ET.
It's already a very different approach from TNC in the second game, like drastically different. And I guess you could say the same thing for Digital Chaos. Maybe they didn't feel like the Naga was really, it wasn't really the problem, but at the same time it didn't work out. So maybe just a fresh look in the second game.
I surprised they didn't ban the ET again, because they banned it out first to last game. Why would they let it get through now, even though they won?
Maybe they think Shadow Demon is a bigger problem. And I think that with their playstyle, they're very aggressive, and when you are opening up with Axe and Timber, you have an okay amount of wave clear, I suppose, but Mirana can just always be super annoying, and illusion strats just seem to be very prevalent so far.
Fair enough. It's just the ET seems to open up so many heroes, counter so many heroes. It's like always like a super annoying hero just to have in the enemy team.
I mean, is it ever bad to pick ET?
No, it's
not
always
really.
good.
Yeah,
like,
if you can't play him, I guess.
But like DC is one of the like Saxa plays a monstrous ET. It's like always on point. His spells are always good. Obviously they get the Faces Void on top of that. They have like massive team fight right now, massive late game, good team fight in early and mid game as well.
It's like the same thing we talked about yesterday. It's cooldown versus no cooldown. Like TNC can fight non-stop with the 2 heroes that they already have, whereas DC are putting themselves on pretty much the Earth Splitter and the Chronosphere cooldowns.
But I feel like the no cooldown lineups are only good though if you can actually get objectives while the spells are on cooldown. You need like a pushing hero.
I was going to build onto that, where the games where Wings had Void plus Elder Titan, and they had the Juggernaut with Battle Fury, split pushing, clearing the waves. And it's very difficult for the team that wants to constantly fight when all the waves are always shoved towards your towers. You have to deal with them. And the cooldown doesn't become a problem if you can't actually constantly fight.
Yeah, we have seen like the Liquid game yesterday against Newbie. They had like really no cooldown dependent heroes like at all. And they just couldn't push because they had no push heroes at all. Like, if you can win many fights, yeah, sure, but if you can't break high ground, you will never win the game.
But with an opening that has a Timbersaw in it, I don't necessarily think that wave clear is going to be a huge concern for TNC.
No, not wave clear, but like somebody that can actually damage the
Oh,
tower.
you mean like building hitting? Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
Because like if you can't hit buildings, then you can win as many fights as you want. If they have superior late game, you won't break the base.
Yeah, that's a very, very solid point there, where when you look at the teams that are going in today, they are very good at coming up with drafts that are very all-rounded. You have good wave clear, you have good early game. That's Dota right now. You need to be well-rounded. You can't just go all in on something and just ignore the rest of the game.
Got to cover all those bases. Second phase of bans here. TNC get rid of the Weehot Invoker along with the Ursa, and we go back to DC side. Gentlemen, do you think there's any value at all in DC picking up something like a Skywrath Mage, good against Timber, good with Faceless Void? Is it pair okay as a support duo with Elder Titan?
It's very possible. Like Elder Titan can roam around and Skywrath can just lane support against the Timber if they choose to lane it off lane. And if you have a Chrono with the Ancient Seal on top of the Titan aura, you actually just explode like in a second.
There's a downside to that though, is that if you have Skywrath and Titan support, then if there's ever a dual aggressive lane coming in from TNC and your safe lane's not super strong, you can really struggle. And we've seen a lot of that in the past.
I mean, you should win your lanes with those supports anyway. Like unless you have a somehow a super weak carry that doesn't do anything in the lane.
Well, just any melee carry against
Like
a Timber or an Axe is going to struggle.
If you do Void safe lane against those two,
of course,
it doesn't matter what supports you have, you're going to lose the lane.
Yeah, that's what we like see a lot of times. They just pick like a sustainable safe laner that can just be there by himself, and the supports are just like running all over the place, doing work.
Dang. Sam H, that guy, MVP last game on his Bat Rider. He was MVP in their elimination match where they took out OG with his ridiculous Faceless Void. This kid has really stepped up, and I imagine he has gained a lot of new fans.
So that would be the hero that's going to siege the high ground for TNC, a very tanky, beefy hero. That's going to solve their problem of not being able to hit the high ground with the Timber and the Axe after killing heroes.
I really like the lineup too, because they can actually really easily defend their jungle. If DC ever wants to invade, those three heroes can fight them really well.
They're going to have the Oracle next for them if they want as well, like Oracle plus Alchemist. Oh my god, that is going to be so difficult to deal with.
Maybe not anymore. AA comes out and says, screw your sustain, and don't even think about getting anything else with it.
But you know, usually AA, we spoke about it countering the like fighting Alchemist build, where you got like Solar Crest, Abyssal Blade and stuff. Like not so much the split pushing Alchemist when you go Radiance and Manta, because AA can't really stop that, and it's actually like pretty poorly when you get split push.
Yeah, look at it in the laning phase as well. The laning phase A, if he gets pressured like a dual lane or a tri-lane, he's not going to offer too much. It's very easy to kill him when you run at him at the Axe, Battle Hunger, early Battle Hunger, and just running at him with the other support. He's going to be always scared for his life in the laning phase.
I feel like there's just going to be like a Lich Axe off lane from TNC, and that AA is going to just pretty much do nothing. Like they can control the lane, they can even pull, they can just deny so much away from DC's safe lane right now.
And so I think it's a Timber carry?
Well, yeah, I think either Timber safe or...
I don't think it matters that much, like Timber top or Timber bottom with the Lich. I think overall it's just going to be a very good laning phase for TNC. Both Axe and Timber are very, very good at being left alone by the supports. You don't need anyone to actually help you that much. So it fits their game plan right now.
And the only reason I would like Timber bottom lane instead of Axe is because Axe kind of wants to push the lane and pressure them a lot, while Lich wants to deny the wave and keep it back.
But then the other thing is after you win the lane with the Lich sacrificing early, then you want to break the tower, then Axe will come in handy there.
Fair enough. Maybe I could even like do it that they like, do like a lane switch then, because Axe would be very farmed and very high level. That would be something really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you want to go for. Like if you go for the Vanguard first, yes, then you swap him out, go farm your Blink. But if you go for the Blink first, then you want to keep fighting. Really depends on what's the game plan.
What do you think about the Magnus? And we spoke about Void's pretty much only weakness is that he can't push out lanes, and Magnus like solves the problem.
We actually love that combination. I think you and I both talked about it on one of the first days of TI. So I think it's solid, and against triple melee core, it shouldn't be that difficult, honestly, for him to find like decent RPs.
His lane is not like he's not going to be able to pressure the Alchemist. Like I assume if it's mid, it's not going to be able to pressure the Alchemist too much.
But I think they're relying pretty heavily on like just the AA making sure that he hits blast on the Alchemist during fights, and then just having the damage through the Elder Titan inside of the Chronosphere with Empower. I mean that should be enough to kill as long as you can line everything up properly.
Yeah. You know, if Elder Titan actually gets level 2 and you set up a stomp, you get like a really easy skewer into the tower, and that can like lead to a very easy kill.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And just generally, like Elder Titan plus Magnus sets up like really, really good RPs. Like you stomp 2 on the left side, you RP 1 from the right, you score them all together. It's like it sets up for a really, really like, nice setup for Void as well.
Yep, for DC, they have super strong team fight right now, and TNC, they have good lanes, but their team fight isn't as strong. So they're going to look to win their lanes, get objectives, like try to split them up, get the Roshan if possible, they're on Dire.
I mean, DC, like their late game team fight is going to be super strong.
Yeah, they're going to go for another melee core, do you think so?
Or yeah, probably. They should. Else you wouldn't pick Magnus.
Ember / anyone who can maybe really utilize
Ember would be really good, I think. I mean, maybe not in the laning phase, but in the sense that you would be able to almost indefinitely defend high ground.
Just if you go for any other options as well, your laning phase is regardless. It's gonna be really hard this game for DC.
Like DC will have to take mid-late game. I don't think they can win early. Like they will have to weather the storm a bit in the mid game.
Well, is there any pick that can allow them to play early?
There's the Ember.
Well, there's Ember, but I don't think Ember is like a very great laner regardless.
But the thing is, if you look at the way that DC want to play, they're obviously okay with going late. So the only catch on TNC is actually the Axe.
How about a Rubik here? There's a lot of spells to steal. And
You mean
have
for
lift.
TNC?
Yeah, for.
That's like a Rubik's wet dream right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of spells, and you have lift that would solve some of your problems with disable.
Rubik is ownage. I would really love to see Rubik here. Wait, it's gonna be Demon playing Lich? Have we seen him play Rubik a whole lot? I don't think so.
No, I don't think they've picked Rubik.
Don't you want somebody to control the lanes a bit more, since you know that Lich is fairly static? Like, don't you want something that's going to help you to be able to secure at least one rune?
Like a Tusk sort of hero.
Some kind of roaming hero.
Yeah, roaming hero.
I wouldn't even mind Bounty, honestly.
Yeah, then you can just leave your safe lane alone. Like Tusk, Axe or Timber, they don't really care being left alone. So that would definitely be a possibility too.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too, because if you have that, it's going to allow the Alchemist to... Like, it's very important that you have a hero that secures runes for Alchemist. That is super crucial for his early game.
And
right
also
now,
hero can stack for him.
I mean, right now you could say that the Axe could secure one side of the rune for him, you know? Like, but ideally you want another support that can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen TNC huddle up a bit there. Hopefully they didn't forget to save the pick again.
Oh, looking to
the combo breaker.
The combo breaker.
It's actually a perfect hero here.
I actually forgot they ran this before.
Yeah, they did. And they owned.
Yeah, it was very, very good. I'm still going to say DC. I think that their lineup is just a little bit more stable during the late game.
Like, the only way DC really lose is if the silencer gets out of control and breaks too many combos for them, I think. So DC has an easier lineup.
I'm going to go with TNC. Sorry, guys.
I'm neutral.
It's okay.
Let's see how this game ends up playing out as we begin to dive in. It's game number 2. We'll throw it over now to Toby1 and Merlini.
What an interesting world we live in. TNC one victory away from a top 6, at least finish here at TI6, potentially eliminating Digital Chaos. Both these teams have already won $500,000, so huge prize pool for this competition, but everyone wants the trophy. Everyone wants to get as far through this competition as possible and maybe make that grand final. Does TNC have what it takes to 2-0 DC, especially with this draft?
I don't know. DC have gone for a different face here. Let's jump into the game and see if they can make this heavy team fight lineup work. We haven't seen too much of Magnus recently. We've seen a lot of Silencer coming out from DC, or from TNC rather, and that's going to be the most important hero by far in this game. All right. I'm doing my predictions, Toby. You go on.
I know you do every time. You're all about those compendium points. For all those people out there that probably took the gamble, do I put DC, do I take TNC, the double best of 3s they have to play? Because that day doesn't end after this series. The winner of this will play up against eHome in our 3rd series of the day. So they have a little bit of time to think before going up against a team who ran a marathon with EG last night. So you want to make this as quick and efficient as possible. And TNC, they're off to a good start with that. You go into Sam, he had a terrific game with the Batrider. With his initiations, that early kills on Moo, and Moo's going to stare him down already, jumping over the river. Okay, yeah, he's come. Moo, you are a long way up here. Cuckoo's right next to him. He'll punch him once. You got Time Walk to get away, and he's on the thin part of the river, so he can easily get back to the other side, but you'll go down into the river and run away. This means Alchemist will be able to take bottom rune. That may be another reason why DC is grouping up in the way they are. The Stomp being leveled up by Misery will put them all to sleep, and he's going to steal that bounty rune away from Raven. The Timber Chain up from Cuckoo, up to the high ground of the DC jungle. So it will be a rune apiece. Demon was the other man to take the rune.
At least Alchemist didn't actually skill Greeple's Greep first. Sometimes you do want that level 1 acid spray, but controlling Alchemist runes is the name of the game for DC and for TNC. Both sides need to really concentrate on that. Silencer's not the best roamer in the early game to secure his lane, and I think as the draft analyst mentioned, the stomp into the skewer back into the tower, especially on a low armor hero like Alchemist, it could be very problematic for him before hitting Chemical Rage.
Yeah, which is why you look to see Lich amplify them. You get that Frost Armor nice and early, helps the Timber Saw before the early damage could be done when his reactive armor charges haven't begun stacking. Help out the Alchemist on that front too, so it's not just about controlling up the lanes, it's about buffing these 2 cores on the mid and bot for TC. But I also want to keep my eyes on this top lane. Once again, we get this melee versus melee, Sam versus Moo, the Axe versus the Void.
And this time Sam has a safe lane, a little bit easier to pull that side camp, and he can stack up that pool camp as he wills.
Wondering what his full build's going to be. Like, is there a reason to get early points up in call, or is it almost worth getting the extra tick damage with the Battle Hunger against the Faceless Void?
The level 1 in Battle Hunger is really nice for the extra move speed, so you can actually catch up.
Oh, mid lane, the skewer. Weeha actually dragging Raven a long way back. He does have a Shockwave level 1, but the damage. Oh, bottom lane will also be another kill. It's Elder Titan who finds the kill on the Lich.
And this bottom lane is a huge struggle for TNC. Timbersaul's still level 1, and with your Lich lane, you're going to deny a lot of experience with sacrifice, but the instant you give him a kill,
Stomp's going to keep him down here. Misery pulls out of the Stomp, dragging the Spirit over. Cuckoo does actually have a way out if he can chain to the other side of the river. Able to do so. Resolution won't reach him there. So lost his support, but keeps his own life.
they're still losing this lane pretty darn badly. Magnus gets a bounty rune. Perhaps Raven was scared of the skewer or got hit by it.
Well, after that last little tussle in mid lane, it's not much of a surprise. Misery actually gets in front, trying to body block up Cuckoo. He timber chains away, but having to walk a long way away from that bottom lane. This gives Resolution some really good space on bot. Uncontested farm for him. You'll loop around and grab that regeneration rune. Sat there for a full 30 seconds before Cuckoo picked it up.
And you have to be very concerned for TNC if they're losing their early game. Their lineup's built to
this could help. Courier snipe attempt coming out from AU. The Observer Ward's in the lane, so he'll see it perfectly. It's still 10 seconds before that Courier can fly. So AU, it's the easiest walkout he ever has to do. And there it is. The bottle is lost for Weeha.
That is not the hero that you expect to do a Courier snipe. Normally, Lich is just the one, you know, sit in lane, sit in the back, stacking and eating up melee creeps.
He rotates early instead. Sam on Moo, misses the call. Demon's going to rotate over. He has his Arcane Curse up in 1 second time, so Moo, no time walk. 5 seconds till his back off cooldown. He'll run down into the river. But no one else will stop him. He's well away.
So still yet a bounty rune for old Raven. And now Lich has gone to his lane now that Timbersaw is actually getting some okay levels. Looks like he'll get a wave down on bottom and almost at silver 3, but he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Resolution's chasing him down. The Flame Guard is up. He also have that Chilling Touch, the bonus damage. Cuckoo chains away. Resolution keeping his distance, making sure Cuckoo doesn't kill him with an easy Timber Chain back again. Cuckoo's low enough, one more attack, and it's not enough from the AA on 5 HP. Chains down, Cuckoo still alive, but the attack from the tower will guarantee the kill. And Digital Chaos add 2 to the board.
He got a lot of damage onto them, though, and Resolution had blow us out, but he's still at critical HP. He doesn't have any HP regen. He's actually still doing okay. He expended a lot of their resources when they went for that kill. But DC have way stronger team fight, especially if Silencer is a little bit under-leveled, and I'm very concerned that the Alchemist isn't going to get enough, and the other heroes are also not getting enough. How are they going to create space for an Alchemist to greed it up?
Oh. They really can't, not when they got to farm up the Axe even more. But Alchemist does have himself a triple stack. He's going to farm up now. He's got a 3-0-2 build. And got Mud Golems and Satyr, so it's sort of like the dream stack for an Alchemist at the moment. So there should be some good injection of money. No rotation to middle lane. Demon's not going to be there to soak up the experience. In fact, right now, he's trying to stack and slow down Moo or stop Moo from doing his own pull. While Moo blocks a bottom lane. Nice fight there for the Ember and the AA together, so they get the Timbersaw down. And as DC, who are off to a really good start here in game 2.
Yeah, great combination that they have there in the bottom lane.
Oh, Misery. What a nice time to come over. You can push Moo off that top lane. But Raven into the Stomp. Misery going to bring that Spirit back in again. How much does he punch for? Not really enough, but at least he's stalling up this farming of Raven. As Weeha! Skewers forward, hits the level 3 Shockwave, and the Alchemist will drop, but more importantly, these stacks are so low that Weeha can finish them himself. This is really good money. This will actually help him finish up his Arcane Boots early on.
And on top of that, DC have placed Observer Wards deep into the jungle so that Alchemist can't continue stacking. They place a Sentry Ward to block the camp that they just stole from them. How is Alchemist going to get back in this game, especially when there's an AA on the opposite side? Normally you'll see like AA come out immediately before a ban phase so that you can ban out that AA. It's one of the hardest counters. I would say, especially if you go for armlet build, which it looks like Raven is going for. And this early game is getting ugly.
Weehaw playing around with Raven. He's got that RP available, but he's baiting it against Raven at the moment. Almost enticing Raven to come close bottom lane. Cuckoo, Timber Chain up. They need a little bit more damage. There's no Sleight of Fist, but Resolution. He's going to go diving for this one. Cuckoo already triggering up the healing sound, so good regeneration coming his way. Sucks are a little bit too deep, however, and with Demon right behind him, Timber Chain well off target from Cuckoo. Couldn't find the perfect line. It is a level 2. Sasuke makes a break for the tree line. He's got his TP scroll available, and he does it. No Whirling Death. He's out of here. They won't find the kill. TNC dragging 3 heroes over, looking for that poor little ancient apparition, and unable to get him.
Still a blank on the scoreboard for TNC.
It's almost unheard of with TNC.
They're losing out on XP despite having a Lich. They're barely ahead in gold despite having Alchemist. And I think it's just...
Is Raven dead again? He can skewer RP Shockwave and kill off Raven. It's not going to take that much from Weehaw.
Not when Chemical reaches up. He's just looking to steal some stacks.
Oh, able to take out most of it. In fact, he got practically all of it from the Alchemist. The Dire's going to scan, try and see where their exit is. As Lich moves over, Observer Ward on the hillside, sees Weehaw and Misery. He's got to stay in the tree line. There's no Radiant Observer Ward that scouted the Lich. So just waits for DC, the threat to pass by. Misery wants to Spirit behind the tower. Demon does have no mana, and it's actually the Lich who's in trouble. The Stomp slowing him down. Weehaw RPs just to turn the Lich around. He couldn't get the skewer back without using the RP. And yet another kill going the way of DC. 5 in total now.
Too easy for them with the Elder Titan roaming around in the early game. Like, normally Magnus, it's pretty difficult to get skewers off nowadays, but with Misery there, they have no kill potential too. Like, who's actually going to roam around and stop the Elder Titan from invading your jungle, placing observer wards, just messing with whoever's jungling?
Yeah, it seems really odd. Like a Silencer and a Lich are just too passive to give any kind of lane presence. So the Axe isn't doing anything. Sam is just trying to rapidly approach that Blink Dagger. So then finally, TNC will have some jump control.
They wanted self-sufficient laners, but I think the biggest problem was that Timbersaw, he really needs like level 2, level 3 maybe, and he just got that a little bit too slowly on the bottom lane. And the Lich died, which just propelled the DC supports to get to this treacherous early mid-game.
They're actually tanking up on the Axe, so he's building a Vanguard after the armlet gets completed over on the Alchemist. So the armlet timing's not terrible.
But they still don't have
the Alchemist. Yeah, there's still no jump.
And Elder Titan smoking back into the Dire jungle. Still maybe a third duration left on the Reservoir Ward. Misery going for the Stomp and the Steal, and like he can just do this.
He Spirit kills the first Wild Wing, punches the second. And all this money means so much to Raven, having that greed.
Wait, what is Magnus going for? Is he going for an Echo Saber?
Will be surprising if he does. Like an Echo Saber, that is. The Orchid I can understand.
Orchid first on Mag? I'm not sure.
Demon. Magnus. He's just sitting underneath the tower. Weehaw didn't have RP available. Demon's probably well aware of this.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want it? It's the mind games of these boys. What a nice bounty rune that will be taken by Magnus and not Raven. Can't remember the last time I saw Raven actually pick up a bounty rune, if at all.
10 minutes, he just has an armlet at the moment. Very far behind in his progression towards the Radiance. Do you even want to go for Radiance this game? I guess he has to. There's not really another option. It's also really good at stopping the eventual Blink Dagger, maybe from Magnus. I'm still not sure what he's going for. Oh, looks like he's picked up something on the chicken, and it will be Echo Saber.
Okay. Weehaw looking for that bonus damage.
Also, the mana regeneration is really nice, because he didn't opt for Arcane Boots. He can always disassemble it later.
Resolution, really getting shredded up hard by Cuckoo. But he does have that double damage rune. The Ice Blast on the way in, hits on Cuckoo. And that allows Misery just punch him into death.
There's just no threats on TNC. They've already dealt with the Alchemist, and no one else is really posing any issue.
They're looking to Weeha.
Maybe they skewer away.
How do you stop him? You don't even have a concoction stun available. They find Moo. He's an easier target, but the Chrono's over on 3. Time Walk will be available in a moment. Weeha lining himself up for a good skewer. They're almost all there. Started with the RP, pulls out of it at the last moment, getting back to his own tier 1 tower. Remember that RP is still available. He locks in Sam, but it's only so he can run back to his tier 1 tower. No call available, and TNC pull out of the fight. The Ice Blast is on the way, and they realize they did not find the opening.
They're just trying to delay both timings to the point where DC can just have massive team fights with their ultimate. TNC don't want that to happen. Immediately smoke up, post failed gank.
Are they going to steal the Radiant stack? Moo doesn't have Time Walk to jump across this. They put down the Observer, and they see just how low Moo is as well.
It's a nice pick-me-up for the Alchemist.
He really did need something. Now up to almost 2,500 gold. Doesn't get lucky with the rune. It's going to be an Arcane, but still he'll take whatever he can get. Resolution's pinging for the bottom lane. Don't know if he thinks he can go to Cuckoo with a Spirit forward from both the ET and the Ember Spirit. Yep, there it is, Spirit forward, Searing Chains, the Stomp, perfect timing, cancelling the tether away, and the Ice Blast flies in. But it's Resolution's damage that finds the kill.
And the first Global Silence has been wasted in vain as Timbersaw falls. And I thought maybe they could make a kill with that, especially if they go on the Faceless Void or the Magnus.
Spirit's going again, right in behind, looking for the Stomp over on Lich. Lich far enough away again. Elder Titan pulling out of the Stomp. It is still on cooldown, but they won't really care when it zones him out. Axe really just running in even though there's no tier 1 tower.
He needs Blink, but they already have a jungle occupant in the Alchemist.
Yep. That's why they've been trying to stack up the camps next to the Secret Shop as well as the Ancients.
At least the Radiant Observer Ward in the Dire Jungle has expired, so TNC catch a breath of relief as they can farm up their camps in safety. But I don't know, they're still like a long ways away from being in really good fighting shape.
Oh. When you have an Ancient Apparition that for the last 3-4 minutes has been sitting on the top lane where the Dire tier 1 tower used to be and has not been contested at all, you know there's problems for TNC.
Oh, there's so many problems for them. Like, everyone can just go where they want. Elder Titan's just been in the jungle, just farming out lanes, like, no problem. Yep. And before the Axe Blink Dagger, there's really still just no catch, no jump, no disables that they can rely on. Once the one level unstable concoction up finally for the Alchemist.
The only real big advantage for TNC is the fact that the Alchemist still is top net worth, and by 2.4k. That's exactly where he would like to be. It's come at a sacrifice to the rest of his team, but if the Alchemist can get big enough, maybe they can stand up against a fight of DC.
It's so easy to hit an AA on in this game. Sometimes, you know, if your lineup is spaced around someone that... Watching this smoke.
Sam is dead. Over next to Secret Shop. Resolution actually has Searing Chains up in 1 second time. The Ice Blast is available. It won't fly in. In fact, they just Chronosphere. They got to cancel that TP into the mid lane. Except the fact the Axe is dead. And maybe they can actually get a revenge kill here, TNC. They find Saxa up in the trees. Lich is moving over, so Frost Blast to be available. And yes, there is finally a +2 for Demon. That's his first +2 of the game. It's the first kill of TNC's game. They may actually not get out this one scot-free. Misery's not going to do enough. There's not enough rotation. They're too busy taking out the tier 1 tower in mid.
Dire's middle tower is under
every
attack.
one of DC's heroes can set up for an Ice Blast for the AA. TNC can't really farm safely for long.
And the draft panel was saying, man, like DC's team fight is unbelievably good. TNC needed to win their laning phase, and like they definitely haven't. Demon. Well, he's in trouble. Hang around a little bit. You can drop all the items you want on the ground. But now the Stomp, well, the Magnus, he'll go down to the Lich. It's Demon who's being chased down by Misery. Not going to happen. It was the Magnus in the mid lane who died underneath the Dire tier 2.
When we thought Jimmy had tossed aside his old ways.
He's one game up at TI. He's just going to have a little bit of fun. Cuckoo, are you here for a courier snipe? Like, he's here to creep skip, actually, but the courier will fly over the Dire Observer Ward. Cuckoo was doing this on the bottom lane as well, trying to force a reaction out from DC so they can't just group up, rotate around, and find kills.
They're mostly trying to expand on the territory that they can farm, because Timbersaw just, he needs Bloodstone, he needs to tank up too, so that he can be at the forefront of their
free kill
fight.
No way Lich can survive through that one, even with the extra curse from Demon. There's no control. The Lich will die again. That's 3 now for him.
So another game plan might change. The Alchemist has Radiance, so perhaps they can take a fight, but
You
the
still need
items
the
are
blink.
coming in are swift. Yeah.
Sam still needs the 200. There is an Ancient stack which you could farm up. That'll give him the 200 he's looking for.
Yeah, or alternatively he has to wait maybe 30 seconds for a camp on the top, but they've had to expend a lot of sentry wards.
Here comes DC again into the Dire jungle. You can stack whatever camps you want, but it's not going to help you. And actually it looks like a lot of TPs, very obvious TPs, underneath the creep wave. Cuckoo, as well as AU coming down to the Radiant Ancients. This is Sam's last bit of money, so now he does have the cash for the Blink Dagger. But the push is coming from DC on top lane, so even if TNC, like, you heavy TP to the bottom lane, now you're going to walk up to the top to stop Mu as well as Resolution from freely taking your tier 2.
Well, they have a smoke, and they don't quite yet have the blink, but this is just so obvious. Everyone had already TP down in the bottom lane. They have to show one of their heroes. I think Alchemist has to show in the mid lane before they can actually make a move. DC already have very deep observer wards too, just outside the T3. Here they go.
Yeah, maybe they can get lucky. Mu is walking down into TC's clutches to blink up. They find the call with the Timber Chain. Have they got enough damage? Mu, no! He'll time walk it out. The Culling Blade was cancelled by Sam at the last moment. Now the Global Silence Resolution came in to help. Mu will drop. The Culling Blade bonus. Ice Blast is on the way. It's going to hit pretty hard, but it doesn't matter when the Culling Blade can do its work. The Ember and Void losing their lives, and TNC catch a break, slowing down Misery just for a second. Cuckoo. Level 4 Timber Chain, they'll have to go over the river to find this, the blink. They get the extra movement speed, there's no tree there. Into the Storm from Misery. Sam underneath the tier 1 tower with no Ice Blast. They may not want to turn and fight this one. And TNC may just count their lucky stars. They called out 2. Magnus comes over, has a Blink Dagger, jumps up, just beating into Cuckoo. That Echo Saber helping out for the damage. TNC overstayed their welcome on the Radiant side of the river.
It's a pretty unique build. Maybe like with that little bit of slow at the start, you can skewer them a little bit easier, or just get solo kills without having to use RP. TNC really did not want to use Global Silence. That's like their big trump card in the team fight, at least until DC get, perhaps Grease, BKB. That's also maybe a reason why he didn't go for the Treads or the Arcane Boots. Maybe he wants to save that item slot for another way to get out of the Global Silence.
Just wondering how much those 2 kills have really impacted DC. Like, we still have to look at this team as, like, their timings are fantastic on a lot of their items, but the Alchemist is getting more and more space. Not having to be involved, stacking up Ancients now, like, with this Ancients going down here, he should crack around 15,000 net worth.
He can team fight, or sorry, he can split push out lanes and farm, but he can't team fight just because of getting, if he has Armlet on especially with the A ulti, he's just gonna flop.
Yeah.
His HP pool is very terrible for a strength hero.
Yeah, the team fight can come later for him, however. And as long as he can get up a couple of Aghanim Scepters, that's a good thing for TNC. Every single hero really benefits from an Aghanim's upgrade, especially the Timber and the Axe.
So Dire scan come out. They scan to the northwest of Mu in the mid lane, and it did hit.
Attempted blink call from Sam. Misery starts with the Ul 7 concoctions there from Raven. The ones being involved in this fight. The call, Misery just gets shredded apart by the Timbersaw. Try to stay up close. Now it's Resolution. And Zuxa, who's on the run. Timber Chain again forward. Chakram can slow him down. Concoction as well. Chaining up, and there's another kill. A double for Cuckoo.
Too many free kills for TNC. They're acting like the Magnus is behind them, because generally that's actually what does happen. Magnus or Faceless Void is just baiting out one of the supports, and then you all go into support, you all get Chronoed or RP'd, and then they all follow up. But they tested it. They checked the bait, and they saw Mu in mid, and Magnus was not there. He's had his blink for a while, but yet to connect with a meaningful RP in quite some time. And TNC, their spoils will be T1 and another jump with the claim for farming.
It's like DC is fueling the TNC fire. more and more money flooding their way. As we're showing before, like the golden experience is coming the way of TNC. They may lose Cuckoo here on the pot. He wants to chain out. Weeha can't keep up with him. You can skewer forward. Shockwave, 1 second on cooldown, but Cuckoo's got the distance. Blink Dagger in 1 second. Ice Blast, perfect spot. Cuckoo will pop. And looks like Magnus has had enough. He actually buys up a Shadow Blade, so we are really looking to get this initiation, and maybe finally we can see DC use their superior team fight against TNC.
The Shadow Blade is one of the best items versus an illusion-based Radiance carry, because if you... Ooh.
They concocting? Yeah, they're coming in for this. The blink call off target with a double stun! Raven finding Weeha! He'll burn through him! The Alchemist finds the kill in the Ancient Apparition, and now with a Stomp Misery, trying to create some space. Resolution's in here as well. Moo, Chrono's on the axe, but where is the damage? Resolution with a Sleight of Fist, trying to help out. The crack will come as well. The Alchemist already killed up the other Titan, but Sam is still alive. The Sleight of Fist searing chains, the Lich Only will not bounce. Resolution, Spirit available. Does he want to go up? And nope, he'll go away instead. DC have had enough. No more kills going the way of TNC, but that's still a 3-for-1 trade-off, and all you lost was the axe.
Look at that Observer Ward right there, though, that set that fight up for them. That was the one that just made the Magnus, like, he got caught out in the river, and they had vision of him during nighttime because of the Observer Ward, and were able to connect with the stun. It was a quick blink dodge by him, but inadvertently killed his teammate.
So top lane, Raven. Ice Blast will connect, so Resolution. He can actually fight this. He needs to drop him down lower. Sleight of Fist Searing Chain now off cooldown, and the Alchemist will finally be brought down. Ember Spirit, almost 800 gold for that kill. A much needed one for DC. One just to stop Alchemist from farming a full minute where he is just on the sidelines and no money.
And they need a lot more picks like that. Magnus going in with his new Shadow Blade.
Cuckoo.
Get a kill on Cuckoo. He does have a Bloodstone, but DC looking for more.
Weeha can't blink up at the moment. He has to wait it out.
But this is the best way to deal with Alchemist. You can just Shadow Blade past the Radiance illusions, and he has no idea, because almost all the illusion space carries will use their illusions to scout and force you to use smoke or something similar, in this case Shadow Blade, to bypass those. And we actually don't see it picked up, I think, often enough. I like the way that EG played yesterday and just bought tons of Shadow Blades in the late game. With a slight range decrease on the Gem of True side, it becomes much more difficult to scout out for these sort of engagements.
Weeha can't find his opening. Shadow Blade can't reach Cuckoo. He's holding right underneath his own tower. The Lich, however, feels a little bit more exposed. The gem carrier for TNC. Farming up in the lane. And now it's DC's time to maneuver. 4 heroes smoke. Of course, that Dire Observer Ward, I believe, did actually see it. And of course, TNC, they're smoked, waiting on the hillside for DC to come in. The line was drawn by Jimmy, but they didn't go in closer. In fact, now they will come out and go to the Radiant side of the river. Dire will scan, they'll realize that DC didn't back up. Instead, they jump forward. They find the Alchemist again. They push him away from the Ice Blast. So they have to do this the hard way. Global silence will happen, but the kill has already been done. And now Cuckoo caught out of position too. He came to help, but now he's locked in time and space. That's his Bloodstone charges starting to drop, and DC starting to rack up some kills, even finding the Courier as well. A quick punch. That double damage on Weeha, and they even have Silencer. Do they know? Jimmy, he's in the tree line. Moo will come in, he'll cut, and Demon caught out. Roshan he's open for the taking, as well as the tier 2 tower.
What's he doing there?
He was wishing, hoping, thinking, and praying that DC would walk past him.
I was half expecting him to plant a tree to the right side, and he just trapped himself in there. No branch in his inventory, though. But that was a really nice scan from DC. They scouted out at the secret shop. Once it hits red, you know the whole team's not sitting behind the Alchemist. You jump the Alchemist. Even if teammates help, you can catch him out with a Phase Blade. There was only one there, but let's say the whole team were there. They could easily catch him out with a Stomp, RP, and DC really flexing their muscles and showing how strong their team fight actually is. And it hasn't even really escalated to a 5-on-5 brawl, which DC would really like to do, but TNC are trying to avoid at all costs with the split pushing Alchemist.
Back to farming. Resolution starting to rack up the damage. He's, well, there's a Mana Star recipe on the Courier, but it's his Crystallis, which is also there.
Well, we may be trying to look for a pick, but he does not have reverse polarity. I think he can actually solo kill the Lich and or Silencer at this point without RP with his Echo Saber. And almost Silver Edge.
Easier way to deal with the Timbersaw at that point, but Timber's also finding himself a survivability item, the Yule Scepter build from Cuckoo. And we're reaching the point as well where Raven's going to start the 6th slot. Like he's almost at the point where he can complete up his Octarine. And we just need to have that one armor item from him, be it Shiva's or be it AC.
Yes, but you also have to consider Ember Spirit's farm. He's actually way more farm than normal this game. And combine that with Empower, he's actually, I would say, fairly close to the net worth output of the Alchemist.
Still want to see how long it's going to take for TNC to start sharing out the Aghanim Scepter, start amplifying these cores who had to sacrifice so much for the glory of Raven.
The Ag Scepters won't solve that much. They need additional items. You need a lot of physical mitigation versus the Ember Spirit and the Faceless Void 2, who also has Manta style. Like the right clicks are going to be pretty hard. You can do a lot of damage with the Ag Scepters, but you still need to be able to survive their team fight combo. You need BKBs, you need a lot of other items, like ideally like Heart, maybe Crimson Guard on Axe, so that you can tank up, survive the ultimates, and then force DC to maybe play a little bit later, get refreshers if it gets past 40, 50 minutes.
Prepare for battle, bottom lane. Vision-wise, both teams don't really have an advantage just yet. No Dire Observer on the hill. There's actually Demon walking down under the spirit of Elder Titan. Made it look like he planted an Observer Ward on the hillside. There's Weehar's in a better position on the tree line. Acid Spray makes it a little bit more difficult to get close and blink over.
TNC are especially careful about the Magnus Shadowblade. They've been playing very well around it. Most of the time you'll see this catch a lot of players off guard just because it's not terribly common that you see that. No one's really gotten Silver Edge and solo killed. No one's gotten Shadowbladed and skewered back, aside from that one time with the Alchemist with the smoke.
Just smart, patient play. Now coming out from both sides. Especially for TNC to slow down this game. They haven't slowed down the experience gain, however. That's now up at around 6,000, almost 7,000 in favor of Digital Chaos. The gold leans their way a little bit. Now bottom lane, Cuckoo trapped inside that Chronosphere. Sleight of Fist from Resolution is there. Cuckoo, however, can Timber chain himself away. A very, very tanky Timber. Also it is one charges. A little bit too late there on the Blink Searing Chains.
With no Chronosphere and no BKB yet on the Mag,
they want to fight. Concoction is being, okay, they use it on the illusions, and then the jump forward, the RP! Demon and Raven caught out, the Sleight of Fist burning off that little bit of life that he had, and Raven, the Lich Holding, how much counter damage is there? It still bounces around. Now Resolution tries to spirit away, he's too slow, Concoction will hold him there, but the support from DC, now it can move over. After they killed off the Lich, they can look towards the Cause Misery. The Stomp can't actually get it down in time. Saska will take the gem, run away. Mu actually grabs the other gem, starts his TP, the Concoction will fly, Mu will drop, the gem will be regathered in a take three fight.
Some misspells there. Ancient Apparition just narrowly missed on the Ice Blast onto the Alchemist, which would surely have killed him that fight. So we actually blinks out as Demon is casting his curse, gets a very slick two-man RP coming out from them. But look at where Raven was. He was just outside the edge of that and was able to clean up these multiple heroes. At least Resolution escapes at the end of the day.
Yeah, that is the upside. Keeping Resolution away from that death counter. Because the more farm he's got, the better it is for DC. Split push becomes a lot faster, becomes a lot more efficient.
He has 6-slotted in the general sense. Moonshard, maybe replace your armlet with something, but we usually see that after
Demon.
X.
We don't really want to have a move in for that. Demon is very, very low. He'll get a regenerating urn charge. And then the Ice Blast on the way up. It's going to fly over the top. So there's a chill effect. Global Silence. They're trying to keep Resolution on the front lines. It's going to be successful. 76 seconds without Resolution. He just bought the Daedalus. And Cuckoo's looking for another opening. They jump the double chrono. It caught Sam before he could get the call off. Now Weeha, RP in 5, 4, 3. Wait for the extra 2 and 1. Then he can turn around and fight, but maybe this is too late. The Ancient Apparition are hunted to death by the axe. Nu and Weeha are on the run east.
But they, That's a common thing that happens. So you're like, oh, this large team fight just happened, and sometimes you forget about the ultimate. Ember Spirit forgot about the global silence. Demon died during the initial RP at that fight and still had it up. He does not have an anti-global silence build. Normally you'll see Manta style. Occasionally you'll see Yules or BKB on the Ember Spirit, but the Manta style is far more common. Maybe a Lotus Orb Diffusal from one of your teammates, but he's not a sufficient carry.
RP, how much damage have you got? Weeha, how much life have you got? Not a lot of it. As the curse is over on Mu, Weeha will just have to blink and TP himself out. Mu on the run, the courier flies over the top of him, and Concoction arriving from the left. Mu, time walk is up. It's like he was waiting for the jump into mid, some kind of like exit strategy, but it never really arrived.
The Curse of the Silent is also just incredibly good versus the Void, who always uses time walk and multiple time dilations if he can during a fight. And looks like TNC will dodge the AA ultimate, maybe perhaps expecting that. And
should flag too, that's been upgraded.
Yeah.
Because he went for the Hand of Midas early on. Now you have the Ancient Apparition with an Aghanim Scepter.
Still, they haven't actually been able to connect on too many ultimates. Even the last team fight near the mid T1, it missed. They have to hit it on Raven.
Is TNC having really good positioning, staying split up? With Axe and Timber being so aggressive, these fights become slightly chaotic in positioning.
And with Alk just being a monster, he's out on the front line, and you ideally want to hit with like a really large AA blast. Is it actually going to go for the... Close?
It was too late. It was still on cooldown for way too long. As TNC repairing almost all the damage of both Experience, as well as now having the advantage in the net worth. It's a fun comeback in for TNC after what was a decent start for DC. And there's a BKB, so Raven hasn't stopped spending money on himself. He buys a full BKB. Wonder what he's dropping for that.
Armlet, generally.
Well, they're having a little bit of trouble at home. Weeha attacking into the tier 3 towers, forces the TP back from the Timbersaw. Raven will still take the tier 2 tower on bot lane.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But it's like he's getting this BKB. Is it so they can go high ground? Is that what they're looking for?
I think it's so he doesn't die to the AA plus. They don't have that much magic damage actually on their team. I'm a little surprised that he's going for BKB. Maybe so he doesn't get caught by like the stomp to a stomp onto the Alchemist will lose in the fight. If AA still has sold it.
Well, he's definitely not going back. He sold the full armlet. So he's not looking to like interchange items at all.
Yeah.
And now with this Ancient Set going to go down, he should have enough money for a full Axe.
Who is first? I don't think Lich. Axes is marginal, so Timbersaw Silencer are the main options. I'd probably say Silencer is the best one. He's also a very high priority target in the fights. I think even the extra HP, aside from the benefits that Axe Scepter gives you to your ultimate, is invaluable to him surviving.
And how long ago did Weeha start up this Silver Edge build and just abandon it halfway through?
What happened? He still has the recipe, but still hasn't committed. At least he's going for anti-BK or anti-global. Everyone on the team, I think, needs.
Need the BKB.
You don't have to get BKB. It's like we see Ember Spirit. He has the Yasha now. So Manta Style's 1. We see Manta Style also on the Face's Voice. So 2 of the 5 heroes. Magnet's going for BKB. That's 3. And then Yules on the Elder Titan. Yules is not that great because you can't like instantly use it and then instantly use another spell afterwards. You want the ones that don't disable you. So Lotus Orb, I think, is a really popular choice if you can afford it.
All right, drumroll. Demon and Sam are standing around him. The Aghanims is coming out in the courier at the moment. And it looks like the Axe is staying closer. Who wants it? Who wants it? They're pinging. Demon's pinging himself.
Yeah.
The selfish captain.
I think it's more important on Silencer. It's only between those two, though. Oh, Timbersaw actually being Timbersaw or Demon. I don't think you give the X, though. X, it's like, the calling is not that important. It's far more important that Silencer is able to use his. Okay.
The push is coming in from DC on the top lane.
Is Timber strong enough to fight in these fights?
We're going to find out. TNC are forcing one. They're coming straight down the mid to the tier 2 tower. Top lane's already forced out a fair way. Resolution can keep going with it and then TP back, but he'll decide to TP back earlier. Moo's also home. So it'll be a tier 2 tower. Weeha is the man that keeps the push going.
They do this quite often, the smoke into the Observer Ward placement. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but TNC like
this
want to
TP
get
back.
really
It's a
based
trap on top lane. Weeha, he's going to try and RP this one. Pull him back. Connect on the Ice Blast into Raven. Is the damage going to be enough to get through the Alchemist? There's the BKB actually paying off dividends. Weeha will trigger his own. They have to get out of here. But Weeha is waiting. He's still got a couple seconds left on this BKB. So he will be fine. Even if Cuckoo can cut down all of the trees on the map, it won't matter. Immunity was there to allow the TP out.
Nice item swap from Alchemist.
It allows him to stand his ground and fight. The TNC now have vision inside the DC base. Their sentry ward's over on Saxa. But he doesn't have, like, there's no gems, so they're not easily going to see that Olb's inside the base. And he actually threw the sentry outside the base.
What happened to their gem?
Well, I'm seeing one over on Demon, but yeah, that's the one that belongs to Misery. Demon currently has the gem.
Is the other one in their stash or something? I don't actually see the other one.
It's on the courier. As AU's gem on the courier. Cuckoo being surrounded on bottom lane. Again, Magnus preparing. He's going to be in a good spot just to skewer back the Ice Blast. Only going to get the chill effect, but that will be enough to stop the regeneration. TP support's on the way from TNC, and now is DC having to battle the double Sharkrams too early on the Culling Blade. This will allow Ancient Apparition to stand. He's going to use the TP out. Where's the damage to Lich ulti? It'll off the stun. Now, at least they get the Ancient Apparition, but with that much support committed by TNC, you're expecting them to get a little bit more.
Timbersaw is deceptively tanky. I was like, does he really have enough items to warrant giving him an axe? But with the Frost armor, they actually don't have an easy way to burst him down. They're majority physical damage right now. And with the Frost armor, he'll just get reactive stacks if you try and burst him down early. It's going to take a while for them unless they hit a wombo combo on top of him.
We have patience. He Silver Edge walked straight past Cuckoo. It was moving like he knew exactly where he was, and that's because he did have an inkling. And Observer Ward's over near the Radiant stack. Misery going to loop around the back of Cuckoo, yules him up, keep him out of the fight. But all of TNC is grouping up on the bottom lane. The Ancient Apparition will be up in 10 seconds time. Fortification is available for DC as well, so they can stop this push, buy time for the A to respawn. But Cuckoo, you are really deep. He's almost a fountain, but he also almost killed off Misery. Now chained up, they'll use him. There is your Global Silence. Faceless Void dropping, trying to keep the TNC entrapped by the Chrono. Not possible. Suicide needs to be done. The Sleight of Fist, the Stomp. Lich is so low, under 100 life. One attack from the Ancient Apparition will do it. And now is also in the corner. Sam, nowhere to go. Tries to call for the extra armor. It will not be enough, and TNC little overconfident going that deep.
They have to kill the Ember Spear.
They're going to fight Demon. Stomp from Misery. It's going to take too long. Yule Scepter. Ooh, couldn't get the vision in time.
The Ember Spirit is, this is a secret that you want. This is, that's a secret. This is the lineup that you want to go laking with. This is a secret lineup, the Magnus Ember Spirit that they used at Frankfurt Major, and it's still relevant. These two heroes are just largely unchanged. And if you let it get to this point where he, I think he took down 70-80% of Lich's HP with one crit.
Yep.
Your supports are going to die. And Lich doesn't even have a Ghost Scepter, no armor. He went for a pipe instead. Deal with the AA ulti.
I still can't believe the DC basically defended that, without Misery and without the Faceless Void. There was no Chrono time. There was no nothing from DC. And TNC still didn't take the tower or the fight.
The Timbersaw tried to split them up. DC are strongest when they're all clumped up, TNC's all clumped up, and then someone's going to get hit at least a 2-man RP minimum or 2-man Chronosphere. But if you have the Timbersaw on the front line, you can start disabling the Blinks, you can get rid of their Yule Scepters, you can maybe force an early BKB out, and TNC can also file in around the Timbersaw, circle around him so that you aren't clumping up as you're pushing up the hill. The way that you push up the hill normally is just suicide versus the lineup. It was a nice attempt, but it was just a little bit too deep. Timbersaw going to T-Force. If he had gotten the Elder Titan kill right on the spot, then it would have been great. But Ember Spirit is who they need.
You almost had it. It'll be a lot harder next time. Now that Force Staff's over on Misery, he'll have the way just to push himself outside of the Chakrams.
Yeah, they need to blink call onto the Ember Spirit. That's something that Force Staff won't help against, and that's the lockdown.
Is Resolution going straight for Rapier, walking around with this relic on him?
I don't really see why not. I don't think he's going to die in these fights.
Well, Demon's looking to kill him off as, nope, Demon can watch him slide a fist the wave down and not have enough damage. But that courier is making his trek all the way up to the Radiant shop. There's not enough money on him. He still needs another 200 before he can buy the full rapier. As another Aghanim set to now gets purchased up by Raven.
I'm contemplating whether or not it's warranted
silencer?
at this point. It's warranted right now. What?
He's already bought the Moon Shard, so with the money, he may as well be buying something. The only downside is he sacrifices his buyback.
Demon drops
no, he doesn't.
gem? What does he do?
I don't know. What is Demon doing? Bottom lane. Oh, the Chrono is there. It holds Cuckoo in position. The Timbersaw down a half-life. Moon now has to time walk himself away. The global silence. They wait it out. Raven going to stun himself. If he can't get vision of somebody, the BKB will protect him. They find the Ancient Apparition with the splitter arriving from Misery. Snap it back all together with the RP. They need the cleave. Resolution's not there yet, but he's coming in. They've already lost 2. They'll lose 3 as Raven. He wants to get out of here, but the damage is too much. DC. They will take the fight against TNC.
Moop baited out that global silence so well. He started off with the Chronosphere, he got one of the heroes, and then he manted the last word, forcing Silencer to use his global silence. And then he thinks
There it is.
And then he thinks that Faceless Void is out of ways to get out of silence, but then he has a Diffusal Blade, diffusals himself, and retreats back under the help of his teammates. And now
Alchemist buys back. Weehart just missing the skewer over on Demon. That could have been huge for him. Instead, now they concoct on Faceless Void. That's enough mana to time walk himself out. Resolution brings the Rapier to the front lines. But they're going to back out. For now, they want a good fight.
that looked like it did like almost nothing to Alk.
Yeah. He still had the Empower on him. The Empower was wearing off as he was backing out. But TNC losing that huge advantage they had. Almost 12,000 net worth starting to being repaired. DC having the experience advantage once again. Their second peak for this game.
Yeah, all it takes is like a decent team fight from them. They even jumped the Ancient Apparition very early. The Chronosphere didn't catch more than one hero at the fight, but so much upside to DVC's team fight, and that's only a glimpse of the strength of it.
So at that point, do you say TNC should just, again, go back to what they were doing before, like the full split? Or can they not do that because of the Ember?
I don't think they can do that because of the Alchemist. The Alchemist, he doesn't really have that much to farm for anymore. He doesn't have his buyback right now, but that's what you're buying time for in the early game. Okay, Alchemist is going to farm faster than anyone else, but at this point, he's going to farm faster than anyone else, but he can't really put his gold to use, so there's not really any point in farming. So they have to fight. They have to win team fights versus DC. There's no other way around it. You're not going to chip them to death with Radiant solutions.
Well, they just smoked up. It was out of range of the Observer Ward. They do see DCs, but DC, they smoke up as well. All five men together. That Sentry Wall was being attacked in mid, and this may be enough of an inkling for DC to realize, yep, Resolution. Where are they? They're trying to find it. Weeha runs in, the Silver Edge, the RP to catch out too. Sam goes in deeper, looking for the call, but he can't find the side of fist damage. Lich just explodes. They're looking for more. Misery with a something can keep Sam in check. While Mu battling up against the Timber on the side, but again, Resolution. He just hits like a truck at the moment. They jump over. Now Raven isolated. They're looking good here. It's a triple kill for Resolution. You're probably going to make it an Ultra, except Elder Titan will steal it. But it doesn't matter. TNC with 4 heroes down. None of them have buyback. This is at least 2 lanes of racks.
They try so hard to look for the Ember Spear, but that's what happens when he has Empower and Rapier. No way you can stand against that 700 damage.
Whoa! Cuckoo! Looking for the damage with the BKB to protect him. He's actually done terrible damage to Misery. The Chakrams are still down. Misery 4-staffed out of it. The Yulscepter buys him some time, some survivability. But then Resolution crits for just over 1,000. The Stomp, a fraction of a second off. The Ice Blast, Cuckoo, move away! It's not fast enough! The Ice Blast will take him! And now DC, oh, they wanted 2 lanes of racks, they're gonna get it. But once again, they've got 2 big cores on the sideline. They can go for 3 lanes here at the moment. Because it is a 3-on-5, even if DC are injured. Demon will try and push him back out. No global silence for 45 seconds, even with that Ags upgrade offered by the Alchemist. He still has to wait for it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And DC being very safe. They know if they lost this game, they would be out of the International 2016. So no risk Dota 30 seconds till TNC are back up to 6. Then they have to find the Ice Blast, the Chronosphere. They've caught the Axe out underneath the tier 4 towers. Axe should die just to that while the Magnus skewering back the Lich. There's too many players from TNC dying. The Lich ulti has done some work, but nowhere near enough. Not when the Ancient Apparition has now finally shattered the Axe. The Rack's almost caught Demon. He just got obliterated. Mega's up for DC. The tier 4 towers are the only thing that protects TNC from a GG call. They will have to group up as 5 and have some miracle engagement to come back in this game.
Radiant's top tower is
With a
under
Rapier on the other side, I don't think you GG out here. There's always time for the Rapier throws.
Or if you can find the Ember, maybe it's also time for a second Rapier on Resolution. Kind of needs the Manta to break free of Global.
He has enough money for a second one at this point, and they don't actually have great Rapier carries on the TNC side.
He can go the safer route. Cuckoo caught out, RP from We Are. This could be an easy opening for them to go for deep. 74 seconds without the Timber. They can go deep into the tier 4 towers. Instead, they'll focus on Roshan. Just a free Aegis. It really doesn't take him that long.
There's not really a window that DC's giving TNC at all. They're always sticking around Ember Spirit. As long as Ember Spirit doesn't die, you probably shouldn't lose the game at this point.
That is a very steep climb for the DC graph. So TNC, how the hell do you defend this? You sentry up, you're still looking for that Observer Ward of DC, which is inside the base now. They'll get rid of it.
You hope for a call on the Ember Spirit.
Magnus is slipping in. He's right next to AU. And almost with just pure physical brute damage, he'll almost find the kill, but not enough. The call holding him there. Global Suns as well. But the Chrono from Moo. And actually, he broke free thanks to the Mana Style, keeping Raven in check. The Lich will drop. At least the Axe can keep the Magnus out of this fight, but not for much longer. Weeha just man modes out. Raven goes for a hunt outside the base too, but he's hexed up. He'll concoct himself, and no, they just surround him. It's a 3-man on Alchemist Sandwich, and TNC. Game number 2 goes to DC. And Demon willingly in all chat, willing game 3 to come. A decider between the old friends Misery and Demon. DC and TNC, who goes home today?
I think mostly that was an outdraft by DC at the end of the day. The team fight was too strong. The early game, they just lost way too hard.
Everything just seemed to work as well. Like Digital Chaos, once everything came online, the Ember having so much space, the Battle Fury wasn't really slowing down, and the Ancient Apparition, we didn't really see any effect from the Ice Blast. Then the Aghanim's came online, and all of a sudden, Ice Blast here, Ice Blast there. Even if a single target, it just locked the Alchemist down.
Who do you think the crowd favors more here?
I really don't know. We got a lot of DC fans right behind the commentary desk, but that's mainly because Mama Moo's back there. But there's definitely a lot of love for this man on screen right now, Demon. There's your Mama Moo. There's your Mama Moo. And of course, we can go to our papa, the old man of the panel. How you doing, Paul?
Hey, that's cheeky, but you're probably about right. Great game. We wanted a game 3, right? So we got a game 3. Yeah, at least that much. All right. We'll come back to you. Thanks, Toby. We'll come back for game 3, of course. Well, we said it. We said it was possible, and it's happened, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such an outdraft by DC in that game. Even though they had some, mid-game execution sloppiness, they didn't team fight around the Void as much as they probably should have. The lineup from DC was just so much stronger. It was so hard for them to lose that game.
Ted, you've got some thoughts on this?
I'll tell you how they did it, Paul.
Go on, tell us.
The Olympic draft.
The Olympic draft,
yep.
Ted?
5 circular spells to represent the 5 rings of the Olympics. That's all it took. Very simple.
The Olympic draft. I
Good
like
Lord,
it. Cap
Ted.
does not like that at all. Deal with it, Cap.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Unpick that.
How do I deal with you on panel, Ted?
I'm right, dude. Tell me I'm wrong.
Give me my sunglasses back.
No, sir.
Listen,
They match
Digital Chaos had a great laning phase. We can give them that much, right? It's like, I think they made some serious mistakes. Like, I was asking Charlie, I was like, what's going on? Like, why are they losing these fights? And they weren't executing like a little bit more 5-man. They weren't leading with their Faces Void. They weren't finding the initiations that they should have been able to. And they were dropping the game a bit, but they showed up on the laning phase. They still closed out the late game. And I think we can agree that the draft looked better. A lot better for Digital Chaos in game number 2. And I think the panelists also agreed that game number 1, I think the draft was better for DC as well. So again, the strategic advantage seems to be in DC's court.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's check in with our draft experts and find out what they made of it. An outdraft, said Malini. Charlie says it's an outdraft. Cap says it's an outdraft. I'm guessing, guys, it was an outdraft?
No, I don't think it was an outdraft. I think they just lost their early game too much. If they had a better early game, I don't think the game would have went that way.
Yeah.
They had a Lich. They were supposed to win their lanes.
Yeah, they definitely had lane dominance there, but there was extra potential to add on top of that. And to help us expand a bit further about a little bit in the lane stage and overall team composition, it's Weatherman Purge.
Hey, I absolutely loved the DC draft. It was so cool and creative, especially their skill builds are a little bit different now. In the laning stage especially, 3 heroes in this tri-lane against the Timbersaw, lots of magic damage, especially out of AA. His Chilling Touch spell gives everybody 50 magic damage for up to 3 hits, and this is one of the reasons they're able to kill Timbersaw. That on top of Ember Spirit, that's a decent Timber solution if you don't ever lose Ember Spirit, which never actually happened. And later in the game, Misery did something very different than most Timbers or most Elder Titans right now, in that he actually got 3 points in his Spirit. Most players right now just leave it at 1 skill point, but this gives you pretty much a double damage and sometimes an unpredictable amount of harass. And despite the low levels of Echo Stomp, he's still able to get enough setup for some of the other spells that they have. Really cool way. Oh, and if he ever gets empowered, by the way, all that bonus damage gets cleaved. So really cool how that interacts together. And even with this skill build, he can still set up really easy kill for Weehaw. We saw OG doing things like this at the Manila Major to great success. So the skill build out of Misery was just amazing. And finally, one of the last things that I just want to point out is how good Cold Feet Chronosphere is. Stunned for 4 seconds, and then if he happens to survive, that's when Cold Feet sets in and stuns for another 3.75. It's just a beautiful draft, fun to 3-craft, and a great draft. I just really liked it.
I'm happy you liked it, Purge. We enjoyed it too, so cheers to you. Thank you so much for that. We come back now, and we head over to Black and Draskell. Gentlemen, your take on game number 2, DC versus TNC.
I think Winter summed it up pretty nicely. He just said, you know, they needed a better early game, and they kind of got trounced in their lanes. I was kind of confused by the choice to put the Timber bottom and the Axe top. I really thought that it would have been better to just directly pressure the Ember, but the AA pick might have made it harder, I guess, when you have to deal with things like the Chilling Touch, for example, and a potential try versus try or try versus dual lane situation. Maybe it was just too scary for them to do that?
Yeah, possible. But also, I was really impressed. Like, we spoke about them losing the lanes, but at one point they were still ahead by like 10,000 gold. And, you know, it's really hard to fight against the DC lineup. Like, you make one mistake, you will probably just lose your whole lineup because it can chase, like, forever. And that happened, and then they threw away the lead. And I think we spoke about it. Mid-late game is definitely, like, where DC is strongest at. And that's where they, like, lost the game as well. They couldn't pressure enough early on.
But they were supposed to peak faster with the Alchemist lineup and with their lanes, with the Lich. I was kind of surprised that they chose to leave the Timber alone at bottom lane, so he was really far behind. The Lich was constantly helping the Alchemist. They were focusing so much attention to make sure that the Alchemist had a good start, but they ignored the Timber totally. He had a very, very bad laning phase.
Yeah, like, we all thought he would go bottom with another hero. Like, we didn't know whether it was Timber or Axe. Then in the end it was Axe. I mean, it was Timber, and, you know, I don't know why he went middle. Like, it's a riddle.
I mean, I just felt if the early game went a little better for them, it would have been great for them to maybe close the game out at around 30 to 40 minutes. They had a chance.
We'll have to see if they can change things up for game number 3. So let's send it right back outside to Paul as they, you know, fill the time between them. Enjoy,
Wow,
Paul.
thanks. Actually, we want to talk to you because I think we've got 2 people on our panel that want to take issue with Winter right now. Because they thought it was an outdraft. Winter said it's not. So come on then, gents. Let's have it out.
Well, I'm actually curious. I was wondering if the panel thought that what the recent rise of, like, it seems like we're seeing like a lot of prioritization in being able to get the Axe farm. Is that part of the reason why maybe we saw that Timbersaw go to the off lane instead?
I mean, I don't mind the Timber going to the off lane as long as he has support on the lane. So I didn't have issue with that. I understand that giving the Axe an early start, a good blink timing would be great for their team, but I just felt like the Timber needed more attention compared to the Alchemist.
What do you think the change is? Like, why exactly is it so important for the Axe to be able to get that really fast early farm?
I mean, it's just tempo control more than anything, right? I mean, the main reason why, like, just going back to the lanes too, it's the Axe can farm super fast no matter where he is. You can just give him an Iron Talon, he jungles and gets a blink at like 8 or 9 minutes anyway. He doesn't need a safe lane, whereas Timber actually, like Winter was saying, needs support. So the tempo control is really important. They want to hit a really good timing with the Alchemist, and if that doesn't happen, then obviously you're going to have that late game scenario where Mag Ember Void is just like ridiculous to push into with nothing but melee cores.
But I think on top of that as well, the new Blade Mail change is like a very, very big reason why people actually want to have that Axe farmed more, because mid-late game he can kill a core pretty much single-handedly if he just jumps in with Blade Mail.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Like something that might be overcited a lot when you get Blade Meal.
All right, Winter, it's okay, mate. You can just tell Charlie and Cap they suck. That's fine too.
I mean, you guys suck.
Good.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, we finally got some fire out of Winter. Yo, how do they push high ground against Mag, Void, AA? They have an Alchemist to hit buildings?
Yeah, what's wrong with Alchemist hitting buildings if you can actually hit your timing? Like, he's supposed to have six items like at minute 25, 30. They were supposed to win their lanes and that was supposed to happen. But I guess in Dota, nothing goes according to plan.
I like this. We've got feisty Winter on the show. That's lovely. Yeah, thanks, gents. We'll come back to you very shortly for game number 3. You can disagree or agree. It doesn't matter too much, but it's nice to see Winter firing back.
Yeah, man. He's like...
What got into him?
Well, he got married.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Ted, can you back him up?
He has a point. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm just a little distracted by this.
Yeah, we got
Iron
some
cosplay
things going on back here.
It's pretty awesome.
Suddenly people have found out where we are. God damn it.
We've hidden.
They
in a
figured
massive
it out. We're
field.
right next to the big screen. Now, we are outside. We're enjoying the weather. We're enjoying the people out here. How you doing, everyone? Everyone's good out here. We're enjoying our Dota. We're looking forward to Game 3. Before we get there, though, we have got a number of things that people can do outside, of course. There's the Hall of Heroes. There's all sorts of crazy IR stuff. And more importantly, for me than anything else, because the guys helped me tremendously yesterday, thanks, Chuck, by the way, is the secret shop. And we sent Sir Action Slacks to find out more.
Hey guys, Slacks here, and I thought we would check out the secret shop and see how things are going. And with me, an expert in all things secret shop. What was your name, sir?
Matthew.
And what do you do here?
I work in merchandise and licensing, so we design the clothes, apparel, and toys that get sold at the secret shop every year.
All right, so we've seen some changes, right? You guys had that new system. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this year we have no on-site retail. We moved all to an online order system, which means now people aren't waiting in line to order. They get to place their order online with their phones on a computer, and then they just come up. So everyone picking up now is just picking up stuff.
Okay, so we're in the warehouse where you keep all the everything, right?
Everything. So what happens is an order gets put in up front, and a ticket prints back here with our warehouse staff.
These are earrings, you said?
Yeah, right there, silver earrings. Yeah. So, and then
what's these guys' job? What do they do? What's the deal here?
So what happens is that order that comes through, this is where the pick station gets their ticket. So that's how they know what to pull from inside the warehouse. So they get the ticket from the printout. The customer's goods are on one of these racks of shelves behind the checkout stand within 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay, runner, that sounds easy, man. I feel like I could do that. Can I give it a shot?
Yeah, you want to try?
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
How hard could this be? We're good. Order 244-244-30. 244-320. Okay, I got it. We're fine. 244. Is it over here? Okay, hold on. 244-23. This is actually. Oh, that's 35. Okay, we got it. 244. All right, we're fine. What? You got it? 244. Got it. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got an idea. Forget it. All right, we're fine. Yo, 244-320. You're good. You're set. That's what you're after, right? Perfect. That's fine. Are you satisfied?
I don't know.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure having you at the secret shop. Thank you. Have a great day. Next.
Yeah, just get lucky and hopefully you don't get Sir Action Slacks sorting you out. Don't worry. All the other people working there are absolutely brilliant. They help you out tremendously. I've got all my secret shop stuff. Have you got yours, Ted?
I didn't order anything this year.
Ted, you suck.
I just
the Grinch of Dota.
I got my complimentary gift bag. All right, that's enough for me, baby.
Okay.
Really, Ted?
Wow. Yeah. Do you know
Just
how?
the
Do you know?
free
Let me
stuff?
tell you.
That's
do you know,
all you go for?
No,
do you know how,
you don't know what was in his gift bag.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
But you don't know how much those are in demand. When I was queuing up, these two old ladies were walking through the park and they just saw the word complimentary gift bag. So they were just in front of me in the queue. And the guy says, "What, can I help you?" And they were like, "We're here for the complimentary gift bags." He was like, "You need a ticket," and everything like that. And they were like, "Huh." And they just sort of walked off.
Brilliant. Can you guess what I bought at the secret shop?
A Jakiro plushie?
Wow. That's amazing, Charlie. How did you guess?
It was really hard.
A Jakiro cushion,
amazing.
I think, as well.
Yeah,
didn't you?
I did. I may have done, yeah.
You know, I didn't get anything.
Why?
Because I had Slacks as my register.
Right. I wouldn't have bought anything either if you'd gone to him.
I mean, thank God that people like memes, or else he'd be out of a job.
And on that note, we'll head back towards game number 3 and start talking about DC versus TNC. It's brilliant that we've got the game 3. We always want those game 3s, especially when the two teams are so closely matched as these two have proved to be, Cap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that game number 3 is going to be very hard to call. I think TNC, they showed a lot of strength in the beginning of game number 1, closed that game out. Game number 2, I think they fought back their way into that game pretty decently. I think there were some mistakes from Digital Chaos. Both sides need to be able to clean up their game a bit, but I think overall these two teams match up against each other rather evenly.
Ted, do you think there's nerves going to be creeping in now? Game 3, it's always a bit tense. Top 8 games?
No, I think at this stage, you have to forget about nerves. I think you've just got to have the determination and everything to do it. And you can see the teams, they're huddling up, they're embracing before and after the games, they're ready. I don't think you can allow nerves to be a factor. I think there's too much at stake. They've come so far. And they both know that game 3, I mean, that's scary. You know, no one wants to get 2-0'd, right?
Aren't you just building up reasons why nerves are a factor?
I was thinking
like the game's super scary. There's so much money on the line.
They're scary, and that's why you can't let it scare you.
Right, okay. Charlie, manager Charlie, you're in there with TNC. You're talking to him, you're thinking, okay, it's 1-1. Don't worry about that last game, boys. What do you tell him next?
I mean, just get your draft into order. You've managed to outdraft OG. You've managed to beat like many other teams that people thought that you wouldn't be able to beat. This is your time to prove everybody wrong. This is your story.
All right. Likewise, Cap, you go in the other booth, and what do you say to Misery and the boys?
I mean, just look at your individual performers. Just try and pump them up as much as possible. I think that in general, Digital Chaos can outplay TNC in one-on-one certain matchups, but they have to be aware of some of that team fight coordination that TNC is really good at. I think that they need to follow the lead of Misery. Just make sure that they get they group up at the right times, right? I think that was part of the problem of why they were leeching away so much of that game 2 and gave TNC an opportunity to be able to come back, is that they were not closing out the game, similar to the way that eHome versus Evil Geniuses game 1 happened, right? eHome had that game very well controlled. The laning phase, went so well for them that you expect by 20 minutes, okay, they've got this well in hand. You need to be able to keep that tight grip on the game, because these teams, they're battling for their life here. They're going to scramble. They're going to try and do anything they can to get that one little pick, that one little opening to be able to push for more. So you have to keep a disciplined control of the game once you get a lead like that.
Is there any moment in time, Ted, do you think that one of these players in the booths, or any of the players in the booths for that matter, sit there and suddenly realise where they are and how far they've come through this tournament, and suddenly just go, wow, I'm sitting in a booth in front of all these thousands of people with millions of people watching, and we're playing for a place in the top 6? Do you think that ever comes into their head, or they're so focused that all disappears?
Hopefully not while they're playing. Like, I wouldn't want them just suddenly go, whoa, wow, this is crazy.
Middle of a team fight.
Guys, I'm
so lucky to be here.
I was totally distracted. Have you guys seen where we are? Look at this. No, maybe
guys,
before
look
and
at the
after,
booth.
but not during the game. During the game.
Have you seen that sign over there? That sign's hilarious.
I think I know that guy. Unbelievable. Yeah. No, they've got to be focused.
Maybe not during the game.
Not during the game.
But maybe just before it.
For the most part, like whenever the game comes on, almost all of these players, they just it's like a button, it's like a switch where they just only think about the game because they've been in this situation so many times, they've played this game so many times. When that draft screen starts, that's all they really think about.
Yeah, and experience counts, obviously, but in this case, neither of them have been at this particular point. There's plenty of new players in there as well. We highlighted 2 of those before we came out, Raven and Wee. How do you think they've fared so far in the first 2 games?
Very well. Both of them have proved themselves tremendously here. We stepped up his game from his previous performances, and Raven has shown that he's incredibly stable as a carry player.
I mean, back 15 minutes, you look at that game 2, and you're like, uh-oh, Raven, put this game on your back, please.
Please carry
this one for us.
Ted, same thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Weeha's determination by Divine Rapier in that game, which we were very happy about.
Absolutely.
Charlie was like,
That's resolution.
Was it resolution?
It was resolution. Yeah, it was resolution. But
I hope it wasn't a Divine Rapier, Magnus. I mean, the Echo Saber was cool, though.
That was really, really interesting.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I pulled out with Ted was we saw, oh, Rapier's been bought. Oh, well, DC have won then.
Yeah.
That's how
Charlie
Dota works,
said,
right?
They've lost because they bought a Rapier. They're going to lose.
Dude, I didn't say that.
Last time I saw a Rapier bought, they won.
That's exactly what he said.
Translated to it.
It's just
you
the
didn't even know which
possibility.
hero bought the Rapier, Ted.
Fair.
As Merlady said, when the Divine Rapier's out there, like anything can change, right? Like once you have an item that could drop on the deck right there, the whole entire game can change. So.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds until the...
30 minutes,
not 30 minutes,
Christ.
calm down.
Lord.
30 seconds until the Game 3 draft starts. So very quickly, predictions, are you changing?
Nope, sticking with it.
Sticking with it, like it, bold?
I'll stick with Digital Chaos as well.
Okay, Ted, this is tricky now for you.
No, it's not, Paul. I'm
Okay.
66% of the way there. I said 2-1. It's 1-1. I'm going to say TNC 2-1.
Okay, what does everyone else think? TNC or DC?
We got DC.
Oh, yeah,
Fairly
DC.
split
I mean,
out here.
DC.
It's fairly split out here. Let's head back for Game 3 inside the arena.
Thank you so much, Paul. We're getting ready now for game number 3 of TNC versus DC. I'm joined once again by Winter, Black, and of course, Draskell. Gentlemen, I'm eager to see what kind of adjustments we could see. In game number 1, TNC drafted themselves and had a good early game. DNC got that in game number 2. Where are we going to go for game number 3, Winter?
Focus more on winning your lanes. I think these two teams heavily rely on their lanes going very well. So I would see a lot of heroes that revolve around the early game.
Seems to be the case. We have a draft underway now. It's going to be Mirana picked up first for DC. TNC grab up the Vengeful Spirit. We wait their second pick, but we're not going to be seeing any sort of Wisp, Drow, as they've been banned out by Digital Chaos. TNC get rid of the Shadow Demon and the Elder Titan. Best supports in the game.
You know, I just want to highlight how much this team values the Venge pick. If you notice, they pick Venge so much, even not against Bat Rider or Chronosphere.
That's a TNC pick. Terrorblade comes out black.
What I really like about TNC is that they ban out the Elder Titan again, which opens up for a lot of early aggression, and they go right into the TB and Venge pick, which is like really amazing for early pushing. Even mid-late game, it's still very amazing, but you win like one fight early on, you can take 1 or 2 objectives like really easily. And DC countered with a Winter Wyvern.
It's a really good response, I think.
Oh yeah, one of the best heroes against TB, I think.
Yeah. And you already have the Mirana too, so once Aghanim's comes out, you have Splinter Blast, you have really good deep push. You know that the damage coming out from TNC right now is mostly physical anyway, so Cold Embrace is going to be super effective. You know, we've seen Saksa in the past play some pretty phenomenal Winter Wyvern, and it's one of his favorites. So.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern in general is like push hard counter as well as the TB hard counter. We have seen LGD run it against Secret.
Yep.
MMY had like so many clutch Cold Embraces that like won them the game pretty much.
And DC, of course, Saksa played a wonderful Winter Wyvern.
Do you think it's underused, like by the other teams? Like so few teams use it?
I really think it is. Like a while ago, okay, like a long while ago, it was like first pick material, and now people have forgotten about it like completely. And I still think the Splinter Blast is super strong. You have really good lane presence with that, how's it called, Arctic Burn?
Arctic Burn, yeah.
Yeah, Arctic Burn, you have really good lane presence. And Cold Embrace is just like so strong. Mid-game, late game, it's like a very strong tool.
Yeah, you're basically saying he has 4 very strong spells.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Thank you, Black.
It's a good hero, but I think there's another important point too. You really don't want to pick Winter Wyvern unless you know the enemy team is going to be stacking some kind of pushing potential, and usually that revolves around physical DPS, which makes, obviously, the save on the hero better. It makes, when you use Curse during late game, if you catch the TB in it and he's hitting his teammates, it just guarantees you're pretty much going to get a kill. Same thing could be said for heroes like Beastmaster as well. So when you know that the enemy team has Deathball potential, Winter Wyvern's always just super good.
Yeah. The enemy team always has to be really wary of the positioning.
Yep. The second phase ban of TNC, they removed Axe and Timber, heroes that are really good against Terrorblade. So they're gonna gear up for a game that revolves around the Metamorphosis, taking objectives, taking Roshan team fights. They're making sure that TB is gonna get a good game here.
Yeah, when you play TB, and Raven is really good at that, whenever you use Metamorphosis, you wanna have, like, you never wanna have it on cooldown. Like, I mean, off cooldown.
Do you still need another defensive hero like Oracle for the TB here? Do you think it's necessary?
I think having something like a Dazzle, something like an Oracle is always really good.
Dazzle's banned.
Alright, Dazzle is banned, then there's not that many good options, because Dazzle is so strong with Terrorblade because you can just get a free Thunder off pretty much. When you have like an Oracle, you'll get like Oracle ulti at half HP and your Thunder is like not nearly as effective. So I think Dazzle is actually like the premier combo with the Terrorblade.
There we see Cuckoo, who had a respectable Timbersaw performance in the previous game, but has been a bit hot and cold, I'd say, this series so far. Needs to really kind of kick it into high gear, I guess, for TNC if they want to be able to clinch the W.
Yep, so they go for their team fight Chrono, but would you think like a Tide would be better with the TB?
I mean, why I like Void TB is as soon as you get Dragonlance, you pretty much have like free reign like over the whole Chrono AoE. Like you can outrange even the furthest target away from the AoE.
I mean, I guess I just prefer Tide because you can buy the mech for your team. That's all.
And you can push easier, but Void is
better scaling.
Way better scaling than him, yeah. Although the laning phase will be a bit harder on him.
Yeah, sometimes. It depends on what kind of supports are you up against.
Yeah, and he can't really catch up on Ancients like Tide would be able to. But like what we wanted to talk about, Terrorblade, whenever Metamorphosis is off cooldown, you want to use it to either farm a big Ancient stack, farm a big jungle stack, push a tower. Like you always want to use it right away. And I think TNC is really good at that. Like whenever it's off cooldown, they're already clumped up and they have like an objective in mind.
I mean, I think Raven plays like the best Terrorblade here, honestly. Like after we watched him play it the other day at the main stage, it was just a phenomenal performance overall. So I'm more or less inclined to agree.
Well, I think overall his carry play this event, he's very efficient, maybe the most efficient, and he is always in a very good position. Like when the enemy is coming to gank him, he's always in a safe spot. He rarely gets caught. So I think that those are the two best traits that he has as a carry in this event.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Burning was so good back then, right? He would never get caught, he would always split push you, he would always be in a good position. He has got good traits of Burning. I like it.
DC pull out the Sand King here. We saw huge success with it yesterday in the hands of Liquid in particular. Mind Control offers more team fight, of course, but got to be careful to time out that Winter's Curse with an epicenter. Don't want to end up mitigating all your own damage after all.
But we have seen it like the other time. Which team was it that picked Sand King and Potom together? Was it eHome? Like you would just initiate from like 1,000 range away.
I think it was eHome, yeah.
Yeah, and just like burst the hero down immediately. Like Sand King, Potom have their potential, and mid-late game they're super strong together, and you have to be really careful.
But they're all spell damage, my friend.
Yeah.
All spell damage.
But if you have a BKB and you can't get it off, it's like you die
I think
anyway.
it's okay if you have like spell damage right now, because you still have one core pick left. You can still kind of fix that a little bit, I feel. And plus, the Sand King makes the Void's job a lot harder, I think, in the fights. Like when you're trying to group up and push, and you have to have one person go in, then the Sand King is just like one of the best in that situation, because you can counter-initiate so easily.
And I guess it's very good in the laning phase, which is, I think, in this matchup particular, it's very, very crucial for both teams to operate their drafts and play their game. Winning the lanes is very, very crucial for them.
I just feel like DC will have a hard time deciding on that physical damage core, because you don't want to have a core that has like a high amount of physical damage, like stats based against TB. Because in every team fight you will pretty much just kill yourself. You pick a Morphling against TB, you will just kill yourself every team fight. The same goes for Jug a little bit, not as much, but like it really limits the carry options in my opinion.
But what can you pick? Like there's Chronosphere, there's the bench. Like it's very difficult to pick a carry in this situation unless you want to carry that split pushes, never fights. Then you don't have to worry about those things.
Yeah, I think that is probably like the best way to avoid it, because those two are complete anti-carries. Like even TB himself against so many heroes.
So that's the split pusher.
Slark,
yeah, the split pusher. He's gonna allow his team to move around, push the waves, and catch with the Sand King. Seems like a very solid choice here for Digital Chaos. And they have very good deep push with a Splinter Blast plus the Mirana Axe at some point.
Yeah, but we spoke about it the other day, Draskell. Like Disruptor hard counters Slark until he gets his BKB. And I feel like TNC will be able to put a lot of pressure on the map before he gets that BKB.
But you're going to get the BKB like second item probably this game.
Shadowblade BKB.
After the Shadowblade.
Yeah. But until then, like TNC has a lot of openings in the field to pressure all the towers.
Would you consider a Blink here against the Chrono as a slug, or you would just always go for the Shadowblade?
It is very possible to get a Blink. It's just, I feel you get a Blink when you have like another core that can deal physical damage.
Because but not as a soul carry.
Yeah, because like Shadowblade gives you that extra attack speed and extra damage.
Any value getting the Blink because of the Faceless Void in the other team, helping avoid the Chronos, scary situations, maybe jump backliners?
Yeah, jump away from the TB Thunder as well. Like there's many reasons to get a Blink. I just don't think it's possible this game because they don't have enough damage.
I mean, assuming the Sand King has a semi-easy lane, like he'll get a Blink, and then the Slark doesn't necessarily need one if they're going to be playing together this game.
That's a good point. Yep. You don't want too many same items. It's like how you itemize DK. Sometimes you go for a Blink if there's no initiation, but you go for Armlet when there's someone else to initiate for your team.
We actually see the Enchantress ban from TNC. It's a curious ban.
They don't want you to steal the illusions, and it's more like you can also secure the early game for the TB, because Fench and Disruptor are not very good at dealing with the creeps.
So it is actually a support Sand King though, position 4 Sand King.
Yeah, but this pick means I think DC really want to fight in the early game.
Oh, they look at their combo, like Vacuum into Curse and Epicenter.
Epicenter, yeah. But I think the Ion Shell also enables like a lot of their heroes during the early mid game too to fight. Like they're not going to give up towers, I think, with these heroes.
Yeah,
like
they
they have
won't.
Winter Wyvern for deep push and Ion Shell. It's so good.
They definitely want to pressure the TB really early on. They don't want to give him a free game.
Yeah,
Because we
don't-
have seen when TNC has a free game with TB, they just like win.
Don't forget about the Iron Shell and Slug. It's going to create a timing where the Slug gets an early Shadow Blade, goes to the TB's lane, and with Iron Shell, you're going to easily kill
Kills him super easy. It's like another 90 DPS. Yeah.
I think this is actually kind of scary for TNC now.
It
That
really
Darkseer
is.
pick.
That was a very, very good pick in my opinion. It just enables the Wyvern, the Sand King, the Slug, all to do more in the game.
Time to go core Venge and pull out Oracle when in a time of need.
No. It was a thing a couple of months ago.
Maybe
but
if it was Wings.
But you don't want to do it at TI. It's like a big risk.
Dude, Wings would so do that.
I mean, Wings doesn't care. We know that. But they're also in the winner bracket.
That's true.
Yeah. But like, if the Sand King does have a bad game and his blink gets like really delayed, we won't be able to see that combo potential of the Mirana and Sand King.
Because if you look at their lineup, if the early game doesn't go well, everyone needs farm. So
Wait, this is when Alchemists are super greedy.
The greed is real with TNC. Is it too greedy, winner?
it is too greedy. So DC.
DC.
Yeah, DC.
3 DCs here at the panel. Let's see what our casters think. Let's throw it down their way. It's Toby Wan and Merlini.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 of TNC versus Digital Chaos. Behind me, I have a bunch of memes. I heard a lot of reports, though, of bad memes and obnoxious people in the back. So I'm not going to arrest you. I'm going to do something worse. I'm going to Suns fan you and try and block them out if I can. You better get some good ones.
You can't block the techies buff meme. This meme right here, that is reality right there. Sticky Minds is going to become a thing, but something that's going to be so big, man. This deciding game, TNC versus Digital Chaos, elimination game, and the greed is real. We had 3 DCs up there at the panel, but, well, I think they're all disconnected. I think TNC, can the greed pay off?
Alchemist yet again. We've had an Alchemist and a Naga and a Naga, and it's sometimes pretty hard to stop. Last game it was met with the AA, but last pick Alchemist seems to be pretty strong, but it's going to be hard to deal with this team fight, starting off with the Darkseer on Moose slipped in the last pick. Misery on that Sand King, and then they have a beautiful team fight setup. Winter's Curse will, like even the double Starstorm follow up after that target dies, of course, and Epicenter, perfect to combo afterwards.
Yeah, this is my dream game. So much combination from DC, such a great team fight style lineup. The only thing we're missing right now is a beautiful Enigma, but TNC, we're gonna go for a creepy little maneuver. They put down the Observer Ward, they'll check out the Radiant camp. There is a Radiant Sentry Ward just a little bit away from them on the low ground, just below the Ancient. So DC currently have no idea that TNC is waiting here. The question is, will anybody from DC walk into the clutches? Nope, they won't. TNC will come back off the hillside, reveal themselves as Ward. Wait, are they gonna try and 5-man fight this top rune? Are they gonna again contest the Alchemist for the bounty rune?
Yeah, they think they're safe.
But you have an arrow in a very clustered area like the river. You can time it perfectly, so someone will have to tank the arrow to stop the Alchemist from getting the rune. Misery comes forward with that Burrow Strike available. Resolution keep the Disruptor out. Cuckoo hit by that arrow. It can be a long stun. Misery still has his into the Arctic Burn. Cuckoo's in trouble, and Cuckoo will go down here. DC, they stick on him. That is a wee of a half. Will bring down the Alchemist for first blood. Another stop.
So well versed in dealing with the Alchemist and stopping the early bounty rune. It's something that seems so trivial, but you really do need those runes. That's why he's so powerful nowadays, being able to get 3x, 4x, even more. But that's the second game in a row DC have just prevented him from getting the runes, and I think they're going to continue to do that. The kill combo in between the Mirana and the Sand King, especially with a roaming Sand King. I like their choice here to throw him on that support role.
And I'm wondering if this Alchemist should go like we've seen other Alchemists in the playoffs so far. Like you just force him into the safe lane, make sure he gets the guaranteed farm, but then you're putting a Terrorblade in the middle lane up against a Mirana with no escape. It's kind of hard. As the panel said, it was very, very greedy. DC proved they can deal with the Alchemist in the last game. At TNC, they stick to their guns, they go again. I'm watching this top lane as well closely. Moo, he's got 1 point up in Surge, so Demon would have to hit the perfect magic missile. But at the moment, it looks like he just wants to do the pull-up and let Raven farm underneath his own tier 1 tower.
SamH is maybe in a little bit of trouble on the bottom lane as he tries to trade hits with Misery.
Time walks out. They're setting up for another Courier Snipe 2 in mid, AU. moving in there as a disruptor. The courier is not actually moving out. Currently he's holding onto the Soul Ring recipe of Mu. I don't know if Weeha, because he's still got a healing salve up your sleeve, he may be waiting for the entire bottle. So this disruptor is wasting a lot of time just sitting in between the lanes. And in fact, Cuckoo is not a healthy man. Weeha has an arrow plus Starfall available. He actually started to prep the arrow, but he couldn't find a good line to hit Cuckoo, not with the new creep wave arriving.
I wonder if he's going to get the snipe. He's going to have to be very patient there. We still needs a few more creeps until 660.
Right now he's just denying everything and looking for more damage on the Alchemist than he is creeps.
They're having to wait for the rune on the bottom. Misery trying to get there and prevent the Alchemist.
Oh, if he borrows, it's a level 1. He can't reach it in time. So the Alchemist at least gets some extra money from this, but Misery is, he's like willing to zone him out of the mid lane by chasing him underneath the tier 1. An easy Burrow strike. He does have Caustic Finale, so not Sandstorm damage, but it pushes Cuckoo back underneath his own tier 1. It's still like, AU has not moved. He's still here. Misery, come on, man. You got Burrow Strike up. The hunting to the ends of the earth. Up into the jungle. Maybe Bloodseeker was picked in this game. It's just in the form of a Sand King model.
He can't even suicide safely.
Oh, look at it. He's going to find him. He's coming down the tree line. Misery. He backed out. At the same time, Disruptor is having a crack at Weeha, and that's when the bottle makes its play. So AU loses his timing, and Alchemist loses a lot of time in the mid lane.
They even get a free bottle refill for Wee as he gets the double damage on the top. Misery doing a very good job of protecting the runes and threatening the Alchemist.
Yeah, just that rotation there at the bottom rune. Like you get Alchemist, like normally it's the old phrase. Alchemist takes a bounty rune, Alchemist wins the mid lane. Like you take a bounty rune and then you just lost the mid lane because of Misery.
Are you trying to coin that saying?
I am thinking about it.
I don't think I've heard that one before. Makes sense.
I fairly certain that's what we're saying for all of the last TI. Disruptor had, he actually went level 1 up in Glimpse. Hello, Burrow Strike onto Demon. Support, Mu, charging his way over. They got the double Iron Shells. Demon's in trouble. Cuts through the tree line. He doesn't have another magic missile. And Mu, he's far enough away. The Wave of Terror will fly out. It only connects on Misery, but Demon will have to walk all the way home now.
Invisibility.
He almost popped that Clarity. I think that's what he was waiting for. Misery saw it coming, though, and just waited. Mirana will get a bounty rune. A little bit of ill luck, perhaps, for Alchemist.
And this feels like a real rough position when Raven, the first time he triggers Metamorphosis, is just so he can farm underneath his own tier 1 tower. Not pushing into the DC tier 1. He's still really good for CS. Both Slark as well as Terrorblade have found a really good amount of CS in this game so far. The Mirana as well, like Weeha, 22 for 7 up against the 15 CS of Cuckoo. So a long time out of the lane means the levels are really not great. In fact, Cuckoo's a full level behind Weeha and a bit to spare.
They're getting threatened in all the lanes, though. Raven isn't farming safely. Alchemist definitely not farming safely. And Winter Wyvern stacking up massively in the bottom lane. Looks like he's going to have almost a quad stack.
When you run a gritty lineup like this, though, like for TNC, are you happy with only 1 kill in 5 minutes going against you? Like, yeah, there's some stacks being prepared, but you're getting farm on your Faceless Void as well as levels. And after Sam's performance in game number 1, this is something which has to be respected by DC.
No, you're definitely not happy with this because you can get killed in any of the lanes. Like if Sand King gets a stun, combine that with maybe an Ion Shell on top with a Caustic Slow, mid lane, easy arrow follow-up. Like all these lanes are potentially kill lanes. If you feel safe in all those lanes and the kill score isn't going to be 4-0, 5-0, then yeah, I think you're okay trading farm without this. But not when people could die, and especially not what happened after the last game when DC, they warded up, they went into the jungle, and they just occupied that area.
Big contest for this neutral camp at the moment. Primary problem for Sam was the fact that his Dial Creep Wave didn't get pulled down properly. Resolution dragged it over after the Radiant Creep Wave was killed off. And they'll make a break for the bottom runes. It'll be an Arcane rune for 1, the Bounty rune for Mirana. And another deep maneuver here from the Sand King, and he finds a stack. He doesn't have Sandstorm available, however, so there's no way he's going to be looking to farm up this stack.
You can really limit his farm, though, in a couple of ways. Like, you can get the Mirana to arrow the large creeps, maybe a couple of them, slow down his golden come. I think you can actually take it down with the double ion shell. Maybe not with so many magic resistance creeps.
They're coming to mid. Disruptor's a little bit too far out. Weeha starts with the Starfall. Misery uncertain about the target he wanted. At Alchemist, the Chemical Rage is up. He's got a lot of life, but with the extra help from the Wyvern, Cuckoo's on the run. He'll catch the arrow perfectly. Where's the help from TNC? Demon will arrive. The stun's on Misery. Cuckoo can't survive. Misery so low. Have they got the damage on the other hill? And they should drag it back with a glimpse. Cold Embrace. Misery is still alive. 6 charges triggered. There's not really a lot of mana. There's enough for a Thunderstrike from Disruptor. That is only a level 1, however. Demon needs at least 1 attack, and he can't get it. Misery is back to the tier 1 tower safely.
They got outplayed so hard there. I really like the patience from the arrow on the Mirana, just nailing him when he's in the river.
And now Moo takes the Alchemist stack. Iron shelled it up, is going to run away, salve up. And come back for the rest of it in a bit.
Cuckoo's going to be a sad man.
He arrives at the last, but even gets to take some unnecessary damage from the Iron Shell. At least he gets Mud Golems. That's one small perk. And they're giving the space in middle lane to Disruptor, so they can try and get that Storm up and running.
Perhaps TNC can salvage the early game by stealing that large stack. CMH has probably alerted his teammates to that large quad stack, and no one's really gone down there to take it out. But they already have the Observer Ward there. They're prepped for a potential maneuver into here. But TNC not really showing any signs of wanting to go onto the opposite side of the river, although I think that could be a big cash cow for them.
Yeah, they could think about it. Like, if you want to force the tier 1 tower, you take out the stack with the Alchemist and then push with Terrorblade. Terrorblade still has some good levels now up to like a 0-3-4 build. Just shy of the level 8s, no Sunder available, but the Demon Edge, Dragonlance, sorry, shouldn't be too far away.
They need heroes to do things around the map. Pressure towers, get kills.
That's a level 2 glimpse for against Weeha if he wants to stick around. There's some good damage from the Starfall. Leap is available. They already used the glimpse, put him into the wall, but that's not the way that combo can work. You need to wait and bait out the leap for that to work.
Chronosphere just skilled up on Sam H. Where's their damage though? They need. I think the Terrorblade is the only one that can really get a kill. Maybe the Alchemist if he drops an acid spray with the Faces Void beating on the hero, but.
And this is the reason why they're trying to get the Storm up. Misery barely missing the stun. Demon will move over. Misery, first stun to happen. That Terrorblade, heavy damage when he's in Metamorphosis. Stick charges will not keep the Sand King alive. And Sam actually rotated. He TP'd up. So they have to be pushing to this tier 1 tower now. Do some level of damage to make this rotation worth it. Or, okay, nope, they smoke up. Sam and Demon together. They're coming to the mid lane where Weeha is currently running underneath the tier 1 tower. Disruptor trying to juke it out, but Weeha hits the arrow. The 4 levels up in Starfall will find the kill. You do have the leap as well as the Starfall on cooldown, so Faceless Void looking for Chrono. Careful, Demon is a little bit too close for him just to go on a straight Chrono, and they don't have the vision. The Void Chrono would drag him out of that. I think you're right, they're not certain exactly where their damage is meant to come from.
Getting blocked up, aided with the slow with a caustic, and the Ion Shell will tick down onto Terrorblade. His armor not really doing anything in that situation.
2 level 4 Iron Shells. How do you even escape from that? Like, you need Sunder, but he doesn't have Sunder.
Nor did he have the mana at the time. They really need kills with the Chronosphere. Sam H still maybe trying to find somewhere to kill, but he's just Iron Taloning it up.
Farm up as much as he possibly can. At least give Disruptor more space, but Misery started a creep skip, and it's so easy for them to go in here. Fresh Iron Shell not available, Burrow Strike up. Now the Iron Shell is on the creep wave, and Disruptor, he already took too much damage. That last second back, or did he? Walks away, the Caustic Finale. Misery can't reach him again, it's a level 3 Burrow Strike. Well, level 3 doesn't even get you that far to reach the Disruptor, but a nice vac from Moo almost made that work.
Right now, TNC just need things to happen around the map. The professional players will talk about it like they just need, they call them do stuff heroes, and they don't really have anyone that can fulfill that role right now. Who is going to set up kills for them? Who's going to do the damage? Who's going to push towers, try and protect stacks, stop them from ganking? Right now is just them trying to farm up, and everyone just waiting for the Alchemist to get for farm, but they can't keep waiting.
And this time around, the Alchemist isn't that far ahead in the farm. Not like even with the bad start he had in the last game. In this game, you got 5.1k net worth to the 4.9 the Mirana. That's mainly because Weeha has also found 3 kills on this Mirana. And with the core Mirana, the Aghanims will come a lot faster. Terrorblade keeping his illusions alive is going to be next to impossible. And Raven has moved down south. The stack is already gone. They do have an Ancient stack to play with. So that's one small upside now for TNC.
Yeah, they can't stop this axe timing from Mirana. She's just free in the mid lane. And her arrow earlier on the Disruptor is kind of the next level arrow that only works on good players where they expect it to be in front and then dodge back and then run into the arrow. And they will scout out the stack that's happening, but nowhere close to enough heroes. They've already kind of secured this top side of the map for Moo. They dropped Observer Wards, Misery with a very fast move speed build with the Tranquil and the Wind Lace.
Looking for Weehaw. This time around, he's got the Storm dragging Weehaw back into it with the Glimpse. So the mid tower actually gets denied by the Alchemist. Even will find the last hit on the Mirana.
It's a big kill. They need their level 6s, and they have that and then some.
But then you look to the top lane. Sam is currently going to be under siege. Misery's moving up. They got extra help coming in the form of the Wyvern.
Who just picked up Alchemist's bounty rune.
It doesn't belong to him. I didn't see his name written on it.
Everything in yellow kind of has his name written on it. Or so he hopes. But they don't have an Alchemist counter this game. No AA, although, to be honest, I don't even know if they really needed the AA last game. It was a nice touch on top.
They just made those kills a little bit easier. But you're fine with this. Like, you just Essence Shift out with the Slarks. Like, Alchemist, who wants to survive a little bit longer, just makes the Slark even more powerful.
Uh-oh. One of your worst nightmares is a support. A Slark with an early Shadow Blade.
Life will definitely be difficult. Thanks to the Observer Ward, they also see the fact that Demon has gone all the way back to base. It's a very aggressive Obs Ward that went down by Misery. Just in the very far eastern corner of the TNC jungle. So they know that Sam is up here all alone in Misery. Well, you can see him running in there. Time walkout, faces Void will TP. Misery, Blind Burrow, not going to do it. So easy tier 1 tower up on top. They will not find the extra kill they were hoping for.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And Digital Chaos, they're the ones to get the first tower kill. I mean, the second tower kill.
They just need to keep the Ancient stacking up. They aim for the economy game, even with the draft on the Alchemist, so they need to just make sure they keep farming up. And now, not really a great time to fight for them. DC, a lot stronger team fight, not only in their heroes, but also in their items. The mech recently completed for the Darkseer. I really don't see them having enough damage, except for something like Roche.
That'll work. Disruptor smoking up, trying to have a look around. Just Misery. Does DC realize what's going on? If TNC can grab this, it's going to be a huge advantage for them. They move to the lane, but they don't find anybody now. The Disruptor will be caught, but Moo, he wants to go on this. They don't realize what's happening. Roshan is slow. Misery, he looks inside. The stun will be there. Misery, Burrow strikes through too. Starts the epicenter, but Disrupt the storm. The back wall is almost enough. Demon will pop. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Roshan's still alive. You got Resolution inside the pit. They have to do something. Sam, well, yeah, he was starting that Chronosphere, but he was not going to end it. The Dire Sentry Ward is up. They see Slark. They know he's there. The Chronosphere, the Darkseer wall, and now the curse. Faceless Void drops instantly. The big ulti is gone. Resolution jumps up. He wants to kill Raven. Sunder's already been used, but the life just stripped away from his cold dead fingers. Kuku will drop in DC. The perfect fight around Roshan. The Chrono being blown, and now Roshan will be taken by DC.
Oh, that was all Misery. That fight, realizing that, okay.
Oh, Demon! Demon!
Oh.
He went in. He tried to steal it. Now that is classic Jimmy.
Low risk. Just avenge life. His teammates are dead anyways.
Yep.
I'm down with that.
Classic Jimmy would have been a real core going in for that. But if it worked, it would have been genius. Use the Wave of Terror to get vision, but DC were waiting for it.
Yeah, I like Misery, though he didn't go for a Disruptor. He didn't buy it on the bait. He's like, what is he doing over here? Because normally it's like Vengeful Spirit that's the one that's far more aggressive, placing out the wards, and it just senses it out immediately. And with that, they're going to have to rely on Alchemist to get even more farm. He purchased a Radiance recipe, but still a few minutes away.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Misery is looking for bottom lane. Fresh Blink Dagger in his hands. Kuku does trigger his Chemical Rage, so Weehaw won't have enough confidence to get the kill, but a great leap out from a swap. Misery, a triple stun. Nice time for Weehaw. He'll throw the arrow out. Slark kills the Terrorblade in the meantime, but Weehaw will die in the tree lines. So again, another double Iron Shell combo on top lane. This time it was the Slark as well as the Darkseer together.
But now we have the Ags up on the Mirana, and I don't think they can outfarm even with an Alchemist at this pace. And their heroes are just highly susceptible to magic burst, which they
Demon.
definitely have.
Demon is pretty much dead. Blink Burrow by Misery. Resolution will roam over as, well, Glimpse tries to buy space. Resolution, he has enough damage. A 3-3-2. And a gold he pulls out from Demon's corpse.
Just a free game for the Slark. Free farm, free Aegis, free support kills. There's nothing they can really do to stop him. He just had the time of his life on his bottom lane. The support just stacked up. Not a care in the world.
He has more net worth than an Alchemist 17 minutes into a game. This tells probably more of the story about the Resolution Slark with 5 kills in all the CS.
The winner's curse is going to be a really big problem in the team fights too. Like the draft panel was talking about how terribly it turns the carries against each other. I think there's no other spell better than that actually than the Winter's Curse, especially with how well he used it in the last fight immediately after Chronosphere came out.
4-man smoke from DC. See where they want to head with this. Right now, looks like the destination is Dire Jungle. The Observer Ward only barely timed out. And EU pings it out saying, hey, this thing just disappeared here. But what they don't realize is DC's on their way. Blink, Burrow, they look for the target as Cuckoo. The back into the wall. Disruptor Oli will cause some problems. Weehara Moon caught inside that one. Sam looking for a good chrono time. Not really finding it, just using time dilation instead. And then Resolution, the backlines. It is a bad day to be a support. One down, his eyes are on Demon. The Chronosphere, but the curse, it just holds the Faceless Void there. You might get the kill over on Misery, but Terrorblade, the Thunder, trying to let him fight more. Needs another hit up against Moo. Won't reach, not when the Cold Embrace also protects. TNC losing 4. Weeha that'll pick up the Faceless Void. A little bit further to the south of that fight, and this tier 2 tower is numbered to maybe 5 seconds of life. And TNC losing too many. They are so far behind this game. We're going to rapidly approach 10k net worth and experience advantage for TNC, and we're not even 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, uncharacteristically bad draft from TNC, and couple that with a lot of early game mistakes, poor rune control, and you have a 10,000 gold lead for DC. And
this is the nightmare for TNC. They played such terrific Dota to get to this point, and this series has kind of like turned itself around. As you said at the draft, not really helping them out. They went for greed a little bit too much, the double Alchemists. And they have to find a way to somehow pull this game back again. And it all started with this, like Cuckoo getting caught. The Darkseer control has just been so good.
Yeah, that was a really quick swap out by Demon, but did not really save him there. I think DC has actually been the best drafter this entire tournament of all the teams. I think that's why they've gotten this far, why they did so well in the group stage. And TNC also performed pretty well in the draft, not as well as DC, but this series it seems like they're just relying on safe strats. Maybe these are just things that they practice in scrims, 50, 100s, maybe of times, and just something that they're very comfortable with, albeit like DC's draft just it's just creaming them in every single lane, in every single team fight, and all the skirmishes.
And TNC just needs some relief. Just some time to farm the Alchemists, but they can't even stack. DC's movements from now, like they go from the top lane, they're going to flank all the way down the bot. They know exactly where TNC is, and TNC, they're moving as 5. The top creep wave comes in, no one is there to defend. So DC understand that someone's probably out of position. Wards get dewarded, so Demon flags his own position. TNC, the TP out, will be successful. In fact, all of them will be getting out, apart from Sam, who is waiting. Not quite certain what for.
He wanted to try and pop the smoke, and then it would have looked like the Terrorblade had popped the smoke because he's in a similar distance, especially if they approach from the north, and then he can bait out, maybe, you know, waste 10, 15 seconds and a couple of spells. It's a small thing, but every little small thing helps for TNC at this point. But what they really need are Observer Wards around the map. There's only one up for TNC. Their last one got dewarded, and yeah, this one's the lone one. It spots not a terribly important area for them. It controls a little bit of the Alchemist stacks. He does have Radiance, and this farm is getting up there, but he's still behind the Slark. He needs, I would say, at least 3,000 to 4,000 net worth above the Slark before they stand a decent chance in the team fights.
And even then, you still need the rest of TNC to step up to the mark. Terrorblade hasn't really been a big influence. His illusions are cleaned up too quickly. He needs to have more survivability.
He doesn't have any towers down. I think that's even more glaring. There are still all 6 T1 and T2 towers up on the side of DC.
Well, the first Metamorphosis he used, he had to farm underneath his tier 1 tower. The push never came.
Yeah, I think maybe TNC were also a little bit too presumptuous, assuming that the Sand King was going in the off lane. And I think they banned out a support in that last one, and then DC were very happy with the Darkseer. I know you were calling for the Darkseer during the draft, but it's like, wow, it's pretty common to see with the Winter Wyvern. It's particularly good versus Terrorblade, who struggles versus the laning Ion Shell.
It also solves the problem of the slight spacing of TNC during their team fights. Get that high level up, the easy farm like Moo up to level 13. The only point he's really missing is the last one up in Surge and Wall. But it's the 4 points up in Vac. That's what does the work against TNC. And Demon, well, he's dead. Resolution comes in from one side, Weeha and Moo in from the other.
Sacrifices for his team's Misery, looking for Sam. Stuns into the wrong place as Sam almost shows himself.
Oh, this is a flawless game for Resolution. Not a single death to his name. Weeha's loving life as well.
So I was talking about this earlier with you, but the highest win rate currently for a hero at TI is Winter Wyvern, surprisingly. It was, I believe, Ursa at one point, and then PA after MVP won a lot, but now it's Winter Wyvern. And Soxa has been an amazing Winter Wyvern, but I also think it's how well DC incorporated it into their draft. Sometimes it's fourth pick, sometimes they just completely ignore it. This time they picked it up in the first phase. They always vary after the draft, so you never know what they're going to pick. They use a lot of Kunkka in the group stage, but they don't need as Ship or as Rum to win them this series.
It works perfectly. Like we saw the Curse just completely destroy that fight just around Roshan. Faces forward, goes for Chrono. What happens then? Get the Curse. Doesn't matter if he's attacking anybody else. It's just the fact that the Chrono does nothing. There's no damage to output. And maybe that's also one of the bigger problems just for TNC.
They just need to wait for DC to split up. I think if they can get like one pick into one tower, that will go a long way into getting them back in this game. But they need to start taking down towers, even maybe trying to do a lot of chip damage with the Terrorblade onto the towers. But they need to leave their base. It might even be a good idea for them to invest in a gem at this point, just so they can play the long term. You need to out-economize them at some point, taking down observer wards and not having to invest gold in the sentry wards right now so you can overcome this huge net worth that DC has.
It is crazy to see this game, like as we saw, like the graph so far up. Golden experience, DC. It's going to be a hard ask for TNC to turn this one around. Roshan, instant respawn. DC scouted out so they can move down. If TNC want to try and contest this, then they'll have to commit everything they've got.
Yeah, and Alk lineup is just not the ideal lineup to turtle with. And it's not that great for base defense. You can spam, but only if he's like really farmed. He doesn't have Manta, let alone Octarine at this point. And you need all the illusions that you can get, and their high ground defense is just a little bit poor. Maybe with the Faceless Void, it's a little bit okay, but with BKBs already coming out, first one on the Slark, perhaps one later on the Mirana if they think that they need it. But it all went wrong at the Roshan pit, and Roshan number 2 will go the way of Digital Chaos.
TNC's too late. They try and smoke up, and they're running a very long way away.
But look where Misery is. He's there to...
Oh, he blinks. He force stuffs. He may not realize there's a lot of support around this. Chemical Rage already triggered. They need to get this kill on Misery before the fight begins, but Misery inside the sandstorm. They don't see him. He's actually still alive. Into the tree line. Misery surged away. They need him kill a bloody SK, but they can't even do that. Mirana will be behind them. Weeha's ready to fight the Chrono. It caught Resolution and Weeha. Thanks to the Sentry Wall, they knew he was there. So TNC will be able to find one thing, but Misery swap back in. Demon trying to kill his former teammate with a back wall, catching 3 from Nu. Where will be the damage? Resolution is the one bringing it. Again, TNC coming up short. They have brought down the Mirana. Resolution on the run. Cuckoo can't even TP. The Burrow Strike will hit the mark, and it's a triple kill for Moo.
What excellent teamwork from DC to save Misery in that dire situation. You don't really want to concede any kills at this point, but I have to commend his positioning at the start of the fight. He kind of was in a perfect position to block smokes from both angles, into the secret shop or the long way around if you think that they're going to try and next level you, which Demon has, and that's how he got this far in this tournament.
And now with no big oldies from TNC, it's now even a more impossible task. They have to defend their mid-racks. It's 26 minutes in. Resolution still has that Aegis the Immortal. Wave of Terror forward, hits a couple of them. Glimpse pulls Misery back, but Burrow strikes forward, faces void. Needs a time walk, but the back from Darkseer interrupts him, so he's unable to do so. And then Wyvern jumping forward. The curse is on Demon. Raven, thanks to the BKB, can walk away, but Resolution's fine with this. He just walks up, killing off Jimmy. The Burrow strike to Cuckoo. They're losing too many. TNC are falling apart as DC will bring down the mid racks. They have buybacks on 2 of their cores, but to do so, it will cripple their core so heavily that a comeback is already pretty hard. It'd make it almost impossible.
DC can taste the victory as they close in on a second set of racks. There is just no fight left in TNC. Chronosphere will cool down about the same time as this respawn, and this will be the last thing left in the tank for TNC.
It's all or nothing now. TNC need a victory fight. The Glimpse dragging back Moo. Ninth ulti from Disruptor doesn't catch Resolution or Weehaw. Concoction's done, but Darkseer just tanks through it all. Now the Chrono. Sam will find 3. Who did they kill? They don't know. The stun and faces void. Weehaw hit the arrow perfectly. Again, Moo causing chaos in these fights. It looks like it's over. TNC have lost too many. There's too many beyond godlike. DC, the Terrorblade is the last man standing. TNC will keep fighting to the bitter end, and they look for it. The 4-star, the blink, the bar, the arrow, the style points from DC. They will go for the triple racks, force the megas, and they will get the GG out from TNC at some time.
DC have dashed the dreams of yet another aspiring TI champion, as TNC, this will be the end of their long road.
It really will be, but they fought a hard one. There's no doubt about that. TNC's games over the last couple of rounds have just been inspiring. Some terrific Dota, and there it is. Demon will admit the defeat. GG. DC will take the series against TNC 2-1. Mama Moo can be happy. DC have now got, at minimum, a top 6 placing at TI6.
They have to be happy with that one. Misery proving to be ever consistent in his drafts, varying it up and countering TNC perfectly in game 2 and 3.
And it's amazing how well this team has done. As you said, the drafts were great, but I want to give massive props as well to TNC. They have performed terrific Dota. The teams they've taken out to get here, their performance during the group stage, no one had them really pegged to get this far, let alone even past like the 16th position. And they've come in, they've worked perfectly, and TNC, big props to them. But Digital Chaos, they'll play later on today. There's a couple of men who'll probably have a couple of thoughts. Dakota, man, DC have done it.
They certainly have, Toby and Merlini. Thank you so much for your cast. We look forward to hearing more from you moving forward. I'm back at my drafter's desk, of course, myself, Winter, Black, and we have Draskell. Gentlemen, fantastic showing by DC. They will be walking into a top 6 position. TNC, their journey concludes here. A hell of a game 3. Black, go ahead. Your take on it.
Well, they lost the laning phase like pretty badly, but they came back because they had like a huge stack at the engine that they just farmed. They waited for the next metamorphosis and then tried to sneak a Roche.
Yeah.
And you know, they saw the acid spray outside of the pit, so they knew that they were doing Roche. And there was like it was like 50-50 at that point. And then because DC managed to like fight at Roche and win the fight pretty easily too, and steal Roche afterwards, the game was pretty much like over after that.
That Roche fight ended up being a pinnacle point in the game. So to help us really break down that Roche fight, we got Purge. Hey, Purge.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Great. Want to take a look at that one fight. I thought it was really pivotal here. The initiation was basically them smoking on the high ground, moving in with 3 heroes while still protecting themselves a little bit with a disruptor who was sitting on the high ground. We can jump forward just a little bit here. Take a look at about this point, moving into the Roche pit. Disruptor is going to swing down and look for any enemy heroes that are also smoked because they have really good ward vision on their side, on the TNC side at least. So him placing or having a ward there really makes a big difference. The crucial moment really comes down to Sand King swinging in to the Roche pit area, which basically just forces a great engagement. Now the crucial moment is really when Moo landed his vacuum wall right here. And the really huge thing that he did is that he put the wall in front of the Roche pit. And by doing that, normally a lot of Darkseers either aim for like a cliff or they aim inside the Roche pit, but then you don't really have vision of what's going on. And this means that he pulls them out of the Roche pit so they can't do Roche. And Then if they want to go back in afterwards, they just can't because then they have to spawn illusions. So because he was able to do that, they do kill Demon. There were some really nice plays with the Slark, but I really loved his wall of replica there. It basically just forced their opponents to not have a good option. And of course, a lot of low mana on Terrorblade really prevented him from actually getting initiation afterwards and staying alive and winning the fight. So really good fight by DC.
And with that kind of momentum, they were able to move their way into the W. Thanks again, Purge. We appreciate that. Winner, Moo. I mean, you can't help but notice you did. I don't want to say criticize him a bit, but you were a little shaky about his performance, especially with game number 1. But game number 3, I mean, he brought it.
Inexperience maybe sometimes. Like the newer players, they tend to play well in certain games. When you have maybe a slightly tougher early game, especially, then you don't have a good game. But mostly you see the more experienced offlaners. Universe is an easy example. Even if he doesn't have a good laning phase, he's still very stable, very reliable, and takes time.
Actually sounds like we have a winner's interview, so let's send it down to Casey, where she's with Moo.
Hello, we're here with Moo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a really great series that we saw. You really dominated those last 2 games. What happened in the first game, and how were you able to regroup?
I mean, we just not a morning team. I think, like we just got top 8, and that's like pretty good for us. You know, we went into this tournament expecting nothing, so the hype kind of died down after we beat this favorite LGD team, and now we're facing another underdog. So we're kind of like not thinking as much. We're not doing what we should be doing. We're not playing at our best. And after losing game 1 pretty hard, we just like we woke up. We're like, we got to snap out of this thing. You know, we huddle up before the game and we just do better. You know, and it's just going to continue on throughout the day. We do better and better.
We saw your Faceless Void pick in game 2, and then TNC picked in game 3. Any chance that you picked Faceless Void after watching the EG game yesterday?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like it puts a hero in your mind, you know, like you're like Faceless Void, yeah, it's a good hero, you know. But we didn't go in the game planning to pick Void. It was just a good pick at the time, and you know, just won, I guess.
You definitely won. Yes. TNC tried to get a little sneaky with Roshan there in the last game we watched, and you guys got in there and played. Walk us through what that was like from your perspective, noticing that and getting in there just in time.
We're like, you know, we have control of the whole map. We're thinking like, what can they do to win this game still? And we're just like, Roshan's up, guys. Let's go. Just run in there. And Misery is like, just the man that's running in, screaming on top of his lungs, like, let's go, get in there, guys, let's go! Like, his voice is cracking.
How was that again?
I don't want to do it again. Come on, once is enough.
That was amazing.
And then like we're just all following him, you know, we're just rushing in one by one, and then like I don't know, it was very clean, very easy fight because we got the best of them, you know. They can't really fight us. We have Darkseer, Sand King, Wyvern, you know. It's just one vacuum and it's over.
You mentioned TNC kind of being the underdog coming into this tournament, but they were undefeated until they faced you in this particular series. So you got to give them props for that.
Yeah, I mean they played very well. I'm pretty sure Weehaus told me multiple times, he said in interviews too, I believe, that TNC was the best team at TI. Wow. And then, but I think what killed them was their limited hero pool. I think they had the least picked heroes of the tournament and the main stage. So we kind of knew what we were getting into throughout the games. Like we knew they were going to pick Terrorblade, we predicted it, and then. I don't know. They're really good, but they had such a short time to prepare. I think they could have maybe taken it if they had more time.
What are your thoughts on eHome? You went 1-1 against them in group stage. So, how do you think you're going to do?
I mean, I think it'll be fun. Win or lose, you know. It'll be a fun game. It'll be very fun.
It's
I think
super fun.
The crowd will love it. You know, eHome is they're just good. They're just good players. Yeah. They're just very good at Dota, and that's about it. I mean, you can't really, like, you can prepare a little bit, like they're going to pick this hero and do these things, but they're just good at Dota. So, and then we're good at Dota. So it turns into this fun game.
I don't want to say anything, but you're pretty good at Dota too. Talk about being here at the International. This is a huge stage, biggest stage you've been on. You guys are here as a team fighting really hard. The crowd is loving you. It has to feel amazing from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I look up. After game 1, we snapped out of it. I kind of look up and see all these people in the crowd from my booth, and I'm thinking like, why am I so tired? Why am I playing bad? Why don't I have energy? And it kind of inspires you, you know. You forget to take your eyes off the screen sometimes.
Yeah.
You forget to take a step back and really think about where you are and what you're doing and how this is going to affect you and all the people that are watching you that came out to watch you play a video game in front of them. And we just forgot about that, I guess.
Because you're amazing at it. That's probably why. You mentioned people watching you. Is there anyone in the crowd in particular that is extra special to you?
I mean, I think everyone's seen my mom so far. She's got the Mama Moo jersey.
We have Mama Moo here.
Okay.
Mama Moo, come on over. We'll have you come stand over here because we want everybody to see your pretty face. Congratulations. How are you?
Congratulations to DC. I just cheer.
You must be so proud.
I am so proud of him. He has living his dreams. I couldn't be any prouder. Can you feel it?
I can feel it. Yeah, a little bit.
He's like, sure, kind of. The crowd has loved watching you, and people watching on the stream at home. It's been so inspiring to watch just how excited you are to watch your son.
It's just me. Yeah, it's him. I'm the crazy mom.
Have you ever played Dota yourself?
No.
How are you able to follow it along pretty easily?
Yes. We've been learning. He taught us a little bit before he left home and everything. And then I have a great fan base explaining every little detail of the game to me now. So I'm like, was that good? Was that bad? And they're telling me yes, no. Oh, yeah, no, he's fine. He's fine. So I get very excited. And then half the time I don't even know what they're saying.
Do you call him Moo at home?
No.
Not really.
No.
Do you use Moo when he's in trouble? Like,
no.
Moo Charles the Third, get down here.
Actually, it's usually David William.
Yeah. That's the one.
David William Moo, get down here, sir.
That's the one. But he, I never used it a whole lot. He didn't get in trouble a whole lot, other than staying up all night playing Dota.
Which is paying off right now.
Yes.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's paying off for him. I'm very proud of him. So he's doing what he wants to do.
It has to feel really good having the support at home.
It wasn't always there at first.
Oh, snap, Mom.
High school, go to school, go to bed, go to school, go to bed, but he's an adult now and, he had a dream and a plan and he's achieving it, so.
Can I just bring you both home with me? You are both fantastic. It's fun to watch you both. It's really fun to talk to you and get your insight. We're going to see a whole lot more of you in the stands. Can you handle it?
Yeah, I think so. I might have to go take a nap.
Do you need caffeine? What can we do? How can we support you, Mama Moo?
Yeah. So I think I'm going to get some food and take a nap and rest up for the next series. So save my seats.
People out there like, you didn't say no takebacks. Thank you both so much for talking with us. Yeah. Congratulations again, and congratulations to you. All right, we'll send it over to Dakota.
Thank you so much, Casey. Congratulations again to Moo and Mama Moo. Probably the sweetest interview I've ever seen. Dip them both in sugar.
You know what, Dakota?
Yes, Black.
Just when he got in there, did you hear how out of breath he was?
He was. Adrenaline must have been
They must
crazy.
have cheered like a lot in there, like super happy. It happened to me a couple of times too. You just like start screaming, you start running around. You're like, that was cool.
Winter's like that's never happened to me before. I've never cheered like. No, I'm talking like from his perspective, not mine.
Oh.
I said Winter's never done that. Look at his face. That's the face of a man.
This is him
He's
excited
only
right
happy
now.
when he's memeing.
He's a grumpy cat.
No, I'm happy when I'm married, you dumbass.
All right, and on that note, we'll go ahead and find out what Paul and the gang are up to. So why don't we go ahead and send it out their way? Hey, Paul.
Wow, is the savagery rubbing off? Is the savagery setting the seats down there or something? Is it rubbing off on Winter? What's going on?
He's triggering everyone.
He is triggering everyone.
You have Charlie C. Do you feel anything?
No. No, I don't think he does. Duskle's a good guy.
Too much caffeine, Paul.
And he just doesn't feel human emotion. So that's pretty much it.
Thanks very much, guys. We'll come back for you at the start of our next series for more draft. Of course, we're back with our panel outside here. Charlie, what do you make of that DC winning?
Dude, I don't know what to say after Winter just called him a dumbass. I'm honestly just like speechless.
The thing is like that's the real Winter. You guys
That
don't
is the
know
real
that.
Winter.
It doesn't
You're
really
gonna
show
see it.
up on
Yeah.
air very much,
Yeah.
but we're finally. He's finally coming out there.
I said to him yesterday in the booth, like, when are we going to see the real? Like, we all know the real Winter. When is the Savage Winter going to come out? It's out today to play.
Yeah, he's just kind of shy, isn't he? But then if you poke him enough, he bursts out of his shell. Yeah, dumbass.
All right, let's wrap up on DC. Great victory, Charlie, for them. Brilliant to see them go through to the top 6.
It is what I expected for them to be able to outdraft TNC. I mean, Moo hit the nail on the head. TNC's hero pool is a little limited. They've been picking the same thing pretty much every single game, and people are finally starting to catch on.
Cap.
Yeah, I think Digital Chaos, we kind of expected that they would be able to provide some outdrafts just due to some versatility, and I think in some parts of that game, they really did outplay TNC as well. Granted, I think they set up their strategy really well. Being able to grab themselves pretty strong lanes. Like they from the get-go, they were going to be able to have a pretty damn decent advantage. And then, like even with that first blood, smoke gank in that situation, they set themselves up for success. And then they just kept up the pressure. And with those kind of team fight heroes against a Terrorblade, and it just prevents that any kind of momentum to build for what was a kind of greedy lineup from TNC.
Yeah, there's a lot of harassment earlier on. Misery doing all sorts of mischief in the middle there, just disturbing their lanes and stopping them doing what they wanted to do. Ted, you went with TNC. It's disappointing for the TNC fans to see their team go out, but they should be massively proud about what they've achieved here.
Yeah, they absolutely should. I mean, I think they've come this far. That's a lot farther than they thought they'd get. They beat some good teams to get here. They should be pleased. I mean, I'm sure they're devastated, but maybe when they look back afterwards tomorrow, a few days' time, they can look back and think, do you know what, we actually did really well. And just go on from there. Stick together.
They're only going to get better from here.
Yeah, it's a great experience for them. Let's check in with our brackets right now and update you exactly where we are at the International 2016. Wings and EG, of course, waiting in the upper bracket final. That'll be tomorrow. We've had one match already today, and we'll have 2 more to come. TNC versus DNC completed. It now means that DC move through, and they'll face eHome in our final series of the day. That'll be the last series of the competition, of course. We do have the All-Star match to come. In between that, we have Fnatic versus Liquid. That's still to come as well. Obviously, many teams have been eliminated now. That's 9 gone. We're down to just 7. A few days ago, of course, there was plenty of anguish for lots of fans from Na'Vi, from Alliance, from Secret. We've been catching up with a number of the players that have been eliminated to catch up their thoughts. It's time to catch up with a man from Alliance. This is Ake.
This time around, we are joined by none other than Ake, and normally I actually make an effort out of only being on camera with people that are less good looking than me. So I'll make an exception for you, because we, unfortunately in your case, have to. So you guys actually had a pretty decent group stage. You end up going through the winner brackets. However, it comes at the cost of being chosen by eHome. Do you think things could have been different if it was a different team? Do you think they were one of the stronger opponents you could have faced?
I think eHome for sure was one of the strongest opponents, but at the same time I really thought that we would win against Fnatic, which didn't perform so well during the group stage, but we ended up losing against them 2-0 as well. So in the end, I don't think it matters so much who we faced, but it was more on us how we played, and at this tournament the other teams played better than us.
Yeah, because the ambition is, for most teams here, the ambition is to go all the way, right?
Yeah.
So having to beat everyone is
for sure
definitely a part of the playbook. All right, that's good to know. So you're not as old as me, but you're still getting there. But back when you started playing, you were considered one of the young players. How does it feel now being one of the senior players, one of the older players? You're 28 years old.
Actually, I don't think about it so much, because I don't really feel that I've gotten worse or better in a way. And I know that 10 years ago, people would say that at 25, you start to get bad or worse or whatever. But for me, it's still if you practice and make sure that you stay, with that to stay on top, it's still able to, you are still able to perform and compete on the top level. I'm here playing at the international and playing in one of the best teams around. And for sure, we didn't win this time, but I can still say that, and I'm very proud that we got this far. We qualified through the qualifiers and managed to take games out of many teams. For sure, I'm very sad that we didn't perform better and place higher, but at the same time, now after we lost and I've had some time to think about it, I'm very grateful and happy that I got into playing here.
That's a great attitude.
And of course, you can catch up on all of the Eggs interviews that have been done by Charlie and by Melk on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Dota2. They're all on there. The full-length versions, the unabridged versions, you can enjoy them. All the commentary from all of the players that have so far exited, sadly, from the International. We're going to move on very shortly. Just quick reaction to Alliance going out.
Very sad, obviously, fan favorite of a lot of people here, but unfortunately, sometimes you got to change. Can't be like the dinosaurs.
Think it's time for a change?
Possibly. I have pretty high hopes for a lot of members of that team. I think that it would be a shame if Alliance did break up and they tried to go their own separate way, but at the same time, it may be needed. It's one of the special things about Alliance is that they bring this franchise that is so family oriented. They're a team, but they're a family, and that is something that is very special in what has become a rather cutthroat competitive scene.
Okay. Ted, you got any thoughts on Alliance?
Just that I miss them winning stuff. I'm sure they do too. They're a favorite of mine. You know, my first TI was TI3, so when I think about TI, I think about Alliance in a lot of ways. So.
Yeah, okay. We've got plenty of fans who've come and joined us outside. It's nice to see you all enjoying yourself. Everyone having fun in the sun? Good news, good news. Lots of people having fun here this year. You'll have noticed we've been moving around the event, of course, as has Casey and Slacks. And they've also been having some fun. They've also been getting into trouble as well, I have to say. But all the good kind of trouble, not the firing kind. Casey, however, has also been trying to get the players on side. In other words, she's basically looking for some support. You know, she's updated her knowledge on Dota 2. She's kind of getting there. So she thought she would try and convince the players, after all of their interviews, that she knew exactly what she was talking about in terms of the heroes in the game. Let's check out what she makes of this and what the players, whether they can figure it out.
It's more like this, I guess.
So your dance moves now?
No, these are my dance moves. Don't get it twisted, okay?
Okay.
These are my dance moves.
Okay.
I don't know what Jimmy was doing there.
Is she having a seizure?
I don't know. So what was that, guys?
That's the effect of 4 days of working with Slacks.
Okay,
that's what
yeah,
that is.
that's
it sets
fair
in
too.
early,
Yeah.
and it is terminal. So.
Right, but what hero is she representing?
It's got to be Timbersaw.
It's got to be Timbersaw. That was easy.
Yeah.
I thought that was good. Well done, Casey. That's 3 out of 3. We'll give her 3 points for that. We do have plenty of those to come over the next few days. But time now to turn to the serious part of our lower bracket because our teams are ready to come out. First up, let's hear from Fnatic. They didn't have the greatest of group stages, but they've been proving a very tough opponent throughout the lower bracket. They are continuing on their way after 2 top 6 finishes at the previous majors, looking for yet another one here at the International. They are Fnatic. They go head-to-head with a team who did not expect to find themselves in the lower bracket. Nevertheless, they were in round 1 of the lower bracket, but they've proved they have the quality to advance. They are Team Liquid. Ready, willing and able, the Liquid players entering the booth for this lower bracket match. It is a match that will take them through to the top 6 guaranteed places, and they didn't feel that they had to fight their way through the lower bracket, that's for sure. They came down from the lower bracket, of course, in the very first round in those deathly best of ones, but they've made their way through. They're on the road all the way back to the upper bracket and the grand final, of course. One of those men that's been key to that rejuvenation through the lower bracket is this man, Matumba Man. He's not just into Dota 2, he's also into a few American sports as well.
I grew up in Espoo. It was a quiet city. Started playing baseball when I was like 6 years old. My dad, he always supported me in my hobbies. He was my coach in Finnish baseball.
Lasse is really competitive, and in any of those tests that we did with the players, he excelled.
He was playing at the highest level in Finland, like the National League.
Then it became a time, we had this great coach with us. He kind of left and it wasn't that fun for me anymore. I was in high school, I was my second year. I had lost that drive. I had no like passion in my life. I ended up like dropping out of every course possible. Wasn't the most proudest time of my life.
When I first started dating him, he was drinking a lot and he didn't really have anything in his life that would give it some meaning.
When he stopped playing this baseball, a game which he had been doing so long, I could see that he was really depressed, but once he came back and just started playing Dota, we could see that, okay, the cheering Lasse has come back.
He had something to focus on and something to improve.
It was like the substitute Dota to baseball. I found the passion to like live my life again. So I always wanted to be the best of my friends so I could brag about it.
Lasse takes this Dota playing very seriously.
There's no such thing as talent. It's more like the work that I put into it. And I think like everybody can reach anything they want if they just have the time and the commitment to do something.
He's the kind of guy who will never put pressure on anyone. He never brings any negativity into my teammates or myself.
When you see Matumba man, he's always making fun of everything.
For me, it's like this gaming also, it's like entertainment. I enjoy like doing this funny stuff and people can laugh about it. It's such a relief. You're like working for something so hard, non-stop thinking of this video game. And then you have these little moments when you can relax, do some silly stuff, and it relieves the pressure.
In the beginning, he was quite nervous in our tournament games, but he has worked really hard on himself to improve upon that. He's proving himself to be one of the best carry players in the whole world.
I think he's grown a lot. When I watched his first tournament live, I knew it was a big thing. Now it's become a family thing to watch the games.
Of course, I'm proud of Lasse. I've told many of my colleagues that, okay, now he's in this TI. Do you know how big this is?
Winning that would be amazing, and he's really focused.
I'm really proud of Lasse because he can be one of the best players in the world.
He's making a living by living his own dream.
I want to win really badly, but in the process, I don't want to lose myself because it's easy to lose yourself. The stress is immense, and the need to win turns people insane sometimes. I want to still live my life outside of this.
Matumba there for Team Liquid. A man who has been in very good form so far at the International. His team haven't performed the way that they thought they would in the group stages, but so far, a flawless run through the lower bracket has brought them to this moment. They are guaranteed top 8, but that really isn't part of the plan, Ted. They came here to win this thing. That was their only goal.
Well, yeah, it wasn't just a goal. It's what we all expected. I think most of us put them in the top 4, and I was like, Team Liquid, they're going to do it, they're going to do it. And, Blitz was telling me, Ted, they're amazing. I was like, awesome. And then, the group stages happen, and but credit to them, and credit to Kuro as well for keeping the team, captained.
Grounded.
And I mean, honestly, I would love to see them go on and do well, and I hope they do, and I hope they recover, and I hope they stick together. Because you often see teams to have a bit of a wobble, then they just that's it. But I think this team can really do some stuff.
Yeah, they've been very solid all the way since Frankfurt last year. Charlie, what is it about players that have come from a sporting background, quite a lot of them in Dota particularly, that have had this kind of competitive spirit, if you like, through sports, that they've gone out and done things or found injuries or whatever, and have then transferred to Dota 2 and have kind of kicked on from what they were doing before?
Yeah, I mean, Dota fills that gap in their lives that need to compete, that need to be really, really good at something. And, it's like, it just fills that void where because it takes up so much of your time, it's a very social game, you get friends from it. I mean, it's a really beautiful thing. I think all of us can attest to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even more than that, oftentimes the drive that pushed them in sports to be the best, and also the drive to be able to perform under pressure, I think is a quality that is particularly well used within Dota. That is a very high intensity and very high pressure game. I had a conversation with Juan, and he's also one of those athletes turned pro gamers, right? And I asked him, I was like, were you ever nervous? Like, do you ever get nervous for these matches? And did you ever in your history? And he said no. And I asked him if it was because of the sports. He said, yeah, I've had the experience to be able to fall back on. So.
Yeah, very quickly, we've got a minute before the first draft. I want to talk about Fnatic as well. We talked about Liquid, we know how good they are. Fnatic struggled early on in this tournament. We've got used to them appearing in the top 6 at big tournaments. Cap, so why have they struggled, do you think, this time around?
I'm not entirely sure. This is a team that is kind of, I don't know, that like it's like the new blood of Fnatic actually seems to be performing the best. And it's like the old dogs of Fnatic need to be able to step up their game. Like Ohio's a legend to me, but I feel like he's had some hit and miss performances, and so is Mushi.
Okay, very quickly, 20 seconds. Charlie, which way is it going?
I'm taking Liquid 2-0. I think they found their stride again. Bulba, after getting knocked out, is actually back to coaching them. And I think this should be an easy 2-0 for them.
Okay, Cat, quick.
You beat newbie, Liquid.
Liquid, 2-0.
Okay, unanimous decision here. Let's head back for draft number 1.
Fnatic versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to hop into draft of game number 1 of Liquid versus Fnatic. I got a brand new panel of experts here. We got Merlini, Blitz, and Waga by our side. Welcome, gentlemen, to Fnatic versus Liquid. Ben, I'll ask you first, early impressions about this. Do you agree with Paul and the gang that this seems pretty heavy favored for Liquid? They have Bulba now as their coach. They seem to be, right back in the groove of things. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 by them as well?
Group stage, I would say Liquid, if we didn't have all this stuff happen. But I think Fnatic are actually in a really good place. First matchup, they were versus Escape. Second matchup, they were versus Lions. I think those were probably the 2 best opponents for them, and they're on the upswing.
All right, we do actually have a draft that seems to be well underway here, as we have Fnatic with Shadow Demon and Luna to pair with it at the start. And for Team Liquid, it's a Sand King and a Kunkka Blitz. Obviously, we know you have some ties with Liquid here. Do you know at all, just based on the morale of the team, are they feeling good, uplifted, that they're just on a hot streak right here? And also maybe a bit about their approach to Fnatic, rather.
I don't personally know how they are, but it seems like there's a little bit more chemistry. After the group stage games, whenever they would pan to the camera, it felt like there was some awkwardness in the room and unresolved things. And the one downside for Liquid, especially when it came to the group stage, is their rigidity. They think, if we're going to do this, we're going to go all the way with it. And I was talking to Matt the other day about Liquid as a team and just what happened in Manila, and he said, OG were very prepared for Liquid because Liquid is kind of like MVP Phoenix in that regard. Even though you see a different style out of Liquid once in a while, for the most part, they like to fit that mold. And that's the downside for them, and that's where Fnatic can strike, because Fnatic are a lot more unpredictable here. Because when you have Mushi as a drafter, he's willing to play everything.
Yeah, and you're a little bit already getting a case for what you just said as well. As Liquid, they played a Sand King again, something they used a lot against Newbie there in the previous series. It is a similar style though, and I do like it against the Shadow Demon Luna, because you know a strong push is going to be imminent, and SD Kunkka are really good at defending towers. So we'll see what they want to do here as they go into the second pick phase.
Usually when we see Fnatic pick up the Luna, it's often versus the Faceless Void. I'm surprised that they went for it in the first phase. There are many other partners with the Shadow Demon, Anti-Mage, like we saw yesterday, Luna, Terrorblade, Morphling, PL even is like okay, but picking up this early is fairly interesting. Maybe they didn't want like a super heavy illusion hero because of the Sand King with Ags.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
It's interesting that you mentioned as well, the Void not being picked yet by either team. I think Fnatic will go for it here. It's such a strong hero, even though it gives Rubik quite a few good spells to steal, and very easily so. I still think it just pairs up nicely with the Luna ulti.
I don't know how much I like this support duo, the Kunkka and the Rubik. That feels like you're not going to deal enough reliable damage, and it's heavily predicated into getting really good team fights off with your Sand King. Like, you're going to essentially just set up for Epicenter with this Kunkka, and right now what Fnatic have is something hyper-aggressive. The Shadow Demon, so far for me, has been the hero of the tournament. We saw what it could do yesterday against Mega Creeps with the Faceless Void. Whatever core you have, it just turns it so strong, and you automatically get a sieging potential out of it.
Are they going to push with this, the Luna Undying? They've mastered 2 other cores. The Liquid has picked Naga Siren. Is it a setup for...
Oh, they're definitely going to pressure. They're going to pressure hard, and that's where Undying really shines as well. He brings a stain to your team, and Kunkka and even Sand King, they're really going to struggle when their strength gets removed by Undying. It's hard to keep fighting into.
Yeah. Pugna is actually a really good hero versus Sand King because of the ward. You can't epi blink if the ward is down, and I don't know, for some reason it seems like it's...
Yeah, Pugna and Dying together used to be a very popular duo too.
Yeah, at the same time though, Naga Siren's really good at killing these building spells. Like you sleep, you kill Tombstone, you kill the Nether Ward, no problem there. So but I don't know, it just seems like a strange draft. We haven't really seen Undying use too much aside from Kuroki himself.
I think we have a clear dichotomy in drafts right now, though. I think Fnatic look to push pace as fast as you possibly can, get into these team fights, try to push out towers as fast as you can, and secure objectives. Whereas for Liquid, I think they're going to try to follow the same model that they did against Na'Vi in that best of one, where they push to the later phases of the game. Yesterday, I think Newbie taught them just how far Naga Siren can take you.
Newbie did, but at the same time, I feel SD is so good against the Naga Siren. As soon as Naga gets her Radiance completed, if you're a support on Fnatic, you're just going to be like, okay, then I can also farm now, because now I have Radiant Solutions at my will whenever I want to. They'll be on every lane, I'll just take one. And I feel that they have heroes to deal with the Naga here. They still need to complete their high ground siege. Sure, the Tombstone down, the Luna Illusions is great for just sieging high ground, but I wonder what that last mechanic is going to be that they add in.
Yeah. They also have two BKB heroes. I think it's really important versus the lineup, or else you'll get Song into like this huge combo from Kunkka and Sand King. Like Luna and Sword are just natural BKB carriers, and it's also just really good versus the rest of their lineup. They don't really have that much physical damage on the side of Liquid in case it goes late.
And one thing we haven't mentioned, by the way, the Rubik pick after such an early reveal on the Luna is just so strong. The Eclipse is very easy to steal, and it's ultra powerful for Rubik to take.
Yeah. I think the only thing about this Naga Siren is I think Fnatic's lineup, they don't want to send heroes back to defend towers. And if you look at the two supports from Fnatic, they don't really deal very easily with the side lanes being pushed in. So when it comes to just overall map pressure, I think Liquid is looking okay, but when it comes to the physical team fights, I think Fnatic right now are looking very strong.
It's pretty greedy though. Ember, Luna, and Slaughter, all these heroes need modicum of farm, a lot actually.
Because the impression was sounding like, from what you guys were giving with the first part of the draft with Fnatic, is that they might ramp up the speed and look to go fast, something that's typically pretty good against the Naga. But now, as you mentioned, a bit greedy here. Does this slow things down and now they just rely more on just their overall team fight and hope that they can segue that momentum into a strong late game?
It does slow things down a little bit, and it's curious when you have Undying to try and take that approach. I guess one thing they really have on Fnatic, though, if they ever win a team fight, they take a very fast Roche. They have the Slardar, the Undying ulti, and then the damage from Luna and Ember Spirit is just fine for killing off Roche with those debuffs.
Yeah. I think they push towers very quickly, too. The high ground sieging game for them is going to be very easy and relatively safe. You just send the Shadow Demon in with the Luna, constantly just make illusions out. You can take down the tower very fast. Naga Siren is a hero that doesn't want to defend that early on. So I think Fnatic, as long as their laning phase is somewhat stable, they're going to go relatively unchecked there.
And I think Ember was a smart pick against Naga in a way, because when she songs and tries to combo, you can always jump away, right? Or slide a fist even. So it's very hard to instant combo on an Ember Spirit. There it is, the Fada Prophet.
Fada Prophet to round things out here for Liquid. Gentlemen, final thoughts on these drafts or predictions?
I like Liquid's a little bit more. It's more stable, has a little bit more team fight, and not as greedy as Fnatic's.
I actually think this game one, I do like Fnatic's draft a lot, and I think they're going to be able to push pace. I think their dual lanes are going to be a little bit too much for Liquid to handle.
Yeah, I'm on Fnatic's side as well. I believe it's a powerful draft that they have, so I like it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our Hypecasters now. We got Draskell and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Indeed, Liquid versus Fnatic, the second series of the day here. The draft has been complete. And Andy, what do you reckon? I mean, obviously coming into this matchup, we heard from the first panel saying that Liquid, they were the stronger side. But the draft, they like Fnatic's.
I mean, it was 1 for 2, right? Fnatic in favor on the panel, so I'm going to make things even. I'm going to say I'm liking Liquid a little bit more. We saw the potency of the Kunkka Sand King offlane yesterday when they were playing against Newbie, and I think they're going to have a repeat success here.
Overall, I mean, again, just to pinpoint some of the player-hero combinations we've got from both teams, especially when you look at Liquid, this is Liquid all over. They're absolutely in their comfort zone. And then Fnatic, with this combo here, the ST Luna that we've seen, it seems, more times than not being banned out, being taken away from teams. As soon as an ST's been picked up, the Luna's been banned. They get it through the draft this time. The question is it really as strong as a lot of teams seem to value?
I think it's just because of the early 5-man potential that it gives you. So you have a lot of flexibility. You can go for tower pushes early, or you can decide to take it super late with the Shadow Demon illusions. And high ground siege is always going to be great when you have those bouncing glaives in the tower and whatnot. It does become a bit overwhelming at some point. But Liquid, they have a tremendous amount of wave clear with the Sand King, the Naga Siren, Death Prophet, even Kunkka. We saw Kuro get completely out of control in terms of farm the other day on that hero as well. So I don't think that it's really going to be a lot about anything more than the laning phase for now. Just whoever can really get some kind of advantage at that point, I think, well, they both have the potential to kind of snowball the game in some way.
Absolutely. And talking about the way that Liquid's got this lineup around the Naga, we obviously saw the other day when Liquid went up against Newbie, and in a game where they were ahead, but there was a Naga on the other side, it just got to the point where the Naga was so fat, it just won the game. Is that going to be the case for Fnatic here? If they don't manage to get an edge at the start and they do fall behind, the Naga gets the farm, how much of an issue is that going to be for them?
I mean, Naga's always going to be a huge problem if you let it get too much, because there comes a point where, you know, the Ember Spirit can deal with illusions to a varying degree, but the problem is it's just one illusion. It's not a bunch stacked up on top of each other. Matuma Man's going to send like one to the lane, one to middle lane, one to bottom lane, or to the jungle, or wherever, and it's just going to be pushing multiple things at the same time. Now, there's no Shadow Demon on the side of Team Liquid, so it's not going to be pretty much the exact same, but more or less, it will become an issue. And even, like, let's just ignore the Naga Siren for a second. And they have Epicenter, they have the Death Prophet, obviously with Exorcism. They have Boat to protect the Death Prophet as well. That's one thing that the panelists didn't touch on too much, is a lot of times you want to save hero when you have DP, and the Kunkka plus Death Prophet does give her that innate damage reduction, which I think is going to be very important for these team fights. So I think that they have ways to take objectives, their lanes are still strong, they have good late game, and the Naga Siren is something that's going to just passively pressure Fnatic as the game goes on.
What do you think about the choice from Fnatic to obviously kind of end the draft with the Ember Spirit? You know, as the panel was saying, they had this very strong kind of this push-orientated mid-game, you know, able to get active earlier on. And then is it the fact that they see the Naga, they're a little bit worried that maybe everything's not to go exactly to plan, and they've then got the Ember to fall back on if it goes late, and they need something for anti-push?
Well, Ember is definitely one of the best anti-push heroes. Not to mention, you know, you're going to have Shadow Demon plus Luna Illusions. That's why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on this early game, because whoever gets ahead is going to have a lane equilibrium advantage. They're going to start pushing out. They're going to take objectives, and it becomes very difficult from, I think, both of these teams to play from behind. And also, one other key point to take note of is Ohio's blink timing. Like, whenever you see blink offlane heroes, it's always very crucial whenever they get their items, so that, you know, Fnatic especially can start getting those kills and taking objectives.
And talking about Ohio up on this top lane against obviously just the dual lane of Liquid, the fact that Liquid are once again running this 2-1-2 formation that they seem to be doing with the majority of the time now in TI. Do you imagine Ohio is going to get a decent amount of farm up top, or is Matuma Man on the Naga and obviously the backup from Jerax's Rubik going to be much of an issue for him?
He's not really going to care too much. Slardar has 5 base armor, and he brought a ton of regen to that lane. He started with 2 sets of tangos and a salve plus a stout shield, so I think he'll be more than okay here. In regards to how much the Sand King is going to get, it's kind of depending right now, because Fnatic, they're doing the full defensive tri-lane. So DJ and 343 are both down here. They're committing a lot to making sure that Mind Control doesn't quite get off to that start that we've seen him have the other day.
And in that sense, to a point that you can expect that Mind Control might back up into the jungle, start to get some stacks up and look to get the timing there for the blink relatively soon, or do you think he will try and stay and remain in this lane against Fnatic's tri-lane?
Well, he kind of has to stick around and get experience somewhere, because he started with Caustic at level 1, so if you don't have something to actually be able to farm the jungle with, then obviously you can't go there just yet, and not even having stun means he can't roam either, so he needs to find something, and that's probably just going to be soaking whatever he can.
And we can see on Liquid there looking for the rune. Kuroki tries to get in, but DJ snags it from him.
Oh, he's stuck.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're actually ignoring Mind Control. They know that he hasn't got Burrow Strike or such to get out. They want to try for the easier kill, Kuroki, but he walks it off. Fada's actually turned up as well. We'll see if they could be able to get a bite. Looks like Kuro was thinking about maybe throwing out a torrent, but they don't quite have the damage control. Mind Control still trying to get back to the lane, but the two of them stand there making sure that he can't. And of course, whilst all this is happening, this is just lots of space for the Luna. You know, down on the bottom lane, Mushi, he's getting all the space that he needs at this start.
There's no way that Liquid can touch him for a while. They pretty much just have to ignore the Luna and either just try to get as much as you can on the Rubik during the early game, or maybe even rotate him towards bottom just so like the Sand King can freaking hit level 2. That's really going to be the biggest thing that's holding him back in this, is that he started with Caustic.
Absolutely, just 8 experience on this very sad Sand King at this early stage of the game, but obviously going for the games we saw yesterday of Mind Control, once he is able to pick it up, he can certainly come out with the huge, impressive plays. But it certainly seems that overall, just looking at the lanes across, it feels like Fnatic have found their footing a little bit better here and are coming out with the edge.
It's mainly because they picked the Rubik into the Slardar, so they're not going like full in on trying to zone out the offlaner. So Ohio is going to be getting a ton. I mean, he even go as far as to finish the full poor man shield, just realizing that Naga and Rubik together have very low kill potential. So as long as he's staying at a good high amount of HP, he should be relatively safe. And that's a huge benefit for Fnatic during the early game, because we did emphasize the importance of the Blink Dagger. So for now, yeah, Fnatic definitely with an edge here.
Absolutely, and when Ohio does hit that Blink Dagger timing, we start to see Fnatic grouping up, going for pushes, looking to take fights. Are Liquid going to be able to hold it off with just the 4 of them, obviously just not requiring Matuma Man so he can continue to farm, or may Matuma Man be forced into a position where he's got to turn up and help the team early on?
When you have a hero like Death Prophet on your team, as long as you have your ultimate available for the pushes, I think you are capable of defending 4 versus 5. It's just really down to making sure that you're communicating well and saying, okay, we're defending this, we're not defending this, because if you start getting picked off and Fnatic are able to walk at your towers with Luna Shadow Demon and you're fighting like, 4v5, 3v5s, pretty low here.
A couple of points in the Crypt Swarm. It's got a Fairy Fire. One's going to be fine. In fact, coming back towards Fada, there's a rotation from Ohio. If he hits a crush, they could have a chance in this, but Fada just able to get himself back out. Kuroki TP's across to make sure nothing happens. Ohio with a bit of a big movement, but at the same time, it was a good movement from Ohio in the sense that Liquid actually had 4 heroes up top looking for a kill on him. So it was a good job that he managed to avoid that movement.
Well, he did have a ward, so.
Yeah, he was ready for it.
The other thing to note here, too, is Matuma Man has actually made the transition towards jungle. He realizes that Mind Control has had a really, really bad early game. They're going to go on Ohio here, but not nearly enough damage to kill. He's sticking around for a while.
I mean, we're seeing it with this ball man, Ohio barely taking any damage. The Fade Bolt will burst him down a little bit, but he's fine. And in fact, well, 3-4-3 nearly finishing off Mind Control. Telekinesis for Jerax holds back the Undying. He's got another Decay, but already Mind Control with the Salva. He's going to be fine. And well, at the moment, Mind Control's going to look to get some farm from the lane, but Timberman's actually headed over to the jungle. Just to avoid the fact that Fnatic do have these 2 heroes up top. Doesn't want to get himself caught out. But still, as we can see, CS across the board, 37 for 11. Mushi leading at the moment. The mid lane matchup very close between mid 1 and Fada. 24 for 6, 23 for 9.
And you would more or less expect this, once you get a couple more points into Flame Guard. Mid 1 actually opted for the 3rd point in the Searing Chains. It does give you a huge damage bonus going from 2 to 3, but it does mean that he'll be taking a little bit more damage from the harassment of Fada, so he needs to be a little bit careful. But yeah, Liquid's still a little bit behind. They do have a Naga Siren though, so most of the time if you're, if you CS behind laning phase, as long as you're not giving away like any big kills, it should still be manageable.
And of course, with the fact that Mind Control's now at top as well, it's going to make it a little harder for Ohio to farm against the caustic finale of the Sand King. Ohio just slithering across, keeping eyes onto Jerax, taking what they can from the side pool. They're still hanging around. At the same time, bottom lane there, maybe a bit of a fight here, and indeed, well, they've caught him out. Kuroki came down. Everyone headed down for the 6-minute rune, and Fnatic able to get the setup with DJ's Disruption, get themselves the first blood. At the same time, top lane, Mind Control looking towards 3-4-3, but again, not quite enough burst with the crush. Mind Control could be in trouble. He keeps himself alive, but Fada allowing them to turn it around. Very nice reaction from the Death Prophet, getting himself involved up on the top lane and making sure that Fnatic don't get away with that aggressive play.
So something very important to note there, Jerax actually held his lift and let the Slardar crush, knowing that he wouldn't lose the Sand King. Because if he lifts before the crush and he sees the other hero coming around, maybe if he doesn't get that spell off, he thinks, okay, I can't get this kill, I have to run. But because he held on to the telekinesis for so long, he ends up baiting 2 heroes into death. That was like the most next level patient play. So good.
And the thing is, being Jerax, I mean, it really is a name that we've banded around a lot this tournament, as he has time and time again come out with very impressive maneuvers. And of course, as soon as the draft came out, as soon as we saw those Arubic, I was already a little bit excited, because we can certainly expect as the game goes on for some very, very, very fascinating plays to come out from Jerax. Same time, bottom lane, Fnatic. Looks like they'll find themselves the tower. Kuroki unable to get the deny, so more money into the pocket of Mushi, as he continues to have this very strong start on the Luna. And it's going to be interesting to just see how Fnatic are able to utilize this, and how Liquid are able to respond. Top, Ohio not able to get the crush onto Matuma Man. And level 7, of course, he's already got the song, so it's going to be a hard kill if Fnatic do try and go for it, especially with the fact that they have an Undying there, but not enough lockdown, really, to take down a Naga. And there'll always be TP reactions coming in from Liquid, we can expect, if anyone dives the tower on Matuma Man. But Matuma Man, indeed, at the lead.
Middle lane.
Oh, indeed, Fada versus mid 1. Mid 1, can he play his way around this with Mushi's presence? It looks like they can, and Searing Chains, they'll do it. Fnatic, again here, finding some action on the mid lane from a very active Luna. I mean, this is Mushi TPing over to help out at 8 minutes in, and it allows them to get the job done.
I mean, they had vision and they knew that the Ember was maxing Searing Chain. So when you go that build, you really want to try to punish. And that's something, too, that's really cool about how Fnatic are playing this. They recognize that Death Prophet is a hero that needs to be ganked. And Ember is really good at setting up for kills, even with unconventional ganking, like safe laners, for example, like a Luna teleporting in.
Bottom, mind control, Burrow strike into Kuroki's Torrent, but the disruption coming out just in time for DJ, and he's going to go for the straight TP out. He's forgot about the X-Marks, though. It's not going to work, and DJ was looking for the plays. It's not going to happen, as just a bit of a misread there of Kunkka's skill set.
That was a nice attempt there from DJ. He did pretty much everything he could in that situation to try to live in top. There, Jarex is just like, he needs a team right now.
He does, Fnatic, diving past tier 1s. And the team is certainly on its way, but at the same time, Fnatic got the numbers in the ult. Coming out from Mushi, burst down 1. They'll jump forward, looking for Jarex, and they'll get it as well. And Fnatic diving tier 1s at this stage of the game, taking down that high-value kill on Matuma Man and getting a Jarex Rubik as well to boot. Certainly worth it. At the same time, Fada looks to finish off the tier 1 mid with the Exorcism. Mushi's come in, see if he's able to get the deny or such.
He doesn't have his ult anymore, so.
And easy CS for Mushi. Takes it away from Fada.
Fnatic are playing very well in this early game. The rotations are on point. You know, Ohio's obviously had a pretty good start, and we mentioned how big of a difference there was between Ohio and the Sand King offlaner. You want to talk about how good Cossack Finale is? Mind Control's actually ahead of him right now in net worth. That's like ridiculous. The guy was level 1 for like 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes in, I think he had 8 XP. At the same time, bottom, the Xbox into Torrent, set up onto DJ, Burrow strike onto 2 with the Tidebreaker. It's not enough damage, but the Epicenter, that certainly will help out. Again, DJ putting himself in the ball, keeps himself alive, 3-4-3, gets the 2-man decay off, Ohio over the crush, but Fada, he's turned up as well, and Liquid, they're looking to move in. Mind Control's got to be careful. In fact, he's going to go down to the poison of DJ. Liquid losing 1. Fnatic still hanging around as the Amplify onto Fada. Mushi trying to close the gap. The Torrent holds back Fnatic though. Fada turning around with the Siphon. He's going to get a Ohio. He'll still go down. But at least he managed to bring something with him there. But overall still, Fnatic 2 for 1. And Mushi has just been so active. He's been up, down on the map. And keeping himself at the top of the net worth. This is exactly how they need to be utilizing this Luna.
He realizes how important the early game is for both teams. And making sure that you're using those ghosts and not getting an objective. You know, he dies for that. Even if you're trading your offlaner, I think it's still fine. Like, Fnatic are more than happy to make that exchange any day of the week. The only thing that they're losing out on right now is just the importance of towers. So obviously, Fnatic took the tier 1 in the offlane, which is okay. Is mid 1 here, looking for some kind of pressure.
Yeah, he's got a Remnant out. So he's okay. Well, not if he's silenced. In fact, that may have...
he's okay, he's okay.
Yeah, he's good.
It's only level 1 silence, so it doesn't last nearly long enough.
Burrow strike already used. He wants to be careful, of course, at this point of the game. Mid 1, just 200 gold away from the boost of travel recipe. Fnatic ready to look for some more action. Smoked up, ready to go. Mushi's just going to be left up on the top lane to keep the pressure on. He has got Eclipse at the ready if Liquid come in for a defense. And that may be the plan for Fnatic, because they could look to head up top and see if anyone jumps on Luna. At the same time, a lovely pick for them would be finding Matuma Man in the jungle. Let's see how Matuma Man reads the situation, and indeed, well, he's cleared the camp, so heads away. So they won't be able to find the Nagasarian, but at the least just making space and keeping this top half of the map clear for Mushi to find another tower. Liquid themselves are smoked up. The only one left towards mid is mid 1. It's going to be hard for them to get a jump, especially with Jarex now revealing himself, so mid 1 unlikely to put himself in danger. At the same time, this wraparound from Fnatic could work out if they clip onto Liquid, but again, Liquid themselves, they'll back away. No one's going to find the latch here, and there won't be anyone dying today. Just the top tower falling as Mushi continues to get more and more space on his Luna.
Now, Fnatic knew that middle was a bait for sure, seeing Jarex mid. Like, there's no way Rubik's just solo farming past the river when everyone else on the map is just gone. So they want to try to take an engagement, just recognizing their strength. They have an Undying on their team. He's got 2 points into Tombstone and Decay with the ulti available, so they just want to try to fight.
Liquid really trying to make something happen down here. They're coming into the jungle. In terms of getting a setup, they're pretty much relying on the Torrent from Kuroki at the long distance at the moment. Mushi, he's down here as well. In fact, Fnatic, they'd be happy to fight. They have Eclipse. Both teams just toying with each other here on the edge of vision. Mid 1, if you can get a change to latch off to begin, and he does onto Kuroki. The Torrent is being played with. Liquid, they're not going to commit to this song. Do they want to fight into this Liquid? No, they're getting themselves out. So they will just use the song and disengage. Liquid just starting to play it safe, but Kuroki, oh, his TP was a little bit too long. he will be left behind. So Fnatic are still able to find something. More money into the bank of the Ember Spirit. And as we can see, this is certainly a very, very strong start for Fnatic as well, which is interesting to note as well. If we look back to the series yesterday, Liquid versus Newbie, every game, every early game, every laning stage was going the way of Liquid, but we're seeing today that Fnatic, they're just able to top them with their heroes.
A lot of the time, it's just because Fnatic were outnumbering the Liquid heroes. So the Sand King and the Kunkka, we saw it in a 2v2, not a 2v3. That's when they were playing against Newbie, and obviously it's much easier to win that lane in that series for Liquid than it is here.
Jerax, he's been spotted out by the ward, and indeed Fnatic, they're going to close right back across the map, but he's got the remnants, he's good. Jerax, just teasing them there.
What a spell actually to have as Rubik. That's actually so useful. It's in this game, you can die at like the drop of a hat. You get crushed or caught by the Ember Spirit, and you're normally just dead. So having that spell allows him to play a much more aggressive fashion and maybe not give away as many kills as long as he has it.
I guess it's great for getting wards out as well. Just as long as you've got one to back up to, you just walk over. As soon as you're in trouble, you're out. Oh, we have one dangerously close to Kuroki. They look to set this up. Remnant onto Remnant action here. The torrent is going to catch. They got the lockdown. Mind control's coming in, but the disruption is going to keep him alive. He comes back out the boat across. Mushi falling low. The Eclipse has been enough to kill Mind Control. They've got to keep Mushi alive.
Oh, he stole
So
Eclipse.
Rip, can he get himself out the torrent? Oh, doesn't matter because the Grip Swarm from Fada finishes him off. 1-for-1, but Demonic Purge from DJ. They'll close back in onto Kuroki. Fnatic making it 2-for-1. Looking to come in onto Fada. The chains are there. 3-4-3 closing in as well. They'll take down another 3-for-1 trade. Again favoring Fnatic. Obviously unfavorable for them in the fact that they lose Mushi, but still the numbers greatly favoring them here in these fights. From 10-for-5, 15 minutes in, keeping a very strong lead.
Fnatic are doing such a good job at pressuring while they realize that Mind Control still does not have Blink Dagger. And he misplayed that fight pretty badly. He goes to stun in while the Eclipse is still channeling. And keep in mind, he doesn't have any points in a Sandstorm. This is just total normal Sand King build nowadays. And he tried to epi after the burrow, but he was standing right next to an eclipsing Luna, which obviously is not going to end very well for you. So he was unable to really utilize his ultimate in that situation, and the rest of the team fight from that point on is just a little bit too chaotic for Liquid to recover from. And obviously they didn't have Song again, so Matuma Man didn't want to come to the fight knowing that he wouldn't be able to save anyway. So Fnatic again, very nice opening, punishing Liquid very hard.
And the Bulls certainly going to start rolling even harder in favor of Fnatic with the blink nearly done on Ohio, sitting about 1900 gold, so just around the corner for Slardar. And then these fights are going to get even riskier for Liquid. As we saw though, Matuma Man, he's just about got the money for the Relic, and Curry's already in position, so he'll have that first hurdle tackled. But still, of course, Liquid needing a bit more time for the full Radiance to come out, for them to have a bit of a better shot in these fights. Rising towards the bottom lane, Liquid getting in position, Mind Control to set up as Jared's closing the gap. Oh, he's got the stolen Eclipse, of course he has, but it's not enough damage though. Maybe 3-4-3's in trouble, jumping from Ohio, 2-man crush. They're gonna get Jared, potentially he's trying to get himself away from the zombies, but they finish him. Butter with the ult, they'll take 3-4-3. Can they get themselves anything else though, Liquid? You see DJ already coming in, fending them off. The zombies though, causing so many issues for them. Ohio jumps in again, they'll get Mind Control. Amplifies out, Butter trying to get himself away with the TB, and just about makes it, but Kuroki looks like he's not going to be as lucky as Mushi. Ohio and DJ surround him in the tree line, find a third, and Fnatic once again with their fights here, just punishing Liquid so heavily.
Well, we can see the opening here, and the Eclipse gets popped. The Flame Guard eats a pretty good chunk of the damage, and it's enough for Mid One to be able to get the Sleight of Fist off and just go back to his Remnant. And a nice two-man crush here coming in from Ohio. The big thing is the Torrents here, they both kind of just whiff. The second one I think that Kuro throws out also doesn't make contact, so that's also a fairly big deal. Didn't get the X full combo off.
Zombies.
Mind Control, yeah. He's amped up, so you can't Sandstorm at that point. You're just going to get chased down. And Fnatic have pretty much already won this engagement.
I mean, Fada was very lucky to get away with his life there. Yeah. If he'd gone down as well, that would have been even more of an insane win for Fnatic at that bottom lane. Yours is now done on Fada, so he'll be a little bit more elusive to take down in these fights. And Matuma Man, of course, just keeping himself out of harm's way. He's only been taken down the once this game. And as we can see, just 1k behind the two leaders of Fnatic, Mushi and Mid-One, which, considering the amount of action that's happening, is pretty impressive for this pre-Radiance Naga. And he will have that done very, very shortly. And then, of course, we're going to get to that point where the question is just asked, have Fnatic done enough to slow down the progression of Liquid's Naga Siren lineup?
I think for now they've done plenty, especially since Mushi's going for the quick BKB. Like, he wants the BKB to be able to force objectives. You know, once the Naga Siren gets the Radiance, the one problem of their lineup on Fnatic is that they don't really have good sustain, so you want BKB to be able to fight around objectives and just get the full map away from Liquid as fast as you can. because that makes the Naga Siren's job a heck of a lot harder, because then you have to push the waves much, much further, and it obviously allows you to farm the map in a much more effective fashion. But smoke here from Liquid.
So they can do, they still have a little bit of time before Fada has the Exorcism back online, so fighting without the Ghost. See if they can get the wraparound. They get a ward down. They will be able to tackle Fnatic from the side on from this angle. 3-4-3, maybe they want to front it, and indeed they will jump immediately onto a die. The defensive disruption is now Hayo with the crush onto 3 on the back line as 3-4-3 still gets hit by the point, but he's keeping himself alive. It finally goes down. So Liquid will get the pick. Mushi, though, comes in with the BKB and the Eclipse, trying to chase down KuroKy. One more Lucid Beam and a couple of zombies to the backside. They'll do it. Mid one comes in, cuts down Mind Control. They've taken themselves to Ohio. Wants to continue the fight going, gets the jump onto Fada, amplifies out. One was holding back mid one, and there's the song from Matuma just in time. It's going to allow Fada and Jarrett to get themselves out. Matuma Man's TP still on cooldown though. Matuma Man may have paid with his life there. Ohio indeed jumps in, catches him out. Matuma Man may have saved 2, but at the cost of his own life.
That's actually not worth it at all for him. Like he needs to be the one who's not dying in this game. Even if, you know, Liquid are losing these 4v5 engagements when Fnatic are throwing in all of their ultimates and stuff, it's kind of expected to a certain degree. It's just the Naga needs another item or two before she's really going to start to come online, and those deaths, even after you've already lost a team fight, make it even worse. So Fnatic are just doing such a good job of controlling the pace of the game. The rotations from Mushi early on did so much work as well.
And with the way that the game's going in terms of pace for Fnatic, do you imagine we could see Fnatic, obviously with the Luna, with the Amplifier from Ohio Slaughter, maybe even looking for Roshan anytime soon, or is it still very risky against Liquid's lineup with the Epi, with the Ghost? I mean, they've got so much control around the pit.
Yeah, Roshan against Liquid is terrifying. If they have their ultimates available, I don't think you can do it. You need to take a fight first. And that's another reason, you know, why the BKB is so important. Obviously, Mushi wants to avoid all that magical damage, and if you have BKB, it means that you can actually push in the tier 2s, because you don't want Liquid being able to react very fast. You either want to take a team fight and win and then maybe go Roche, or take an objective, maybe Liquid split up the farm and Ohio here.
Yeah, he's got eyes on Matuma Man. They're trying to bring in the rest of the team at Matuma Man. He thinks he's safe. He's not going to suspect the fact that Ohio's got this Invis rune. If he gets the jump on, could be in so much trouble. Ohio still trying to close around behind the tier 2s. He knows that Matuma Man's going to be going for this camp, and indeed he'll get the jump into the crush. Needs a bit of follow-up control. Then Matuma Man's starting to walk away, and he will be able to get himself just out of harm's way. At the same time, Liquid, they may look to fight back here, coming around, but KuroKy, he's caught on the front lines of this one, and the Kunkka's down. Now, jumping in Mind Control, gets the Bridal Strike onto 1, silence from Fada onto 2, DJ falling low, but he's not going to quite fall down, and Mushi manning up with the BKB, Mind Control to full, Remnant 4 from mid 1, he's looking for more, chase onto Fada and Jarek. Fada uses himself out, but Jarek is out, Fada out as well, a triple kill for mid 1, and Fnatic absolutely crushing Liquid in the first 20 or so minutes of this game.
This Ember Spirit pick is doing a tremendous amount of work for them. Like, he's been so active, been involved in 15 out of the 20 kills for his team. He's just been everywhere he needs to be, being able to chase down these extra heroes. And once a starter had Blink Dagger like Ohio, he can just chase down anyone. Having the amplify damage means that Sand King can't really escape. That's one thing about the hero that makes him very good, is we haven't really seen as much Slardar on the main stage as we did during the group stage. So when people aren't picking that hero, there's nothing really that can chase down a Sand King. He just always is able to reinitiate, very similar to what a Slardar does in a fight. But Mind Control just keeps getting caught out. He's pretty much getting hunted by these heroes, and there's nothing he can really do about it.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
You can see now as well, you know, the way that the game's going. DJ, he's picked up a gem, and how much does map control mean for Fnatic in any game like this against Liquid?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, map control is amazingly important no matter what lineup you are, but especially when you're playing against a Naga. If you can keep all the lanes pushed in against a Naga, you've pretty much won, because that's how Naga wants to play the game. She doesn't necessarily want to take straight up fights.
One's got a DD. This could get painful. And Fada comes too close. You can see Ohio already looking for the backliners. Gets a latch onto Jax, hits a bash, and in they go. A quick slipe from mid 1 and another kill onto this Ember Spirit's tally. Mid 1 at the moment, 907. 12k net worth. It's been an incredible game for Ember Spirit so far.
Fnatic just did a brilliant job of laning this too. Like, so many things they did right this game, recognizing that Liquid wouldn't really be able to react to a defensive tri-lane.
Fada's got to be careful. I mean, he's coming out to farm this wave. Looks like he will be okay. I mean, Ohio was just on the brink of maybe finding an opportunity to jump in. But how do you now stop this if you're Liquid? As you said earlier on, looking at the draft, they do have wave clear. They do have ways of slowing down pushes from Fnatic. And at the same time, are we going to see, you know, a timing hit where, you know, Fnatic, they do need to keep pushing. They do need to break high ground by a certain point of this game.
Well, the big issue for Liquid right now is the fact that they're very far behind. It's not like a little bit, they're super far behind. So what happens is the Naga Siren needs more items for her illusions to become tanky enough to reliably push out waves. That's like the one thing they can do to kind of delay this. But the problem is you're against a Luna and a Shadow Demon, so they're going to eventually start using the disruption to just slowly chip away at your tier 3s once Fnatic take the remaining tier 2s. And once your base is exposed, if you haven't gotten enough farm in that time, then what's going to happen is you're just going to watch your Raxes die. That's pretty much how this goes down if Liquid don't find something.
At the moment, Fnatic putting on the pressure down bottom. So Liquid don't want to react to that yet. They may be forced to, though, if this push continues, and looks to be the intentions of Fnatic. TP comes through from Jerax, but he's certainly going to need a bit more of backup to hold this one. Mind control as well coming in.
I mean, this is one set of illusions, and the tower is going to drop to like half HP. And the issue is it's no commitment from Fnatic at all to do that. They're even feeling so confident that they're just going to TP back and stop the pushes in the other lanes. To this point, they've only lost 2 tier 1s. Like, everything about this game from Fnatic has been very impressive.
Are we expect to see any other big item pickups soon from Fnatic before they may go for a high ground push? Do they feel comfortable that they can sit back and continue to farm and wait for something else?
A BKB and Slardar would be pretty big. It's not like he's super far off right now. He's already got the Ogre Club and 1,500 gold, so Ohio may be looking for that before they want to try to go for the base push. And obviously getting Roshan is going to be something that they're thinking about too. But it's still kind of dangerous because all it takes is one well-placed song and somebody can steal the Aegis if you're not ready, if you just try to sneak it, and if you take a team fight. Since at this point there's only one BKB actually finished, Epicenter can still turn it. So they're respecting Liquid a lot here, not going for the risky play, just going for the safe stuff and making sure they're, you know, getting their core items before they go for an objective.
So Fnatic continue to look for these objectives. Tier 2, it's in their eyes at the moment. We can see a sweep round from the rest of the team to cut off any kind of entrance that Liquid will want to make into their jungle. So Fnatic will be able to find this one. At the same time, Liquid are down here. They've got the creep wave pushed round to tier 2. It looks like themselves, they don't want to come out and try and pressure this one as of yet. So Fnatic get a tower and they'll lose nothing in trade.
Yeah, I think Fnatic just want to make sure that they're not giving anything to Liquid here. Like, taking the tier 2 is great, but taking the tier 2 and defending your own tier 2 is even better. So I think they most likely just try to stop Liquid here in the bottom lane.
So about 700 gold before Ohio has his BKB complete. Mid1 will certainly be able to think about picking up his next damage item. He's actually picking up a Mithril Hammer. So what is the build from Mid1? Not going for that crit next.
It might be a Deso, I guess. It's
to help with the push?
It's not like completely unheard of. And it's also good for Roshing if you already have a Slardar ramp on your team.
You don't feel he feels the need to get a BKB himself this game?
That could also be BKB, yeah. BKB probably is better, honestly. It's just very, I guess he buys that first because it's the more expensive item and he still wants to be able to save money for buyback, so yeah, it makes sense, probably BKB.
Mushi going to get a nice little boost of power to the ult. Level 16 now hit on the Luna. So we could see some kind of a push coming out. And the bottom lane, Liquid did come out a little bit, just hiding in the tree line, like Jerax and Kuroki. Unlikely to want to make a play on their own unless one of the squishies comes out on Fnatic. It's not going to be the case. I mean, both the Undying and Ember Spirit 343 and Mid1 in the neighborhood. So no, Ohio, in fact, on the Slardar. In fact, they could make a jump onto Jerax if they want to, especially with Mid1 coming in as well. Jerax has got to be careful. Will manage to take away the Amplify. Mid1 jumps in, gets the slight. I mean, already half the damage, but it's a bit of a bait. Mid1 silenced up. They've actually managed to catch him out here. Can he live through this long enough? There's a lot of control coming through, and Liquid, the bait is successful. They'll take an Ember Spirit kill, and they may even be able to find more. Boris got to 343, surrounding up the defensive disruption. We'll get 343, a little bit of a time of day, but he's silenced up, taken down. Double kill for Fada, and Liquid looks like they're not done here. The song to look to set up to more. Torrent, Bo coming in onto DJ, but the timing's off, and DJ's allowed to get himself out with a blink. But still, Liquid getting themselves 2 big kills. They'll look to push onto the tier 2. We'll see what Fnatic want to do with this 3-hero lineup that they've still got alive. Mushi does have Eclipse available. Looks like Liquid realize with what they've committed, they'll just back up. And all in all, a very nice play, and Fnatic just getting baited and pulled out there.
Now those kills are still really big for Liquid, even though they're not able to really get an objective off of it. Their team is also, it's too slow of a Roshan team, I think, to try to go for this. The Ember is going to be respawning too quickly. But yeah, that's still pretty decent. You know, it lets the Naga Siren get a couple more minutes of farm, not having to worry about Fnatic going for Roshan. And your lanes are actually pushed out relatively well. They're at the river at least, if not further. The more time they can buy right now for the Naga Siren, the better.
And as we saw there, of course, the fact that Flutter was able to end the godlike streak of mid one. A lot of money, once again, into the Steph Prophet's pockets as Flutter continues to try and catch up with the lead farmers at the moment in this game. Of course, that top spot being held by Matuma Man with his Radiance Naga. Mid one still trying to finish in on that next item. Fnatic probably not going to want to fight until he has that BKB done. He's got the money for it. To send it out. Manta complete by Mushi, so the push, the illusion-based lineup getting stronger and stronger. But Liquid certainly seem to have been able to kind of slow the pace and get the tempo back into their own hands. And they're probably feeling a little bit more comfortable with the way that this game's panning out now at this stage, now that they've managed to find that big fight to keep Fnatic down.
Well, the thing that becomes a bit scary for Liquid is the fact that mid one now has his BKB completed. So it's going to be very, very hard to kill him like that twice. You need a really good stun into a Conqueror and a boat and make sure that it's stacked perfectly, otherwise he's just going to BKB and run them away. The other thing too now is with those BKBs finished, that makes 3, so Ohio now has his, that's 2 10-second BKBs, and Mushi's right now I think is at like, what, 7 or 8? Yeah, 8 seconds. They can even fight around the pit at this point.
You can see on this bottom lane, Fnatic just coming in. I mean, Liquid do have the full team around, but very much respecting the power of Fnatic at this stage and keeping themselves out of harm's way. And it will be very interesting indeed to see when a team does decide to enter into the pit. Up top, towards the mid, eyes onto mid one, but as we said already, Blink BKB a very hard catch for Liquid to be successful with.
Yeah, they're feeling confident with their BKBs. They're just going to go for it.
Let's see what they can do to stop it. They do have Song available from Matuma Man, so they can certainly look for some sort of a play, but we can expect BKBs to maybe be used preemptively even by Fnatic as Roshan falls low to make sure some kind of sneaky play can come out for the side of Liquid. Fnatic already getting down Roche to half health, but Liquid, of course, very much interested in getting themselves involved, keeping themselves near the pit, not too near though, to make sure the Fnatic themselves can't jump up to the high ground and get a latch on.
Well, the problem right now is that Fnatic actually have vision around the pit, and Liquid know that, so they're sitting in a way where they're not giving their position away. But yeah, they can't contest this. They've taken way too long. They don't want to take the risk of fighting into multiple BKBs.
And you think this is the right decision for Liquid? There's no need to risk a fight like that.
I feel like if they lose that fight and they lose Roshan, the game is almost insurmountable at that point in favor of Fnatic. So I think it's the lesser of two evils to defend your high ground when you have Naga Siren, you have really good deep push, than it is to try to fight.
I mean, with the support that Fnatic had out here, they know that Liquid have headed back over to this half of the map. And Kuroki could be the one to front this attack, but looks like he just managed to keep himself out of Vision's way. Fnatic, though, still continues to move over. Jarrett's TPing out. He should... No, it doesn't quite make it! Ohio! Just in time to catch the retreating Rubik. So they do get a pick. At the same time, the mid lane's being pressured in. And Fnatic 22 for 10. Certainly keeping good control of this game.
And this has been pretty much a clinic put on here by Fnatic. The laning phase was fantastic. Mid one played very solidly throughout the entire game. Mushi's rotations were also great. Just everything seemed to click. They were communicating well. They knew what they wanted to do. They've just been putting on a show.
Let's see how heavy they want to go in here. Mushi with the Aegis at his disposal. Illusion's already coming in. Mind Control clearing them out. Mushi still feeling the power to come in, and with that extra range of the Dragonlance, getting a few touches in on the tower. Top lane's being forced in by mid one, so Fnatic trying to keep the pressure onto Liquid, all lanes across the map. And now mid one comes across, looks to join the fight.
This is a really bad position for Liquid. You never want your Naga Siren to be in the base.
Jumping onto Mushi, there's a crush of the Mind Control, gets shoved back, but they'll still catch out the SK by looks of it. All the Sandstorm manages to get himself out of harm's way. They're looking to set up onto mid one. He tried to go for the Slide of Fist to finish up Mind Control. They couldn't quite reach him. So Liquid able to keep everyone alive there after Fnatic make a bit of a bite onto them. But as we can see already, significant amount of damage done to this tier 3 in the mid lane. the same time, Octarine pretty much indeed done by Matumbaman, so they are certainly going to be capable of pushing back out all these lanes. And Liquid have got a good shot at buying time to allow their heroes to get to a point where they can tackle Fnatic on a full 5-on-5 in a team fight.
It's a bit unfortunate that Fnatic were forced out in that fashion, because Matumbaman was not where he wanted to be. Typically when a push is happening like that, you don't really want to have to be sitting in base because you want your illusions, you know, pushing other lanes, cutting the wave, making it so Fnatic have to go back and address you. But because of a little bit of over-aggressiveness there from Fnatic, they do lose out a bit. And Liquid are going to make a little bit of a movement towards top, try to get something. Offlane tier 1, it's not the most useful tower in the world, but at least it's some gold going their way.
Again, as we can see from Fnatic, Drawn looking for a sweep through the jungle of Liquid. Matumbaman's already out of there though, and as they will see, of course, Fnatic, they know that Liquid are putting 4 heroes to the test up top, pushing down that top lane. TP's back out though, so looks like Liquid don't want to try and commit for a tier 2 push. They know that they are going to be required back at the base when Fnatic wants to go in again, and at the moment it's just spamming the illusions out. It's been doing the job so far, and it's going to bring that tier 3 very close to going down.
I mean, Fnatic can sit outside of their base and pretty much do this all day, assuming the heroes have health. Like Mushi just, he obviously has the Aegis, but if the illusions are low on HP, they die too fast.
Again, getting the crush on mind control, but as we can see, KuroKy just allowing mind control to jump out, clear the wave and be pulled back. Tarek, he's going to catch onto Mushi, but Mid-One actually jumps in. What's he doing? He's been caught out. Mid-One not in the position that he needed to be. And this might really hurt them. There's going to indeed be a buyback from Emma, getting himself back in on the fight. Song coming out. See if they could do anything with it. They've locked down Mid-One, but already the rest of Liquid are backed up, and Mid-One chaining up Matumbaman, creating the space for Mushi to push in. He's lost one of his lives. Fortification will come out, Liquid. Need to pull something off it to stop Fnatic from getting the racks. Mid-One though jumps in again. This Ember is incredibly aggressive indeed with a crush. They're going to be able to do it. 2 down, 3 down, 2 buybacks, 3 buybacks from Liquid. Putting everything they've got into this defense. I mean, if Fnatic can kill them again though, the crush! Ohio is a dieback on mind control. Fnatic, if they give themselves a couple more kills here, it's going to be absolutely huge. They'll keep the pressure on. Liquid take 3-4-3. Mushi, X-Marks up, no BKB with a defensive disruption on Ohio! Onto Fun, it's a dieback on Fun! 2 diebacks, 3 diebacks on Liquid! And Fnatic, they really are doing it here. Liquid, in what seemed like a huge player frustration, just throwing all their resources into that one defense. And Fnatic, they'll clear out the mid lane. They head towards the bottom. Only Matumbaman left to defend.
Man, Ohio.
Oh, man.
He was just unbelievable there, getting a 3-man crush, just reinitiating over and over again. Liquid just are out of sorts right now. They can't do anything about this Slardar. And even Mid-One not popping his BKB when he went in the first time, you could have even said that was somewhat of a bait because he can buy back right away. He already has a Remnant out anyway, so he can just be back in the fight at the drop of a hat. And that's a double set of racks for Fnatic. Liquid yet to have an answer for any of the aggression that they've been shown this game.
And Mushi, Satanic done as well. He's still got 3k gold on top of picking that Satanic up. This game has gone to absolute pop for Liquid, and Mid-One jumping in onto Jarek's and mind control. Jarek's is gone. Liquid still holding in. But the question is for how long is Fnatic looking to finish off the final set of racks on this top lane. Liquid will have a full team back up fairly shortly. And Fnatic will respect that. Backing away, backing up. I mean, they've got to feel very comfortable with the position that they've managed to get themselves into. 37 minutes in, 30-12, 2 full sets of racks taken from Liquid. This is going to be a very hard game for Liquid to climb back into.
Hard would be an understatement, I think. Honestly, that Shadow Demon has more net worth than the mid-Death Prophet on Liquid. That's the state of affairs that we are in right now. He can just blink in with his BKB on, just cast Demonic Purge on somebody, Soul Catcher somebody else, and like most of the damage coming out from the side of Liquid is magical outside of just the Ghost, really, and the auto attacks from the Naga Siren, so it's not really like he has to worry about anything else. BKB is actually incredibly strong this game in the sense that it kind of solves all your problems with just one purchase. Where if you look at what Fnatic has, it's much harder to itemize against their team because they have a good split of damage, whether it be physical or magical. So take Death Prophet, for example, a hero that he had to buy Yules, BKB, and then plate mail to feel even a little bit safe. And even with those items, he still becomes very, very squishy if the starter gets an amp out because it's just minus 20 armor with one cast.
Fnatic getting the wave push round, getting ready for that potential final push onto the high ground of Liquid's base. Liquid themselves trying to come out, keep these waves back out elsewhere, making it a little bit harder for Fnatic to just control Liquid and force them into a position. But already some of the TP's coming back out. Fnatic, they have the wave at the ready. Ready to go for this push. Liquid needs something huge to defend this one. Mind Control's tried to come in. Ohio jumps in onto Mind Control. He's gone looking for Matuma Man. Matuma Man disrupted up by DJ, looking for the setup into the crush. There it is. Eclipse coming out. They've lost to them. We have buyback from Matuma Man. Liquid, they need a bit of a miracle to hold on to this one. The ghosts have come out from Fada, but mid one. Slayer fisting, chaining up the Kuroki, holding him back. Again, looks like Fnatic with that first burst, just again holding back only for seconds though as the next creep wave comes through. You can see Fnatic going in heavy again. They know there's no Sand King for this defense. There is still a song available. Exorcism has already been used though. As Liquid really falling short on the tools required to hold back Fnatic. Mushi, and with the illusions, just focusing the racks, looking to get those objectives complete. And Matuma Man, he just can't do enough on his own, trying to push this out. Jax will jump in. There's a Torrance building again. These crushes from Ohio, catching 3-4 every time. 4's dead, 5, and Liquid aren't doing it. 37 for 12. Fnatic playing absolutely top-class Dota here on the main stage. Coming into this series, a lot of people would have looked at Liquid's performance so far here in the main event and said, should be relatively easy, but Fnatic, they have a strong draft, and they just played the better game there.
That was probably one of the most solid games I've seen them play the entirety of TI Fnatic. That was just an incredible performance from pretty much every single one of the teammates. Like, it's hard to say which person played the best on Fnatic, because I feel like you could easily give MVP to Mushi, DJ, Mid1, or Ohio. They all did pretty much exactly what they were expected to do. They were super aggressive. They knew what their lineup was meant to accomplish at every stage in the game. And Liquid, I think the biggest shortcoming of their lineup was they just couldn't really make anything happen with the Sand King and the Kunkka for a very, very long time. Like when we saw that matchup yesterday against Newbie, it wasn't against a Tri-Lane, of course. It was against 2 heroes, and it created a ton of space, applied a lot of pressure to the safe lane. But this time around, Fnatic are ready for it. They commit 3 heroes. Ohio has a pretty easy safe off lane. He has a Rubik and a Naga. They pretty much can't kill him.
Yeah,
so eventually they had to put Matuma Man in the jungle just so Mind Control could recover his just super slow early game. And I think that's kind of where things started to fall apart. And after that point, Fnatic were just pressuring nonstop.
I mean, how much of this would you put down to the draft then?
I think maybe there was a better way if, maybe Mind Control started with a Talon. If he knew that it was going to be like a defensive Tri-Lane, he might have been able to do a little bit more, get a faster blink and have some more impact. But because of the fact that he went level 1 Caustic and went into that lane where he could pretty much get nothing, that crippled him. Like for 4 or 5 minutes, he was just, more or less useless. And it's not really his fault. It's just the state of the game. So I think it's not necessarily the heroes themselves, but where they had to go and the skill and itemization choice that hurt him a lot.
Absolutely. Well, obviously with this way that Fnatic have come in, taking the first game, Liquid losing out, and maybe a bit of it down to a draft issue. We saw yesterday, Liquid had draft issues in Game 1 against Newbie, but then Kuro was really able to sort it out in Game 2 and Game 3. We'll see if that's going to be the case. We'll be able to bring the panel back in, though, to hear on your thoughts on just the incredible performance from Fnatic in Game 1.
Yeah, fantastic performance. And as you rightly said, Owen, it's a question of whether Kuroki can correct the troops like he did yesterday. We'll see whether they can do that in Game 2. We'll come back to you then. Thank you very much for Game 1. Back on the panel. Charlie, what do you make of that?
Really solid performance out of Fnatic. I honestly didn't expect it. But uncharacteristic draft out of Liquid, I would say. I haven't seen them pick those heroes, play that way since maybe the group stage where they started losing. I feel like they're trying to take from other teams that have been successful in this tournament, and it's not exactly their playstyle. It's not exactly what they're used to, and it's catching them off guard.
Yeah, they're used to setting the meta. They've done that over the last few months, Cap, and we've gotten used to the fact that everyone's chasing their tail, and they're the ones that can adapt and change and alter things to other teams doing it. But now having to chase, it seems harder for them.
Yeah, maybe. I think the last time that Liquid were really leading the meta might have been at Epicenter, where they managed to win that tournament, and people looked towards Liquid, started adapting their playstyle. Then Before that and after that, I think in some ways people are looking towards OG. I think Charlie really, like the word solid, really encapsulates everything that happened with Fnatic there. All their players were doing very well. I was very happy with Ohio's initiations. Again, like I was a huge fan of him back in the day, so weak performances, I'm really disappointed when I see it, but this was a very good performance by him on the starter, great initiations. I think the rest of Fnatic followed suit. All very solid play, and I think the draft was just really well-rounded, really well-crafted to work around a Luna.
Ted?
Yeah, I mean, I like Liquid a lot, but you've got to give massive credit to Fnatic. Executed very well. Ohio, as Cap said, fantastic. I mean, that's what you want from a slaughter. Absolutely, like multiple two-man crushes, everything, setting everything up, and just let the rest of the team come in and do the damage. But, Paul, we know, Ted, that Liquid are happy to play from behind. They give them a game. It's a sympathy. It's a charity game. They're going to come back 2-1.
They're a best-of-3 team. You can't really, just because they're down one game, you can't really put them out because, again, they're a team that needs that extra little bit of give so they can make adjustments. So
Let's bring in our experts on the draft panel right now and see whether they agree with our panel outside. It just seems, gentlemen, that the consensus out here is that solid from Fnatic, nothing spectacular, but enough to win the game, and perhaps Liquid can come up with something different for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic came to play, that's for sure. I mean, most people slated that Liquid were going to be able to 2-0 and that they were hitting a serious stride, but Fnatic are the brick in the road there, Ben. Any additional comments now that we've seen the game actually pan out? Any extra notes about the draft that we see it in play, or maybe in particular the early game?
The early game in Liquid's safe lane was just really problematic. I like the way Ohio played. He held on to his crush for so long. It's like, wait, is he not going to crush? What is he going to do here? It constantly felt like they were unsure about how hard they wanted to commit on him. And then Undying's just sitting in the back there. What else do you have for me?
What else do I have for you? Well, it was interesting how you could tell by Liquid they really wanted to be able to punish the Ember Spirit in the early game because, that's where Ember Spirit's at his weakest. You want to be able to keep him down a peg, but they just failed at being able to do so a bit. But to help show some clear examples in such a case, we actually have the technology here. We have the man. He's bigger, better, stronger than ever. It's Purge.
And I'm prepared. I did the homework. The bot gank is really the one that I wanted to look at. This is when Rubik had Eclipse stolen. It's a super high damage nuke. Does over 1,000 magic damage if you use it correctly, and this is the moment as well that Sand King picked up his Blink Dagger. They did push this lane up near creeps. Their opponents knew that they're in the area, but because they push out the lane, mid one shows up, they try to get the kill off on him, land the first stun, throw the second stun, and then he gets the Sleight of Fist off and jumps out. Now, there's a couple crucial moments. Normally when this happens, you think maybe if they stunned a little longer. So yeah, maybe if Liquid had done better earlier, they would have had an extra level of telekinesis on Jarex, maybe stunned for 0.25 seconds and they would have gotten the kill. I think that's actually the case. If he was one level higher, might have killed him. Their stun stacking was perfect. I'm not going to criticize them for that, but let's take a look at this gank from the position of Fnatic instead. So this is leading up to it. As you can see down on the map, I'll just do a little bit of zoom in here. You can see that the two heroes are approaching. There's a TP coming, but they do have a lane ward up there. They knew that Jarex and Mind Control were here, and there's a good chance that they also spotted, actually they did for sure, they spotted his inventory right here with the Blink Dagger. They knew this was coming, and they prepped for this. They TP in him, and immediately after, this is before the fight even starts, already Undying is coming in. Here's another thing that actually saves his life. When he gets very, very low, right about now, boom, Soul Rip. Would have died right there if they hadn't anticipated this. This was entirely a bait from Fnatic. It was very close for Liquid. They almost got the kill, but a couple sick plays from the Radiant team led to a lot of kills against the enemy team.
Wonderful stuff, Purge. Always appreciated that you're able to kind of dissect and go a bit deeper than maybe some of us even care to see, but my God. Thank you so much. And with that, Mid-1 was able to kind of segue into a beautiful mid-game and eventually landed onto a godlike streak and secured our, boom, MVP vote. You can check it out right there. Blitz, not a hot start, obviously, for Liquid here. Anything you're looking forward to for them to kind of shape up moving forward into game number 2?
I think understanding the draft a little bit more and the way that Fnatic wants to play. I think in a lot of ways it was that mid-fight decision that kind of was what snowballed out of control for them. If they had played that a little bit better, maybe they're able to hold. They don't have to give up 5 different heroes. They had forced the buyback onto mid-1, possibly lose a set of racks there, but losing 3 heroes, then losing them all over again, pretty much just sealed the deal.
Waga, closing thoughts on that game or any thoughts moving forward?
I think the power really came in from the SD and the Luna high ground pushing, and they were just barely hitting that timing, Fnatic. because the Octarine, yes, she got it on Nagasarin just before, but she didn't have time to start choking out the lanes, sending one illusions to every lane, and forcing the enemy to react to them. So Liquid, they never got to the point where they control it, and that's because of the early game by Undying, Luna, SD. It's a strong pushing strat.
It really is. So with that, we'll go ahead and reach back out and bring Paul and company back in. And how's it going, Paul?
Good. Very good. I think we're going to get a suntan out here. You guys should come and join us at some point. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you, of course, back in the arena for draft number 2 between Fnatic and Liquid. Get some final thoughts from you guys on that particular matchup. I want to talk about players as well. Mid1, Mushy, both having good games, Charlie.
Yeah, both of them had really solid individual performances. Little mess up here and there, but the early game advantage that they built up made sure that it didn't matter.
I think Mushi is kind of building up steam. Just something about him, he seems to be performing better as the tournament goes on. So they definitely need it going into game 2, hopefully to be able to close this out against Liquid.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, exactly that thing, because he was very quiet first couple of days in the group stages. We didn't really see the old Mushi that we know what he can do, right? It just seems like it's just starting to creep out.
I mean, that guy's a legend of the Southeast Asian scene, right? That guy has done so many great things in Dota alongside Ohio, right? Those two have a legacy behind them. So when you see them make certain misplays that, some of the duo players don't do, you're just like, oh, come on, you got to get it together. And they really seem to be getting it together here on the main stage.
All right, we'll get some more thoughts from all three of you in just a minute. The players are not too far away from coming out and playing game 2, at least getting into the draft. But before we get there, we've talked a lot about heroes this week, and we've had a record number of heroes both picked and banned. 104 in total, and plenty of them for Sir Action Slacks to interview. Here's Wind Ranger.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you guys bringing some more heroes for me to interview? I kind of like... No. No, anybody but... No. So yeah, no heroes here today, but if you want me to... maybe we should interview this annoying woman. Yes, that'd be fun. Hello, miss, would you like to be interviewed today?
Yes!
Great, good. Well, round of applause then for this night. Yay, hooray! Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, what are they calling you these days, huh? What's your name?
I am the Wind Ranger.
That's great. Well, Wind Ranger...
The markswoman of the wood.
Welcome to the International. So good to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. When did you arrive?
Just flew back into town.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a wind pun. That's good. Yeah.
Get my point?
You're an archer. That's really good.
I'm fantastic.
Yeah, you sure are. Okay, anyway, so people are kind of picking you again. You're coming back into the meta, right? I mean, that's
Look who's back.
That's pretty good. So we're happy
Can't keep a good girl down.
We're happy to have you back in the meta.
Being dead is boring.
So, do you have any... Do you have any stories from when you weren't being picked?
I once shot an ant off a worm's backside, but only aimed to wound.
Oh my god. Okay, you're a popular hero to cosplay, huh? What do you feel about that?
One of me ain't enough.
Yeah. Okay. All right, easy question for you. What is your favorite item these days, huh?
Satanic.
Satanic?
Mjolnir.
No, you get to pick one item. Just
windy scepter.
No, one item.
Black King Bar.
Okay, you can stop.
Monkey King Bar.
Okay, stop. You don't.
Satanic.
Okay, just stop, dude. You are just the worst hero in this game. You're a bad mid, you're a bad offlaner, and you have the most annoying voice lines in history. I hate you.
Where the heck did that come from?
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a little excessive on the...
I'll pay you back.
What does that mean? What?
Time for target practice.
Oh! You want to take some shots at me? Okay, go ahead. What do you got? Please.
I like your hair, Lena.
Oh, that's funny. That's a joke about me going bald and I sound like a girl.
Right on target.
Yeah, that's good. You are hilarious. Thank you. That's good.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
I guess I am a little sensitive about that, so,
You deserved it.
Right. Well, you are kind of hurting my feelings.
How sad for you.
Yeah.
Pain, meet ugly. Ugly, pain.
Well, you're annoying, so...
That all you got?
No.
Yep, you're dead.
Okay. I'm gonna go. Thanks a lot.
Look what I did!
Wow. I was beginning to worry halfway through that because Charlie's face was kind of like this.
Oh, I enjoyed it at the end.
But he really
I
enjoyed it.
really enjoyed it
Yeah.
at the end.
Why?
Team Casey.
Is that what
Are you
we're going to
crazy,
say?
dude?
Wait, what?
Team Slacks.
Yeah.
Come on, Team Slacks.
I'm with Ted on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Looks like the crowd
I'm
is with us, Charles.
Get that guy out of here. He's out.
No, I got you, dude. I got you. I see you.
Flex is right,
Security
though.
was
Wind
the
Ranger
main
is
stage.
probably the most annoying hero in the game.
No, come on.
Hello? Techies exist.
yes.
No, like purely off of voice lines and such like that. Come on, dude. You're the one who's like all doom and gloom. Doesn't that obnoxious, happy voice get to you constantly in game?
I mean, isn't that like Enchantress?
I mean, that's pretty bad too.
All right, let's move on. We're going to get into our second draft very shortly, and also our second game. Charlie, big game this one for Liquid. They've been here before, though. Kuroki is known to be able to adapt and change his team and mold a draft around them and get them back into the series. So what does he do this time around?
Pick what they've been winning with, what they won, what they beat Newbie with.
Go back to Liquid school.
Sure. I don't even know what does that mean, Liquid school?
Well, just the fact that they're comfort heroes, the things that they've been playing with over the last 3, 4, 5 months that have got them through big tournaments.
Not necessarily that, but I don't think they should just take what other teams have been successful with and just try and play that way. They need to take and adapt to how they naturally want to play.
Okay, Ted, Fnatic, great solid first game.
Yeah,
What do they do
did
second game?
fantastic. I mean, I had written them off after the group stage. I thought that, they just sort of weren't at the races, honestly, but they've absolutely come storming out, hit form at the right time in the tournament, and I mean, they took Liquid apart there. So, in my opinion, Kuro's the kind of captain that what he needs is he needs to come up with something smart, and his team need to have absolute faith in him and execute it. You can't just sort of go in and sort of be doubtful. He needs to lead them, and they need to follow him. That's important.
Cap, from the Fnatic point of view, they go into this 1-0 up. They're comfortable. They've had a solid first game. Nothing spectacular. No one's got out of their chairs and jumping around. It's all very calm in there. So what do? Just same again?
Yeah, actually. I think they should draft the same sort of lineup. Obviously, that's going to leave you open to being countered, but I really do believe that that sort of team fight and the ability to close out the game pretty quickly, like any kind of Luna strats are naturally going to be able to push high ground, and you've got a Shadow Demon and Undying behind it. It really just clicked well with the Luna. So you're able to end the game pretty quickly. You had superior team fight. I think that's really the way to go, that they were just able to establish a strong laning phase and just build momentum with that kind of draft. And I hope they do that again.
As much as we've talked about Kuroki's brilliance with the draft and being able to adapt to the team, he's got to be careful, Charlie, here, because Fnatic aren't afraid of going out with some cheesy stuff here.
Absolutely not. I mean, they're doing the SD Luna stuff. You have to be aware of what other teams are going to bring, and I think he can do that. And I think this should go to a game 3.
Okay, you think game 3, Ted?
I'd like to see a game 3.
I think we'd all like to see a game 3. That is a given, isn't it?
Yeah, I would like to see a game 3. I never like to see a 2-0. You want to see it go down to the wire. So, yeah, I hope Liquid can do it, but on the basis of that performance, maybe Fnatic are too strong in this series.
Yeah, okay. Thank you to all 3 of our panel members. We will be back, of course, regardless of whether it's 1-1 or 2-0. Let's find out as we head into draft number 2.
Welcome back. We are getting ready to hop into game number 2 of Liquid versus Fnatic. I'm back at the drafting desk, of course, with Merlini, Blitz, and Waga. Welcome back, gentlemen. We have a draft that is underway here. Ben, did you agree with what Charlie had to say, that at least for the side of Liquid here, they need to not reach out so much on what they see is working for other teams and trying to make it their own, but more of not necessarily going back to comfort picks, but finding something that works around their own particular play style?
I think they can change 1 or 2 heroes, like the Sand King in particular, I think worked really well for them yesterday, but Sand King is new. Naga, I would say, is actually fairly new to them too. They've been running a lot more fighting carries recently. What about you guys?
I'm a little bit taken back here by the draft that they've actually pick a second pick Undying after already running it once. I feel that it's very easy to customize lanes against it. You know it's a strong laner, but now that you know it's coming, I'm not sure.
They picked it
about
early
that.
last game too. They picked it third.
Yeah, but third is that's after you ban out a few heroes. That's after you conceal it a little bit more. Just going straight out the bat like this, I feel it's a little bit too much.
I think so far it's okay, especially if you get a Drow Ranger. I think Drow Ranger plus Undying is an okay combination just because Undying is a naturally defensive support. He wants to play this passive game where you go onto one of his cores, then he can drop the Tombstone, turn fights around. Soul Rip being one of the better abilities at doing so. I am kind of curious that they gave up the draw, though, considering we've seen how strong all the Tier 1 teams here are using it so far.
Plus, Liquid have already snagged up an Axe, which is very good against the Drow, so they already have that beefcake frontliner to be able to close the gap. So, I don't know. I guess I get that feeling Fnatic could be showing their hand a little bit early, but we'll have to see if Liquid are concerned about Fnatic's game enough to start counter-picking and approaching it in that direction, or if they're not going to be shaken up too much and continue to draft their own kind of game.
I think Fnatic can derive some inspiration from Wings yesterday when her Drow Ranger opens up a lot more heroes. Typically it was just Medusa, you'll see a few other heroes, but like Morana, I would say those are the most two common pairings, I would say mid lane with Drow Ranger, but they ran Queen of Pain, they ran Puck. That's way more old school. We saw a lot of Storm Spirit also, and Wings doesn't really use that. So I think now that you have these heroes can actually win with their Drow Ranger. These teams are better than us, so why don't we try and use something that they want to use?
Oh, this is already looking like an old school, just start frontlining, pushing down towers. Fnatic, they were incredibly satisfied with how their SD Luna strat worked. This time around, they're going to put the pressure on Liquid once again, and pace of game is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, it's probably going to be even more pressure. Shadow Shaman's ulti, along with the Tombstone, it's really hard to fight into, because Drow Ranger needs to be focused. That's the thing. Someone has to go on her, and with these other issues to deal with, even on Undying's Tombstone making it harder to blink in as well, it becomes very hard to take these fights. This is a game where I would like to see the Nagasar in, though. Even though it just lost one game for them, the sleep in to kill off the wards is really, really nice.
I think it's too risky, though. Like, if you mess that up one time, you'll likely lose a T3, I think. Or, you know, that fight usually happens around when Naga's like 10 or 11 or so, but I think it's just very easy to mess up.
Yeah.
This is when Fnatic should pull out that Pugna, though.
Yeah, I'm down with Pugna.
More wards, more things to have to take down, and the Drow Aura with it, why not? But no, they go right for that Sand King on Fnatic.
It's heavy push, very heavy early game in lanes.
I do like the Razor pickup, though. It's a hero that Fada plays really well. He's comfortable on it, and it's very good at defending high ground. I'm not sure how effective it's going to be at running in, closing distance on Drow, but that's what they have the Axe for, so he better perform.
I mean, you have a lot of different options as Fnatic's last pick, too. I think if you take something like a Viper mid, and you build an early mech carrier, you just start pushing down lanes, it's going to be incredibly hard for Liquid to straight engage, because a lot of Liquid's lineup is predicated on running at Fnatic. Almost none of these heroes want to be backpedaling, especially a hero like Oracle. One of the worst feelings as an Oracle player is when you have to use your ultimate as a last ditch, because most of the time that just means you've lost the fight completely. You want to be able to choose and pick your spots.
I feel Oracle's biggest issue is when your team goes, okay, retreat, we need to get out. Yeah. And you're like, oh, yeah, I don't do that. I don't get out of fights.
He's pure offense.
Yeah. And I think one of the weaker things for Rasta often, though, we don't see him picked up very often, but one of the things that teams see as a weakness for him is that his laning stage is kind of easy to punish. He's extremely slow, and with heroes like Axe and Razor who can run him down, if you ever manage to take the fights to Fnatic, you can start running him over. But that's before he gets his level 6. When he has that, he doesn't really care.
Yes, I really do like the early roamers against him, like Riki or Bounty Hunter that we've seen sometimes. I think Shadow Shaman's like super vulnerable in the safe lane, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Riki would have been such a nice pick, in fact. I like it in many ways here.
Still, I think if Fnatic just decide to go for the defensive tri-lane and force whatever dual lane situation that Liquid is kind of trying to do up at top out and force Axe into the jungle, they'll be a lot happier. Try to get an early level 6 on the Shadow Shaman. The last time I saw Fnatic play this combination, what they did is they tried to get a really fast level 6 on their Shadow Shaman, then they simply just went to Roshan, smoked up with him. That was the first placement of the wards. They got their mid laner, that Rosh on a TA. Then they simply just started taking objectives left and right.
Liquid with their 4th pick snag up a Sven here, and could possibly be showing their Tricore right off the bat.
Well, it does add a second stun, which is very nice to have against the Shadow Shaman and Sand King. Being able to cancel their channeling is really important. But I would much rather see a hero like Gyrocopter in this game for a carry. I don't really love the Sven here. There's so much mixed damage again, as we talked about previously in the first game. Fnatic, they have so many different things that can hit him.
Yeah, they've got Gust to work with as well, and Sand King is going to be hard for him to lock down. I guess what they're hoping for is that if the Axe can get multiple hero calls off, then you can just drag people to you. But your second support for Liquid is going to matter a lot, just because you need something to enable the damage of Sven. It doesn't matter if Sven is 6 slotted, if he just gets kited around. That's what we saw very often at the Shanghai Major. That whenever people would run those strats.
There's a hero that hasn't been banned.
Yeah?
Yeah, little ball of fun.
Oh,
goes well with Sven. I can't believe he's actually not picked or banned yet.
That would almost give it so that you would have to be so core-centric, though. It's the only downside, I think, for Liquid.
I think Undying's pretty good at punishing Wisp as well. It's not that big a deal. But I don't know, the Sven picks, it's a little risky, I'd say. I remember watching a lot of NA Dota, and they use Sniper to counter Undying plus Shadow Shaman. It's super long range, pick off all those structures, but it's...
That's so risky, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm not advocating it. I'm just merely suggesting it. Please. What are Fnatic going to go for last as their mid-1 hero?
I think you just pick something that goes somewhat even, right, against the Razor, and you'll be okay because you have the Draw Aura.
Even Invoker is a pretty fine pick. Sure, Razor lanes pretty well against you, but it works so well. You have the Draw Damage Aura as well. It helps you quite a bit. And yeah, you're right. You don't need to win against the Razor. If you just farm almost as much as him, if you have a hero that can fall back into jungle a little bit, the Force Spirits would be really good for pushing as well.
I think Will mentioned it earlier, it's not an exciting hero to watch, but a Viper might be okay. He matches up okay against the Razor, and it could help against the kiting potential versus Axe for Sven.
Yeah, it's also super good against Axe's second skill. You can't really do that on Viper.
Darn. OD is the other big mid laner who can match up okay against Razor, but how does he fare against all the others?
I don't like OD at all versus Razor.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Viper was probably going to be clear pick for Fnatic just because it's also a mech carrier and it enables everything that you want to do on their lineup. It does okay against the Razor, and especially with the Draw Aura, and Liquid read the situation. Probably, I still think they need some kind of initiating support.
Yeah, AA.
Yeah, they went for the AA.
It's not like there's a lot of sustain on Fnatic. Are they just looking to boost up a serious level 1 game? That's a bit peculiar to me, not gonna lie.
Just the anti-push. Razor, Plasma Field plus AEO, and I think it's decent enough to stop their 5-man, which I think Fnatic want to do. It's also decent against the Pit, which they don't really have good vision. You don't have an ET to scout for you. Ice Blast is a pretty decent way. Icy Vortex. I think it's really important as Radiant to protect against the free Roche.
Man, I'm not really in love with Team Liquid's lineup of 5 against what Fnatic are putting together, though. I feel it's going to be pretty difficult for them. How are you feeling about this draft splits?
Depends on the last pick. I really wanted something like a mech carrier or something that can Roshan early, and instead it's going to be neithers. They're going to take the Queen of Pain, and probably a pretty decent hero here.
All right, well, real quick, gentlemen. Predictions on the match based on the draft we see before us?
Fnatic.
I feel pretty comfortable saying I think Fnatic is going to upset and go for the 2-0.
Yeah, Fnatic, unless Liquid just step up their game, because they didn't play like they did yesterday in the first game.
All right,
so,
we got
Fnatic.
3 votes for Fnatic 2-0 shutout. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters for game number 2. It's Odie, Pixel, and Draskell.
Thank you very much indeed, Dakota. Well, indeed, in this series, Fnatic up a game. The panel saying there's a chance of a Fnatic 2-0 shutout against Liquid. Do you agree, Andy, or do you feel that Liquid, like we've seen them time and time again, have the potential to swing this one back round?
I think it's going to be really important how the laning phase goes. I mean, the AA pick to me, I think it was more of just trying to make it so Fnatic didn't pick something like Death Prophet. That was a hero I was thinking after the Viper was banned that could synergize potentially well with Fnatic's lineup, just because Liquid up until that point, they didn't necessarily have the greatest ganking potential, and Death Prophet still matches up okay. But that being said, if Liquid can get that Mind Control Blink Dagger going and try to force some early game fights, perhaps create a little bit of space, and just slow Fnatic's tempo down, I think they have a shot. But yeah, I'm still kind of favoring the panel overall, that Fnatic. I'm liking their lineup a bit more.
I mean, do you like the fact that Liquid have changed the plan in the sense that this draft is very much more a draft that says, all right, you want to fight, we'll send the full team and we'll take these early fights? Do you like the fact that they've done that and put Matsumaman on something that's a little bit more, well, a lot more active than an Argasar in this game early on?
I think it was just honestly not really the Naga Siren last game that I think gave him the biggest issue. I mean, sure, it was a struggle, but it was mainly because of the way the lanes shaped up, and the first couple of fights just didn't favor them. And I think that more than anything, it was Mind Control being shut down so much along with Kuro that hurt them the most. So I'm not sure if the change of game plan is going to be successful for them or not. It's all going to be down to execution this game.
And as we obviously saw in game 1, Fnatic's execution was absolutely on point today so far. We'll see if they are able to continue it here. And of course, again, talking about the last picks, really, the draft didn't get too much time to talk about it. They did obviously say that they did like the Queen of Pain choice. I mean, what do you feel Fnatic's done that this game against Liquid's lineup?
I think that mid one plays a very, very solid queen, and I think they also wanted something that would be able to burst through, you know, the plus armor from having the war cry up and being able to just take down tanky heroes like Razor and just make sure that you have enough to get the kill and then drop Mass Serpent wards after the fact and make sure you can get objectives. So that to me is what makes the most sense. But I still feel like Queen it's a very volatile hero because you can be very far ahead and just die 1 or 2 times and then all of a sudden your game feels super hard. So I'm really hoping for Fnatic's sake that doesn't happen.
Well, it certainly feels as well. Just looking at the lineup that Liquid have against the Queen, obviously until the Axe hits the blink timing, other than that, the Queen's going to be able to blink away, you know, successfully, unless mid one's massively out of position. You know, Stormhammer even, you're going to have the chance if it's from a long distance to get yourself out in time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's things that you can do. Sven's stun is very easy to deal with if you have any way of disjoining it whatsoever. But could see a rune fight here. Looks like Fnatic are going to decide not to. It's probably for the better. Obviously, if you get a point in a chilling touch and you get stunned, you could very easily get blown up. So it's very good for Fnatic not to contest that.
And of course, in game one, we did see that during the laning stage, Liquid didn't end up coming out on top. This time round, I mean, Fnatic, they do have that Drow aura, but with the picks that Liquid have, do you expect them to see will they have a bit more of a comfortable time at the beginning of this one?
I think it's going to depend on what the tri-lane can do really from both teams, because we're going to see an aggro try versus a defensive try. And I would kind of favor the Drow tri-lane, at least in terms of being able to farm. But if you get caught out of position against these heroes of Liquid, especially once they get like level 2 and 3, you can certainly die.
Well, of course, that leaves the other lanes. This bottom matchup, Ohio Mind Control, Sand King versus the Axe. Of course, Sand King, we obviously a hero that we used to seeing do very well against kind of melee 1 versus 1s, but an Axe, you know, with the cool, with the spins, how does this end up panning out? Do we see the Axe manage to come out on top?
It's really awkward because the Axe in this matchup would pretty much want to cut the creeps because you don't want to be sitting around and dealing with cost against 3-4-3.
Trying to go up top, but Mushi actually with an early point in the Gust and certainly working out there, able to stop that. And yeah, level 1 Gust, we don't see it all the time, but I guess against an aggressive tri-lane like this, it's a very valuable point to have.
He recognizes the kill potential of Liquid's lane, so he holds the skill point. And I think if he didn't do that, not 100% sure he would have died, but 3-4-3 was definitely in some trouble there.
I mean, we're seeing how the matchup ends up going down there as Mind Control just running in high up with a few creeps hitting away, getting a couple of spins to connect onto the Sand King. Certainly going to push him back. At the moment, we can see 10 for 0, 8 for 0. It's just both heroes getting the farm down in the bottom lane. The mid lane matchup, one that we're yet to talk about. As we can see, though, it's very even between the two. And I imagine, is this something that we can expect to see continue? Or is there the chance that one of these heroes can outplay the other and get themselves a kill?
I think it's... And a 1v1 getting a kill is tough. The 3v3 is where most of the aggressive potential is going to happen, I think, from both teams. I think that, like, obviously Liquid's tri-lane has a huge advantage in kill. Middle lane is like, Razor should pretty much never kill Queen of Pain, but Fata shouldn't necessarily die either, as long as he's at high health. And then bottom, I mean, maybe if Ohio hits level 6 and for some reason Mind Control doesn't call or something, he can get epied and die, but very unlikely.
See up top as well, again, Jarek's just coming in towards 3-4-3. And one thing that I'm going to be interested to see as well, I mean, the fact that Liquid are running this aggressive tri-lane, do they need to have these supports here, or is there any potential for Jarex and Kuroki to move around the map, or is it just essential that they're at top, putting pressure on Mushi and creating space for Matuma Man to farm?
I think they actually want kills. I don't think it's necessarily about applying pressure in regards to farm. I think it's they actually want to kill them. And if they're not doing it, I don't think the tri-lane's really doing its job. So if they were to abandon this, they probably just send, Mind Control to the jungle, send everyone else towards bottom and try to play a little bit more greedy. But if you do that, Fnatic can just do the same thing. And then DJ hits a faster level 6, you're going to have Mass Serpent wards on your hands, and 3-4-3 can maybe go mid and apply a bit more pressure to Fata. So it's a trade-off, You're saying we're confident in our 1v1 matchup. We want to try to get some kills here. And Liquid right now, they're not yet getting any, but they're very close to level 3. So level 3 is a huge power spike for them.
I'm talking about getting action done on that top lane in terms of finding kills. Surely that's going to be the point as well. Whoa, moving in on Mushi, trying for it. The Gust comes out, buys him sometimes. Soul Rip is a good heal as well. Not quite enough as Liquid. They'll take down one. See if Fnatic can find anything else in return. DJ looking to chase down Kuroki, but Matuma Man, he wants to get himself another. Hitting it to DJ. Double kill for Matuma Man. And Liquid, they may not even be done yet. 3-4-3. Still has a decay available. They're going to look to chase him. They're going to be able to hold him in position, and Liquid, surrounding the Undying, get themselves a third. The aggressive tri-lane working out absolutely perfectly, and that's exactly what they needed to be seeing happening in this first 4 minutes, cleaning out the safe lane of Fnatic.
They just have so many nukes. Like, you have Purifying Flames, you have Stormhammer, you have Chilling Touch on Kuro, Cold Feet. They can stunlock a hero for an extremely long time, and there's no save, there's no Shadow Demon. They obviously drafted the Oracle themselves, there's no Shallow Grave, they don't have a Dazzle. So when that hero gets trucked, there's nothing that Fnatic can do about it. They don't even, like, they do have disables, but DJ can't just stand there and channel a Shackles, because he can very easily be switched upon as well. He's only got 1 armor, very squishy, very easy to take down. So as I was saying, Liquid's tri-lane, they want kills, they got all of them.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to get away with it again. It's going to get close to that point where mid-1 gets level 6, 7, and then I guess on a Queen of Pain, we could very likely see the Quap react to that kind of play when it gets to a certain stage and look to turn the tide of the top lane.
He definitely needs to as well, because this...
Maybe they can find Jarex here. Their Tombstone's out, but Jarex, it looks like he's already out. TP's actually going to come through towards the top lane as Liquid. They want to turn this 3-man into a 4-man fodder, joining the fray, looking for 3-4-3. And he'll actually going to buy him a bit of time, as the nuke wasn't enough to finish it, but the right clicks and Kuroki there, getting the cold feet down onto Undying, will do so. And Liquid certainly playing this top lane very, very nicely, and making sure they have this edge against Mushi. As we can see CS-wise, Matuma and Mushi pretty much neck and neck. But of course, just the fact that Matuma Man's been involved in so much positive action, it's going to put this Sven in a favorable position early on.
This is kind of putting a lot of pressure on Fnatic. Like, mid-1 and Ohio need to do a heck of a lot to compensate for how like the tri-lane is going right now, losing 4 heroes already. I mean, sure, you can still kind of hit your mid-game timing when DJ finally hits level 6, but they're just being put under a tremendous amount of pressure for a long period of time. And while the Drow maintains a pretty similar creep score, like you mentioned, to the Sven, it's not going to get any easier. The kill potential on Liquid's lineup gets ridiculously high the higher level they get. I mean, we're not even at the point where Ice Blast is available yet, or God Strength, and you saw their damage potential.
So if Liquid continue to have an early game like this, we'll see if they get anything here. Look at the body blocks actually on Matuma Man, but 3-4-3 not able to trap him long enough for DJ to get into range. But as you're saying, the way this is beginning to go, there's the potential for Liquid to maybe even just steamroll this game if they really get the ball rolling, and to the point where Fnatic just can't slow it down.
It's going to get really scary. I think mid-1's rotations are going to be key. If he can maybe equalize the top lane a bit, like you were mentioning earlier, doing a TP rotation, I think that would be very useful. But the problem is there's a lane ward right now. So as long as that ward is down, if he tries to TP, Liquid are going to be able to back. And if that happens, then his rotation's wasted. They pretty much get nothing for it, Fata farms, and it's just a tricky situation. That's why I was saying, you know, Ohio is also another guy that might need to do some heavy lifting here. So his Blink Dagger timing is going to be crucial.
3-4-3 actually coming down very aggressively, hits the decay, but immediately the reaction from Liquid, bringing 3-4-3 down. The Purifying Flames nuking him out of the map. DJ shackles onto Jarex, but he Fates Edicts, walks back, and Fnatic unable to find the kill, and indeed it's that play, as you said. The quad comes up, but with the vision out, Liquid reacts immediately, and Fnatic, just time is wasted for mid-1.
They were ready for that one. It was a little bit strange. I think 3-4-3 was feeling a bit desperate that he wanted to go, and top lane again.
Mushi, yeah, indeed.
He gets the guts off this time, though. Not going to see a Stormhammer.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's got to be ever so careful. I mean, Matuma Man nearly hitting 6 as well, and at that point, he is going to be able to chunk through some of these members of Fnatic very, very easily. So obviously we can see with the time that mid-1 spent going up top, Fata able to get himself about a wave of CS ahead of the Queen of Pain. 5-0, 8 minutes in. Another lane that we haven't really talked about is the bottom one, and indeed, as we can see net worth-wise, a 1k lead for Mind Control. He got ahead in the CS, ended up managing to do very well in this 1v1 against Ohio's Sand King. So Liquid, kind of akin to the performance that we saw yesterday from them, just winning all the lanes and keeping a good, firm grip on this early game.
It's a matchup you don't really see too often, Sand King versus an Axe, but I suppose Axe is still kind of like the king of melee versus melee matchups, because you can just abuse creep aggro and whatnot and just get free spins whenever the Sand King is in. And with a Vanguard and 1400 gold, like, he is just monstrously farmed.
He's not leaving that lane to Sand King. And yeah, as you said, the Blink Dagger timing is going to be absolutely ridiculous, and if he's able to join the fights, let's have a look, of course, at the AA, and I mean, even Kuroki, you know, he's halfway through level 5. He's going to have that Ice Blast very shortly. It's going to be incredibly scary. I mean, bottom lane, mid one's come down. They want to try and find a kill. They know that Mind Control, one of the heroes that's been left entirely on his own. But with the Vanguard, he's incredibly tanky. They're going down to blow pretty much everything to try and get a kill. And as we can see, they'll do exactly that epicenter, but he goes for the TP out, won't make it. It's a good attempt, but Fnatic, they get themselves the kill, but they really do have to blow absolutely everything. Sonic Wave and Epicenter to get the kill, and at the same time, Liquid realize there's a chance to move in onto 3-4-3. He's got Ohio comes in, Burrow strikes Matumabam, and Liquid, they'll be happy to continue to just fight through this one. Looking at Mushi, Jarex and Kroki chasing him down. Jarex facing himself, keeping himself okay for the time being. Mushi turns around, will finally finish him off, but Matumabam finishes off DJ. Kuroki TP's away. So it is a trade up at top, but the fact that Matumabam just continues to get these kills, double kill on the Sven. What is he at this point? He's 4-0-3 on this aggressive tri-lane Sven before the 10-minute mark. Armlet nearly done with the treads. He is going to be absolutely terrifying.
The amount of farm that the entirety of Liquid are getting, you compare it to Fnatic right now. The Sven's pulling really far ahead. Whereas before, at least the draw was staying relatively consistent, but then kills started happening. And when those kills happen, you get really scared if you're Fnatic in your safe lane, and you no longer want to just freely contest that creep wave. So for now, Liquid maintain a pretty solid lead. Of course, Blink Dagger is going to be done soon on Ohio, so that could be one point they could look towards and say, okay, maybe we can get something going for us. And they did kill Mind Control, so they're delaying his Blink as well.
Liquid, they've already managed to get this tier 1 very low on the top lane, so they'd love to just finish it off now with this push as Matumabam, Jarex, and Kuroki come through. Ice Blast at the ready, and they'll look towards Ohio, immediately dropping it all out on him. He'll actually come forward with the Burrow Strike. The blast, nuke damage will miss, but the Passover's still there, so he ticks out, goes down. Mid one reacting to this, tries for Kuroki. Kuroki, he's not going to make it. So a good reaction from Fnatic will shut down two of the heroes of Liquid. Matumabam, though, of course, himself, the high priority, did manage to escape unscathed. But Fnatic making these reactions and able to poke a little bit back at Liquid. And mid one slowly climbing himself back up top. And in fact, looking for Fada, but TP out. What are you going to do? Nothing that they can do between the two of them to stop it. They do get the tower deny. But still, certainly Liquid with the edge here in these first 11 minutes of the game.
I mean, those support kills, they do add up over time because, Liquid, they do have a net worth advantage in the early game, so killing supports are worth a tiny bit more. I thought they were going to deny their safe lane tower, but I guess they just didn't want to. So 60 health right now, so.
Ohio might go do that.
Maybe Ohio's.
Yeah, he's realized.
He didn't buy his blink before he died. He did have enough money, but I think he was just kind of in panic mode once he saw the AI splash fly out. But it's not going to delay him too much.
Ohio's leaving it. Maybe he'll take it out as soon as he spots presence from Liquid. Matumabam eyeing up that. Does have the back of Kuroki as well. I mean, Stormhammer into Ice Blast, as we've seen, can do wonders against the Sand King at this stage. But as you said, that hurdle's now been climbed. He's got the blink at the same time. Bottom lane, Mind Control with a perfect blink reveal to get himself a free kill on his own. A solo kill down on the bottom lane. And it looks like he'll actually be able to get himself the tower as well down here. And top lane, it was never denied. So, but Matumabam still ends up claiming the gold. And Liquid just picking up gold across the map.
They're getting a lot of momentum right now. They're getting key items. There's a lot of ultimates coming out. Like we saw the Ice Splash showcase by Kuro on the top dive, maybe a bit aggressive. So Ohio looking to show his own blink off here.
Radiant's middle tower with the smoke, but Liquid are actually going to get the wraparound from behind them here. Fada is going to be the one to front this. Can they bring down the Razor? Relatively tanky. Jarex is there, does have False Promise if necessary. The Tombstone will be dropped by 3-4-3, trying to burst down Fada, but there's the False Promise coming out. Mind Control gets the call up to mid-one. Ice Blast for Kuroki, takes down the Quant. They'll pick off the Undying as well on the side. A gust from Mushi holds back Liquid, but they'll be able to continue to chase. Saw that from Matumabam, comes in Ohio with the epicenter, bringing Fada low, but he can't quite finish him. Mind Control gets the call up to Ohio. Ohio dunked down. Fnatic losing 4, finding nothing in return, and it may not be over yet. But Matumabam takes DJ as well. Team wiping Fnatic. And this seems to be the Liquid that people were expecting to see appear in Game 1. Game 2, it's going absolutely disastrously for Fnatic. A team drafting this Drow lineup, a lineup that did require to do well in this early beginnings of the match. But it's just all gone to pot, and Liquid looking absolutely on form. It's the classic, it's the Liquid we saw yesterday. They drop a game and then they come back and they smack you so goddamn hard in the second game. 10k lead, 13 minutes in. Fnatic, they need to come up with something big.
In the first game, and in this game as well, laning phase was super, super important. And I think for both these teams, their game plans are very indicative of how the lanes go. This time around, Liquid just had really, really strong lanes. Good aggro try. Their middle lane matchup, Fata obviously won, not by a huge margin, but he did win by a bit. And then bottom lane, Mind Control crushed. Top lane crushed. They killed the entire tri lane in the first actual engagement that kicked off. So it's pretty much been all Liquid's momentum throughout the entire 14 minutes of this game so far. And they're not looking to stop now. Mushi, he will be able to TP away from this. But for the time being, Fnatic really need to focus on not getting overly greedy. Like, it's easy to fall into a game where you're losing and just say, okay, we need to get a kill. Because Ohio just goes all in on Fata, and DJ does pretty much the same thing and then ends up like throwing out a ward trap on the tankiest hero on the side of Liquid. And I'm sure it was just a bit of a panic maneuver, but it's not really gonna help. And they haven't really, like at this point, they haven't killed a tower. And they're a Drow lineup at 15 minutes almost.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lineup with this Drow and Quap Core is not necessarily one you want to be running when you are falling behind. It's going to be hard for Fnatic just with this round, especially if they lose another fight. I mean, they're coming in, they may get the edge from the back of this smoke. Broky's going to spot. Oh, the bonus strike! What the heck? Ohio whiffing that one, and he's going to pay with his life. The Sand King is out. And Liquid, they're ready to come in and clean up more. A Sonic Wave, it will catch Mind Control, bringing him low, but it's not going to bring him down. Jump forward from Mind Control, getting back in. Ice Blast to the face of the Queen of Pain. 3 down on Fnatic. And the way that started, I mean, Ohio, we saw in game 1, his initiations were absolutely perfect. But just whiffing it there on the Sand King and Liquid, they're a team that you cannot afford to mess up against.
Man, that was just brutal. If they get that stun, you know, perhaps they get a quick kill. They have Queen of Pain to follow it up. A good, like, blink follow-up is all you need to just get that one quick kill, and then perhaps, you know, they can just go for the bottom tier 1 with the Mass Servant Wards or kill it, and maybe even pressure the tier 2. That would have been such a nice engagement if Fnatic could have just gotten one clean kill out of it, but unfortunately, those types of plays, when you're already behind, they can just be absolutely crippling.
Liquid, at this stage, I mean, with the amount of money that their cores have on them. They can get so much done, and obviously with this build of Fata picking up the early hood, makes it very hard for Fnatic's lineup to bring him down. Boots who travel on Mind Control as well, so he's able to push out lanes, get himself involved in the action when needed. Liquid feeling very confident with coming out, and Mind Control hitting a 2-man call. The Ice Blast comes out. DJ's gonna tick down. Ohio may just be lucky enough to get himself away. Kuroki will be taken down in response, but Mind Control comes back in again. Fata coming across to join the fight. They'll look to TP away. 3-for-3. He's just about makes it. Mind Control's got his eyes set on the bigger kill on that Quap, and he's going to get it. We see the call into the Purifying Flames follow through from a dunk. So much nuke damage at this stage of the game, so much catch potential from Liquid, and they're playing it perfectly.
They're just rolling right now, just firing on all cylinders. The net worth advantage on their cores is just insane. Like every single lane they had, it feels very reminiscent of when, you know, the Newbie versus Liquid series was on the other day, and it's just the laning phase was so dominant that Liquid just never really lost control. And Fnatic, they do have an okay amount of deep push, you know, Queen, Sand King, stuff like that. But stopping them right now is going to be tough. Oh, man.
He will catch the burst strike onto Fata with the epi, but we can see with the hood. Fata, he does not give a hoot. He takes no damage whatsoever. Mind Control coming back in, brings down the Scorpion. And Fnatic, they're still trying to find this Tombstone. Wards have been dropped. Fata backing up the Ice Blast straight onto Mushi and 3-4-3. Mind Control kept alive by Jackson's false promise. They have lost Fata, but Fnatic have lost 3. And again, Liquid now with the tools at their disposal. You know, but Timmerman's got a blink, helm, armlet, treads. 18 minutes in, they're so far ahead. What is the plan for Fnatic now?
They dropped every single thing they had in that fight. Everything. And they managed to walk away with 1 kill. I mean, the Fate's Edict and the hood combination, like you saw it there, it didn't matter if he popped the epi or not. There was no way they were potentially killing Fata, but they're just getting so desperate because they realize that the state of the game is just not going in their favor. I'm not really sure at this point what you do if you're Fnatic, because you need to drop everything on 1 hero to get a kill. Your Drow is very far behind, your Queen's far behind, and that hero itself, like Queen of Pain, is notorious for being very difficult to play when you're not just miles ahead.
Oh.
Okay, nice blink.
All right.
That was very solid.
Oh, that was nice.
Where was that Ohio when they were in the jungle earlier? That would have been a completely different team fight.
Yeah, they're going to need a fair few more cute plays like that, Fnatic, if they want to bring this one back in. 22-6, 19 minutes in. This is looking like the Liquid that we have seen come through in some of these series. Just this absolutely top-tier, world-class performance that puts other teams to just looking like shambles. And Fnatic at this point, as we see, they just can't seem to bring themselves together to tackle this. Mushi could be in trouble. Mind Control jumps in, gets the call off. A few spins will certainly help do this. Mushi trying to back up. There's going to be a dunk there. Mushi's gone. They didn't even need the Ice Blast to connect. And at this point, Liquid putting pressure in on tier 2 mid. It's not looking great, Andy.
This has got to be like one of the biggest leads at 20 minutes that we've seen so far. This is insane, like how much of an advantage they have.
It's closing in on the close to 1,000 a minute.
The thing is, you know, we're talking a lot about how well Liquid are doing, but if you think about it, Fnatic are still like almost getting kills and having situations where maybe if they had just like a tiny bit more, they would be able to turn an engagement, and that's just, again, owed to their draft. If their lanes just didn't get absolutely owned, I think that they probably would have ran away with this game quite easily, but Liquid with the aggro try.
We're 20 minutes in, and there's an Axe with Blink, Bots, and Vanguard walking around with 3.5k gold in the bank.
He's got some money. There's no question. But that's just what I'm saying, is like the teamfight composition of Fnatic is terrifying. But the problem is they just got so far behind so fast that even with their just sheer amount of like teamfight potential, they can't turn it just on that alone. Like Liquid need to overextend or maybe try to go high ground too early before they're able to really get a favorable engagement. And oh god, 3-4-3.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yep.
And the Tombstone as well. More money in the bank for Liquid. Easy 200 gold for Fada. And Mushi, well, he was there. And this game, it might nearly be over, Andy. And we may be seeing a game 3. Because this is not the dream for Fnatic. This is absolutely uncensored brutality.
It really, really is. And I don't even know if they can, like, sure, they have Epicenter right now, but they don't have their Undying. Okay, the Drow's gonna buy back. They will try to field some sort of defense for this. But you can see, like, even Matuma Man is not even buying a BKB. He just doesn't care. They have the Fate's Edict if they need it. Like, because of the fact that Fnatic have to go so all in on one hero, it makes it very easy for Jerax to just sit in the back with his Ether Lens and just throw out the ability onto one hero. And with that, you just negate almost all of the damage output. And if that's not enough, I'm not sure if Fata's actually finishing the pipe right now. It's on the courier. Okay, it's SMY. So he's not going to finish the pipe, but he probably doesn't even need to, because the only hero that needs to hit the tower really is Matumba Man when he has God Strength on. And, you know, after the AC, if he still feels like he needs Magic Immunity, then obviously he can go back for it.
I guess as well, if Liquid want to, they could certainly think about going for Roshan. I mean, getting an Aegis on one of these cores and then go for the push again. I mean, we can see Mind Control closing in on completing a heart this early on. Kuroki maybe want to get caught out here. Has come out alone, and Fnatic, they'll jump in. They will be able to find a pick here onto Kuro. I mean, well, I say that. Yeah, if they don't kill that AA there, I mean, I don't know anymore. But they do get him. They do get him.
I mean, how's he supposed to run away when he doesn't even have legs? Come on. But it was a nice call from Fnatic. They see that Liquid are backing, and then they say, okay, they're obviously going to split up to try to effectively farm lanes for a little bit. Let's just go ahead and try to get something done. And even a support kill at this point, you know, it's not nothing. And Fnatic need every single thing that they can possibly get to make their way back in.
Yeah, they'll take what they can get. And Ohio, maybe setting up something here big with an Epicenter, jumps in, wants a Mind Control, wards down as well. The shackles for DJ, but DJ immediately having to let go as Liquid. They're full force fighting back. Mind Control will get taken down though. But Matuma Man chunks through DJ, Fada falling over the false promise for Jerax, keeping him alive. But this is looking to be a fantastic fight for Fnatic. The turnaround is there. And Fnatic fighting in a situation where they were pretty much 20,000 net worth behind.
This is Roshan as well.
What an insane fight to have when you're this far behind. Oh my goodness.
They're going to see him here. He's going to blast the pit. Is that enough to stop Fnatic from doing it, though?
They're back in.
They have a draw, so it's very easy to kite the Roshan. You don't actually need like Lifesteal or anything for this. That ward, by the way, was what gave them that perfect fight, because Ohio saw them coming around, and he gets the epicenter off, and they just drop everything onto mind control to make sure they take down the axe. And once he's gone, there's just not that much control, so they're able to actually effectively kite the other core, which is Matumba Man. Obviously, being melee against a Drow, it's not really the greatest of times. That was very well executed from Fnatic, and a move that has bought them some time in this game for sure.
It's certainly going to be a mighty swing on that network graph indeed, as Fnatic,
Radiant's bottom tower is
against
under
all odds, just finding the perfect chance for a team fight. I mean, as you said, the ward was causing issues there for Liquid. I mean, how else did that go so wrong for Liquid?
Well, obviously it was disjointed. They didn't get in all at once, so instead of, mind control getting a jump on someone, he gets initiated on by the Sand King, which means that there's no blink call into any sort of follow-up for the Sven, because a lot of times when you see a Sven lineup, it's usually going to be blink into stun and to bring that hero to the Sven somehow, usually by like Batrider and stuff like that is what we normally see. But that didn't happen. Matumba Man came to the fight in later, and even if he has the blink dagger, he's not really able to hit anybody unless he has a Stormhammer up, and Mind Control just died because they dropped everything on him. So once he's down, there's no control for that, and then Jerax comes in afterwards, False Promise Fata, and at that point it's kind of already a lost cause.
Fnatic, again, they're coming over into Liquid's jungle, Liquid themselves smoking.
Now they see that Fata's top. He does not have boots of travel, but he does have a TP.
Mind Control is on his own. Fnatic, they could have a great chance of killing him, and he jumping in with the Epicenter. Mind Control gets the call up, and with the Sonic Wave, Epicenter damage is too much. And Fnatic again finding these picks, but at the same time, Mushi was caught off alone. So Liquid do find a 1v1.
Yeah, but look at how much more valuable the kill is for Fnatic. Like, it's not even close. Just because of the sheer net worth difference, like killing the Axe is going to be worth it every single day of the week, even if you do lose your draw.
Liquid have to certainly be careful about giving away these kills. As you said, with the lead that Liquid did have, it's very costly for them to lose these cores now at this stage of the game. As Fnatic starting to pull together the comeback. It was definitely not to be expected after how the first 20 minutes or so of this game had gone and how far Liquid have got ahead. I mean, by no means have Fnatic totally closed the gap. Liquid are still comfortably in the lead. Matumba Man very stacked for this stage of the game with a full Assault Cuirass. But a few more fights like that, and we may see Fnatic really throw a spanner into the momentum that Liquid have managed to build up in this first stage of the game.
I mean, even one fight like that, if it's a big fight and Fnatic managed to get like 3 or 4 kills, I'd say it's almost back to ground zero in terms of just overall net worth and whatnot. But yeah, I think BKBs need to be thought about here.
Look at this decision for 3-4-3. He's finished an Aghanims on Undying as his first item.
Yeah, it's really good. If you think about the way that Liquid take team fights, a lot of their cores want to stay really close. So you have like Axe and Sven, clearly they both need to be pretty much in melee range, and then Razor is not the longest range. And you need to stay relatively close as well for static link. So you're reliably hitting at least 2 targets, I feel, with every single decay, and it's 10 strength that's sapped, so it's a huge amount of damage, makes the hero squishier. It's a very good item for this game.
Oh, Mind Control trying to jump in onto mid one. Turns around, gets the dagger out, Matumba Man onto Mushi. Borosai Epi onto Fada. Fada fully aggressive over the hood, doing a lot. Fate Seedings as well for Jared, stopping the magic, but the pure damage. Burst through for the Sonic Wave. They've lost the Razor. They've found themselves.
They got 3.
Fnatic. Oh my goodness. They're going to be able to get the full team wipe. Mind Control down as well. 3-4-3. Ripping them up with this axe, stealing the strength away from Liquid and all of their hopes as well. This is incredible from Fnatic. Pushed against the wall with a draft that questions would have been asked if they would have had it in them to take Liquid in these fights, but winning team fights that heavily. This is just straight outplay from Fnatic, and it's incredibly impressive to watch.
DJ and Mushi played that fight unbelievably well. There's so many fights in a row where DJ gets a ward trap on one of the melee cores. This time it was Matumba Man. He's got to be sitting in the booth thinking to himself, why did I not buy a BKB this game? Every single fight, he's either completely disabled or he's surrounded by wards. It's just, there's nothing he can do because he decided to go for the greedy build. You know, he finishes the Assault Cuirass first. He doesn't go for the magic immunity play to ensure that he can actually hit targets during the fight. And that has hurt them so badly in this game. And then, of course, Mushi hit, I think it was a 3-man Sonic Wave, 4-man Sonic Wave. And Matumba Man had obviously the False Promise on during that. Sorry, yeah, mid one.
I was going to say, if Drow could Sonic Wave, that would be.
I'm just so used to seeing Mushi play Queen of Pain that my brain goes back to that, because in the past he was pretty much always playing that hero. So yeah, you're right, it is definitely mid one. But yeah, the Sonic Wave was on point, and then Matuma Man just exploded, and so did Kuro, and the fight after that was just unwinnable.
I mean, how do you, with the fights going this badly for Liquid, and especially considering the position you're in, do you just say, all right, Fuddy, you got 2.7k gold, we're not going to fight until you picked up your next item, and Matuma Man, get yourself a BKB, then we'll go again?
Yeah, he needs Magic Community for sure. I mean, before, when they were going for like that Siege and they were sitting at like 15+ K net worth and experience ahead, it's okay to not have the BKB because you're really only scared of the damage. But Fnatic just did such a good job at taking fights like the Ward in the jungle, taking one successful engagement, abusing the fact that Sven doesn't have Magic Immunity now and being able to burst him. I think it's just maybe the itemization on the Sven is definitely an issue, and then Fnatic just outplaying in team fights. Like DJ is some kind of Shadow Shaman god at this point. I can't believe he so consistently gets ward traps.
Yeah, that's the thing that's... Every time he's ulted, he's got him.
Yeah, that's the thing that's ridiculous. Like, he gets it every single time. This guy is just a beast.
I mean, as we can see on the graph as well, Liquid, they did manage to get up to a 20k lead, but it's pretty much all but gone.
Liquid have got to be feeling the pressure right now. Like they.
And what a position! Obviously, on the curb of being knocked out of the tournament, the pressure is on for Liquid. Now the Fnatic are the ones to regain this edge and have this lead. As Fnatic certainly looking to drive this on and 2-0ing Liquid. We've already had a lot of very impressive performances and some great stories coming out of the tournament. But if Fnatic are able to pull this off, that's going to be just another insane storyline to add into the mix here at TI.
We could be seeing a huge engagement here. 5-man smoke coming in from Liquid.
Let's see if Liquid can pull it off this time. The last few times, it's not gone great. Fnatic in a good position, hiding in the tree line. We'll see who's the first to reveal. Ward gets dropped down. They'll spot the movement from the Shaman. They can get a jump on the Shaman, but Shaman blinks back. Tombstone now. Mind control going up for him. Oh,
it's on
Ohio ripping 2 down. Mind control to fall. It's going to be 4 down on Liquid. Fada hexed up as well. Oh my God, Fnatic. This is absolutely insane. Fnatic are playing at a level that I feel like we've never seen Fnatic play at before. They've always been that strong team at a certain level.
Man,
here at TI, they're stepping it up another notch.
This is such a misplay from Liquid, just going for the Undying. That sets up a perfect epicenter and Sonic Wave for Fnatic. They were so out of position, all stacked up on one hero. I mean, it's an Undying. It doesn't even really matter if you kill him that much, and the damage comes out so fast between mid one and the Sand King. They force a buyback, and
Fnatic, I mean...
Jesus, this has got to feel just awful for Liquid.
And Fnatic, a team and players that have been around for a long time, and maybe they've never really had the platform where they're able to push it right to the top. They've always been around that kind of 5th, 6th position consistently. But here at TI, where it counts the most, they're stepping it up, they're looking to break forward. And if indeed they can do it here and get the 2-0, I have a feeling that Fnatic, they're going to be winning a lot of fans over with these performances.
They're definitely a very entertaining team to watch. Even in positions where they're behind, they're always looking to make a play. They always have an idea of what they need to do to come back in the game. And that's the kind of stuff that you need if you want to win TI.
Matuma Man just working on that 3rd and final piece for the BKB. But of course, at the same time, there's a lot of big items being worked on by Fnatic. As this game has entirely turned on its head. The net worth, the XP lead, all favoring Fnatic, of course, off the back of pretty much, we've had 3 big fights that have resulted in almost, I think there were team wipes each and every time against Liquid. And you just cannot afford to fight like that, especially in a position where it counts for so much. And Fnatic, you can see how hungry they are for this victory.
There is something that we need to keep in mind, and is that as BKBs are coming out on the side of Liquid now. So with those items, there is still an opportunity for Liquid to, you know, we could say make a comeback, but let's just say regain their advantage and their footing. Like Matuma Man almost has his. Once he has it, it could be a potential. Did they even have smoke at this point? I didn't actually. I don't know if they have a smoke or not, but if they do, once the BKBs are done in their 10 seconds, yeah, okay, they have one on Kuro. And if they smoke with that and manage to find a couple of picks, they can reestablish map control. That would be very important for them at this point, because it's not even as if they're that far behind in terms of farm. It's just the last couple of fights have been very, very disappointing.
I'm actually talking about Liquid looking for a smoke, but
this
Fnatic themselves, are they gonna smoke and go Roche? Yeah. Mushi, straight in, working at it. Liquid themselves, I mean, the majority of them already back up at the base. Even if they know that's going on, they can't close this gap in time. They're gonna be taking it quickly. Fnatic, Roshan down to half, getting themselves ages as well for the next engagement. It's going to make it even harder. As you said, the big step up for Liquid is the fact that some of these BKBs have now come online. But is it going to be enough? Aegis now for mid one. Fnatic with more tools at the ready for the next fight.
Liquid have 10-second BKBs on their cores, or maybe it's 9 for Fata. Yeah, he did use it once in the bottom fight, so it's 2 10s and a 9. That is a huge difference. It's going to make it a lot harder for Ohio to have impact in the fight with his epicenter. Clearly the Sonic Wave will still do some damage, but being able to get that sheer burst factor that we saw in the bottom jungle fight is not nearly as likely as it is now. And Fnatic are going to have to play a much more kite-oriented team fight if they want to try to fight Liquid in the open. Even with an Aegis, I still think it's very, very dangerous, because if Matumba Man's able to stick to a target with that newfound magic immunity, it can very easily be a hard fight for Fnatic.
We have it, Fnatic getting the courage up to take another tier 2. They have the Aegis, they have the ability to do so. Liquid, see how they can get a bite back on them. Of course, initiation-wise, pretty much relying on mind control to get a blink call off. Already Ohio. Got a TP up top, keep that lane pressured in as well. Fnatic knowing that they themselves not in too much pressure to do anything rash. They've regained a very comfortable lead against, as I said, all the fact that Liquid was so far ahead off the back of the laning stage. And Fnatic definitely much more comfortable in the ways that they can choose to take this game now. As Liquid, they really, really will be feeling the pressure here. I mean, Liquid themselves, are they waiting for Fnatic to come at them? Do Liquid need to wait until the Aegis is timed out? Or can they try and actively make a go now with their BKBs?
I think with the BKBs, they could probably still fight even against Aegis, but it just really depends on how they're feeling about it. I mean, you just lost the last couple of engagements really, really hard. So clearly you're going to be feeling a little bit under the gun, and understandably so. Ooh, they spotted Ohio, I think, on the high ground there.
Yeah, those pings out. I mean, Ohio will have the team around him. Fnatic around the top half of the river. And Liquid, I think, spotting or not, they're backing up. They don't want to be jumped upon like that. Talking about Ohio still racking up the gold, 3.2k on top of his build. And just the fact that we are seeing the 3 cores of them and all Fata. Call out Nissi by the burrow. He does have BKB. He's not going to need to use it as a false promise for Jax. Allows him to back up. And again, as we're seeing, just Liquid having to just be really quick with these snapback reactions to Fnatic jumping on them.
It was good that Fnatic didn't commit to that kill, though. That was a very, very bad engagement if they go all in. Because the Axe is standing behind, they have the Sven standing behind, they both have BKBs. Like, Mind Control sold his Reaver to buy a BKB. Like, that's how much they need magic immunity this game. So, yeah, it's still feeling a little bit stressful here for Liquid. They have good high ground defense. They have heroes that can jump in, get very fast kills.
And that's exactly what they're going to try to do now. Mountain Control jumps in, gets it onto DJ. If they can take him out, it's going to be a good start to the fight. No chance of wars, down for 6 but Ohio coming in with a 4-man burrow strike. BKB's now coming out. We'll see how that turns the tide. But Liquid looking to take down the tombstone first, now turning towards 3-4-3. They'll find themselves a second. They've lost Kuroki. Mushi tried to pull it into Mind Control, but he himself decided he's got to run away. See on the sidelines if Mid1 can play around this one, turning back towards Fana. Mushi as well, thinking about coming back in, but he's got to get himself away from Matumba Man. Matumba Man can't quite get the stun out. Falls Boris onto him, but Ohio with the burrow strike keeps the Sven held back. As Fnatic just desperately trying to get themselves out of this engagement. As Liquid this time are able to buy in with the use of the BKBs, taking 2 kills, only losing 1, but it's certainly not the massive team fight win that they would want with those BKBs, and it does certainly feel like Fnatic were able to minimize the casualties there.
That was a very good disengager from Fnatic. Mushi didn't overcommit, kept himself safe. Liquid really want kills here.
In fact, wow. Got to be careful. I mean, BKB is, of course, on cooldown. Mushi hang around with him here.
He's got Blink in
Control.
one.
Mushi with the Shadow Blade, but they have got the vision. They'll catch out Mushi. And Liquid, with that kill, will certainly feel a little bit better about that past engagement, taking down a very high-value target from Fnatic. But this game is certainly on. 39 minutes in, Liquid had the lead, lost the lead, but now showing signs of being able to reclaim it from Fnatic.
It's a very back and forth game. The power spikes are pretty much just based around BKB timings and whatnot, especially against a team like Fnatic, who are so heavily based around being able to get stuff off, like, you know, Epicenter, a lot of Queen of Pains damage, is Magic, Undying, Shadow Shaman. They're all very spell-based heroes, so once those get lower duration and you're down to 5 seconds, then it becomes a fight where Fnatic might be able to kite it out long enough to be able to start using their spells again. And this Queen of Pain is...
I mean, the AC pickup's brilliant, isn't it? Helps negate that of Matuma Mans and allows Fnatic as well, if they win a fight, to have a bit better of a chance of being able to break high ground, because other than the Shaman wards and the Drow, they don't necessarily have the best ways of frontlining a tower high ground siege.
That's a very good choice. I would expect him to maybe either go for Hex or Refresher next. I think having double BKB is really good because you can just sit in the fight for a longer period of time, and double Sonic Wave when you already have Aghanims is so powerful, even against the tankier heroes. But yeah, Fnatic's still in a pretty good position. Obviously, they weren't able to maybe use the Aegis as well as they had wanted to, and Liquid are feeling confident enough to move out of the map because of that. But still any team's game at this point.
It certainly seems, though, at this stage as well, just kind of reviewing the good fights that Fnatic had, a lot of this is on Ohio to kind of counter Liquid's initiation. For him to hit these multi-heroes, Burrow strikes, get the Epicenter off, which pretty much was the case in the fights that Fnatic have come on top of. So, like in Game 1, Fnatic are going to have to rely on Ohio to hit these huge, high-impact plays to slow down Liquid's aggression when they themselves mind control, looks to front a jump.
Yeah, the Sand King's play is crucial indeed, but he kind of needs to like go in and burrow and then not use Epicenter until the BKBs are down. So he needs to be able to get in and out, use his stuns defensively for peels for the other heroes so they don't actually die during BKB, or if they can, he gets like a stun first, maybe they can burst a hero before the BKBs pop. That would be the ideal situation. It's not easy though, because they would need DJ to follow that up after the initial burrow, and that's only in a situation where you're going for a pick. In a full-fledged team fight, you would never be able to initiate that way because BKB from one hero gets popped, you get initiated on by the Sven of the Axe, and then you kind of just get ran over. So it's tough. It's very tough right now to fight straight up as Fnatic.
And we saw in the last fight, of course, as well towards the mid-tier 2 of Liquid, one of the edges was the fact that they were able to get DJ first. Making sure those wards aren't planted down, someone's not getting trapped. It's a great way for Liquid to be able to start the fight. So Fnatic, of course, next time will certainly try their best to avoid that awkward positioning and being caught off guard and make sure that DJ can drop his spells down.
They did kind of catch him off guard because obviously they went for the smoke, but it's something that it could have went a heck of a lot worse for Fnatic. Like if they were grouped up more and there was like a multiple man call or something like that, it could have been a total disaster. But in reality, given the situation and those items just being purchased, Liquid probably wanted more than what they got out of that engagement. And getting the Mushi kill after was just Mushi being around a little bit too long instead of just like straight up running away.
So again, at this point of the game where both teams seem to have slowed down the pressure a little bit. I mean, Ohio is on his way around.
Oh, they're split right now.
Yeah, catches Fodder out the backside, but Jerax is there to back up the Razor. And Fnatic again choosing not to follow through and do disengage.
Man, Liquid reacted to that so fast. They had 2 heroes bottom, they instantly get to mid, top lane TPs. They recognize that Fnatic have the potential of getting quick pickoffs if you're not paying attention. And both teams at this point seemingly just looking to try to get a bit more farm, maybe wait out the next Rosh.
I mean, when it does come to Roshan as well, it's going to be quite the spectacle as both teams, they've got great ways of fighting into each other around an enclosed area.
I think the AA Blast is probably the best utility that Liquid have around the pit. And it's still very powerful, but I mean, this is a mech AA. It's not a Midas into Aghanims AA, so that's why normally at this stage in the game, you would see maybe Kuro having even double the net worth, right? Because Midas gaming, and you play a more greedy role. But he was in a tri-lane, which means that he wasn't getting like any pulls, stuff like that. he's been more or less the sacrificial role for the team besides Jerax, who still has roughly the same, like 900 gold difference, not really too big. But yeah, normally the AA would like to have much more impact than he's having in the game right now. This tower is getting wrecked.
Liquid reacting immediately. Fortification. The Timmerman jumping in with the God Strength. Mind Control does get the catch. Onto Mid-1 with a Power Strike from Ohio in return. Ice Blast. It's going to come through. Mid-1 falling low, but he did manage to blink out. Ohio's going to be the focus. They'll burst out one, but DJ again with the Ward Trap on Zavada. Doesn't matter this time as Liquid will find themselves the second. So Liquid able to react and take down 2 from Fnatic. And it really has been the case of as soon as those BKBs came online for Liquid, they're in a much better position to take these fights. And Fnatic just unable to bring them down whilst they're under the cover of the Magic community.
I think it's mainly, that one was just on mid-1 being a little bit too far forward and forcing his support and offlaner to commit themselves to just saving his life. Because if DJ didn't go in there and force staff him, I'm pretty sure he would have probably died there. And because of that, you know, DJ obviously doesn't have his force staff to escape himself after he forces out the queen. So then he dies, they lose a gem. I think it actually would have been better for mid-1 to just die instead of both of them dying and losing a gem. But sometimes you want to save your core. And this does open up the opportunity for Roshan. There's no buyback on DJ, and Ohio doesn't want to expend the money for a 30-second respawn timer, so this is a really big power timing for Liquid here.
No way that Fnatic can put a stop to this one. And with the Aegis in the hands of Fada and the BKBs, it's... I mean, there is potential, I imagine, for Liquid themselves to try and go for a high ground siege against Fnatic with these tools. And Cheese as well, of course, on mind control. I mean, he's going to be perfect for getting himself in on the front lines and just tanking up a huge amount of the burst that Fnatic are going to be throwing out.
It's actually very impressive that Liquid managed to compose themselves and, you know, get to a point where they can sit back, get their BKBs after those 2 just devastating team fights coming out from the side of Fnatic. And Fnatic are now the ones who, again, have to buy time. They need to wait until those BKBs are down to 5 seconds. They need to wait until the Aegis and the Cheese are consumed. Just try to defend your high ground. When Liquid back, split up the map as much as you can. Look for pickoffs. And hope. Just hope that Sven doesn't get a lucky crit, because if he does,
it's dangerous.
It's going to be scary.
But Timmerman, amongst all the chaos, has certainly kept his game strong. Pretty much consistently been at the top of the net worth. And with his performance so far, 8 kills. He died 3 times and 13 assists. Let's see what he can get done here as Liquid indeed looking to get in position to put some pressure on Fnatic. And maybe even test out Fnatic's defenses and see what they can achieve with the high ground push. There's going to be a higher picking up the Shiva's guard, so more tools for Fnatic to be able to hold the defensive. But as we can see, Liquid can certainly hit very, very hard now at this stage of the game. Especially if they hit a good Ice Blast, if Mind Control could get a couple of heroes in his cool. And see what Fnatic do against it. As Liquid poised outside the base, looking ready to make a move.
Very tense situation here for Fnatic. They do not have buyback on DJ or 343, but everyone else should. Ohio's only like 10 gold away, so 1 creep and he's pretty much got it. But they need to react to this a little bit faster.
A wave right into the base. Fada starting to tip away at the racks. Ohio jumps with the burrow, but Mind Control reacted with a call onto Ohio. Here we get him, and he's down! Bursted immediately. The wards are out, but BKBs from Liquid are bombed. They'll back up though as a buyback from Ohio comes out. Can Fnatic punish this play? Looking for Mind Control, but Jerax with a false promise, keeping the axe safe. And Mid-1 jumping forward. Can't get the latch on the Timmerman as he blinked out. Liquid on the high ground. They may even want to go back in Liquid, Fada. Eyeing it up. Fnatic trying to play around, looking to the side. They've actually caught Timmerman alone. There's a big pick to find the Sven. Now coming back
that Gus!
the 3-man Gus, the Sonic Wave coming through. Fada pops the Shivas, Ohio over the epicenter. Takes down Mind Control. Fada to full as well, the Burrow Strike. They're looking for Kuroki and Fnatic. They may have fallen short in the last couple of fights, but again, we're seeing the Fnatic mid-game team fight power that they were showing us earlier. It's back again. And Fada, he's going to be one to fall as well by the looks of it. Ohio and Mushi chase down the Razor. And again, Liquid managed to stabilize the game a little bit with the BKB purchases, but as we saw there, Fnatic, they can draw out the fight. They can fight around those timings, come back in hard. and they're just executing it perfectly as a team. And with this push down the mid, we'll see how many buybacks for Liquid's forced to use. But Timmerman's still down for 40 seconds. Jax himself not going to be able to get back in the game.
God, that was such a nice gust from Mushi there. Hitting those 3 targets, making sure that, you know, he knew the BKB was down on mind control, so there's no way he can ever use any like crowd control abilities, no taunt, nothing like that. And that Sonic Wave follow-up was just perfect. The best thing about that fight, though, personally, for me, was DJ being able to isolate Matuma Man, realizing, hey, he doesn't have Aegis, he doesn't have Cheese, you know, it doesn't have BKB anymore, you guys need to come around here and kill him straight up. And because they picked off that hero, and the trade for that 1-for-1 was an Undying, I would want a Sven on my team with that kind of net worth over an Undying at this stage in the game. And then at that point, it's just way too hard to come back from. And that was 2 buybacks there, because the Axe bought back as well as the Razors, so.
Amushi off the back of that fight. I mean, we already saw he was doing enough damage to take down the course. He's just picked up a straight butterfly. He had about 6k gold to spend after that fight. He's just about got enough to have buyback as well, so it should be available by the time the next fight kicks off. Bloodthorn going to be picked up as well.
That's a huge purchase, especially considering the fact that Mushi himself just got a damage item. If they're hitting the same target and there's a Bloodthorn on that hero and BKB's down, you are going to just get melted.
Liquid. We did see before how they lost 3 very, very heavy team fights. They were able to compose themselves and come back in, but that was, of course, with these fresh BKBs and these BKB timings dwindling a little bit now. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Fnatic have played this exactly how they wanted to, just making sure that when Liquid had these longer timings, they weren't able to find as convincing of a team fight that the Liquid would have hoped for. And Fnatic really showing us how much they deserve this spot and that they can bring down a team like Liquid that before this TI was certainly pitted to be one of the top contenders. And I mean, even off the back of the games that they played as well. Here on the main stage, Liquid, they've looked on form. But today, Fnatic seeming a step ahead. Liquid, of course, they still do have a chance here, but they really can't afford to go down on this slippery road again that they were on in the mid-game here.
When you have a Sven on your team with a Daedalus and a BKB, there's always a chance for a turnaround. That's just how the hero works by nature. He's incredibly good at staying high levels of farm. I mean, you can see it reflected in the net worth. He's just behind the Queen of Pain. And if they, it's one or 2 fights can just completely decide the fate of the game. Like 1 set of racks at this point doesn't really matter that much just because of how much ability that Liquid have to clear out the wave. And the same thing could be said for Fnatic as well. It's going to be down to buybacks and who gets the better fights.
Fnatic smoking up, maybe looking for that hard-hitting finishing blow. I mean, they're just going to ping on the top racks. They've got the
this is a really good play, actually.
And we've seen how quickly Fnatic can take down structures.
There is a glyph, though.
DJ, ward down, ready to get the push on Liquid at the moment. They're all out towards the Roshan pit. I mean, I do hope for their sake they've got TP scrolls.
It's not up for a bit.
Yeah, they do. They can get back.
Well, DJ doesn't actually have one.
They're going to need to. Immediately, yeah. Fortification forced out. The wards, as we can see, doing a fair bit to the melee racks. But next time, I mean, Liquid have got to be careful because Fnatic will be able to go for that play. Without a fortification, you're losing a second set of racks just like that.
Well, I don't know if they're going to use another smoke for that, but they knew that Roshan wasn't going to be up for at least a couple of minutes. So it means that if they do that play, they automatically force Liquid back to base. They reestablish the map control. They don't have to worry about Liquid doing anything because the other lanes were being pushed anyway. Just a very nice little smoke play there. And if anyone had TP'd back to try to defend, they would have just gotten murdered instantly. So,
got to be careful around this ward from Fnatic, spotting them all out here. See what kind of a jump they get. Min1 jumps in. Immediate reaction from Jax as he blinks away. Mind control goes back in. Now, Matuma Man jumping onto Min1. Tracking him down. The Quap's got buyback immediately from Min1 on the Quap. Kroki falling low, but he's still alive. Liquid just trying to get themselves the hell out of there. Popping the BKBs and running. They know there's going to be a Quap bouncing in a higher. Epi, Burrow strike onto 2.
The Sonic Wave.
Matuma Man falling low, falling down. Jax down as well. Buyback from the Sven.
Mind control doesn't have buyback.
Can they still hold on to this? Fnatic, they're onto the top racks. Mid one cleans up mind control. They have lost Ohio, but they've got 4.
They got the melee racks as well. There's no buyback on mind control. 100 seconds dead. The only person who's dead on Fnatic is the Sand King.
And of course, Fnatic, they've got all the pushing power that they need alive. Mushi standing strong, ready to go in on the top lane. Matumbaman picks up the refresher. Maybe going to look for a final hurrah. He's down 2 teammates. He's going to need that miraculous play.
This could catch them by surprise. I think he wants to wait out his BKB at least in the God Strength. If he can get 2 ultimates and 2 BKBs, there is a chance they can defend this even outnumbered. It's only 10 more seconds on the God Strength, and then he'll be able to double ulti, double BKB. That could be enough.
60 seconds without on control for the defense, but Matumbaman jumping in, BKB gets the solo to do. DJ with a ghost step. He's looking to focus 3-4-3, but the damage from Lucy is gone! Sonic Wave to the face! 2 minutes without Matumbaman! Varda's trying to do it for the side, but Mushi, DJ, shackles Varda up. The false promises that BKBs come out. Liquid maybe looking for a last-ditch defense. 3-4-3 falls back, but the ranks are falling. Mushi's going to get the objectives. Buyback from Ohio. Mid-one looking for Varda. The burrow strike from Ohio. They've done it. They've absolutely done it. Fnatic 2-0 Liquid. Liquid are going home in the lower bracket of Fnatic with one of the best performances I feel we've ever seen from them.
You know, I really, really wish that Winter was on the analyst panel right now, because the only thing I would ask him is, how do you feel how easy Fnatic's bracket was now? Just 2-0ing Team Liquid.
An absolute roller coaster, back and forth, and I can imagine for the players just a roller coaster of emotions. But at the end of the day, Fnatic just held their composure better. Some of the best team fights I feel we've seen in a while from both sides. You know, Liquid with excellent laning stage. Fnatic with insane mid-game fight, but Liquid not wants to give up. They managed to bring it back slightly. But at the end of the day, those final huge key decisions, the plays from Fnatic to make sure they were able to continue the game to the point where Liquid's BKBs, they were falling low. We saw at the end how Liquid were having to pop BKBs and run. And Fnatic, they were there, hot on their heels, chasing them down. And they take them out of TI. 2-0 Fnatic.
I don't know what else to say. Like, their hunger in that game, like when they made that first play, putting the ward inside of the jungle, turned that team fight, killed Mind Control with a ward trap. Middle lane, they did the same thing, except it was to Matumbaman, trapped him after they got Roshan. They did it another time. It was just, Fnatic just made so many moves this game to make a comeback. But we also have to address the fact that Liquid, the itemization, especially on the Sven, you got to buy BKB in that game. You just absolutely have to buy BKB. Yeah. And it really hurts to, I think, to lose that way when you know that you're just like, you're so far ahead, and then you feel confident, you make that one greedy purchase, and Fnatic just punished it to the most insane extent that I've ever seen. Just unbelievably well played and good comeback from them.
Absolutely. Well, a team that already had a large fan base, Fnatic, but after a performance like that, I'm sure they'll win over a fair few more fans here in the Dota scene. Incredible plays from Fnatic as a team. I'm sure you guys can't wait to see more of them, but I just can't wait to hear what the panel has to say about that. Fnatic knocking out Liquid in 2-0. Another amazing storyline here at TI.
Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you so much, Odie and Draskell. Fantastic cast. I'm back at the drafting station here, of course, with Merlini, Blitz, and Waga. Gentlemen, that was nuts. Let's try to take it back all the way to the beginning. Greener pastures for Liquid. Waga, their early game, very solid. It looked like this was a shoe-in for them. Talk about how everything was going great for them at the start.
It was very Liquid, not solid, but it was a good combo they had. The AA, the Oracle, and the Sven, they punished the weak lane of Rasta in the early game really well. They managed to catch Mushi when he went out of position. I think that was very impressive by them. And the early phase went so well, they should not be able to lose, in fact. That's what I would say.
But then something happened, gentlemen. Something happened and things began to change. To help us look a bit deeper at exactly when things went wrong, we have Purge.
I got the exact moment. It was that team fight at the tier 2 top. Now, this was just when Fnatic finished 3 important Aghanim Scepters. The first was on Sand King, the next was on the Undyne, and the final one was on the Queen of Pain. Those 3 heroes picking up their Aghanim Scepters allowed them to do way more damage in the team fight, and something that's constantly underestimated is Undyne's ultimate. It amplifies damage, so despite them not having a Veil, there was a huge amount of damage output coming out of that, and it pretty much centered around, like everybody's been saying, no BKB on Matumbaman. He opted for the AC instead, which helps in some ways and not in some others. Now, they started their first initiation right here against the Queen of Pain. Oops, wrong button. That ended up missing, and then Matumbaman jumped here in on Mushi, and it's a good option for him to do this, but the problem is that he doesn't have a BKB, so all it takes really is DJ over here on the right side to swing in with his Blink Dagger, hex him, and then that just completely stops his initiation. And then, in the meantime, Ohio's channeling his Epicenter, and there's going to be a lot of clumping around Mushi because of this. So when the Epi finally comes in, Matumba Man's already hexed. He's taking damage from this despite the Oracle ulti. Fada's taking damage from this. By the way, he had money for a pipe, was still sitting on a hood for almost the entire game, and Mind Control whiffed his initiation as well. Kuro was about to finish his mech but didn't have it yet. So this complete chain of events led to the case where Liquid just got completely wiped in this team fight due to the great team fight initiation from a beautiful Quap ulti there as well. But it was just kind of cocky. No BKB. They took a tower push into Fnatic when they had Aegis as well, and all these Ags timings just paid off at the right time, and this was the first fight that turned things around for Fnatic.
Gracias, Purge. We appreciate that so much. Ben, at that point and moving on, the fans had voted Mid1 MVP on his Queen of Pain. Can you touch on his performance here?
I think he was really enabled by Ohio personally. I think Ohio's my MVP. In Game 1 and Game 3, his Slaughter, his tanking performance, he just did so much, just stunned multiple heroes so that these damage dealers like Queen of Pain can do their thing.
Well, I actually have our winner's interview. It is going to be with Mid1, so let's send it out to Casey right now.
All right, so I just informed Mid1 that he was voted MVP by the fans. What's your reaction to that for your Queen of Pain play?
I don't know how to react, but I just feel that starting at the early game, my co-op is not very performing, and we had a rough start. And I always told my teammate, we can do this, like, don't give up, we still can come back. So we did the exact thing. So we came at somewhere else and seize the opportunity.
You did, and
yeah.
I want to ask you more about that comeback because it is so easy to let emotions take over and you start to kind of panic and worry. But patience has been the name of your game this entire tournament. How have you been able to collectively as a team just stay calm?
Because we know we got this, and even we lose, we don't have anything to lose actually, because from the group stage, we did very bad, and right now we knew we are going to start from loser bracket, so all of us are like very calm. We don't have anything to lose.
You haven't lost a single game on the main stage.
Oh, yeah, really? Okay.
That's a good thing. Those are nerves of steel. You are so patient in your play.
Yeah, like now we are more kind of stable and yeah, we have nothing to lose. We just enjoy the game.
Are you able to appreciate the fact that in many ways you as a team are kind of bringing Southeast Asia the respect it deserves for the Dota scene?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Talk about your teammates. How did they support the team through this win, and what do you want to say about the job that they did for these last two games?
I would say DJ maybe, because DJ is like the more positive guy. Because on the early stage we are like, nah, every lanes are losing, and I would be like, I would tell them, be positive, like we can do this, and start. DJ will be the one who started first, and then we got this, something like that, and everybody will do their job, and Adam 343 will just go and farm his agonims. Everything is very stable and calm.
Yes, it feels that way. And your MVP is next. Any thoughts as you prepare to face them tomorrow?
Thoughts? I think just go full aggressive.
Full aggressive?
Yeah.
Full aggressive with the patience that you've been using, I would imagine. It's been working for you pretty well.
Yeah. Kind of.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Really appreciate you talking to us. I know I just want to point out to everybody watching, these players just finished this adrenaline pumping game, and we come and grab them and say, why don't you come and sit down in front of a bright light? We're going to ask you a bunch of questions. So good of you to do that. You did a great job. We appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. Congratulations again to Mid1 and Fnatic. They move on to face MVP. Very unfortunate, obviously, for Liquid. We look forward to seeing hopefully more from them in the future, but our second series is now done. Will, did you have any closing thoughts about that series or touching on Liquid or Fnatic?
I just thought that the name of the game in this tournament is resilience, knowing that your teammates can always pull you through. We saw that in the series yesterday with eHome EG. They were almost down 10, 15K at that game. They managed to pull it through. Fnatic, I think they saw that. They said, you're never truly out of a Dota game. There's always the possibility that the enemy will make a mistake, that you can simply outplay them. The execution was there, and I think that'll give them a lot of confidence moving forward.
Yeah, and I want to add one more thing to that. The mistakes that happened in that game, I feel Fnatic played fantastically, but Liquid kind of played themselves as well. We were watching the game, and there were a lot of questionable, indecisive itemizations. They bought Reaver on Axe, then they sold it again to go back for Black King Bar. That's a massive thing, and they had many things like this. They could have gone for Crimson Guard and Pipe much sooner. That would have helped them a lot, but indecisive itemization really hurt them.
I'm sure it's going to be something they have to look over in the replay and kind of, accept for now moving forward. But that will conclude things as far as our analysis goes. Why don't we go ahead and touch base with our main panel out there. We got Paul and the gang outside. How's it going?
Thank you very much. Yes, great analysis, great breakdown, and a fabulous victory for Fnatic. We'll come back to you, of course, for our next series. And gents, let's just wrap up on this incredible game by Fnatic. A game, really, which Liquid threw away.
Yeah, there's no reason they should have lost that game. They should have recognized that. All right. They should have recognized that most of
the Charlie fan club's out.
Definitely not my fan club. I don't know what kind of fan club that is actually, but they should have recognized that most of Fnatic's damage was all magic damage. So the AC choice out of Matumba Man wasn't ideal, and it really cost them there.
Yeah. What do you think, Cap?
Yeah, I think the panel already touched on it. Charlie hit it pretty hard. I think Liquid, they're going to be incredibly disappointed in themselves because first of all, they came into this tournament with much higher expectations, but they didn't even go out the way that they should have gone out, right? They gone out entirely on their own mistakes. Props to Fnatic, though, because Dota is entirely a game of mistakes. It doesn't take away from Fnatic being able to make that kind of comeback. I mean, just because the opportunity is there, other teams wouldn't have been able to seize that opportunity and run with it the way that Fnatic truly did. So nothing to take away from that team. Every game, every team is going to make those kind of mistakes. It's all about when the opportunity presents itself, how you're going to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, Teb, we've spoken a number of times over the last few days about about the fact that the gap between the teams isn't very high anymore. Cap's made several mentions about the fact that the skill gap has closed significantly over the last 12 months. And it means that if you have a rough day, you can get beat by anyone. If you have a good day, you can beat anyone.
Yeah, I mean, if the skill gap is close, then it's decided by mistakes, like Cap said, especially when the skill gap is that close. If it was wider, you could make those mistakes and make up for it elsewhere. But I just think because it's so close, all it takes is one bad item choice, one misplay. Or, I mean, Ohio there was godlike on the Sand King. I mean, that's one of my favorite heroes. So when you see someone do that, it's just like, holy shit, I want to play this hero right now. But I've got to wait till I get home. I wanted to say something, Paul, about the interviews, okay? What was the one common theme in all the player interviews that we saw? They all come out and say it. We stick together, and when things aren't going well, we're saying, come on, guys, we can do this. Take note. Dota play in public. All right, stop flaming your teammates. Let's keep it together.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's how you win games.
That's
Being
not
nice.
going to happen, Ted.
It's a nice effort, Ted.
Can I get a cheer for that sentiment? They didn't even hear it. We'll take it.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't the Charlie fan club. Maybe it was the Pyrian Flags fan club behind us.
I think these guys will cheer for anything.
Yeah, they'll cheer for anything.
Let's check in with the brackets and show you where we are. We're now down to just the lower bracket games incredible quality already. But we've got two more to come, of course, with eHome going up against DC. And our other bracket game in round 4 will now be MVP versus Fnatic. That is a matchup made in heaven. Two teams who have played each other so many times over the last 12 months, and they've been a real thorn in the side of MVP Fnatic throughout the last 12 months. It's going to be really interesting to see how those two go head-to-head, Cap.
I mean, of course it's going to happen this way. Like, what other way would it happen? In the tournament where the underdogs are rising up, of course Fnatic would meet their final boss, or rather maybe MVP Phoenix would meet their final boss in
depending on whether it's online or not.
Yeah, which one is the protagonist of the story, I guess.
We just don't know anymore, I think. That's the problem with it. 6 teams left, not the 6 teams we would have thought, Charlie.
Absolutely not. I have no idea what's going to happen throughout the rest of this tournament.
Let's just run this down. Wings, EG, eHome, DC, MVP, and Fnatic. 6 teams. Who had that top 6?
If anybody can show me that bracket in that order and you predicted it correctly, shoot, I don't know.
You can't think of a nice thing you'd do for them, can you?
Charlie will kiss you right on the mouth.
Sure, I'll kiss you right on the mouth.
if you can prove that that's your draft, that's what you put
I was
going to
invite them on the panel and, take our jobs
tweet
instead.
at Charlie
but-
Yang right now if you've got a picture of your bracket that looks like that.
But we want to see you holding up like a newspaper with the date, stuff like that.
Yeah, don't do any Photoshop funny business.
Yeah, that's not going to work. You don't get to kiss Charlie unless it's honest.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Trust me.
And on that note, I will thank all three of you for being on our panel today. These three are going to clear off and enjoy their afternoon. We're going to change our panel up. But first, we do want to check in once more with some of the teams that have been eliminated from the tournament. Of course, very sad for all the teams that do go home early, not least of which when you're expected to do much better than you did. Liquid, of course, falling out today. But yesterday, it was Newbie's turn to fall. Let's catch up with KP.
Hey guys, with me and Charlie now, we have the lone Australian Ranger, KP, from Newbie.
Hey man, so I know this is a little disappointing for you, but I remember last year when we were in that lobby at TI5 and you asked me, you know, how do I find another team? I just want to say personally, it's like really, really good to, like, this might be disappointing, but you did so well for the rest of the year, and it's really good to see that. So I guess coming into this, everybody had really high hopes for you guys. I guess what went wrong in the final stretches?
I feel like our form as a team, like we weren't like on point with everything that we do. And I feel like our drafts became a bit stale, and we didn't really adapt well with like the new metas.
Sure.
So I think those two are the main points.
Did that come down to like preparation during boot camp, or what was the issue with?
I think I also wanted to say, as a team, we prepared like really well and a lot, but I feel like for myself, I have some regrets that I didn't. Like I regret not doing some things like on my own to improve myself as a player.
Okay. If we look at the games you played against Evil Geniuses, and you had two really close games against them in a series that I'd like to think of being one of the highest skilled games that we've seen out of the TI so far, especially game 2. You had a great performance on the Sand as well, and it could have really gone either way. It was a really back and forth game where when you were in the game, in the heat of the moment, were you thinking we got this at any point?
Honestly speaking, for the second game with the Sand King, like we had this like 30 to 40 minute mark where we had to win the game. If it went later, it was really hard for us to win because they had like the Void, Elder Titan, and we had like an Alchemist who's like the strongest at like 30, like when he's got 6 items, right? And then the later it goes, we kind of all knew that it was going to be harder, but I guess we still played it, and I guess we just kept playing.
Okay.
Did our best.
Well, I guess now that the event is over, what's next for you personally? What's next for, I guess, the team?
This I'm actually not too sure about. Like, I have no idea if anyone's gonna like stop playing for a while, retire. I have no idea.
What's interesting about you in particular is that the fact that you've shown willingness to move, right? So you're originally Australian. You've played on MVP, which is a Korean team. Now you've played with Newbie. Could we see you go to a different country entirely in case you didn't stay with Newbie?
Yeah, if I didn't stay with Newbie, that would be like one of the choices for me, I guess. But I actually have no idea what's going to happen.
We'll be much wiser in a month from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say anything right now. Not that I don't want to say. I just actually don't know. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I personally, I think you've shown a lot of promise this year. I think a lot of people are impressed. I don't think we need to have that conversation in the hotel lobby anymore. And I don't think, if you need a team next year, I don't think it'll be hard.
I hope so.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. And with that, we wish you the best of luck. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Charlie there with the exit interview with KP. We're going to bring our two teams out into the key arena. First up, a team who have tasted success in the past, but this year they are on form. They have been the favourites from the group stage. They are eHome. They might well be the old boys of Dota, at least in name alone, but they've shown us some very new strategies. They've been fantastic all the way through the group stage and all the way through the brackets right now, but they are in the lower bracket, as are their opponents. We've already seen them once today. They got a massive support earlier on today to go through the bracket. They now play their second game of the day to stay in the tournament at TI. They are DC. Few believed they would make day 4. In fact, few believed they'd make day 3. But here they are on the verge of being one of only 5 teams left in the tournament, as are their opponents, eHome. As we've said before, they were fantastic in the group stages. But tall order right now for both teams. We've got a brand new panel with us. Welcome back, Shiva, Shane, and Gods. How are you enjoying the outdoor life?
Honestly, thank God for Purge's weather segment this morning because I knew what to wear.
Right.
It was really good. We had the hat on.
Yeah.
And prepared me.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have known what to wear.
Exactly. All Dota events should have it from now on, I think.
All Dota events should have the weather.
Yeah. Pre-show.
Right.
What if there's not an outside segment?
All Dota events.
Oh, okay.
Wow, all right, okay. Good stuff. Thanks, Shane.
No problem.
Good contribution to start. Gods?
Doing great. It's been fantastic 2 Beer 3s. I mean, Fnatic, a team I'm very close to. They're the first team I ever met at a Dota 1 LAN, so it's great for me to see them win. It's sad for Liquid, but I mean, that's the nature of TI. There's going to be winners, going to be losers.
The way it goes, isn't it? It's brutal competition right now. Let's talk about eHome. Let's kick off with them. Great group stage, Shiva. Fantastic play. Yeah. There was kind of an air about them, wasn't there? Coming out of the wildcards, everyone was kind of like, well, they kind of look like a 5-6 team. Could do well in group stages. And then they just blew everyone away.
Yeah, and I think even the way they ended up in the lower bracket yesterday, everybody remembers that one game, obviously versus Evil Geniuses. It definitely showed that they have the potential to be in the finals and maybe next time win, depending on who it's up against, of course. But
it took that to beat them as well.
If you use that game as an example, they actually won the early game so hard. Like the way they LAN M just goes to the offlane, takes all the farm. Like he's a support hero, and they just send Old 11 to the jungle. He got level 6. He runs around. He makes so much space for the team. Like their style of play is really interesting, Gods. Like they send the support to the offlane. Like what do you think of that?
I think it shows flexibility. I think that's something which TNC gave DC problems with, is when you have these dual lanes in the off lane, when you pressure your opponent, Resolution, who's had such a fantastic tournament. He's really been a standout player, I think, for DC. He had this reputation with past Empire teams. He's been on Empire for as long as I can remember before he joined DC, of being this player who would choke when it came to big LAN events. He never delivered on the big stage. Empire came into past TIs as one of the favorites and never really had the big results, but he's completely blown away that reputation of being a player who disappoints on LAN.
I actually didn't know he was only 19. It feels like I've been watching Resolution for like half my life.
he has been playing mostly in Ukraine for so long. He was one of the guys that always came around to the Star Ladder Arena, the Cyber Arena, watched the old Na'Vi play, and came there as a fan and as obviously still a Dota player, just to watch and learn, and basically was in that community for so long and at such a young age already.
It's like the oldest 19-year-old you know.
Yeah, exactly. And he actually inspired me to play Invoker. When he
have
played
a
mid, I
counterpoint.
used to watch his games all the time.
Oldest 19-year-old, I think I know the oldest 18-year-old, which I would consider slightly older, which is Zai, still 18.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make sense either.
That doesn't make sense either. No, he would fit in this.
That's funny, isn't it, how that happens? One of the teams, one of the players that Shane mentioned, of course, was Old Lanham. Now, this man's been around a long time. He's been there, seen it, and almost done everything there is to know. And he caught up with Casey just before we entered the International.
Well, let's start. I'd like to ask you about eHome and what happened after you disbanded post-Shanghai and kind of what brought the team together into the current form that it is now.
当时因为就是有一些队伍的化学反应在，就是不是化学反应不是很好，然后我们就决定是重组一下，然后改变我们当时的那种，就是没有磨合到一块的状态，然后。现在来看的话，就是说肯定是阵痛期还是有，而且比较长。然后，但是我们解决了这个问题。
You're coming into this as a wild card team. You missed Manila. What are you doing differently? What do you think the key is going to be to your success that you're going to need to have to make it onto the main stage with TI?
主要是我们之前是因为确实是因为一些私人的事情，然后导致我们在马尼拉之前有过好几次那个队伍的队内的调整，然后但是解决了这些问题以后，我们就是重新凝聚成一个队伍。然后这次比赛来这儿，因为我们集合时间也并不长，所以主要还是一个是一边打一边进步吧，另一个就是看运气好不好。
I want to ask you to say something about each of your teammates. If you could maybe just describe them in 1 or 2 words, what words would you pick? And let's start with Ice Ice Ice.
搞笑吧 ，funny.
Funny?
Yeah.
What about Fenrir?
非常认真。
Old Chicken.
Old Chicken 他很老实，然后进步速度非常快，老实。
11.
我认为他是一个天才。
And what do you think your teammates would say about you as a captain? How do you think they would describe you?
我觉得他们应该形容我是脾气非常大的那种，容易生气。
How do you handle your anger?
平常如果就是在一些训练中会就是导致有一些让自己会比较生气的事情的时候，我会选择停一下训练，然后自己出去呼吸一下空气，大概2-3分钟以后再重新进来吧。
You can't do that at the international, though.
Yeah. But 在训练中我们是这样的。
What do you think is the most important thing to remember as a professional player when it comes to the level of play it takes at the international and how that's evolved over the years?
作为职业选手，我觉得最重要的是队友之间互相的信任，然后还有对胜利的渴望，就这2点。
What brought you out of retirement, and why did you decide to come back?
当时是首先就是打完一届 TI， 觉得就是打完 TI4那年，觉得就是特别疲惫，身心俱疲，然后可能就不太想打这个比赛。后来就是离开了赛场以后，在赛场外去看别的选手比赛的时候，然后就是特别激动，然后自己就特别想回到这个舞台。你知道有些人就天生就属于某些地方，我觉得自己可能天生就属于舞台，因为我一到舞台上，我的那个整个人的精神状态就和平时是不一样的。
You had a daughter born last year. Congratulations. What has it been like being a father?
刚开始就反正特别激动那种，然后现在是属于每天就特别想看到自己的女儿，因为就从视频里面看到嘛，然后看到以后就哪怕就比如说有一天训练我们全部都输了一整天，然后就整个人精神状态都不是很好，但是看到就从视频里面看到女儿的那个就在那顽皮啊笑啊，还是就是非常舒心非常开心，就是整个一整天的阴霾就过去了。
Are you going to teach her how to play Dota?
这个完全看他自己喜不喜欢。如果他对这方面有兴趣，我肯定会教他的。如果他想玩就教，不想玩就算了，我无所谓的。
Doesn't mind either way. It's not really the attitude, is it?
I think
teach them all Dota. Teach the children how to sing.
The anger issues are kind of solved by the kid. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh, I'm so angry with Dota. Oh, baby.
That's great.
Anger management with Shane.
Yeah. We've got 50 seconds before we need to go. In fact, less than that. Gods, very quickly. DC, eHome, which do you favour?
I favour eHome. They've looked like the stronger team, and I think they have the edge in terms of experience.
Okay.
I'm with Gods. I would also favour eHome in this matchup for sure.
I'm going to go the other way. I think in Game 3, DC looked like they could disrupt the early game with Misery, Sanking. Like all through that series, they look well. So I'm going to go with DC.
Yeah,
2-1. It's going to be close, though.
Yeah.
Like
you feel it's going to be close?
No.
God says no.
It could be. It could be.
I like the fact that God says so. No. Okay.
It's unlikely close.
Unless their mental state after yesterday's beatdown by EG might have affected their play.
Yeah, see, we haven't had a chance to talk to that. Maybe we'll get a chance in between the break. We're a few seconds away. Here we go then. Draft number 1, eHome versus DC.
eHome versus Digital Chaos. Game 1.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We are about to jump into our third series of the day. It's Digital Chaos back once again. This time they face eHome. I'm back at my drafting desk with a couple of more Dota nerds. We got Winter, we got Black, and we got Draskell back once again. Gentlemen, draft underway here. eHome, they get the Shadow Demon Kunkka combo that's been happening throughout this tournament so far. And DC, straight to the Naga, and then they grab up the ET.
Seems like very comfort zone picks for both teams, honestly. Like eHome maybe more so. Like Lanham, I think, is the one player who really brought Kunkka back into the meta. He was showing how powerful it could be throughout the group stage, even before that in the TI6 qualifiers. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious what DC's game plan is going to be with their opening. Make space for the Naga.
I mean, they've tried it before and it went like horribly wrong.
I mean, yeah, but if you feel confident in the strategy, you kind of have to play it, right?
But do you want to put resolution on that kind of hero? That's the main question.
Yeah, he likes to be like aggressive, right?
But I could still see them doing it, but obviously there's still flexibility. You can change it to a support somewhere later on if you feel like it's necessary, but...
You know, like sometimes during the draft we discuss about how, oh, this is the best pick for the situation, but we don't really talk about how sometimes the consideration of the captain is this the best hero for my player? Like, you want him to be super comfortable on the hero instead of just picking what's best for the situation.
Yeah. Well, if you were the drafter and Black was your player, what would you draft for him between his 2-3 heroes?
Wait, what's his third hero?
I don't know. I gave him the luxury of an extra hero in there.
Anti-mage.
That was one of the two,
Anti-mage,
actually.
Terrorblade, or Invoker.
Ah, there it is.
But
Fair
only
enough.
X-Sword Invoker, right?
Yeah.
No, Quasworks is fine.
Oh, okay.
But I farm.
That's kind of like 4 heroes. That's kind of 4 heroes, right?
Anyway, Lanham brought like a completely new skill build and item build to Kunkka. He's going for like this armlet build, kind of transitioning into like a semi-carry, and he's actually ignoring X. Usually until like level 8, he would max Tidebringer and just level 2 in Torrent and 1 in Ghost Boat.
They do a very interesting strategy where a lot of the time they give Lanham a lot of farm priority after the laning phase breaks down. So either it's like a mid or a safe lane hero that rotates a lot, and then he gets farm like phase, armlet, and drums and stuff like that. And then he has like much bigger influence in the team fights as long as the spells land. Which, after watching him play it a ton of times, he's really, really good at landing his torrents.
If you think about it, there's actually not many good items on a support Kunkka. Like armlet is actually probably the best item.
Yeah, because it buffs Tidebringer a ton, and that's what you do in the fights, and also makes you super tanky.
With the ghost ship, yeah. It's very good with that.
Yeah, people went like Etherlands and Aghanim Scepter and stuff like that. It was like so bad.
I mean, Aghanims can be good in some situations, but it's one of those items that's super luxury, and I probably wouldn't buy it unless it was like a 4th or 5th item.
No, I would love the axe on Kunkka if you couldn't BKB while you get dragged, but you can BKB while you get dragged. It's like really
if it was
bad.
like vacuum, it would be really good.
Yeah. It would be kind of OP too.
I mean, you guys are not Kunkka players. Lanham is a Kunkka player. He's not going to buy Aetherland. He's going to buy armor.
I didn't say he was going to do it. I just said that I think that it's okay later. Like the Aghanims, not the Aetherlands.
No.
No, just no.
Anyway.
So DC have Timbersaw, more deep push, so you get more time for Naga to draw out the game. But it's very clear what they want to do. There's still even the Kotl, calling the Dakota the best hero in the game.
The greatest hero in the game, yes.
Kotl is pretty awesome, especially if you're like super good. You get X marked, you know, you like time the recall just right. As soon as you get returned, you
can't wake up in the morning without the light. That's what I hear.
Well,
Lanham.
Yeah, that's what Lanham thinks too.
You guys are terrible. Like eHome needs like
Sand King?
Sure.
I'm so
Sand King.
good. Third pick is going to be a Sand King here.
I mean, it's a lot of melee from DC, so pretty much no matter wherever the lanes shape up for eHome, the Sand King should have a pretty favorable matchup.
It's usually off lane. Support Kunkka, support SD, usually rotating together, making lots of space for Ice Ice Ice. Usually they play this like 4 protect 1 style where they have like really active heroes on 4 people, and then Ice 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 is just farming here,
Yeah, let
farming
me
there.
ask you, Black. If this game you're the Naga, you want to go mid because you want to avoid the Sand King. So if you're eHome, do you put the Sand King mid and you just make sure the Sand King follows the Naga everywhere?
The thing is, like, if you out-mind game yourself, you might end up putting that Naga against that Sand King even though you don't really want to, because like you're reading into it too much. And maybe if they get like another good support here, they can actually like just zone them out of the lane. It's also a possibility. Well, now it's not a possibility anymore because safe lane Evoker is pretty bad against Sand King.
Yeah. Do you think they might actually do crossbacks this game? Because if you want to play a Naga type of lineup, it's much better.
Okay, I think they should, but I've seen Weez. Oh, God.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
We have
This is the Black Dream game.
2/3 of Black's heroes already. picked up in this draft alone. This is amazing.
Dude,
Black,
it's so good.
Black, just go ham right now, man.
I mean, I don't know. Like, you see this game, you would just like love to play anti-mage. You play against Timber, you play against Invoker, you play against Naga. Or the only problem you have so far is Titan. But you can just transition into getting an AC later on. It's like a really good item on AM, and you won't have any problem like dealing with the lineup whatsoever. I love it.
3 mana void targets as well.
It's very good against the type of game Naga wants to play, because she wants to split push and you can deal with the illusions very easily as anti-mage.
Yeah,
It's
and
such
you
a
can
good
even
pick.
like push out the lanes really easily yourself. But like DC's draft is really greedy if they don't go for the Quartz Wax. And as I said before, I've seen Wee's Quartz Wax is like his Quartz Wax is like Quartz Exort is like 3 times better.
I mean, this is like going back to what I said. It's best for the draft to go Quartz Wax Invoker, but for the player, they will go Exort Invoker.
Yeah, that's usually what they do, and they're like pretty greedy. They definitely need like a last pick that.
Space Maker.
Yeah, like a
Counter will be perfect, but
this band, no.
There's still CM. I think CM could also be possible. You don't need much farm.
CM Naga is really good too because you increase her farm capability by like a lot.
Well, Elder Titan and Timber, so it's like, CM Aura.
I mean, everybody loves CM Aura. I play like a Pudge.
No,
CM Aura is so good.
Lifestealer doesn't like CM. Okay, maybe not.
If they pick something like CM, don't you feel like there's a possibility that eHome just send another hero top lane with the Sand King?
Yeah, like a dual lane, like what we've seen from Liquid, the Sand King Conquer lane. Super strong. Shadow Demon Anti-Mage will easily take care of the Timbersaw. Shouldn't be a big problem at all.
But what if Elder Titan is in the bottom lane as well? Two heroes against 2 heroes.
Then it's gonna get very problematic. And they would actually need like a try.
Yeah, wouldn't you prioritize making sure AM gets farmed first?
I actually would start with like 3 heroes bottom and make sure the Timber doesn't get to the early level 3 where it gets problematic for the aim lane. And then after that you can maybe rotate the Kunkka to top lane. The Razor last pick, like Razor is early levels for sure, and then Invoker counter on the lane. Like Invoker can't do anything about it. Like he just stands on your hill and.
But for the lane matchup, Exalt Invoker would probably be better having the Forge Spirit.
Yeah,
or you think it doesn't matter? He's going to lose the lane either way.
I mean, he's going to lose either way probably, but when you have the Forge Spirit, you can actually fight him when he wants to drain you.
So Venge is going to be the last pick up here. More minus armor, more Roshan. I think I like DC's draft more.
DC's draft for winner?
I'm going to say DC as well.
I think I have to go with the Anti-Mage, guys.
Of course.
So of course you do. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and throw it courtside right now where we got our casters. It's once again going to be Capitalist and Blitz.
In a tournament that has featured so many underdogs, it is a pleasure to be able to see one of them, Digital Chaos, facing up against some veterans in eHome. This matchup should be a very interesting one, as we're going to head into a matchup that Animage facing up against an Invoker and a Timbersaw, or Analyst, well, most of them anyway, backing DC, excluding Black, who would always side with an Animage draft.
I do think this is a very good anti-mage game. A lot of people think that Naga does pretty well against anti-mage, but I think anti-mage just pushes the pace faster than she likes, and he's going to get 6-slotted much quicker than her. I think it matches up very well against the Invoker, so kind of feeling eHome's draft right now.
All right, well, we're going to start things off already with some early movements. eHome pushing out with Old 11, trying to get some aggressive vision down. Already some deep wards being placed, one right by that mid tower, and another one going to be placed in the Dire jungle. Hoping to be able to get as much information out of Digital Chaos's rotations and what exactly their laning phase is going to look like. No information being given away just yet, though, because Digital Chaos have gone for a smoke of their own, trying to get their positioning set up for what could be an attempt at a first blood.
Right now, eHome about to clash as they run into Misery.
Misery on the Naga Siren is going to be hit. Oh, not actually going to be hit by that Torrent. Looks like that Windlace gave them that slight movement speed advantage to be able to stay ahead of that one. And despite Digital Chaos running into eHome, nothing is really going to come of it. So it's looking like we are going to be having Saksa is going to be playing the Elder Titan. We have Resolution playing the Vengeful Spirit in this game. Misery on the Naga Siren. Moo is going to be left at what looks to be a safe lane farming Timbersaw. And DC going to run all out on the aggro tri-lane. Blitz, what's with this switch up? The early Naga Siren pickup, it is a bit of a strategical advantage, right? To be able to say, we've got this Naga Siren. You think it's a core, then we switch it up, we pick it up as a support. But why specifically Resolution with the Vengeful Spirit? What is DC going for here?
I think they just want to push pace. They want to carry a hero that can match up well in terms of right clicks with the anti-mage early on. and Vengeful Spirit does just that. It also allows you the option of going for the aggro tri-lane, which is what they're doing right now. If you put a lot into that Naga Siren, she gets directly countered by that anti-mage like we discussed, and that's possibly the worst position that you want to be in when your cores just lose 1-to-1. And so I think DC have made the very smart decision to swap. The downside, though, is they are going to have an ET Naga Siren lane, which double melee you don't ever want to see. Is they're going to run into Misery right here.
Bottom and Fenrir. This is a duo with the Disruption and Torrent that guarantees some damage on one hero, but it may not be able to deal with a full aggro tri-lane. We'll have to see how this unfolds and whether or not DC are able to keep up the pressure on Ice Ice Ice. Our mid lane is going to be Weehan the Invoker facing up against Old Chicken's Razor, and top lane Old 11 on the Sand King against Moo's Timbersaw.
Yeah, and I think in this lane, the Sand King will do okay. They should both be able to trade farm. It really just depends on how far Moo decides to try to push things. He did get the double regen, whereas Old 11 decided to go for a little bit less regen, but invested in that Quelling Blade early on to help him CS. Obviously one of the better pickups in conjunction with his Caustic Finale, and we're already seeing him kick off to a pretty decent lead at this top lane in terms of harassment.
Yeah, this first like 1 or 2 minutes is so important for the Sand King versus Timbersaw matchup. It's all about that Caustic Finale for the Sand King, and if he can burn through that regen that Moo is stacked up before we see the later levels where Reactive Armor acts as a natural regeneration for the Timbersaw, keeping him healthy.
Right now, just continuing to push the lane up, as in this bottom lane, this is going to be the lane to watch. If DC can do okay here, that could just determine the game for them, but eHome just constantly trying to pull the lane back. Very big for them to be able to do so, as they're going to deny quite a decent amount of XP. And you already see
Torrent not going to land once again. Misery, as a result, will snag that bounty rune away from Lanham. So the aggro tri-lane going okay. It's not stopping Animage's CS just yet, and it is coming at a very distinct cost to some of the other DC heroes. Weehaw as the Invoker, our panel mentioned it, the Razor is going to be able to do a lot of harassment against that Invoker, really press into him with that static link, and we're seeing how the Sand King is faring pretty well for now against the Timbersaw, though the tides may turn as we get to level 5 and 6 and the Chakram comes up for the Timbersaw.
And the early rotational power of the Sand King might beat out the Timbersaw by a little bit, but when it comes to farm, he should be able to catch up quite nicely, especially once you grab your Bloodstone into the Boots of Travel. And meanwhile, Old Chicken continuing to just zone out this Invoker, which is what we expected out of this lane.
Ooh,
that bottom.
Stun. Ice 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 going to be disrupted as the snare was attempted by Misery. The power of that defensive hero. We're seeing so much of this Shadow Demon in this tournament, and there's not really much of a question why. A lot of illusion-based heroes being run around, and you can always use some sort of support to be able to save an important core like that.
The good news for DC is they do have a really easy way to deal with the illusions in this Timbersaw. He's going to clear them up quite nicely. There's going to be a point, though, where when it comes to the high ground siege, if you kill anybody, it's going to be quite easy for eHome to take fights. And for DC's side, they could go for a decent Roshan timing just because they have this Exort Invoker. But at the same time, I think eHome would really like to fight around the pit, as up at top, Moo trying to get aggressive, and it looks like now he's starting to be successful.
Yeah, once he hit that level 4 and now level 5, he's got the high levels of reactive armor, and he's able to just sit with the creep wave on him, and all the Caustic Finale hits in the world won't allow Old 11 to really push back Moo, or maybe I spoke too soon. Moo's actually dropping decently low, and maybe Sand King with the level 6 could do something. Bottom lane, Torrent goes down, but the Invis is picked up first. Lanham going to be pursued out here. They're going to get some decent damage. They will try and follow this up with a Sunstrike. It's going to be close. The body blocking is there from Soxa, and Mercury on the other side. They sandwich Lanham for the first blood.
Very well done by DC. The two supports always beating eHome to the punch when it comes to the rune twice now.
Now bottom lane, Old 11 is getting a close battle. Old 11 forced into a Fairy Fire use, and Moo, he's dropping quite low as well. He's got the high levels of reactive armor, so he will start regenning up, and now the healing salve will keep him alive. Back to full HP for almost both of them. A lot of damage
getting
going
quite
out.
low.
Moo, he's going to be hit by the Torrent as well. Needs a Timber Chain away, gets a little bit of distance. The Caustic Finale will finish him off. eHome, they finished with an appropriate response, losing their Kunkka, but the Kunkka's rotation up the top gets them the counter kill.
Absolutely massive. Being able to get any sort of kill in a solo lane 1v1 matchup is going to be huge. And this should allow Old 11 to start to snowball in this lane. At the same time, Timbersaw does have what he needs in the arcane boots. And he's just going to make his way back up here. Mid lane, Invoker still only sitting at 9 CS. They were really hoping to give him this kill. If he was able to get first blood and some XP, he would have been okay, but Old Chicken just bullying him out of the lane.
He is currently suffering heavy, which means Digital Chaos need to be able to buy some space for him. They're going to come in with the two-man support rotation. Ensnare into the stomp with a follow-up. Sunstrike should be easy. The damage not quite enough. The right clicks will finish him off. 1-2 now.
Very well done by DC. They understand the weakness of the Razor is he is susceptible to these ganks. This hero heavily relies on being able to get that early start off just because he doesn't have the ability to flash farm or split push like some of these other heroes.
Moo chases away the Sand King in top lane. Didn't get his Chakram in time, though, to be able to finish off Old 11. Just chased him back to the Tier 1 tower.
And Ice at bottom just continues to plug away with this farm, and he's doing just fine. Resolution, though, leading the game.
He's going to be tough. He's got a high level of reactive armor. Moo, he's going to try and survive.
He might turn this around
to get the kill. Now the heavy amount of damage coming out from Old Chicken, but the armor is too much. Even if he seals all this damage, Moo thinks he can fight it out. He's got a Chakram. We'll be able to slow down Old Chicken a little bit further. Saksa is coming in.
He gets the stun.
Stomp. Old Chicken left like a sitting duck.
So well done by DC there as Moo baited that out for so long. He didn't fear the Razor whatsoever. Buys enough time for Saksa to make that rotation up there. And meanwhile, at bottom, Resolution has largely been left alone in this lane, and he's picked up the levels in the farm required of him.
He certainly is. He's top of the CS board, and he's keeping the Animage, well, not entirely out of CS, but manageable. It's 26-5. Ice is about to pick up his level 6, though, and we may see an engagement as that kill opportunity presents itself, or maybe the other way around. They managed to get the stun. Oh, not enough mana there. Looks like a bit of miscommunication or miscalculation coming out from Digital Chaos. If they had that ensnare with the Sunstrike, it surely would have been a kill.
Still, the fact that they were able to leave Resolution alone at bottom, normally when that ends up happening, the carry just kind of has to go into hiding. He has to stop CSing and wait for his supports to come back. But he is playing so aggressively onto this anti-mage, and he's still picking up a good amount of farm while his team is accomplishing a bunch of kills around the map. And DC, as a result, are effectively doing very well in all three lanes. Now this Invoker is caught up as a result of that gank, and they are in much better position than they were when we first
Resolution going to be hit by the Torrent. The swishy vengeful Spirit carry will end up going down. The stomp is there. Gives Misery the space to retreat, but they've lost their carry.
Down to happen at some point is eHome finally strike back. They get the kill on the right target. Ice picking up the last hit. And things kind of reset in this bottom lane at the same time up at top. This Timbersaw is just
Snare, Sunstrike, it's close. The stomp is there. A little bit more damage from Riptide. But Ice gets away with a sliver.
That's perfectly fine. They're still putting a lot of pressure on him, and they're going to send him back, allow Resolution to get some space, and I think this will prompt both the supports to move out of this lane and get aggressive.
That Invis rune, Fenrir, will be set up now. The Torrent will be on the mark. Weehaw, his life is forfeit. Yet another gank coming in from Eho.
This map is just going everywhere as the two supports on either side able to create space around the map. As up at top, who just continues to farm.
That's one of the big advantages, right, is that DC, they're able to, with just their core at bottom lane with Resolution. Actually, they're going to hit the stomp here. Ice, unable to get the blink away. Not much they can do to stop him from blinking away, though, if he chooses to. No follow-up disables there. But if it's just Resolution, the Vengeful Spirit, matched up against the AM, and it's just Timbersaw facing up against the SK, there is a natural amount of aggression.
They're going to go for Ice.
Put out another ensnare, another
stomp. They might just have enough damage for this if they time this.
Oh, he tried to time it with the right click, and then the Riptide immediately following up, trying to get his maximum amount of damage there. Not enough to finish him off. Again, Ice, surviving with just 50 HP.
I believe they could have killed him. The sleep duration on the level 3 stomp is quite long, but DC got a little bit antsy there, and they needed Saksa to also get the hit off.
Ooh, disruption, stopping the Timber Chain out there. Saksa is here, though, and the Burrow Strike completely whiffs there.
Old 11's getting quite low. He's got to be careful. Without the disruption available, this Timbersaw is going to feel very strong.
3 to 4, 10 minutes in. Saksa, careful where you walk, my friend. There is an Observer Ward. Watching his movements, if he steps a little bit too far to the south there, he'll be caught by the combo of Lonham and Fenrir.
And meanwhile, at bottom, Resolution, look how far pushed in he is. Ice Ice Ice, not loving this game so far, as the Vengeful Spirit just able to trade so efficiently with him, and he's even gonna blink forward for creeps, and they're pinging at bottom. They know he's used his blink.
They're going to be able to catch him. Looks like with the Sunstrike, they should be able to finish him off. The TP's come in. They're looking to be able to punish Resolution, but it's only Laughton who's completed his TP. Up in top lane, the fight rears on. Now, Moo hopes to be able to catch Old 11, but slowed down by the Purge, won't be able to catch up.
Yeah, not really willing to contest that. At bottom, they managed to set up for another kill.
Old Chicken comes in, will be able to catch Resolution at bare minimum. He tries to chase out Misery, but Misery is too quick with the Naga Siren, won't be able to catch up.
Still, during this time, Weez almost got his fully completed Midas. And DC are doing such a good job at controlling this bottom lane. And Ice Ice Ice, we talked about how important he was going to be. If he was going to be against the Naga Siren core to core, I would have felt much more comfortable if you're an eHome fan, but in this type of game, Resolution's just applied so much pressure. He's getting a lot more farm out of this, and the anti-mage, his game has been slowed down by so much.
Yeah, as we kind of alluded to, the core matchups there on the side lanes, favorable for Digital Chaos, and as a result, both the AM as well as the Sand King only sitting at a 3K net worth mark, while the rest of Digital Chaos's cores are all sitting at 4K.
Yeah, Ice Ice Ice, even missing some last hits here. He doesn't have that Quelling Blade yet. And his game is very much slowed down, and DC have very good ways to deal with him in the mid game with this Timber Saw when it comes to damage. And he's already almost got his Bloodstone. Sitting at half the components as he's going to push in this wave. Fenrir just going to pick up levels up at top. And eHome trying to go for a 4-man play at bottom, but Resolution's just going to wait by his tower.
Yeah, he has that wave of terror when the creep waves come in. He can always pull the creep wave off the tower back into the tier 2. Now, they did just get a scan. Successful on Resolution, so they know there's a hero there. They know there's an opportunity to be able to dive. But Resolution is just playing this so damn safe. And now, oh, look at this tricky maneuver. Old 11, he just found his way in, burrows through the trees.
He's slowly doing it. One more tree. They don't realize how close they are.
Another Quelling Blade. Might just see him, but Vengeful Spirit backs out at just the perfect time. Shows himself now with a wave of terror. Tier 1 tower will fall. eHome take it.
Still, that was a 4-hero commitment with all the cores available on the map waiting for that tower push. During that time period, everyone just continues to farm. Weehaw playing the game where he's just being patient right now. He's letting the game develop. He's not trying to make anything happen with his team. He understands with this Midas, he's going to passively get ahead of this Razor.
Old 11 setting up on Resolution. He got his way into the trees, in range with the Burrow Strike. Resolution not dead yet, but will fall underneath the tier 2. Moves here now, chases down Old 11, misses the Chakram though. He needed that one to latch, follows him into the trees, will be able to get it.
And Old 11, he did have that Burrow available, but goes for the churn rate. And Moo gonna pick up that kill. A lot of experience on his side as now he's level 11. Just 400 gold away from that Bloodstone. His timing is going to be very good. And DC, there's always that threat of this Invoker constantly farming. This Razor had to show himself bottom so frequently. Now he's going to go contest the lane as Ice Ice Ice. They're making a move
here. He needs to blink in the right direction, and it's not south. That's where Misery is. So blinks a little bit farther to the left. Ice 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 heads his way into the trees, and he's ready to go with another blink. So DC, do not pursue. We'll just try and control the Radiant jungle, denying Ice 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 any farm.
Still, they have largely done such a good job at this bottom lane of continuing to control him up. Now Resolution going to go to this top lane and try to treat himself like a true core, as this Razor is getting pretty farmed right now. Has that Ogre Club available, DC? It looks like they want to avoid these 5-on-5 fights despite being a little bit ahead. And probably for the best, as eHome's team fight is so scary.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is really the best way, right? They have this one core that is rather farmed. That's the best way to utilize this Razor. Just go for those 5-on-5s. eHome gonna find Misery with the disruption. Not close enough on Laughton though to be able to hit the Torrent, and I believe that's another smoke that won't find a latch.
Yeah, the biggest thing about this Razor, whenever you play against him, you don't want to be in the same lane as him. So you constantly will shift and adjust. So wherever the Razor goes, he can start to bully out a core. And that's exactly what he's doing when he shows up mid. But Weehaw just continues to farm. He's got very good timings on him.
Up at top. Got to be ensnared up. Defensive Torrent laid out just to make sure that Digital Chaos can't pressure forward. They are going to have Moo making his way mid. but I don't think they could really do anything to this Razor. So eventually, when eHome start going for this 5-man, what do DC need to do to respond? Do they go for a split push game with their Exort Invoker and their Timbersaw?
It's actually DC that want to push the pace for the time being, just because the Sand King has shown that he still doesn't have Blink, and now they're creating a lot of time for this anti-mage to catch up. It's actually DC that are pressured, because if you just continue to ignore this AM, he will have a decent game once again. He's already catching up quite quickly to Resolution's amount of net worth.
Yeah, he's neck and neck now. After being a full 1,000 gold behind Resolution, he is now sitting at that 5K marker right next to Rezo, who just has himself some treads and a Helmet Dominator. Double damage.
This is what you want out of your Timbersaw. You want him to just bully this anti-mage out as much as he possibly can. And that's going to open up some opportunities, though, for eHome until this Timbersaw gets Boots of Travels.
Sand King, ooh, smoke up from DC. Well, our Sand King, 11, he does have his Blink Dagger now. And this could definitely swing the team fight favor into the advantage of eHome. They're going to try and set up at the top lane. Misery is already low at 600 HP. If he starts the epicenter and is still in range for the Blink Burrow Strike, he's just going to lead Blink, Burrow Strike, and a Torrent. No opportunity for a Song of Siren while they take out the Animage at bottom lane. A very clear advantage being won by DC, taking out the carry of eHome in exchange for losing their support. They're also going to lose their tower, but it looks like Weehaw has found himself a Shadow Demon kill as well. Fenrir goes down, and just like that, eHome, they're pressuring the tier 1. DC say, you can have it, we'll take Roshan instead.
Normally, this is the type of trade that's worth it if eHome were to push for this tier 2 as well, but they are nowhere near getting that tower. And DC, they are very happy to trade this, especially after killing 2 of the heroes on the eHome side, slowing down the anti-mage's farm. This means that there's no split push going on. There's almost never going to be a better opportunity to grab this. We talked about how it was going to be important for this Exort Invoker, and DC with a very decent Roshan timing, 17 minutes in. That enables the Invoker to grab Boots of Travel, and they are just going to pressure all around the map now.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Not going to be surprised by that Blink Dagger, the Sand King, either, now that that's been revealed. So DC feeling in good control of this game with the Aegis in hand, a Bloodstone picked up by the Timbersaw. These next few minutes of progression are so important for DC to be able to start establishing a grip on the game, start pulling up those Bloodstone charges, start winning these team fights. Lanham going to lead the way here with the classic maxed out Tidebringer that he's introduced into the TI meta off of Kunkka. Not going to be enough to push away Digital Chaos, though. Tier 1 tower is still taken at the mid lane. Oh, Epicenter going down. Resolution going to be dropped here unless... Oh, he actually has so much HP now as he's got the levels. Weehaw comes in with the Boots of Travel, but now he's overextended himself. He's going to be perched up.
Here comes
Boom coming in with the reinforcements. Will be able to catch Fenrir. They'll hold snap, holding him in place. Disruption. 2.5 seconds of reprieve, but he'll still fall.
And very big for DC is they don't lose the Aegis or Resolution. The Sand King Ultimate Epicenter was expended for this, and DC are just going to push. This is very natural for them. There's no split push going on in this top side, which is what Ice really wants to do to try to get DC to go back. You notice that it looked like he wanted to make his way up there, but instead they go for this mid pressure. But DC should be able to be greedy here and defend both this mid tower and take that tier 2 at bottom.
Old Chicken gonna be pursued out here. Swap back. Resolution. That's a level 2 swap already at 18 minutes in. Catching Old Chicken off guard. Will be able to take him down.
I mean, DC are just looking incredible right now.
Playing this fast-paced game. The Aegis does go down, but they manage to get a lot of in exchange. Now Weehaw fights it out with Old 11. Will be Burrow struck up, and Fenrir is here as well with the purge. Looks like Weehaw is not gonna be able to make it out of here. Top lane, jeez, it just doesn't stop. Moo almost found Ice as well.
And Ice, not even close to that Battle Fury, and he's not finding space around this map as DC are just playing really well. They're utilizing their map pressure with their Boots of Travel Invoker. They're getting aggressive all across the map. Their supports are where they need to be right now. This Resolution Vengeful Spirit has done so much work.
Yeah, it certainly has. You saw the way they initiated on him in the bottom lane. This is no longer your level 5 Vengeful Spirit, kind of susceptible to nukes. This is a level 11 Vengeful Spirit with power treads possibly Strength most of the time, Helmet Dominator, a Dragon Lance, as well as a Ring of Aquila. He's got incredible amount of stats now that he's been able to get some of that farm. You can't really focus him down anymore. It's going to cost you too many of your abilities, too much of a commitment, where then Digital Chaos will turn the tide with Weehaw and Moo.
I cannot believe that DC right now is in such a good position. If you just look at the net worth of all 3 cores, they lead the game by a hefty margin, and eHome gonna go for a smoke. They feel it right now. eHome, they're reading this game. They're saying, we are behind. Our lineup is meant to fight. This Razor will not scale nearly as well as this Invoker. And they're gonna feel pressured to make moves, but...
Pull back here from Moo at the right time with the Blink Dagger. And he'll actually head back into the Radiant jungle at the right time too, it seems. eHome have moved away with their smoke, and it's now going to start fading away. Fenrir's, his has already popped the jump forward by Moo. He actually jumped ahead of that Burrow Strike, perfectly timed. Moo happenstance as he goes for the kill and dodges a gank by Old 11. Now we actually find Old 11 himself, be able to hit him with the Chakram. And DC, they can go for this tier 2. They still have a great position. Without eHome having all 5 members, I can't imagine they're going to be able to stop this push.
Yeah, and you notice Ice up at top, trying to pressure. This is what you want out of the anti-mage in this game, and DC just going to get this tier 2 for free as they don't really find the angle to set up the Sand King.
Tier 2 sacrificed. It's giving Ice a bit of space here for the Battle Fury finish, but it's still going to be a very long road for eHome to make the recovery.
Yeah, and this Invoker still going to get a very decent Aghanim's timing right now, and eHome, they feel the need to try to defend, but unable to do so, and they're trying to set up kills with their Sand King and allow their anti-mage to try to split push and get farmed, because Ice can still have a very good game as long as 1 or 2 fights swing correctly for his team, but they need to buy him so much time right now. He is so far behind.
He's going to find the perfect mana voids for them to be able to win a fight. Timbersaw's going to have to drop low on mana, or Invoker will. And they're going to have to hit an incredible mana void that turns the tides. Now Fenrir going to be caught. Disruption. There is no save whatsoever. eHome.
I might just passively walk away.
All right, he's going to be pursued out. Moo once again, 1 step ahead of that Burrow Strike. He is going to be X marks his spot, though, right outside the base. Doesn't look like eHome can do anything about it. In fact, Moo, he says, if you can't do anything about it, I'll bring the fight to you.
He is so far in right now.
Right next to the tier 3s. Is hit by a Torrent. Bounced up at half HP. The Sunstrike hits it! Nails him just like that. Old 11 drops. And Digital Chaos, they smell the blood in the water. They're going for the tier 3s already.
22 minutes in, they are looking so good right now. Ice trying to make whatever he can happen at this bottom lane, but Old 11 waiting for the epicenter. This is the only thing that's going to be able to save eHome in this fight right now, and might just actually die again.
Old 11! Down 50 seconds. A boat comes through, hits a resolution to the back, but Digital Chaos, they seemingly can't be stopped. Old Chicken's on the front lines. He's dealing a lot of damage.
Gotta be careful.
But he's immediately going to be taken down. The disruption. It's perfectly timed. Lonham still hit by the ult. Old Chicken, he comes right back up and falls down. Digital Chaos feeling themselves right now. Taking a lane of rags.
And they're just going to hit mid.
And they immediately go for the tier 3 mid. They say we can end this right here.
Ice has to think about coming back right now. They don't have their Sand King available for another 20 seconds. He still has epicenter, but they are going to be repelled as they don't have this creep wave behind them anymore.
All right, Digital Chaos. They give us one hell of an early aggressive push, reading the game perfectly, but they are finally going to back out. Moo is going to run into Ice here, gets a little damage on him. Sunstrike, not going to reveal the positioning of Ice, who TPs himself away in the tree.
Still, this is a very early Rax to be taken against an anti-mage team, and eHome, they had to commit the buyback to the Sand King, effectively ruining his game. The Naga Siren even leapfrogging him in net worth.
Look at that. Boots of Travel going to be coming in for the Timbersaw. Moo is also going to pick up a hood and almost picks up Old 11's life as well. Still has the opportunity to do so. Old 11 has to juke out the Whirling Death, blinks himself away.
He still has a blink available, though.
He could still pursue out, but he realizes that might be a little bit too far. His team is not around for miles.
But they can still take this slowly, especially since they grab this melee Rax up at top. This range one won't regenerate either. If DC win one team fight, that's going to mean an immediate 2 sets of Rax in favor of them. And for eHome's lineup, I don't think they can recover against that.
I mean, look how many fresh items just got picked up by Digital Chaos. If you couldn't repel them last time, how are you going to do it this time? With Guardian Greaves, a Hood on Moo with Moo to travel. You've got Resolution with a fresh BKB. And Weehaw, which I can presume is going to be a BKB as well.
Yeah, and I think they're waiting for the next Roshan, potentially, as up at top, Ice continuing to just farm.
Soxa. His Elder Titan 1-0-9 right now. He's even got a 4-staff just to be able to get that extra bit of kiting if eHome try and pursue him out.
Right now, DC looking very good right now. Sharp on the map as eHome trying to find whatever farm they can. They have to prep for this next fight as at bottom, Old 11 getting
he's
real
gonna
low.
Be popped, the pullback of the Chakram. The Sand King falls once again to the bloodthirsty Moo.
Moo has gone absolutely off in this game. 7-1 and 6. His Timbersaw leading the way for DC. Multiple pickoffs for him right now, and DC, they feel their strength. They're gathering up for this mid push, and eHome can't afford to lose this one. Ice might even think about coming back early for this.
We heard him in the winter interview just this morning. Moo, he didn't play so hot in that game number 1, and he had that moment of reflection. He said to himself, why am I playing bad if I could just play good instead? Now he's going to push forward, dives into Fenrir, will be able to hit the Chakram, almost finish him off with the combo. Now he's got to retreat though. The rest of DC await his response. They will get over the line with the Timber Chain. And the rest of DC calmly waiting outside the base. Moo just pulling out random blinks at this point.
Still shows you how unkillable he is though. He's able to just immediately walk into 4 different heroes, and it's eHome that are getting repelled inside their own base. Not the position that you want to be in, and at bottom, Ice. Maybe they're thinking of forcing a blink on him, but not going to be able to catch up.
Ice will be able to get to the side shop here. Does not have a TP scroll, so if Moo finds him, Ice may still end up falling, but no one else is there to pick up the Animage instead. They're at the mid lane. Resolution, he's here, gets the wave onto Old 11. eHome not turning around though.
Almost a 20k gold lead for DC. One more fight could just tip them over the edge, but we saw earlier today, even that isn't going to be the defining factor, as you eventually are going to have to take a team fight against eHome, and their Sand King still does have a decent amount of farm, and we haven't seen a big epicenter out of him quite yet.
They're hunting for Ice. One of these times, he's going to push out like that, and they're going to be able to nail him. Guess where he's blinking to? And Moo will catch up to him. But in the meantime, Digital Chaos will have an opportunity for Roshan here. Doesn't look like eHome. They're not gonna try and contest here. They're just gonna go for the split push. Gonna try and take that tier 2 of the top lane and get themselves a little bit of gold in their coffers.
Yeah, DC, this is what they were waiting for. They have this dire side advantage. They're gonna pick up the Roshan onto Weehaw. Gonna make their next push even stronger.
Tier 2 not even dead just yet. The Torrent will immediately land on Soxa, who provides the defense, keeping the tier 2 alive. Moo jumping forward. Okay, that's a missed Chakram, but Lanham, either way, it looks like it wouldn't have mattered. He immediately TP'd out. No one there with the disable.
Yeah, DC, they really want to be in a position where they just push out all these lanes and they can go straight down one of them, but eHome trying to split up the map as much as they possibly can. DC, they don't want to spend time pushing out lanes, and it looks like with this next set of items coming in, they're just going to want to go for it.
Which is why Old 11 doing what he's doing. He didn't TP away at all. He had the TP scroll available. Instead, he just hid himself in the trees of this top lane. And as soon as he feels comfortable that Digital Chaos have actually moved to another side of the map, he's going to keep up the pressure of this top lane, hoping he can force DC back. Now, Lanham needs to be careful with that X. There's highly mobile heroes on DC who can still catch up to him even after the X pulls him back, but not able to snag him up this time.
And eHome,
they get him. Resolution pops an BKB. Going to be perched up. The physical damage is rapidly overwhelming Resolution's HP, but it gets the swap away. The blink forward by Ice. Elder Titan's ult doesn't land, but Ice, they may still be able to catch him. The stop goes down. They've got him. Chakram to finish him off. The pure damage cleans through the Animage's health.
and DC, they're just going to march down this bottom lane now without this anti-mage available, who does not have buyback, and they're going to all in on this Sand King with this epicenter, but eHome, they are not looking very good right now as DC just starting to march down bottom.
Blink dagger up for Lanham.
Oh, this is terrible. They needed the Sand King in position, but instead he gets caught out. And this is going to slow down the defense.
They are not going to be able to get the follow-up initiation on the Weehaw like they hoped. Weehaw, he still has Aegis and BKB though. They need some sort of backline initiation, but I'm not even sure who they go for. Look at all these heroes, they're so tanky. Misery's got Guardian Greaves, Zoxa in the back at 1200 HP as well. And the two frontliners, you can pretty much forget about. Moo, 1900, they're gonna go for Wee now. Looks like they're hoping to be able to just pop that Aegis for free without using any big time ultimates, but Wee gets away once again.
DC pushing in this bottom wave. Exposed Rax as Ice Ice Ice. Trying to just dodge this fight, and eHome trying to stall up as much as they possibly can, as they don't have the best angle for Old 11 to channel his epicenter. At the bottom. He can't afford to give this up.
Oh, the sun goes out. Old Chicken pops a BKB just in time, but now a quick retreat from Digital Chaos. And that is now a BKB wasted. DC will wait it out and re-enter as the BKB falls.
They want to continue going for this. This should be a bottom Rax going down for them as there it goes. eHome, here we go.
Lord Burrow Strike, Resolution stunned up for a time, but Old 11, nice dodge there with the Sandstorm, but is deep inside the trees. Disruption laid out, has to blink away, will be able to get away from that one, but now the blast and the ultimate spins down to back. Zoxa on the mark, nails three. Ice, 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 he tries the rebuttal, can't finish him up with the Mana Void. It was a good one, it did a good amount of damage, but nobody from DC fall, and they're all sitting about half HP. Cancel that, already up to 3/4 as the Guardian Grease goes off, and a full lane of Rax is down.
And that's Hop. Lane of Rax is also pushed out. DC going for the throw right now. They understand,
That's
3
it.
dead. A very quick win by DC, and incredibly well played, and this is not the eHome we saw yesterday, or maybe DC are just that good.
DC, what is happening to this team? They just keep on getting better and better.
Misery just half smile right there. Knows this job isn't completely over yet, but what a performance.
He's got to feel real good about that one. They just brought eHome to their knees, and you could see eHome, a lot of emotion going on in the booth right now. They've got to be questioning what exactly went wrong for them in that game number 1. Was it the draft? Did they not play the lanes correctly? So many questions going on through eHome's head right now as they need to be able to find some sort of recovery in this small break and come back strong for game 2 and game number 3. But those are all questions that I'm sure our panel can definitely answer. Is Digital Chaos looked probably better than they've looked all tournament long. Is there any way that DC can 2-0 eHome here and just keep on making this incredible run through the losers bracket?
I still am not really interpreting this right. Like, is this the same eHome that pushed EG to the absolute brink? Or is DC just simply that good?
I don't know. Paul, what do you think? Is DC that good?
I mean, I personally believe they are. You know, being the European team that they are, I'm cheering them obviously as the last Europeans left in the tournament. No comeback, Cap. No comeback.
Listen, Paul, that's an old joke now.
Okay, all right. You just seem triggered about it every time I say it, buddy. So, yeah, we'll be back with you, of course, for game 2. Whatever he says. Great game from DC Gods. What on earth is going on in this tournament?
They had their Weetabix for breakfast this morning.
Yeah,
they're playing
5.
They've been playing amazing Dota from the first BO3 against TNC. They looked a little shaky going back that first BO3 today in game 1, but game 2, game 3, and coming on against eHome, who looked very flat. They didn't react to the pressure in their safe lane. I think the Sand King had a pretty off game. We saw a lot of missed burrow strikes. We just didn't see eHome playing like the eHome we saw against EG.
Yeah, has that affected them, Shiva, do you think? Is that because they looked a bit tense in the booth at the end, like almost arguing with each other as well?
Either that or they just prepared for the entire wrong team, because Digital Chaos is normally so strong in the laning stage already. They had this amazing aggressive tri lane, and then your anti-mage, poor Ice Ice, barely gets any farm, couldn't really get off the ground, and DC kind of stops eHome's plan before they even got to execute
Yeah,
it.
let's bring in the draft panel, because I know Shane's got a question for Black.
Excuse me, Black, how's your anti-mage now? Yeah?
Wow. Dude, he was surprised by the carry venge, man. That's all. That's all.
That's
it will
it?
never happen again.
All right, so in the hallway you said anti-mage is 100% going to win, and I was like, nah, Naga's my bae, she's going to do it. What up?
Well, did you notice it was not carry? I did not. I watched the screen. I was like, wow, 1 CS Naga, this game is going great. And then I saw Venge. Oh, top of the leaderboard. Not so good.
Oh, not so good. Dakota and the boys will give us some analysis on the draft and where it all went wrong potentially, I guess.
Yeah, I want to pose a question. Winner, you made a wonderful call picking DC on that one. Can you remind us again why you decided on DC? He didn't mean to pick DC, by the way. Come on, Winner. What did you see in DC?
I actually thought that eHome was going to win because they had anti-mage, which we all agree was really good at that game. But Shiva mentioned that, oh, did eHome prepare for the wrong team? But I think eHome prepared for the wrong carry from DC. The carry bench, they didn't really expect that, and it was a fast-paced carry, suitable for resolution, and it allows the Exalt Invoker to be effective in the game. Because if you go for carry Naga and Exalt Invoker, you're going to take up a lot of space on the map.
It was interesting to see that core Venge. It was like a throwback to Resolution's old, like, CIS days, being with Empire, being around, Virtus Pro, they used to run it all the time. But for Moo, who actually was our MVP, or at least voted on MVP by the public on the Timbersaw, Draskell, what would you say about his showing?
I mean, it's obviously a hero that he loves. He's played it a ton, even back when he was doing it in the off lane. This time he had the 1v1 matchup. He still did pretty, okay in his lane. It's Sand King versus Timber, so some of the time, the Sand King gets the edge, but he managed to just snowball, get a very early Bloodstone, and from that point on, because his team was already winning through the aggro try, and Weehaw was landing some really good Sunstrikes, it just catapulted him into this position where he was able to play hyper aggressive, and he just did everything that he needed to do to stay ahead.
And if you want to actually see some of the action where Moo was able to kind of show his stuff, we have Purge over on our side. He's got some clips. He's got some stats and numbers and gadgets.
I got a better stat screen than that one, that's for sure, because it's in the game. For everybody else, pretty soon, too. A couple big kills for Moo here. He did die once to the Sand King. This clip I thought was just amazing because if you're in this kind of case where somebody shows up in your lane randomly, he just killed him instead. He didn't run away. He just said, oh, I'm actually stronger than this. And it really just shows you that Moo has a very firm understanding of Timbersaw, dare I say top 3 in the world on that hero. And a really nice rotation by Soxa as well to just get the setup for the ultimate kill there. That was a really cool kill. There's another clip here with the CC on Anti-Mage. Because they did change their lanes, they just had so many good ways to disable Ice Ice Ice. Timbersaw didn't actually make it to this one in time, so I'm going to blame my clip guy in that one. But later on, he does fight by a fast Blink Dagger, which just constantly let him move around the map and create a lot of space. So what I want to see is really just how many kills he got that game. So I'm going to see if this one works. All right, we're broken again. So I'm just going to fill time a little bit until there we go. All right, scoreboard is actually what I want to look at here. So we haven't showed you guys this yet, but it's basically a really detailed version of in-game stats, GPMs, items they buy, all that good stuff. And the first thing I really want to look at is how many times did Anti-Mage die here. I actually can't tell, but I know he's died at least 3 times over here. Timbersaw himself actually getting a total of 8 kills. He killed everybody, especially Sand King 3 times. So just a lot of really cool stuff. And even if we scroll more to the right here, we can check out support items and other stuff like that if our feed isn't completely broken. And I'm going to make the assumption that it's broken. So not the game, promise. It's all production. Swear to God, guys.
Thank you so much, Purge. Looking forward to seeing all that stats action in my Dota client in the near future here. So with that, gentlemen, that's how we wrap things up. We'll send things back out to Paul. Paul, that's the expert's take on game number 1. We're looking forward to game number 2, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So are we. It's going to be a great game. Thanks very much, champs. We'll head back to you, of course, for draft number 2 a little bit later on. We're back outside. There's plenty of fans here. I don't know if I think Shiva's fan club's turned up this time. We've had them all out today. Let's just wrap things up in game 1. Great for DC. Do you think it helps, Shane, that they came off the back of playing already today and they're kind of warm and they're in the moment and they're ready for it?
Oh, definitely. Once you get into the kind of vibe of the arena, you get going. Like that draft showed confidence, right? You draft out carry Venge, you take objectives 1 by 1. It was very calculated. You didn't really see any doubt in their play. And I think when I saw the draft originally, I was like, oh God. If I was playing Invoker in that, there's an anti-mage against you. At any stage you could turn. But they played it so collected and calmly. I was really proud of them.
When we saw them coming out of the booth or towards their pods for the first game, you could just tell the Digital Chaos. They had smiles on their face. They were laughing, total relaxed, total confidence. And eHome maybe a bit shaken, definitely after that game we just saw.
Yeah. Even still looking at the teams now, waiting to go back on them to stage, DC just
looks confident. They look like a completely different team to what we saw a month ago, which is why I had a lot of doubts of them coming in. And I think one of the big things is that they're now working.
He's making excuses. Back at DC.
Okay, you're not
I'm
allowed
explaining.
actually.
Oh no!
You're not allowed to back DC.
I'm not backpedaling.
The second you do, it's gonna all go.
Oh no! I think eHome still have some stuff up their sleeves, but I think the big thing for DC that as far as confidence goes, if they brought in Pycat, they've even brought in a second coach as well to help them out, Loomdom. So they've got a big coaching staff to really help them. And Pycat, another experienced player. You've got 3 people in this DC team who haven't played at TIs before. You need that kind of experienced presence, and I think the coaching staff has really helped DC.
Okay, we've got the fans out this afternoon. There's some Team Casey fans back there. There's some Team Slacks fans back behind us as well. The All-Star game, of course, does follow this series. We're really looking forward to it, of course. And I know that Casey has been on the hunt for a little bit of backup, a little bit of confidence, perhaps. Because unlike Slacks, who, let's face it, he's DC's 6th player, she has no experience of coaching a Dota team. So does she have what it takes? Let's hear it from the pros.
How do you think I would be as a coach?
As a coach? Well, you wouldn't be a Dota coach. You could be a good motivational coach.
A motivational coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Too soft.
Too soft?
Too soft.
I can be angry.
You can be angry?
Yes, I can. How do you think I would do as a coach?
Horrible. Wait. What kind of question is this? Maybe you would be more of like a spiritual coach or a personal coach.
Would you help bring us, like, when we're down, you'd bring a lively personality out, cheer us up? You'd be a good coach there, I think.
Yeah, I could bring you snacks.
And bring us snacks and water and food.
I'm essentially being demoted to cheerleader is what I think that sounds like.
Mediator.
I think you're encouraging, and you would actually get people to talk.
It's not just about being angry, though. You gotta assert authority. Some people you have to slap.
I can.
You can slap people?
Yeah. There are a couple players I can easily just. How do you think I would be as a coach? I could be like the spirit animal of the team.
Something like that. A Dota coach? Sorry.
I was thinking you meant a good motivational coach for Dota. Do you think I could make a good coach?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can. I'm gonna put you down in the yes column.
What's a yes column?
Don't worry about it.
Can't wait for the All-Star game. It's going to be a lot of fun. Casey, of course, up against Slacks. Lots of surprises involved in the All-Stars game, which we're going to reveal as and when it happens. We're going to get into game number 2 very shortly. So how's this one going to go then? You're lost now because you can't go with
lost.
DC.
No, you're right. Here we are on the 8th day of matches. I'm going to suddenly swap sides. No, I think eHome, they have a lot more in them. I don't see eHome going out without a fight, and I think the eHome that puts up a fight should be able to take game 2. I think we're going to a 3rd game.
Yeah, Shiva, it'd be strange, wouldn't it? Because they were so great in the group stage. They were brilliant in the upper bracket. They were great even against EG as well, even though they lost the game. It was obviously incredible circumstances. It would be astonishing if they went out now.
I think if they are not gonna win the next game, even if it doesn't, even if they lose the 3rd game, but at least get this win out, just this one game, just to get that confidence back, because they're gonna slap themselves on the forehead if they don't manage to win the next game. It's not the eHome that we know. It's just
not the one that we've come to understand from the wild cards in the group stage.
I think these
sure.
last 3 games have definitely affected them heavily. Like you saw when we looked at them in the booth, they looked pretty heartbroken.
Yeah,
so
I think
that's when you need the Casey coach.
Yes,
to jump in and be like, let's go.
Lanham needs to get his phone out and Skype his daughter.
Yeah, the baby Skype.
Yeah, absolutely. Needs something in there because it wasn't just that they looked heartbroken in there. They actually looked tense in the system. They're almost arguing between it. Like, what, I don't understand. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? It was, I mean, I don't speak Chinese, but it looked kind of like there was some anger amongst them and frustration. So they've got to get that out of their system, haven't they?
It's very important. Like this is the time when you need to be cool, be collected. Like as you saw DC in the last game with that kind of draft, you know exactly what you're going to do going into the game and execute it. And eHome can do this. We saw it all through the group stages, through wildcard games. They've been calm and collected, so they just need to get that back. And I think we could go to a game 3 if they do.
Yeah, but if they don't, I mean, Digital Chaos have had an amazing performance, and I mean, even if we didn't see the eHome that we know, they definitely showed up. I mean, I don't want to take anything away of the victory that they had just now, because they did play really well. And I think that even if eHome isn't in their top form, they have a chance to take a game off of eHome. So even then, it's still going to be a tough game.
Yeah. Also, a little bit of a quiz question while we have a little bit of time. There are only 2 teams this year that have managed to make the top 6 of all 3 majors, the Shanghai, Manila, and TI. Only 2 teams.
To make the top 6 at all of them?
Yeah.
Are they still in TI?
Yeah.
MVP?
Yeah.
And?
Fnatic?
No, Fnatic didn't do Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Did Frankfurt?
Yeah,
What were they
Fnatic,
Frankfurt?
No, not Fnatic. All 3 this year. Just in 2016.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic got, okay, so
Fnatic and
two
MVP.
majors.
The
Yeah,
only
yeah.
2 to make the top 6 in all 3. The 2 majors
I don't
this
like
year.
quizzes. They put me on
TI.
edge.
You don't? All right,
Reminds me
okay.
of school.
There's no exam here, Shane. There's no exam. 40 seconds. Let's do predictions very quickly. Sticking with it, obviously?
Yeah, I think Game 3 is happening.
Yeah, okay. So you want to go
I
Game 3?
want to hope Game 3 is happening, so let's go eHome.
Okay.
You gotta support DC after that Mama
You've
Moo
been with
interview.
them all the way through,
yeah,
Shane.
me and
Can't
you
ditch
read.
them. Ride or die on DC, right?
I agree.
Yeah, Moo's played a bit of Mafia with us. We've been there with him. He's been our bro, hasn't he? We've looked after him. He's looked after us.
They're all just genuinely like enthusiastic, nice guys. And
Yeah.
I want them to do well.
All right. Well, mine's based on no scientific fact whatsoever. Just the fact that once upon a time, Moo and I did some karaoke together. And so therefore, it has to be DC, right?
Look, nice guys finished last, Shane.
We'll see. Let's head back to the arena for draft number 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back in for game number 2 of Digital Chaos versus eHome. We're back at the drafter's desk with Winter, Black, and Draskell. Gentlemen, we have a draft that's underway already. Digital Chaos have picked up Marana and the Timbersaw, while eHome, Shadow Demon, and the Kunkka. Once again, the Lanham Special.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't work out the first game at all, though.
No.
Now we went right back to it.
Yeah, but
Confidence? False confidence? What is it?
There's no ET this time. So I think that's a big difference.
No Naga as well.
Yeah, but I like DC banned that themselves. I think it's because they realized that, like you mentioned during the post game, it was like a one-time thing. They got caught off guard by a roll switch, and it really crushed their lane super hard. So it makes sense to not try to go for something like that twice.
Wait, DC first pick, right? Game?
I don't actually.
Wait, your first pick ban?
I can't believe you're doing this.
First pick does not get last pick.
Oh my God, Black.
What?
He's used to playing, not being on this side.
He doesn't have to think that much. He just hits creeps.
Yeah, that's my job.
Yeah. And
Black,
he wasn't
over
okay
there.
with ice ice
don't
ice
know?
creep hittings. I don't know either. I can't see the screen, Black.
Winter, bro. Mirana first pick or what?
Look,
whatever.
you're
guys.
talking to a ricer and a guy who's blind, so.
Well, the experts, folks.
Anyway, I assume Potom was first pick, so they took Shadow Demon Potom. I mean Shadow Demon Kunkka right after that. Also as a block pick.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
They get rid of that Nature's Prophet and Ricky, by the way, on the side of eHome. So obviously fear a little bit of that Urky Invis presence, and maybe don't want to have to deal with that split pressure across the map.
I mean, everybody knows it's going to be Moo Timbersaw pretty much, and they used to run a lot of safe lane Prophets or just
a few games during the group stage.
Yeah.
Basically, the way they ran it is like they had one roaming support, so your safe laner can always participate in the early fights, and you can take tower. TP's in, get a kill, you summon the trains, and you pressure towers. That was basically what they did in a few games in the group stage.
This is a respect pick against Moose Timber, if anything. This is probably the single most frustrating hero to play Timber against. Coddle's pretty bad too, but Nyx can just interrupt any one of your abilities, stop your burst damage, mana burn you, just super annoying. Really, really solid pick, and obviously comfort zone for eHome as well.
Yeah, but of course we didn't talk about the biggest counter. It's not even picked yet. Bloodseeker.
Reserve time.
Is he actually?
He's not picked yet, I think, right?
No, I don't mean is he actually picked. I mean, is he?
I mean, like you rapture him, he's like kind of like manually just longer.
Right.
Yeah, it's like 12 seconds or something.
You got to predict it with your Lotus Orb and just send it right back. That's the.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I can do that.
I can.
Okay.
And you, Winter?
I mean, Rupture's a pretty long cast time.
I just won't pick Bloodseeker because he's a terrible hero. Sorry.
Rip. Digital Chaos looking for the third pick right now, though.
Yeah, we have the offlane Nyx, Ogre Magi. Looking to put a lot of pressure on the offlane. Really good to gank with Potom in middle as well. Obviously, very capable late game hero. Top of that.
It's just overall good lane pressure so far, I think, coming out from DC.
Yeah.
And I mean, Nyx is like, actually, It's eHome's Nyx, so that Nyx apparently beats like Death Prophets with Drow Aura. So I'm just gonna say he's gonna have a good lane.
Pick Death Prophet too, dude.
Yeah, but it's on the same team, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See, easy.
Yeah. And like, DP generally is
Reserve time.
like what do they run with DP? Like, I did not see them run DP a lot yet.
Like safe laner that doesn't need too much farm. Like
Juggernaut?
a few games of Timber, but there's no Timber here.
So Juggernaut maybe? They're pretty good with DP.
But I think that Void maybe safe lane. It's
Void
good.
safe lane, yeah. Void DP is one of the most old school combos. Would be pretty cool.
Good setup for the boat. That could be nice for them. And time dilation against Timber. Like you have another extra tool. And silence from DP.
You're okay with playing around like 2 super long cooldowns? I think that's
I
okay
mean,
for
you already have DP.
Yeah, true.
You have to
Might
play
as well
around
go
DP.
all in, right?
Yeah, you have
kind
to
of
play
force
around
yourself
DP
into
out.
that. Yeah. Hello, bro.
Oh, the deny.
I mean, it's good for their lineup too. Set up for Timber, set up for Mirana.
Well, it's a carry Void for sure. We don't know whether Misery is gonna play the bottom yet or not. He has a history of playing it a lot too. And then I could get another hero for Weeha. I'm not sure whether Invoker is banned or not right now.
But don't you think that Mirana Core would be better this game? Because you want to get more farm so you do damage in the chrono?
So Mirana Core is definitely very good, and Wee is very comfortable in it. Like he dismantled TNC earlier with it. And it's definitely a possibility, but you know they can always go back for like their Invoker if they really feel like it. Because they have like a really good setup with it as well.
Yeah, I could see that still happening. I just value Mirana Core. Like for this team in particular, they are really, really comfortable, like you mentioned. And it's going to be very easy for you to gank with the Ogre roaming around to set up the arrow.
Yeah, and DP is like very easily like gankable by Potom and Ogre. If they ever catch her off guard, she's just dead.
I mean, if you're Shadow Demon in this game, you probably just, or Kunkka's, think about just sitting mid and just camping.
Probably,
that lane.
yeah, probably Kunkka would be the one that sits around and no, I think SD could do that too. You get poison at level 1 and you spam and you pressure and you make sure that the DP gets like the first 2 waves. You get all the CS and then you can leave the lane after.
It's very problematic for the safe lane though, because like a Kunkka probably can't zone like an offlane Timber.
Yeah, I mean you need a, like I said, you need a safe laner that doesn't really need too much, you know.
Yeah, but at the same time, like if Timber gets like level 3 really early, like after the 4th wave, it's like almost impossible to lane against him. I really hate that when I play carries and he's like level 3 really early. He just stands there in the creep wave and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, basically I think probably the best solution is to have SD Kunkka with a carry that can make sure that every time they disrupt the Timber Saw, they make sure they kill him.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best solution for them now to deal with the Timber.
I would really like a Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining.
Although Juggernaut is probably not the best against Void and Timber in general, but it goes like really well with the strategy.
Yeah, it's solid. Healing ward for them to push.
Skywrath. So it is the core Mirana?
Yeah, core Mirana, and they have like arguably the 2 supports that are very, very strong in the early game to roam, run around, pressure, win their lanes.
Is there potential for another aggro lane here, depending on the core of eHome?
Might be. Like
a 1v1 Nyx Timber, I mean, maybe...
The Timber free farms, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And DP middle...
Might be slightly a DP favorite, I guess.
Yeah, it's slightly DP favorite, but whenever the supports are missing, you have to be like really, really careful in the mid lane.
Well, I think if you pressure the safe lane enough, it doesn't really matter so much that the DP gets a better time in the mid lane.
I mean, they don't have a safe yet other than Shadow Demon, which is like not the best safe against Chrono.
I think
they can easily burst him with Skywrath.
It's just very hard for them, I think, to kill 2 of the 3 heroes if it was an aggro lane. Like, the Sky would be the kill target. He would never be in position to be gone on.
Literally the only kill target. Like, Ogre is just impossible to kill.
I mean, I feel this pick is very difficult for eHome. There's no obvious good heroes. They are extremely cornered because the lanes are very strong from DC. If they pick a carry that's super weak, they might get exploited. And the other cores can't really, like, you can't really move DP around. DP has to be mid, so you can only move the Nyx around.
Like, I don't know, they need like a really non-greedy hero. Like Juggernaut is really the only one that strikes me.
We heard you.
No, Juggernaut's banned.
We know you want
Juggernaut is banned. Juggernaut's first ban. Do you guys take glasses?
I didn't see that at all. Now I know.
Lifestealer is going to be the final pick for eHome, gentlemen.
I don't think it's salvaged the draft, but it's going to allow them to make ganks with Nyx, and hopefully that kind of ganks will help them get back into the game.
But they will definitely lose the draft.
Yeah, I'm going DC. So
same, DC. No game 3.
I'm going to go DC, yeah. 2-0.
3 for DC. Winner, you want to send it out to our casters?
Sure.
Go for it.
Forgot who's casting.
Yeah, I actually forgot who's casting. Sorry. We're going to... We're gonna go to game 2 of DC versus eHome here, and our casters, Captain Blitz.
Thank you so much for that stellar introduction, Winter. I'm glad we're that memorable for you. Welcome back to game 2 of Digital Chaos and eHome. DC leading game number 1 up right now. And the analyst just said DC all 3. Things got to be a bit concerning if you're an eHome fan. But Blitz, are you going to be the one to turn the tide? Do you like eHome's draft? Do you feel they have an advantage? Or are you going to side with everyone else and say DC all the way?
I actually think eHome have the better draft. I feel like this is a very good Nyx Assassin game. I think he can create a lot of space for the rest of the cores. Big concern for me, though, is whether or not DC can kind of snowball again, because this time around, they don't have these natural tower hitters, so a lot of this game is going to come down to, can they kill eHome enough times so that eHome just are reluctant to save their towers? And if they can't do so, then eHome will defend everything.
eHome, Old 11 on the Nyx Assassin, already pushing out, managed to get some good aggressive wards down once again. Completely undetected, I believe. And eHome are currently setting up for going on that bottom bounty rune. Digital Chaos keeping themselves a bit more spread. eHome adopting with this lifesteal last pick. Winter said it kind of salvaged the lineup. It is going to be a nice aggressive carry that will be able to set the pace of this game, speed it up quite a bit. And he's got some pretty juicy heroes to munch on, especially if he's able to combo up with that Nyx Assassin, which you already mentioned, could have a powerful game here. Particularly, I love it against the Timbersaw. Stops him right in his tracks with that Spike Carapace.
And eHome going to go for this top rune. Doesn't look like DC really want to contest this, as they're going to give Moo this solo safe lane. And Saksa avoids that, and Old 11 got to be careful here. He's going to get slowed up.
What do you think you're doing here? Not going to be able to. He's got the arrow still. Rune. The arrow is going to latch. Weehaw punishes Old 11 to the max, picks up the first blood.
And he did a very good job of that. He timed it with his auto attack, so we didn't see it coming. They already knew that the Nyx Assassin didn't have that spiked Carapace. Very well done by DC, as Old 11 just got a little bit too greedy there.
Oh no. Oh no. DC off to an incredible start now. They're going to be able to snipe the courier.
That is going to be, for any mid laner, the worst thing that you're going to see on the map.
I mean, if you aren't tilting yet, game number 1 going against you. Game number 2 already a free first blood given to DC and a courier pickup. Old Chicken, he's going to have to need a whole lot of mental fortitude to shake this one up, because he's got a matchup against Weeha's Mirana. We've already seen some stellar performances from him in this tournament. DC going to be running some sort of aggro duo situation, Resolution on the Faceless Void, and Misery on the Ogre Magi, pushing up against eHome, Lonum, Fenrir, and Ice Ice Ice. Apparently feeling that these two, this tanky duo that they've got going on is going to be disruptive enough, and you could already see it doing some work. Oh, maybe not. Thought they were going to be able to stop that pull. Misery unable to completely block it out. eHome will be able to get a creep wave denied away from Digital Chaos.
Yeah. Everything so far, though, that DC has gone for, it just feels like it's working out for them. Going for that courier snipe, not something that we see very often anymore, just because people are so careful. But eHome looks like concentration slipping, but they've got to pull themselves together. They've still got a full game to play, but early advantage goes to DC, as Wee is going to have a very good time in this mid lane. The enemy mid doesn't have a courier. More importantly, he was able to get both the bounty rune and the first blood. Very early bottle boots for him.
That bottle will be coming in for Old Chicken in not too long. 30 seconds till the courier is back up, and should have the enough money for it in due time. Old 11 grabs himself an arcane rune. Not the most amazing thing in the world. He's matched up against Moo's Timbersaw. And this is a matchup that he's faced once before. Resolution, at the top lane. Maybe he's in trouble. Still has a time walk. But if they hit this Disruption Torrent just right, they might be able to pop him ahead of the time walk, and they did it.
Very well done by eHome. And you've got to pressure this lane as much as you possibly can. In the last game, eHome's safe lane was just invaded so much that they couldn't really do anything about it. But this time around, they've got a hero that can match, as Ice Ice Ice, the Lifestealer, much more effective at these early game engagements than the anti-mages.
They do have a rather large creep wave coming in, so DC still picking up plenty of experience, even if they did give away one of those kills our poor Nyx assassin forced all the way back to the fountain. He's not going to be able to get the same kind of 1v1 matchup. This poor guy, like, he had to deal with the Timbersaw last time. Notoriously hard hero to 1v1 anyway. And this time around, he has to face up against a Timbersaw and a Skywrath Mage, who is currently pushing him back as fast as possible and now pulling the creep wave away. DC, ooh, Resolution gets the bash. He would need some serious RNG to be able to pull off that kill, though. He needs a secondary bash and even a little bit of luck to be able to pick up an extra one. Old 11 chased away, nothing major coming from that. He's just trying to get in the face of this lane and pick up some experience so we can start transitioning outside of lane, putting that Vendetta to use.
Yeah, and despite everything that happened in this mid lane, Old Chicken is still doing very well for himself. He has most last hits in the game, hasn't been contested too hard as we, afraid to get into a right-click war with the Death Prophet, and even with the rune control on his side, not doing nearly as well as we expected.
Oh, Saksa apparently thinks he can contest Old Chicken for this one. He throws out the slow, and last nuke, not enough. 50 HP is what Saksa survives on. Now Weehaw and Misery will push through the jungle. We'll be able to find Fenrir, slowing him down, and Weehaw holding off the arrow for now. The disruption will buy him some time, but Weehaw still has to leap forward, and as long as he lands this arrow, free kill, not on the mark though. Fenrir quickly sidesteps that one, and instead we're gonna see a kill on Moo. The rotation comes out from Old Chicken down to that bottom lane after pushing the Skywrath Mage back with the help of Old 11. The old duo manages to pick up a kill on what was a terrifying Timbersaw last game. Need to put every effort they can to be able to stop him in the laning phase this time around.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job of it right now. Just trying to get somewhat even out of this lane as the Nyx assassin struggling because he was against that dual lane. But that bottom rotation, like you said, pays off pretty well. And that bottom
see it again.
11.
Spike Carapace buys him a bit of space.
They want to chase for
take
this.
some of the damage. Old Lottom though, he's here. We'll be able to respond. Misses the torrent though. A little bit too late on that one to punish Moo. If he had hit him underneath that tier 1 tower, don't think they would have killed him, but they at least would have been happy with the harass they got back to the hands of DC.
Pretty surprising that he opted to not go for a single point of that X marks the spot, but I guess he feels that he's going to be roaming around with Fenrir anyways, and he can get a little bit more utility out of that Tidebringer, but unable to land the kill as the Nyx assassin is zoned out, and meanwhile at top, Lifestealer going to be in a one-on-one situation as Misery makes his way up, going to make that a 1v2, and we've seen in the past what happens with this matchup. The Faceless Void does quite decently against the Lifestealer just because Lifestealer has notoriously bad armor, just 2 to his name, as Faceless Void 79 base on him, feels very comfortable trading right clicks.
Yeah, all you have to do is start putting the pressure on him. You get a couple lucky bashes, the Lifestealer's low. You may even feel comfortable throwing out a solo Chronosphere and going for that kill. Now, all DC's cores right now have great CS. eHome, their 2 cores are looking pretty good. Old Chicken, who's going to show up once again in this bottom lane. They're going to go for Moo with the combo of stuns, the disruption leading into the Earth Spike, and even the Spike Carapace, making sure there's no escape. eHome will be able to pick up one and maybe another. Saksa will be able to get back into the trees just barely. eHome are still in the hunt though. The Moonlight Shadows bought them a little bit of time, but eHome still have that exorcism out and feel comfortable diving in behind this tower, at least in between the tier 1 and tier 2 area, controlling any potential escape. There's going to start getting some damage on the tier 1 now, and DC waiting as the exorcism is about to fade out.
Yeah, DC not really going to get a lot out of this, as maybe if Weehaw was still standing in this mid lane, he could zone out Lanem, but instead, eHome going to get a lot out of this map, and they're not going to punish the fact that Old Chicken had already used that exorcism.
Would you say all these rotations are worth it? Moving the Death Prophet multiple times down to the bottom lane, and even now another 4 heroes just to be able to shut down
like this again.
The Timbersaw dies again. They're completely shutting him out. Now the rest of the DC cores are getting something out of the lane, sure. Do you think this is worth it for eHome? So much commitment to shut out the Timbersaw in the laning phase.
Oh, very much so. Especially since every single time that he starts to progress in items, they just slam him back down. He's well worth it in terms of XP as well. That's a level 6 Timbersaw that you're ganking up, and it's not even like the other 2 lanes are suffering as a result. Resolution trying to apply this pressure, but Ice not really feeling it as this mid lane. Weehaw's doing a lot of damage to this tower. Maybe if they can get this kill on Fenrir, but only firing warning shots.
now afraid to defend the tier 1 at the bottom lane. eHome, they've brought so many members of their team to the bottom lane time and time again. DC will just give up their safe lane tower, instead trying to pressure mid as well as top.
Yeah, this mid tower is going to be very valuable for them, especially because they have this Mirana ultimate. Being able to just Moonlight Shadow across the map up into here instead of having to go all the way around is going to be effective for them. And they're going to be able to take the high ground through most of this. Is now they want to start 5-manning up. They're going to abandon this bottom lane. Moo already making the rotation up. They might be able to grab this kill. Resolution being a little bit too over-aggressive, though.
He wants
Ice. Going to back up.
He's keeping that creep wave. Ooh, the arrow almost latched there. They will be able to get the silence onto Ice. The Starstorm lands, but it's pretty clear that Ice will live. But he's not done just yet. Old 11's going to come in. He popped the Vendetta. They have that Infest combination, and Digital Chaos do not have any counter wards down just yet. Old 11 might be able to get the perfect initiation. They're going to go for Moo. Poor old Moo. He's been the punching bag for eHome this whole entire time. And if they do hit the Earth Spike, this will be a perfect one. But instead,
it looks like they really want Weehaw instead, though.
This is going to be closer to get a lead with the Vendetta trying to hit the Earth Spike. They managed to hit a Chronosphere onto just Venweir. Now the jump in, but they missed the Earth Spike. Weehaw jump forward the last half second. Venweir will go down eventually here. Pops the disruption. Old 11 sounds up, unable to do anything to save either one of his allies as they both go down. Old Chicken has popped the exorcism, is going to meet with Old 11 now. They managed to see Weehaw underneath that counter ward. The Moonlight Shadow not going to be a saving grace here. Turns, gets a Starstorm at the very end to claim the kill. Now Old Chicken going to be focused down by 3 members of Digital Chaos. Old Chicken trying to lift the Spirit Siphon exorcism, not enough. He dies, Resolution lives, and Digital Chaos win the fight.
That was all ruined by the fact that we just randomly jumps forward into the Chronosphere, saving himself from the Nyx Assassin and wasting so much time. They saw him at the edge with that Sentry Ward. So well done by him. Quick reactions.
Yeah, just barely catches a glimpse the last half second and is able to leap ahead of that Impale, the Nyx Assassin. Tier 1 tower still not dead at that top lane. Digital Chaos, they put a lot of members up here to take away that safe lane tower, but eHome are going to hold on to it.
And eHome, even though they led with that early start, made possible by the both supports and this Death Prophet moving around, it's all gone now as DC picked up so many objectives up at top. They didn't grab the tower, but 3 core kills going to be enough as they're going to make another move.
Silence up the Skywrath Mage ultimate. They'll make it look easy between Misery and Zaxa to kill Old 11's Nyx Assassin.
And DC battling back in a big way, 6-5. This team, not a lot of people had hope in them, but here they are, taking the advantages. This top tower gonna drop. eHome can't do anything to defend it. As looked like they wanted to, but way too far behind.
11-2. We see that gold lead actually being picked up by Digital Chaos now, 2,500 to their favor. After these last couple of engagements, they've taken that tier 1 tower at the top lane to Ice. Looks like he's got 1,500 gold. Normally it would be Armlet. He's not going Midas, is he?
I can't imagine that he does.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a serious sign of something going wrong if he feels like this game is so out that he needs that recovery. And he's pretty far down there in net worth for now, but if they just get a couple of successful ganks, it'll all be okay.
Yeah, this is a lot of time wasted, though. These are 2 cores just hanging out together, not getting any XP, and Ice says this is going nowhere, immediately going to pop out, and it is the Armlet purchase from him.
Okay, well, this will be one way where he can keep up the farm while he's sitting inside that Nyx Assassin. This farming item will allow him to keep the pace, but it's not really what you want to be able to do with the Lifestealer. Normally, you want to be able to use the Lifestealer in conjunction with the core like the Nyx Assassin and be successfully moving around the map and getting pickoffs, and that's what gives you the
They actually spot Old Chicken. He accidentally goes for the auto attack.
Uh-oh.
Invis going to go out as he's going to back out.
DC were pretty scared too.
Old 11 gets hit by the arrow.
Starstorm, not going to be enough by itself. Old 11 still has to spike Carapace, and he will retreat.
So far, so good, though, for Digital Chaos, as Weehaw already has 2 components of that Aghanim Scepter, halfway to the 3rd one as well. And eHome, I mean, at one point it looked like they just wanted to battle all over the map, but I think after that disastrous top fight, going to get dissuaded from doing so, especially with Ice's Midas pickup, like we said. not a fighting item whatsoever as mid.
Well, 11 spotted out once again. The counter ward goes down, and he may end up dropping here. Not going to be hit by the arrow. Dodges the Soxa's ult. They've got another counter ward, but no dust. Old 11 stays one step ahead of Digital Chaos.
He's just buying some time for his team right now, but...
Oh, he may even be able to get this gank. Moo in some serious trouble. He won't have a Timber Training, anything to work off. They manage to hit the Earth Spike, and they take him down. Old 11 is going to be hit here. Resolution drops a Chronosphere, but it's, again, only focused on Old 11, while Old Chicken is free to use that Exorcism, but now he's facing up against 4 members of Digital Chaos and retreats, knowing that he doesn't really have the backup to press forward.
And they still want to try to pursue this just because they feel like eHome aren't in a strong position, but eHome...
Arrow, oh,
he's gonna get hit.
Now he's gonna be silenced. Disruption save from Fenrir, though. He'll be okay. They'll take the ward away from Digital Chaos.
And the Ghost's gonna return to him. This is gonna end the fight for both teams as DC don't have a lot to pursue with. Instead, they're gonna look towards mid. Ice, ice, ice. Just continue to try to farm away. Gonna barely dodge that arrow.
Well, he's making a bit of recovery now. He's at 5K right there, next to the Faceless Void as well as the Mirana. So between the Midas and the extra bit of space, he's beginning to catch up, and that Midas will only get more effective as time goes on. Old 11 continually hunting around the map, serving as a potential ganking hero, but also getting a lot of information. Bottom lane, Misery. Disruption into Torrent, into Boats. A combination that even takes out a tanky support like Ogre Magi with the help of that Soul Catcher from Fenrir.
Yeah, very easy kill for them. And eHome in this game, still trying to create space through their 2 supports, but DC are still doing okay. They want to be able to utilize this Void Chronosphere off of cooldown as much as they possibly can to keep themselves in it. We talked about how they don't have these natural tower hitters. Resolution's going to have to build himself into one. As otherwise, DC, they're going to have to start ramping up the aggression, but with Moo's farm slowed down so much as a result of these back-to-back ganks, he's just not able to contribute like he did in the last game.
Yeah, you said they don't really have tower hitters, right? And that becomes so much harder when you look at, like, Fenrir. He's going to have an Ether Lens pretty soon. He's already got the Arcane Boots. He's got the Recipe. He's got 250 gold in the bank. That is probably one of the tournament's big defending heroes right now, is that Shadow Poison has proved to be incredibly effective at being able to hold towers from a distance.
And DC, they're smoked up, trying to make their way up at top, but not going to find anything. Even if they go through the jungle, eHome senses this. They're immediately going to make their own move as Old 11 has that Life Sealer inside of him. They're going to wait for at least one of the supports to TP before they go for this.
They don't have the Yules yet for Old Chicken, so I'm a bit disappointed in that, but he does have a full-out hood. And with that fresh activatable last patch, that extra bit of 325 magic damage that he's able to soak up, he may stand a chance against what is probably going to be the focus of the Skywrath Mage ultimate. They're going to run into each other here. The smoke leading up.
He leaped forward for this.
He goes right into the trap. eHome, they spring it, they get one. Can they get a second one? Soxa slowing him down, immediately hit by the Spike Carapace. He's going to be stalled up and clipped by the Shadow Poison. Tries to go for the TP out. The stun is there, though. DC have lost 2. eHome, they found their opening bottom lane. Resolution beating into Lana on him, trying to get away. Not going to be able to make it until
these toggles.
Another torrent, but a multicast comes in, and that will surely end his life. Moo will claim the kill as he is desperate for some comeback gold.
For a second, looked like he'd be able to get out of there, but with that multicast, no way that you're going to armlet toggle through that as eHome make their own move, trying to take out this mid-tier 1 tower, but of course being one of the more important ones, DC are going to respond in kind.
They're going to get this tier 1, but are they going to survive for it? Already the TP coming forward. Ooh, nice cancel there. Resolution choosing not to pursue. Didn't have the Chronosphere anyway, and would have been jumping straight into an Impale from Old 11. Now Old 11 comes forward. Weehaw. Not going to be his target. He's going to go deeper inside the jungle. Lying in wait. Getting some information. He knows that by himself, he's not able to kill any of his heroes, but a squishy little pumpkin will do. Old 11, he finds something that he can kill, and that's the curry.
And that's going to artificially delay Wee's Aghanims by at least another 3 minutes, even though he almost has the gold for it. That's going to slow down the Mirana quite a bit, as now Death Prophet has that Eul Scepter completed. He's got a setup combo to be able to kill the Mirana with that Eul's into the silence. And DC, again, they've got to just play around the cooldown of this Chronosphere. Whenever Resolution has it up, that's their moment to go for a smoke.
Just like that, Ice's Hand of Midas not looking too shabby, as he's top the net worth board, sharing it with the Death Prophet right now. He's got Midas, he's got Armlet, and even a Mithril Hammer building into that Desolator. So we're going to see a big-time Lifestealer come into the game at that 20-25 minute mark and take over. And Digital Chaos are going to have to find some sort of response, and it's probably going to be all about the initiation. They need to be able to stop these constant Nyx Assassin incursions into their jungle and make sure they don't give the Lifestealer a free ride to an enemy hero.
And the best way to prevent that is obviously to go for the 5-man of your own. Try to slow down whatever progression that this Nyx can go for. His Resolution setting up at bottom. Doesn't realize that Old 11's down here too. What can they do to stop it? Is Resolution digging himself a little bit further down here. Now he's going to show Old 11. Doesn't want to go under this tower though.
Right at the edge of this tower's vision.
Oh, they ping him. They saw him.
Yeah. He got a little too close, and now he will be caught out. Ice. The ruse is up, so he pops his head out, kills the creep wave, but they don't go for any damage on the tier 2, fearing the Chronosphere of Resolution. This is really how this game and this current flow of the game could really turn against eHome. The right Chronosphere set up into the Timbersaw and his Chakram. They've got Weeha's Arrow and Starstorm that can go down, and probably the best combination of all, Soxa's Mystic Flare, and will get the full out damage onto one of these poor heroes. They have this beautiful wombo combo that eHome have to be constantly aware of.
Resolution just farming up the enemy jungle now. Not going to wait for that bottom bait like he was for most of this time period. Is DC.
Hey, normally you want to catch a lot of heroes in this Chronosphere, but if they could just kill Ice, it's all going to be worth it. The arrow prolonging that stun, it's going to be enough. Digital Chaos. They throw the kitchen sink at him, and they hit him right on the head. 9-9 now, 20 minutes in. At Digital Chaos, evening out the kill score here and keeping the game close. It's manageable. Only a 2,000 gold lead for eHome, about 3,500 experience. Their dire side, though, and Roshan is a constant possibility if either team isn't careful.
They're going to want to do it soon, too, just because whoever does get chronoed is liable to just die like that. If you can put it on your Lifestealer, then you can send him away to farm, and if DC wastes chronos on that, you're perfectly okay with that. And we talked about how Resolution had to pretty much use it whenever it was up. He's been able to do so, and now DC gathered around this bottom lane, waiting to see if the rest of the heroes will connect. Weeha's going to make his way down with Resolution.
Finally gets that Aghanim Scepter from the Courier, and his farm will start speeding up a little bit and see if he can catch up to old Ice. Digital Chaos currently forming a 4-man crew to push down the tier 1 tower at bottom lane, but they're going to be met by Old 11's Nyx Assassin with Ice inside as a Lifestealer. Now he's getting into the middle of these heroes. Here's a TP coming out. If they have the right Impale, this could instantly pop a hero. Weeha trapped inside the trees. He's going to be stuck. Can he leap away? Gets a Force Staff. Still a leap available, but he's pulled back into the Torrent by X marks the spot. And he's done for. Moo going to go for the TP out. He'll be successful there. No stuns from eHome to stop him. So they traded Lanham's Kunkka for Weeha's Mirana. A beautiful trade for eHome.
Yeah, very well done by them, responding in kind, but at the same time, a little bit sloppy from DC. They didn't have the Sentry Ward down in a position where it could help them out all the way down here. Didn't anticipate the move through the river, and it's going to cost them dearly.
Yeah, they cannot go for tower pushes like that without the proper counter ward set up. And now they're actually giving a little bit of space to Old Chicken, and they may not be here in time. The disruption will stop the Skywrath Mage Ultimate and Chronosphere from finishing him off, but now Moo comes in, Chakram, and the pure damage wipes out the Death Prophet. They go on to Old 11 next. He's definitely dead, and now they want even more. Fenrir behind the tier 1 tower, but that's not safety. Moo, he'll pursue things out. He's got the Timber Chain ready to go. A long one passed into the tier 2 tower. But that is where he decides to end his forward jump. Now Ice actually managed to close the gap. He found Soxa, but the Moonlight Shadow's down, and Ice, no counter vision there. The Rage goes down for the boat, and the Torrent on the mark nails Misery, but Ice disrupted just in time. He had a 3rd HP, comes back, but Moo Oh, the Whirling Death, so anticlimactic.
They're gonna continue to pursue for this.
He'll find Lonham as well. Another Whirling Death. Lonham, he's going to be taken out as well as he's going to try an armlet toggle, but he's surrounded by so many heroes. There is no prayer, no hope for eHome to survive through that engagement. Ice choosing to find an opening and go for Saksa there. Leads into an engagement that is so bad for eHome.
And eHome 4 down. Not the kind of start that they wanted here, as Misery might just get picked off, but Resolution waiting in the wings.
Well, 11 trying to decide if this is worth it. Can he get the kill on Misery and still get out? It's going to require him to hit the Vendetta.
He's got a blink up, but he pulled a swing for it.
Jesus, old 11, he was so close to landing that hit. That would have been disaster. Decides against it now as Misery's natural
he's going to start running into the Sentry. Misery, he's going to find the angle on him too. This could go so bad.
They managed to get the stun. The follow-up, Weehawk not going to be able to nail the arrow. The spike carapace, a little bit of time, but old 11, he has no defense capabilities now.
That hesitation cost him dearly, as he wasn't really sure if he wanted to go for that. At the last second, he decides, I'm going to go for it. Instead, goes down, and eHome being repelled back, and Moo, look at him dive.
Moo underneath the tier 2 mid. Another extra smart marks the spot. Will control him. He tries to timber chain away.
Dodges the boat.
Yules will be able to dodge all that, but Chronosphere comes in, and now Moo, he zips away, but he didn't need to because Resolution's made a beautiful initiation. He already killed the back line. Shadow Demon dead, and Ice at half HP. Another Rage is coming up for him. So they could fight. They also have the Exorcism out, which means DC, they call that a huge win. They got pickoffs, they forced a big-time ultimate, and didn't lose anybody for it.
I mean, look at Moo go. He just solo dives. His team wasn't even really prepared for that. Resolution was making the long way around. He manages to get in there, get out, and he even forces the Exorcism out of Old Chicken. That was one of the best abilities that eHome were going to have to defend. And instead, it gets popped for absolutely nothing. DC in such a good position right now.
They certainly are. eHome struggling to be able to defend this tower. They're going to come out now. X marks the spot, but an arrow, it nails old 11. Disruption save once again, but the torn onto 2. Maybe Ice can actually kill something for once, but the Force Staff is keeping him at bay.
Moo's getting really low here.
Anybody? Moo, Yule Scepter, he's going to need a beautiful Timber Chain, but decides it's not even worth the effort. Just commits the Bloodstone suicide, making eHome look a little sad there. They really needed that kill bounty to get back into this game, as they've just been run over by DC in the last few engagements.
And right now, a large part of that is just because they have no natural ways to get into fights. The only way that they can start a fight is if old 11 kind of walks in invis, blink daggers in, but DC have very good responses to him. As if he pops out with Ice and it's not on a resolution, he's always going to counter chrono that.
Yeah, he'll be able to lock 2 heroes for 1.
And once again, they're going to make their way into this jungle. DC maybe not be prepared.
Did they spot that out? I think.
Oh, they might have seen this.
Yeah,
I think like crazy.
He was there just long enough. That TP, he was there just long enough. Now they're going to jump.
He misses completely.
Resolution, beautifully timed with that time block. That was just pure guesswork.
So well done so far from DC. Everything seems to be just breaking their way. First, that jungle engagement where the Nyx wasn't entirely sure if he wanted to go for it. Hesitates, ends up not getting a kill and getting himself killed instead. Now in that situation right there, a time walk out at the last possible second as old 11 went for it. Decided he didn't even want to get that hit. He was trying not to be greedy.
He was just trying to impale straight out of that Vendetta. Not going to be the case though. eHome. They are playing a full defense game now. They're trying to set up with this constant Kunkka running forward with X marks the spot with a Blink Dagger and Armlet. Hitting the creep waves, not making any real commitment, but he's got to be careful.
Oh no, they actually got spotted doing this. They're going to know that eHome are going to go for something.
Yeah.
And Misery going to frontline for DC.
Maybe they can still catch him, old 11, if he gets the right blink in here. Smoke to smoke, they manage to catch Moo, and Moo almost getting blown up again.
Oh, gets forced that forward.
And now the Yule Scepter save. Old 11 brought back into the Chronosphere. Old Chicken, he has to do so much here with his Exorcism. Fenrir already dead with the Skyreath Mage ultimate going down. Old Chicken in the middle of all these heroes, but DC dancing in and out, trying to prevent this Prophet from doing too much. They managed to take old Old 11 is Moo. He strikes back once again, half HP. Will chase down Launem as well with the help of Misery. Armlet toggling again, never going to be enough against the Timber.
E-Home are just getting kited.
He rages up. He tries to go for the bash. Ice can't latch onto anything. And they start retreating once again. But DC in and out once again. They're pursuing Ice. Chakram not on the land. Ice tries to go for a tricky TP out, but no! Mo says no way in hell. You don't make it out alive. All 5 dead from E-Home as DC wipe them and don't lose anything.
And DC could just be one push away from securing themselves a top 4 berth over maybe one of the tournament favorites, E-Home. Never meant to be here, but they don't care. They're making their way in. E-Home, they don't even have any abilities if they respawn. The Exorcism is still down for a minute and a half. DC senses weakness.
21-10, 29 minutes in, and our first tier 3 is down. Now Old 11 comes in, trying to stop or at least slow down this progression from DC as they're beating onto the range racks. The Torrent and a boat gonna come in. Misery nailed by that Nyx Assassin's by Carapace to jump forward by Weehawk. Gets a lot of damage onto Old 11. He's vendetted up, thinking twice though about whether or not he wants to go in. All of DC are low, but they retreat after taking the melee racks.
E-Home losing that melee racks. They're going to be so demoralized here as they have just not been able to string together a fight. We talked about how it was only this Nyx Assassin that was going to be able to open up the fights for them. That is not enough to save, but once he goes down, E-Home, they're just left helpless. They got kited so hard in that last fight. None of the core is able to actually utilize any of their items. As DC, they just get further and further ahead.
They needed Ice, and Old 11 to be able to take over the game and just make a numbers advantage happen for E-Home with that initiation. Be able to jump on someone, hit the Impale, pop them with the Nyx Assassin and the Lifestealer, but it's just not happening. All these defensive force stats just keep coming out from Digital Chaos, and as the game progresses, they're going to have more and more to deal with. The Yule Scepter has already caused them so many issues when they try and go onto Moo. There's a Glimmer Cape now for Saksa, and look at that. The tanky item picked up Solar Crest for Misery, making life hell for any right-clicker that doesn't have MKB, and that's a long time coming in this game for E-Home.
It is insane to think about that at one point in the American Open qualifiers, DC were a game away from losing the complexity, might not even be here. Now they're one push away from securing themselves a top 4. This bottom push, they understand how far ahead they are, 12K lead for them, and it doesn't get easier for E-Home. They do not have the type of lineup that does better when they get far behind like this. And
Old 11, you're going to need a miracle initiation, and that means not running into this counter ward that's set up. He's a bit scared. He knows how dangerous his position is. Oh, the Moonlight Shadow goes down. They spotted that one out. E-Home, they could set a trap here. They see the counter ward. They see the Impale. 3-man lined up. Is it going to be enough?
On the
Torrent, a bolt, 2-2. They got 3. DC already going to drop 2. Old Ticket going to be able to find out. Misery, Moonlight Shadow, Glimmer Cape. Misery might just get away. But on the side, much more important is Moo. The Timber Saw is paramount. They need to be able to finish him off and not let him get that Bloodstone Suicide. He Timber chased left-hand side, trying to make his way up, but he commits the Bloodstone Suicide. They can't get that
Misery.
kill. Ice like a goddamn bloodhound. He keeps on pursuing out Misery, hoping to be able to catch up to him, but Misery, he's too fast.
And Misery wasted so much time of that Lifestealer. DC technically only losing 1 as the Faceless Void goes down, but Moo able to get the Bloodstone Suicide off, and that's going to mean DC going to come right back for this. They don't want to give this Roshan up.
The arrow making it a bit easier for E-Home, but look at this. Old 11, he's pushing out. This is pretty classic. Whenever a team tries to go for Roshan, there's always going to be a response from the opposing team, and you'll see sometimes these initiations. As the team tries to set up to defend Roche, it all goes wrong for them, but look at this setup, man. Old 11, he needed a miracle initiation, and boy did he find it. 3-man Impale into the Torrent and the boat. You couldn't ask for a better setup.
Yeah, without the Sentry Wards pushing in, DC, their 2 supports have to be on top of this, and this time around, look at Saksa's inventory, 5 sentries, realizing there's only one way for E-Home to initiate, and they got it off. If they can prevent that, DC, they're going to say, that's a fluke, let's go for it again. They're going to gather up in this bottom lane.
Oh, but what happens if E-Home push out aggressively and manage to catch DC before the counter wards are laid down? As I say that, 1 sentry already placed inside the jungle, but do they have another one in the lane because it could be eHome. They look for the wraparound, but Old 11, he decides against it. Spidey senses tingling, perhaps. Makes the read that it is not appropriate for them to go into that jungle. It's a correct one, too. He's got to be careful with that payload that he's carrying. When he goes into the jungle like that, it's not just his own life that will be forfeit. If he's caught out, it's going to be Ice's as well.
And eHome were fully prepped for that fight. Feel confident that they can take it at that angle. But DC going to avoid, and instead it's going to be eHome that smoked together as 5. And they want to do the full wraparound.
This is interesting. eHome, they're not actually trying to go too deep in the jungle here. They just say, let's get into the jungle and wrap around behind mid. Or at least that's what they drew anyway, but now they're going to go for Roshan instead to give up the tier 2 at top lane. Weehaw takes that one for free. I think eHome
they're going to smoke under that ward.
DC. All right, Old 11. Carrying the Lifestealer inside once again. They're going to leave the Death Prophet inside the Roshan pit to try and finish the one out. Moonlight Shadow goes down. Old 11 already being spotted though. And now the Chrono whiffs. Completely whiffed. BKB activated, but eHome, they haven't found an initiation yet either. Moo, he's been hit by the X, but Yule Scepters himself, and he'll
eHome's got to go back. They don't have any of their abilities up again.
The Exorcism and the BKB, they're both fading away. And eHome, while that initiation wasn't great from the Chronosphere, neither was eHome's response. Neither team finding an initiation that suits them, and both will back away.
DC with its DD Mirana bloodlusted up. They're going to go for this Roshan for themselves, and eHome just have to give it up for them. Free gift going DC's way.
Ages for Resolution now. And that was the one hero you said, if you don't jump on Resolution, he's always going to counter you with the Chronosphere when you make that Nyx Assassin and Lifestealer jump. Well, now they can't even go on Resolution. He's got, first of all, a 10-second BKB. Second of all, an Aegis. A second life for him. It's damn near impossible for eHome to kill him outright without that Chronosphere going down.
And this bottom lane, now they start the push. Even without the Chrono available, Resolution now has that freshly minted BKB. Going to be very hard to take him down as eHome don't have the best ways to deal with it, as their only source of damage that's going to go through is the Lifestealer right click or this Death Prophet Exorcism. And eHome, they sense that. Already going to pop into Old 11. Ice lies in wait. But so many sentries laid across this path, but this might prompt DC to go back. They don't have any more with them.
Well, 5 seconds until Resolution has his Chronosphere, but sure enough, DC will back.
They're going to wait for the gem.
Oh, that's smart. Again, anything to counter this initiation from the Nyx Assassin. Speaking of him, he spots Weehaw in the mid lane, who's kind of separated from his team. His team right now doing some counter warding. But they begin to group up, and eHome's opportunities are dwindling.
DC push through this mid lane. They just are pushing in every lane that they can. They sense that they're still ahead. There's no reason to make any sort of panic moves. They can wait out the Aegis if they want. Play until it has about 3 minutes left. eHome behind though by so much.
The prize is mine.
BKB for They Digital Chaos discipline right now. They're just ensuring they have every advantage they could possibly need before they go for another high ground push. The mid lane of Brax already gone. DC, to reasonably say they completely control this game, it's going to need a second lane of Brax. They start going uphill now. Resolution leading the charge. Lanham going to try and pose as the defense here. Kunkka spamming out his occasional Tidebringer and X marks his spot combination, but it's nowhere near enough to keep DC back. Resolution still at full HP thanks to his lifesteal. He'll time walk away and wait for the next creep wave. They're getting the chip damage they need to win this game. It's up to eHome to fight the right initiation here.
Yeah, another arrow whiffs. Resolution finally starting to take some damage, but doesn't seem too concerned about it. He knows that eHome have to come in for this fight now. Here comes the Chrono.
He jumps forward onto 3, Moo with the shock him onto 2. Oh, chicken! Oh no! eHome, they're just getting obliterated. 1, 2, 3 down. Fenrir's gonna make it 4. Ice with some rebuttal, trying to go on to Misery, but now Moo, he stalls up Old Chicken with his Yule Scepter and a full retreat from Digital Chaos. They managed to force a buyback there, force an Exorcism as well, and all they have to do now is wait outside the base. Wait for the Exorcism to fade, and how can eHome defend then?
Yeah, the arrow not going to hit, but Old Chicken left alone now.
Not even waiting for the exorcism. They start immediately focused down on Old Chicken. They've got
no more buyback.
75 seconds down. Ice battling up against 5.
He's not going to do it.
E-Home! They lose. Digital Chaos have done it 2-0 against E-Home.
And the Cinderella story continues as DC will move on after beating the Chinese juggernauts E-Home. Send home in the round of 6.
Unbelievable. What a loser's bracket run by Digital Chaos so far. You call them misfits. You call them the rejects. You call them the players that couldn't make it at the Tier 1 teams. But here they are. They look like champions to me, Blitz.
At one point, Misery said, I'm embarrassed that I never came in as the favorites into a TI. And all of a sudden with this group, he gets top 4. What a story.
Cinderella story to be sure. Top 4. How much farther can this dream team? How much farther can they go? Unbelievable play. Digital Chaos, they looked so good too. This game just proved it. Moo, all joy there as you can see the team so relieved that they've made it this far, so happy that they'll have an opportunity at another day here at the International.
Just unbelievable run that they've had so far, and they just made it look so easy in those last 2 games.
Yes, they did. Man, Blitz, I'm on the DC hype train. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening for them tomorrow. Paul, I know you've got the rest of the boys and girls there. What do they think? Can they actually, excuse me, Dakota, what does the panel think? How far can DC actually go?
Guys, you heard them. How does DC continue to do this? How do they continue to just make these kind of runs? And every time they have these matchups, we always feel like they got to be the underdogs, right? They got to be. But then they come in and look like that they had been the big boys on the block the whole time.
I feel like in a lot of ways, their drafts are always very stable. You know, they remind me a little bit of EG in that regard. Like I find very few matches where I say DC has been outdrafted anytime. So when you already have a good draft, you're putting yourself on a solid foot forward, and most of the time the execution's always been there. So those are pretty much the 2 hallmarks of a really, really strong team.
It also feels like, just like EG, every game they play, they get like better and better. Like they learn as they progress into the tournament, and that's like the trademark of a champion team.
Yeah, remember the Lamb interview? He said self-belief and luck, and a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
Like the more you go in a tournament like this, you win from the losers bracket. You get so much confidence and you believe in your teammates more. It's gonna make you think that you just can go all the way.
Now, we know that there's still matches ahead of us in days to come, such as like EG versus Wings. If one of those 2 teams were to drop into the lower bracket, do we dare put DC in that underdog spot again? Like, what do you think?
I mean, anyone can win now at this stage of the game.
That's when you know you have a good tournament. What do you think, Black?
I mean, first they will have to face off against Fnatic or MVP. That itself would be like a super hard game. And then after that, they will have to worry about Wings or EG if they can make it that far.
Closing thoughts on the series there, Andy?
DC is not an underdog for me anymore. That's for sure.
Well, anything about today that you enjoyed there, winner? It's been ridiculous. The upsets continue day by day, but...
Well, I enjoyed that you didn't let me know that you were going to let me pass to the casters. Thanks. Thanks, dude.
No problem. I always look bad, so I got to make you guys look bad sometimes. My job ain't easy.
Even when we look bad, we look good.
Sounds good. Sounds like we're going to be sending things out to the other panel up and above. We have Paul and the gang. Let's throw it over to them.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Thanks, boys, for all your hard work today. And, of course, all the way through the International. We'll see you tomorrow for more draft analysis. Great work as ever. And we are back on our panel once more. We're rejoined by LD. Hello, LD. How you doing?
I'm great.
Great to have you here.
I'm happy for all the Suns fans out there.
Yeah,
that
lots
was
of Suns fans. And
a hell of a show.
Jane. What up now, guys?
Where are you at? Where are you at? See, I'm glad I wasn't on the panel earlier.
We've been ripping him all week about it. We've been on the DC hype train from the lower bracket on. We were always there. Where was Gods?
I realized my mistake.
Okay, brilliant.
So I confess, if I were here, I would have said E-Home, convincing 2-0. So
okay, LD.
I need more than that.
LD has my back.
Clearly, you should not have brought me on the panel.
Well, I made the assumption DC, European team. European team's not too good at this yet. But I forgot, Moo, heart of NA. He played insane.
He did play insane.
It was
Moo, who just like stepped up and made some crazy individual plays this game, and then the team as a whole, they've really come together. I mean, I was completely wrong about them. That
just fantastic, absolutely
you saw
brilliant.
how much eHome tried to focus him in game 2 as well. They were constantly in his lane.
They quad laned him.
Exactly, yeah. And all of a sudden, Resolution and we are like, huh, this is kind of going all right. This could work out for us. You know, they constantly focused him, and he got back into the game. A second network, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get some more reactions from all three of you. But first off, Casey has caught one of our winners. One of our winners, sorry.
Yes. Yes, this is Weehaw. It is so good to see you and officially meet you. Congratulations.
Hi.
Hi.
That's all I can say.
That's all you can say. I know, it was quite the run we just saw you on. A lot of people have been calling you the underdogs this entire time. We just saw 2 very decisive wins from you. It feels like maybe we can stop calling you the underdogs.
No? Definitely the underdogs.
Do you like being the underdogs then?
Yes, I love being the underdogs, and I think we are the underdogs.
Yeah, why is that? Why do you enjoy that? Why does that help you?
It's just less pressure on you. You know, when people have no expectations from you, you just perform better. It's mostly what happened on day 1, going out of group stage, really good, really well played.
Yeah.
And then we have this expectation to beat, you know, everyone expects us to beat Wings and stuff, at least from what I saw and I read, which is pretty bad as well. And then we just didn't perform well, you know, because everyone expects you to win, and you just feel bad when you play.
There is a calmness and purposefulness to your play. How much of your strategy is about just playing good Dota versus really kind of rising to the occasion depending on the team that you're facing?
I'm honestly just doing random stuff and hoping that it works. Most of the time it works. I like it. I mean, it's good. It's worked so far, so I'm just going to keep doing it.
How do you handle the stress of being on this big international stage? You know, obviously the audience here and at home, we can see what the teams are doing as they're exiting the stage. A lot of teams are clearly discussing things and they're taking things very seriously. You guys are walking off, like brushing it off, no big deal. You seem very calm.
That's what it looks like at least, but we don't. We go, we talk, we're ready, we're focused, and then we play.
What is Misery like as a captain?
Good.
Good.
I would
Next
say
question.
A very good captain, yeah.
I mean, this is his first time captaining a team.
Yes.
I know he's talked about the stress with us on what that's like for him, but it seems like whatever he's doing, it's working.
It shows, right?
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
The 2 of you have been playing together on this team since March. Is there anything that you want to say as far as how that feels to be changing teams in March
honestly,
and then being where you are now?
When I formed this team, it was for top 8, I guess. Top 8 at TI, just a good run. Of course, everyone wants to win the tournament, but you have to be realistic. And so far, we've just outperformed ourselves. I've enjoyed, my teammates are so fun to play with. Honestly, in the beginning, it wasn't that good, but I just grew up to love them, I guess. It's just good playing with this team. It feels good. It's something I didn't experience in my past teams, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be more valuable than a lot of people consider it to be as far as how you come together as a team and genuinely enjoy playing with each other.
I think Nota said it's more like 80% what's outside of the game and 20% the game.
MVP or Fnatic, who are you hoping to face next?
Doesn't matter, honestly. I actually just want to win.
Bring them to me. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you able to let it soak in right now, or are you still kind of on that adrenaline high?
I'm kind of trying to stop from shaking, but it's good. Yeah.
You're handling it well, and you guys have been really fun to watch.
I'm already sweating a lot. So
no, you're fine. Yeah. We'll get some makeup on that. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey. Congrats to DC. What a day they have had. Not just 1 win today, but 2 fabulous wins have taken them into the top 4. A guaranteed $1.4 million. Absolutely insane. Jane's speechless.
Okay, you can see the change in his attitude though, right? Earlier this year, he's like, oh, we just want to come top 8. We just want to do okay. And now he's like, I want to win. Yeah. I don't care who comes up. Yeah. We're taking it.
But he made a great point, guys, about being the underdog. They want to carry on being called the underdogs because that helps them. They have less pressure. They can play a little freer. They can play a little looser. They haven't got to worry about all the expectations on their shoulders.
It's been as a player since when he first got into the Dota 2 scene. There was a while where he got into some controversy and then he made some interview where he's like, I'm going to play a TI. Everyone laughed at him. They're like, and then that was last year where he didn't qualify and then everyone's making fun of him on Reddit and stuff. Here he is, 6 months after last TI, winning a major. 6 months later, he's in the top 4 at TI. So, his storyline has been incredible.
Yeah, and he's a fantastic play today. And throughout the tournament, we highlighted it earlier, LD, how well he's played so far throughout the international.
Yeah, we have had a fantastic individual tournament, but I think what really stands out for me with DC is
The communication for the team, they seem to all be in sync. Like it was mentioned how they seem very comfortable, relaxed walking off the stage. I ran into Resolution in the elevator at the hotel before they actually dropped down to the lower bracket, and he said, I feel better than ever. We're finally in sync. We're working well together. Then you saw after OG got eliminated, Notel, he said he felt like he wasn't talking as much. At TI5, the big theme for the teams that did well, CDEC, EG, a lot of the players said it was unity. And I feel like the way that you develop that unity is you communicate really well. So I think that communication is what's enabling his individual.
I think that comes true with Saxa a lot, because of all the Dota players I've met, he's definitely the most down-to-earth one. He's just so chill, so calm the entire time. Like he always comes, hey Shane, like really cool. So
he's a gentle giant.
Exactly. Maybe he's rubbed off on Misery.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he's calmed him down a little bit.
It can't hurt to have someone like that in the team, definitely.
No. They definitely seem to have gelled. There was some great contrast to play, LD, as well, throughout the game. And not just this series, but the previous series. And, Misery's chasing players all over the place and taking them out of lanes and distracting them and annoying the crap out of them, frankly, just to disrupt their game. And then you see them play a completely different style of game. It's almost like they seem to be able to adapt.
Yeah, I think there was a really good point made. They're playing very, by the draft panel, they're playing very solid, stable Dota right now. So at some of the earlier matches in the tournament, you'd see a little bit more all in on the laning stage, the early pressure. And if that didn't work, they didn't always have the best plan B, but now they're picking multiple cores. They're picking heroes that are difficult to gank.
They're quad laning.
They're dealing with quad lanes at times as well. I think the team's drafting a lot more solidly. The other thing I will say is I think eHome was tilted this series.
Yeah, I do too.
Old 11's individual play that game was not the Old 11 that just dominated and carried them to this position. You go back to that first death in game number 2. He goes for the bottom rune. He misses his stun. He runs into the Mirana arrow. That's an avoidable death. And I think understandably at that point with that game 1 versus EG, it seems like it was still in their heads.
Yeah, and 2 seconds later, they killed the courier. Just oh my God, let it end.
That game 1 in EG eHome seems to have broken eHome. Yeah, broke their spirit, broke their entire mentality going into these games, broke them as a team. eHome, since that game, have not been the same.
Well, indeed. Talking about people that broke people, earlier on today, if you were tuned in this morning, a certain Purge broke me completely with the weather, but he doesn't have the weather right now. Instead, he's going to break down exactly how Moo had a fabulous game, and also some chasing, and also some criticism, perhaps, of the draft.
Yeah,
Kevin.
actually, he died a lot that game. He still had a great game, but the early part wasn't necessarily the best. And I thought the interesting part was that the draft in game 1 was actually very similar. They had Shadow Demon Kunkka, they had a stunning offlane hero, they had a physical carry, and they had a semi-nuking mid. The big difference, I think, was the change of nuking mid. It went to a Death Prophet instead of a Razor. And in the first game, I showed you guys clips of Moo getting ganked by Sand King as well as Razor. It wasn't enough burst damage. Well, this game, they covered that base a little bit by using Soul Catcher. This ability down here ends up buffing the damage you do by about 20%. It's gone now, but it was there, this thing. Moo takes a lot of damage here, and also Old Chicken on Death Prophet has 2 nukes instead of Razor's just 1, so it's a lot easier to pick him off. And he got ganked again. About a minute later, they just set a trap, waited. There's that Soul Catcher ability I was talking about. Really effective for tanky heroes like Timbersaw. And Nyx as well is just really effective. Just constant pressure on Moo. Killed him very many times. Things turned around pretty heavily, though. Oops, I'm sorry. I think I am missing the clip. Okay. Things turned around eventually, though. They initiated on the Death Prophet. They ended up killing both her and the Nyx Assassin. And Ice wrapped around. This was a little unexpected here, but Misery with the Force Staff was able to save the Skywrath Mage and turn around and end up killing Ice afterwards. So they just finally won a good team fight by using their large variety of damage that they had in this game. Pure damage, magic damage, all that good stuff. Just cut right through Death Prophet, kill her, and this started the beginning of the end for eHome.
Yes, indeed it did. Thank you very much, Kevin. Just a very quick thought from you as well. What do you make of this whole DC run?
I'm really glad that I bought a tie that looks like a DC tie before the tournament. It's in my apartment or in my hotel room.
Gonna wear it tomorrow?
Definitely. I'm ready to bandwagon.
All right.
That's my new favorite team.
Jump on the train with us. It's the DC hype train. Thanks very much, Kevin, today. We're going to wrap things up with our brackets right now, so we'll take a look at those and fill him in. Is exactly where we are right now for the International 2016. We are down to just 5 teams. That's right, a guaranteed top 4 place for DC, and the other 2 teams fighting out to join them in the lower bracket final, MVP and Fnatic. That will be tomorrow. We've also got Wings versus EG to look forward to in the upper bracket. Incredible. Who had those 5 teams in their fantasy?
I had Wings.
I had Wings.
I had Wings too.
That was about it.
I had DC. And that is it for me.
And just to pile on Gods a little more, he went all in on TNC today.
He did go in all in.
It's been a rough day, you know.
Been a rough day as an analyst. Has your fantasy team suffered as well?
Yeah, it's just
a little bit rocky.
How many TNC
See,
players?
what you could have done today, right, which was pointed out to me this morning on Twitter, you could have gone for 2 lots of DC players today and got double points in your fantasy.
Yes.
He thought TNC was going to get the doubles.
You see, I went all in on TNC. It was like the 50-50 play. You choose which team you want to go for to get the double points. And
Gotcha. Okay.
Unfortunately,
All
chose
right.
wrong.
We're going to move on to talk about the All-Stars, which is coming up today, of course. It's we've done in terms of the series in the International, but there is a very important match this evening. It's the matter of Sir Action Slacks versus Lady Action Skirts.
Really?
Oh, come on, Paul.
I'm just reading from the bottom of the paper here, people. And Casey was out and about talking to the fans around the Key Arena a little bit earlier on in cosplay, as promised by her last year, just to see what they thought she would make as a coach.
Oh, I can't wait to show everybody. I'm so excited. You guys get in here. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Ta-da! What do you think, yeah? Yeah! All right, I'm going to show everybody. Greg, are you sure that's what you want to wear?
That was terrible.
Yeah.
She's seriously losing it. That was awful.
I have some questions for you. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. How do you think I'll be as a coach?
I think you do pretty well.
How come? I'm a little surprised, but this is my shocked face.
I mean, you like sitting down with the players and yelling at them. We actually have a pool, and I definitely put Team Casey.
Yeah?
I picked Team Casey, too.
Yeah. Team KC! Team KC! Team KC! Why are you Team Slacks?
I'm a really big fan of him, and I was sub to him, so I kind of have to be Team Slacks.
How do you think I'll be as a coach?
He'll be fine, I think. But I think he might fall apart like you were just earlier.
Oh, excuse me, this is so embarrassing. My dress is coming off. I can't laugh because my nose is coming off.
Okay.
I thought it was a pretty good cosplay. I don't know.
Okay. No, I thought the cosplay was fine. Yeah.
I don't know what everyone was laughing about.
No, absolutely not. What do you think then, LD? Will Casey make a fine coach this evening?
No.
Okay. Shane?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Not convinced.
God's is terrible with predictions. I'm not sure I should ask him right now about this.
Yeah, the competition, though, is slack, so I think she'll do just fine.
Good point.
I never said she would be worse than Slack.
That's true.
I'm like, the question by itself, I'm like, probably not. Oh, Slack, yeah, she'll be fine, actually.
Yeah.
She's
All right. Well, let's
heavily favored.
Let's find out what Sir Action Slacks makes of his chances in the All-Star game.
I don't see any Team Casey anywhere. What? Oh, wow. You know, wasn't she out here earlier trying to get people to her line? I'm gonna try to get some work. Hey, anybody want to get in my line here? It's right here. Oh, they're already here, Casey. I don't need to pull them over. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take one of these. I'm gonna take one of these. One of these. Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me, miss. I'm gonna take one of all these. We're just gonna give them some Casey fans, I think. I think they got confused. We'll find them. Don't worry about it. All right, why Casey? Clearly you went with the loser.
She's great. I agree with you, too. You're great, too.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. That's what my dad said before he left. Just like your shirt. Nobody needs your shit. Woo, my boy. How could you do this?
Back to me with drowsies.
Okay.
All the drowsies here, man.
You and me go way back. We're friends.
Yeah, we had lunch together like the first day.
Oh, what's the matter? Nobody's coming up here? Nobody coming up? No, I don't need this. This is empty. This is empty, Casey. What's up? You should come back down, please. Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, typical Dyer team. So I think, is that my line behind Casey's line? They're like Mario Kart. We lapped her. What is this? Yeah, this is a typical Casey fan, right upside down. I'm gonna give it to you like a Dota person. You win, or you will be destroyed personally by me. Let's take down Casey. We got nobody. Okay, that was a little too harsh. You guys do your best. He likes it. This guy's getting, what is this? Is this coming into my line? No.
This is going to be feisty. I'm looking forward to this.
All right,
I'm looking forward to this.
Slack's got hype music. What is that about?
Yeah, don't know.
I think production's a little biased.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not
Very
sure about that.
unprofessional.
We'll have to find out. I'm going to get your thoughts on this in just a moment. But we also had something very fun today. Casey, that was a competition, okay, today, with the wheel. And on the wheel is a marker, and it says VIP. Now, if you actually managed to get that today, because you were all wandering around wondering what that wheel was, right? If it hit the VIP, you won the chance of a lifetime to play in the All-Star game. Let's find out who won.
Do you happen to know who won the Frankfurt Major?
Oh, no.
OG is correct! Good job! Step right up. Your name, please.
Yahi.
All right, give her a round of applause. Let's give her some help. Come on. Woo!
VIP means you get to play in the All-Star match.
No!
You have to select now, though, whether you want to take it or give it to someone else.
So there's this really cute guy over there I'm engaged to, actually. I think
Wanna bring him back
on
over
it.
here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's bring him back. Do you have any idea how lucky you are right now?
Pretty lucky, yeah.
Go to her!
Oh.
Brilliant. Just when your luck decides to take an upward turn, your girlfriend isn't a Dota player. Brilliant!
Look at Dota bringing people together, though. Isn't it beautiful?
Who needs kiss cams?
Not Slacks and Casey, though. I think they're going to come to blows.
Yeah, I think this could be a war. I really do think this could be a war.
I favor Slacks in a war. I
really
don't favor him when it comes to coaching.
But don't forget, they've both got to, get their team, and then how does that work, and how does it gel quickly, and who's really good behind them. Slacks he's cool, right? He's out there, but he's a bit of a monster sometimes, right? Casey's a motivationer.
I think Slacks is the kind of guy that'll run in first and get destroyed, and Casey will be like leading the army from the angles. You know what I mean? Slacks will be already dead, like 10 seconds into the war. So.
I think deep down though, like Slack's outwardly very energetic. He's still a softie. Casey,
right?
I think she's brutal.
Oh yeah.
I'd be scared of her.
You better believe it. Right, look, time to disclose your colours, because we're going to come back at the end of the All-Stars. We're almost done. We're going to come back at the end of the All-Stars and, believe it or not, analyse it. I still have no idea how I analysed last year's, but we'll give it another go this year. LD, which team?
I can't go with Slacks. I have to go with Team Casey.
Okay.
How can you root for this man?
Okay.
He is killing Dota with his ogreish ways. He's brutal. He's savage.
All right, okay, very quickly.
Death to memes. Let's go, Casey.
Okay.
Woo! Come on.
I see Slacks at too many events. I see Casey once a year. If I have to hear Slacks brag about winning every event, I'm Team Casey as well.
Guess what?
Yes.
We have a clean sweep. It's Team Casey on the panel right now. The All-Star game is not too far away, but before we get there, we do have another special surprise for you. It is, of course, the final of the cosplay. So let's go over to the key arena with Sir Action Slacks.
Team Casey. Oh! Whoa! Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello! How we all doing tonight here at TI6? Give it up! Woo! Now you know what I'm here for, right? There's only so many things that are important in this life, and one of the cheapest, one of the biggest, is cosplay, baby. It's time for the cosplay competition here at TI6. Give it up for cosplay. Woo! We love it. You love it. I can see his face. This guy loves cosplay. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a lot of people come up to us and try to enter this contest, and only 15 have survived this far. I've got some good news for you. All 15 people, all finalists, have already received a $500 prize. So, pretty good. That's gonna buy a lot of Warblow. That's gonna buy a lot of nail polish. That's good stuff. But that's not all. On top of that $500, our third place winner will be receiving an additional $1,500, which is pretty good, right? That's very good. Our second place will get $2,500 on top of their $500, and our first place, altogether, will receive $4,000 for that cosplay. Oh yeah, that's the money. But of course, I am not an expert in cosplay. That is why we have some judges. And speaking of those judges, we got them right up here. Hello, hello. Two of the biggest names in cosplay. We got Livia and Athena. Say hello, wave, ladies. Give it up, come on. Woo! And of course, our third judge, one of the most decorated cosplay photographers in the world. You know him. I love him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kevin! Kevin! That's Elite Cosplays. All right. Well, we got our money. We've got our judges. So we're only missing one more thing. 15 cosplayers gonna come down this place, and I need you guys to give it their all, because we've been waiting all week. One more time before they come out. Let's get one round of applause for the cosplayers. Woo! Yeah! All right, let's bring out our first one. Let's go, here we go. Oh yeah, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, whoa, they're all funneling out. They're coming out at once. Woo, this is preview mode, I'm into this. Okay, here we go. Oh, nice, nice. Everybody, please, take some steps here. Here we go. All right, all right, all right. Okay, our first cosplayer, let's go ahead and walk. This is a lovely enchantress. Oh, look at that. There we go. A round of applause there. Now, fun fact. Her hooves are made from high heels with the heels color. Oh, my God, that's a sprunk. Look at that sprunk. Oh, there we go. That's a little sprunk in the step. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. She's walking down the stage. I'm enchanted. Enchanted? I like it. What can I say? It's pretty good. Look at that smile. That's what I'm talking. Oh my, oh dear. The sass, the kills, the power. Look at her go. Truly incredible. Thank you, Enchantress. Round of applause for Enchantress. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Slark coming out with some fun facts for you. The entire arsenal of this Slark. Whoa, our in-game weapons. That's great. That's a swing that could kill a man, absolutely. Look at her go. Blue shoes, blue paint, and blue eyes. It's everything a man can. That's some detailed body paint. Look at those scratches. One more pose. Oh, ho, ho! Take it easy. Stay away from me, Mr. Slark. Get out of here. Give it up for Slarky. Here we go. Okay. Oh no, is that a lost child? Oh no. Oh no. We'll get security. Oh, that's. Oh, wow! Look at her go. She's crazy. Who is that lost child? She's out of her mind. Yeah, she's spinning. Oh, please fall over. Oh, please. Oh, my God. I'm so terrified, actually. Who could this be? What mystery woman has entered the field of cosplay glory? And there she comes. Wow, she has got. Wow, oh, Jesus. Look at it spin. I don't know how it improved so much over the course of 30 seconds, but I'm certain her parents did not help her.
I'm like right here, dude.
Okay, you want to come up here and join me?
You want to go?
I could clearly need some help.
You want a piece of this?
Look, save it! Save it for the next thing. We will not sully the name of cosplay by being rude to each other. We respect our cosplayers. Here we go. Casey, come on up. Yeah, we'll all wait. Everybody in the arena, please calmly wait. No hype, please. That's good. That's perfect. That's right there.
Hello!
Oh, okay, great. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, it's quite a passion. We need Casey, a lot of Queen of Pains, they don't go for coloring the body with the blue. They say we don't need it, but this is some blue body paint.
That is amazing.
Woo! Look at that kiss. Beautiful stuff. What a complex harness for those wings, Casey. Truly beautiful. Oh, it's okay. She's gonna blink right on over to the exit. We're fine. It's okay.
All right, you ready for number 4?
What do we got, Casey?
Omni Knight!
Oh, God.
This was made by a first-time cosplayer, by the way. First time.
I feel weird. I can't do this one. Go ahead.
All right, this is made from thermoplastic Warbler.
Warbler? Oh, man, Omni Knight is my bro, dude, but things are changing right now. Oh, my God, that's Rubik. That's a Rubik, Casey. Oh, man, this is a fancy Oh, she's doing the taunt. She's got it. That's the lore, Casey. We're good. Now, did you know? Woo! She's doing it. Ride that pony. Yes. Did you know that this is her first time wiring this bad boy up? She could burst into flames at any second, but she's fine. Look at that confidence. There you go. Thank you, Rubik. Oh, my life has changed. Oh,
All right,
my
say
goodness.
hello to Wind Ranger. The armor is made from Warbler and Bondo. The bow is made from insulation foam and fiberglass.
Oh, my.
Look at that, and the face. Look at the face.
The face is made of beauty.
A beautiful face.
Here we go. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Is this going to be a power shot?
Oh.
There it is. And that's a doink. Oh, yes. Very good. Wow. Wait. Whoa. It's heating up, Casey.
By the way, the bow splits into pieces and fits in a suitcase.
That's enough, Casey. We got a crystal beam. We got to see him.
Look at that.
Casey, that staff is made out of PCP pipe. I don't know how she does. How did she do it, Casey?
That's amazing.
That's PCP. That's incredible.
That's incredible.
I'm watching. I feel like I'm on PCP. I don't get it.
You are on PCP.
This is crazy. Oh, she's taught. Oh, a lot of people are dead. That's the old Casey. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Say hello to number 8, Juggernaut.
Woo!
The hat's made from molding Warbler. Oh, boy. Oh,
boy.
snap.
Was that a dab?
The sword can glow.
Oh.
And the sword's she made from scratch, too, by the way.
How do you make a sword from scratch, Casey?
You just do.
She just did.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Something crazy's coming. She's scoping it out. What do we
She's
got?
angry. She looks angry.
Okay, no.
That's about it.
All right. I'm intimidated. That's fine. All right, coming up next. Who is that hero? He's not in captain's mode. That's Arc Warden. And his buddy, Arc Warden. Oh, my God. The crowd goes wild. Whoa. Casey, that's the Tempest double. What's going on here?
Oh, my God.
He's got to get that
they're going
rapier.
to blows.
Oh, my God. Send him out like your slave. Good job, Arc Warden. He means nothing to you. Let's go. Oh, look at that walk cycle, just like in. Oh, yeah, facts. The helmet's made from an Easter egg mold. Neat. And she also brought a human prop, it says. That's kind of odd, but there. Oh, no, he's down.
A dead human prop.
It expired.
Yay.
Oh, very good. That divine is in good hands, Casey.
Say hello to Rubik.
That's a female Rubik.
Female Rubik. Different types of lights. She looked at a lot of other female Dota heroes to get inspiration for this and did an amazing job.
Oh, she's wiggling around just like the real Rubik. Oh, wait. Oh, it's another one. That taunt. Oh, wow. What a pose. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Ladies and gentlemen. Could it be? Is that the Shadow Fiend Arcana, Casey?
It is indeed.
Oh, my God. She really captured the silhouette of a knot. Oh, that's a Shadow Raise if I've ever seen. Oh! I'm spooked. Anyway, she really captured the silhouette of a human despite being a demonic Satan-like creature. I'm into it. That's some glow effect on the braces right there. And it was cut with scissors, this armor. Wow, that's enough! Well, she stole my soul, I'll say that.
This is Crystal Maiden. So take a look at the skirt. That is all hand painted.
Ooh.
All of those details are hand painted. Oh! And she dances.
Ooh, la la.
She also used blue nail polish for the staff there.
Blue nail polish?
Yeah. You know what that looks like.
I sure do.
You use it every day.
Sure. Oh, who is this? Who comes out of his pit looking for cheese? That's Roshan! Whoa! My God. Casey, those wings, they open and close, and she is pissed. Get out of my pit, she says. She's got the cheese. And she's hungry for death. Look at her go. My God.
My God, it's
My
beautiful.
God, it's Roshan.
My
Casey.
God.
Okay, what is she doing? Oh, wait a second. Yep. Oh, the power grab right. Oh, this is all you.
Legion Commander! Woohoo! All of this armor was made out of fiberglass. She has spent years improving this costume.
Years.
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 Years. Have you done anything for years?
I have not,
No,
Casey.
you have not.
All I've done for years is fail. Look at her go. Wow, whoa! What a Legion. I'd follow that Legion any day, Casey. Straight to my death. Oh, who is that Lena? Beautiful, Lena. There we go. Woo! You know, she added a lot of structure to that to make it defy gravity. Look at it bouncing. Gravity can't hold it. It's hot, 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 Casey. Hot, hot, hot. That's hot, hot. Whoa! Hot. Oh, it's a hot tamale, Casey.
What are you doing?
I'm coughing. I can't take it. This cosplay drives me crazy. Woo! What a spin. What a taunt that was. Thank you very much. Great job.
Good job. Woohoo! Those are all really good.
That was it, Casey.
Yeah.
That was all.
That was it.
That was it?
Where's yours?
I do not need one.
No, you don't, because you're a Pudge.
That's... Jesus. Thank you, Casey.
I went too far already, didn't I?
You went just far enough.
I went just far enough. I'm gonna just.
Anyway, we should probably talk about the winners. Casey, are we gonna get our winners here? Who do you like?
They're going to be bringing down. The judges are working feverishly right now. They're going to bring a very serious envelope
Look
down.
at them discussing. My God. Okay, so how about we bring out the contestants for just one more round of
Let's do that. One more run through.
Can we get one more? All right. Bring them on down. Let's see them. Here we go. Here they come. One more time, guys. Bring them out. Oh my God. The cosplay was real. The things are glowing.
It's a tough decision, honestly.
The warbler is warbling. You know, I don't know what that.
Do you want to write us a poem?
It's just beautiful.
What are your thoughts,
I'm
Slacks?
crying. I'm sweating over here because of the beauty.
Give us insight into your soul.
All right, judges.
They're working hard. They're
nearing
almost
their
done.
decision.
Almost
Yeah,
done.
Almost done.
Which means we only have to do awkward banter for another like 20
okay.
seconds.
Casey, I gotta say, your costume looks great. I mean, your parents have to certainly be proud. They didn't expect much of you in your life, and to be here in this moment, it's gotta be great.
It's the pinnacle.
The pinnacle.
It's the peak.
Yeah.
It's the big kahuna, or
Absolutely.
your nickname.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Which is
that's
actually
good.
a
We're going
compliment.
there again.
I'm trying to work my way back.
Yes, the way to win the hearts of several nerds is to make fat jokes. And that's great. There you go. Sorry.
Oh, Slacks.
You can at least pick on the voice. It's much higher. But anyway.
Well, I have one of those for later, so don't worry.
Oh, okay, good.
Don't worry, the voice is coming.
All right, fantastic. So, wait a second.
All right.
Oh my God.
We have the winner envelope is coming.
We got him, Casey.
Yeah.
What? Do we have the envelope?
Are you angry about it?
I'm hyped. That's my hype face.
Yeah, no, they're bringing. Don't worry, they're bringing it down.
Okay, here we
Now,
go.
when we announce you, you
Yes.
can go ahead and step forward so that we
Right.
can give you the recognition you deserve.
A lot of people here that don't play Dota, like Casey, she'll have no idea. If we call your hero out, she won't know.
You could be like Superman. I'm like, yay!
Hey, there you go.
Awesome. Face.
Take it easy. All right, save it for the content.
We need to save it for the content.
All right.
No?
Save it. I'm saying it's in the bank.
All right. Okay.
Judges.
All right.
What? They said they won't be rushed.
All right. The judges
They
are
won't be
insisting they
rushed.
will not
Take
be rushed.
your time, Kevin.
So they like
I know
us.
you, Kevin. Take your time.
They want us to interview some of the. Okay. Oh.
Uh-oh. Casey. Oh.
Slacks, I think you should have done this.
Yeah, that's probably.
Okay. Hey.
Why would you pick the one person that can't talk? What is wrong with you? Isn't this your only job? Literally everyone else has the ability to speak except for that one person. All right.
You know what?
got
Why don't
this.
you go back to your mother's basement and we'll talk later?
What's wrong with you? Oh!
Oh, no, wait. Oh, hang on.
What are we doing? Is this musical chairs? Do we have? Oh, we have it. I came all the way down. Damn it, Casey.
You're killing me, dude.
Good Lord. Make up your mind. You're supposed
You
to be
guys
leading.
have got to save us from this.
No.
Just pick someone. Anyone.
Take your time. Cosplay's important, all right? I'm going to go interview with somebody. This is...
Do it.
Jesus.
Do
all
it.
right. Let's start here. Lena. You're looking hot. You're looking fiery. Why the Lena?
I love Lena. She's actually one of my favorite heroes to play. So I decided, since I'm going to cosplayer, might as well do her best set.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it certainly was a good pick. Don't you guys agree? You liking that? Woo! There we go. Told you, Legion year. Oh, we got it? See you later. Sorry. It was a good try. It was a good try.
He's like, you're great. See you later.
All right. Casey, you can read third place.
I'm gonna
You're-
I have my hands full, so can you?
well,
Thank you.
Per the usual. You're not capable of much. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, is it time? Are you ready to hear the winners of the Cosplay Contest 2016? Woo! In last place, it is Casey. Sorry. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, for $1,500 on top of the $500, that's going to be Kitty Plays with Roshan. That's the cheese. Bring it up. Step forward. Woohoo!
Congratulations!
There we go. I'll help you out, sweet girl. All right, look at that.
In second place,
There we go.
winning $2,500.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just, you know, you're always there are always questions.
Yes.
Winning $2,500?
Yes.
Yes. Read it.
Jillian with the Crystal Maiden Frost Avalanche Arcana!
Absolutely stunning. Thank you, judges. Look at that. Oh my goodness, they're in love. Let's do it together, Casey.
All right.
Let's bury this hatchet. What did you just say, girl? Good Lord, my voice cracked like I was 13. Ooh, ladies are talking to me.
I'm
All right, anyway.
Okay.
First place together on 3, all right?
I can't even.
Yeah, Jesus.
Move your fat thumb, dude.
Oh, are you serious? How many times are you going to do this to me? All right, here we go.
I'm done.
First place for $3,500 on top of the 500. It is Illicit Legion Commander! Yes! Years! 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 She's done it! Woo! All right. All right, Casey, that was fun. One more round of applause for all of our contestants as they exit out.
You guys all look fantastic.
You are
Seriously.
amazing.
And to all of you, cosplay. Seriously, everybody in the crowd is doing it too. You don't have to be down here to be honored.
What? What?
I said you don't have to be down here to be honored. I saw a lot of cosplayers.
I can't hear you. You're too short. What? One more time. Okay, here we go. Go ahead.
That really hurt.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to the All-Star match.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we should go. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of all-star matches, but this one will take the cake out of the cheesecake.
Thank you.
Casey, save me from this internal monologue.
Never.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna
We're
take
come
this
on
off.
over. Jesus. You know, this is why the big news stations won't hire you.
Wow, dude.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. To the center of the stage we walk to pick our teams. Now, you know, we're both captains, right? As I remember from your... Oh, it's okay. Can you not make it? That's fine. Right. Casey, come on. Right over here. Thank you. It's been like this all week. All right.
I'm just gonna. Can I get a little help here?
No.
I'm taking this off.
Okay, let's just take this off. It's not the first time I've taken something off
Yes,
of
it
an
is.
old woman.
Yes, it is.
I used to
Yes,
work at
it
a
is.
retirement home.
Yes, it is. I know the joke you're going for. It is absolutely the first time you're taking anything off a woman. So let's just be honest with that right now.
No, I'm surprised that got past that section. That's a pretty big section right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Casey.
VIP pick. We got to talk about that real quick.
VIP pick. Hit it
Okay,
up.
so a lot of you saw us going out and about with the trivia, and as you saw, we had good sir. We had one of you have a very lucky girlfriend, fiance who won this for you. So can we get our VIP winner to please join us on stage?
Where are those beautiful people in love? Do we have the VIP?
There they are.
Here
I
they
see
come.
them. I see them.
This
Come on up,
fiance.
guys.
Oh la la. Guys, come on up. Thank you so much. Congratulations, VIP. What was your name one more time?
Rick.
Rick. And the fiance?
Yay.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys are ready for some amazing action. And then you talk.
Come on in. All right.
All right, here we
So do you understand what we're going to be doing today?
I understand that he's going to be playing.
Yeah, you're correct. That is
I
right.
see that you showed up in the wrong year.
Yeah, that is, yeah. That's okay. Us good Dota players, we remember the past instead of just showing up. So
I think we need to start by asking them. Wow, I heard that. That's great.
That
Yeah,
was a
that's
really
great.
quick reaction time, Casey. Where
Yeah,
you
it
been?
really was.
All right.
I'll work on it for you. I think we need to figure out which team they're going to be on.
Yeah. I'll take this one. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we have to rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
That's the only way to decide it. Forget
All
it,
right.
right?
Okay.
Is that what we're going to do? Okay.
Well, this is for the first pick.
The first pick.
Of the crowd.
And the team.
Yeah. This is where rehearsal really is starting to show its ugly head.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All
I
right,
was
ready?
completely drunk during that. All right, here we go. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot! I wait, it was a fake out.
You tricked me!
It was
Beloved
extremely
by
easy.
thousands, ignored by millions. It's Flax.
That's it! Team Slack's first pick. Take of this. Thank you. We'll be right over here. Take your loser. I left it for you.
I'm sorry, what?
No, nothing.
Are you mumbling?
No.
Say it, sister.
I said take sister. Okay. Finish your segment, Casey. for
Okay.
God's-
So I think it's time to pick now.
Yes.
All right. So we have a section.
We have a section.
How
In
many
the
people
stands, a light comes up.
want to be picked?
I'll be picking. Who do we have here? Oh, there we go.
Up here.
Oh, up there. Sorry.
Up here.
Get rid, noobs. There we go. That's mine, right?
That's yours. You get first pick.
The noise. Oh, the nosebleeds. There we go. I see one guy up there. Now, there's a lot of Team Slack shirts, but there's one dude who's standing the tallest, and if I know one thing about tall people, is that they're good at Dota. The guy in the back on the far right. Yeah, you. With your hands up. Yes. With the weird arm movements. That's what I want.
That's you, dude.
Bring him down. Bring him down. Get down here.
That's like an entire Slack section.
Oh, my God. They're all an entire Slack
I know
section.
they
There's
are.
like 6
I know.
Caseys in here. All right.
Yeah, I know.
Take your pick.
I know. All right.
Good moment.
First in our hearts,
Get back to your time.
but last in MMR, it's Team Casey.
Okay, let's see here.
There we go.
All right. Okay. All right, the dude who just took his shirt off.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you would want, right? It's never hard for you, Casey.
Do you want him?
Oh, God, no. He's all yours.
You know what? I like your gumption, kid. So, guy with the shirt off.
Oh, he just fell down. He's good.
If you put it back on, you can be on my team.
Woo!
All right. Come on down. No, but seriously, put the shirt. You got to put the shirt on, dude.
Keep it off, kid. Let the nips be free.
Okay.
Twitch loves that. All right. We got another light over here. Who do we got over here? Hello? Boys, come on. Come on. Oh, yes. All right, now I've been giving a lot of love to the Team Slack shirts. I got to say, I got to pick somebody without one. Somebody, what is that? What is that on your neck there? There's one guy, gray shirt. He's got a lot of stuff on his neck. If you can carry that, you can carry this team. Right there next to the Team Casey loser. Excuse me, Wind Ranger, green coat, under, yes! You, the man, wave to me, confirmed. Oh God, that guy is not catching the, all right, but forget, no, yes, you, gray shirt! Under the Wind Ranger. Yeah, oh God, I have made a terrible decision. Yeah, you, let's go. Your reaction time ain't so good, pick techies, but yeah, that guy, let's go. There we go, bring him down.
All right.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, yeah! Okay, this is what I want. I want the Team Slacks people, if you're willing to trade your shirt with someone with a Team Casey, if you can get a Team Casey shirt on. What? Yeah, exactly. Come on down.
The old memes are the best memes, right? And Gun Witch Doctor poster guy. Wow, you guys went completely silent. I am so sorry. They're pissed, but I'll take you. Capri Sun and Gun Witch Doctor, right this way. Thank you.
All right. Next for Team Casey. Aha.
Yes.
All right. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna pick you right here. Yes, you. Yes, you. Yes, yes, with the beard. Yes. Are you ready though? Okay. Great. Perfect.
Oh, I know that guy. He's a mole for me, so that was a great pick.
Okay.
All right,
Perfect. Perfect.
Hey, thanks a lot, Tim.
It's
Let's
you.
go. Thank
It's
you, Tim.
Do not disappoint me. Do not.
It's hard. If your IQ is above very minimal, she.
Are you making a dumb joke with me, dude?
No, ma'am. No. I respect my elders.
All right,
Here we go.
Slacks.
All right, last pick. Oh my God. Over here in the cold, dank corner of meme land. Oh, that man right there has 3 different shirts from all of the different. Okay, we gotta go. Come on down. Yes. Woo! That man has seen some freaking stuff, Casey. He's been here. He knows.
Yeah, I'm not worried. All right, Team Casey, where are we gonna? Oh yeah. Okay. Slacks, look how many people are willing to just throw their allegiance away. Oh my God, are you holding a Q13 Fox poster? Get down here. Yeah, get down here. Yeah, I actually, believe it or not, okay, no, yes. Did somebody try to steal your poster? I don't think you're going the right way, dude. I think you gotta turn around and go back. This is starting really well.
Oh yeah, that looks like a winner for sure, Casey. Great.
Picked a great. Good job. Good job. All right, I get to pick again.
Oh, here we go.
I get to pick again, dude.
Somebody was like, oh shit, Team Casey, I'm out. No thanks.
Who wants to be on the winning team? The winning team! In the aisle, you came to the aisle and you're wearing 2 Casey shirts.
Wow.
Well done.
Desperation.
Yeah, no, you're picked. You can keep them on. That's fine. Congratulations. You gotta actually, yep. Slacks, I'm getting a little worried.
I'm getting a little
worried.
Gray shirt man has not come. He was the second pick. He had a lot of trouble. They'll come. Well, what now? I mean, we got 5, right? That's.
Well, let's see. I have 2.
They'll make their way down.
I'm
I'll
sure
tell you what,
it's
though,
fine.
you know what we're missing?
What? What's that?
What every great Dota team needs at TI, of course.
Uh-huh.
Some freaking pro players, huh?
Pro players?
Pro players, let's bring them out. Show me the pros. Oh my God, we got them all, baby. Look at them. Take a good look, team. Take a good look. Gentlemen, line up. Before you stand Dota's best. Before you stand legends. Line it up. Hello, hello.
All right.
All right, all right.
So we need to get all of our team members up here first.
That is true.
Come on in line.
Yep, come on. Don't choose your wrong side now, all right? This is good. Hello, hello. Don't shake my hand, you filth. Do not touch me. All right.
Everybody. Did one of my team members just switch teams?
No, he's 9. This is the experienced guy. What are you doing? No, don't take this stuff. Oh, no, he's getting naked. I've seen this, but okay. That's what I'm talking about! Get it out of here! Ha-ha! Wow, that is a sign of things to come, Casey. There we go.
I can't wait. All right, you guys, I want to just ask the pros really quick. What do you think of this ragtag team? What are your thoughts?
Anybody that you're scoping out here? Who are you looking? What team are you looking so far?
I think the team with the most glasses, they seem very
that's
smart.
right. We know what a good 6K looks like, you know, desperate, and that's what we want. Now, before, in other years, we've had the pros pick, but this time, this event's all about you. Dota is about its community. You guys are gonna play captain's mode with all these wonderful pro players. You guys are picking. So I want you to pick one partner each out of all the pros. And I want you to tell me who you want to play with, pal. So Casey, please.
I
Go
get to
ahead.
go. No, ladies first.
Oh, that's very good.
Ladies first. Go ahead.
One nice thing.
Go
and
ahead.
She turns it. All right.
Go
So
ahead.
take a peek at all these pros. Now, it would be a miracle if we could win this. Maybe you might want to think about who you want to pick. But Dendy, make a mistake, okay? Go ahead and pick your pro player.
I mean, everyone saw what shirt I was wearing when I walked up here.
No tail, you're number 1, baby! Come on down! Meet your partner. Gentlemen, shake some. Yes! All right, go right down the corner there. Let's set you guys up. Get friendly. Introduce each other. Thank you.
All right. Tell me your name, sir.
Ilu.
Ilu? Who do you pick out of all of these pro players?
Bulldog, teach me your ways.
Emerald Bulldog! Come on over! Team Casey! Come on over! New best friends right there.
Oh, God. They're beating us on the memes already. We're out memed already.
It's your turn, Slacks.
It is my turn, sir. Have some strategy here. Don't pick with your heart, pick with your head. What? You made your decision?
Yep, no competition, Loda.
Loda! Loda, that's you! You're Loda, yes! It's been a long day for Loda. Hello, introduce.
Remember you.
We happy? We good? All right, go sit down. Oh, the love. The Loda love. Please take a seat.
Next up, your name.
Hunter.
And I know that you've narrowed it down to 2 different pros. Walk me through your process.
Well, so we have Jimmy, right? He's the cutest guy out here, of course.
Ooh.
And we got Daryl, and you know, he's got the biggest, he's Daryl, right? Casey, I love you. I hate you, like a lot. I promised someone I would say that, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna pick Daryl. Ice, ice, ice.
You're picking Ice, Ice, Ice for my team? That's you, dude.
Oh, that's great. Casey and Ice have a lot of great history together. That's wonderful.
I am so excited. I can't wait. Come on over.
Can we get an interview, Casey, real quick?
Sure.
All right.
Sure. How
Okay,
are your
sir.
intestines?
All right, sir. You've had a lot of time to think. You've got all these. They want to be on your team. Look at them, dude. This is like kickball in 2nd grade. They're dying to be on your team. Who are we going to pick?
Can there be anyone else? Going to go Dendy.
Dondo the Gondo! Dendy! No! We don't want you! What?
I don't hear a single thing.
You're not Dendy! Get back in line! Dendy, come here. Not yet, anyway. You know I love you, baby. Go on. Meet your fan. The love.
I believe in Dondo the Superman.
Dondo?
Oh, I feel power now.
That's what I'm talking about! Take a seat, boys. Team Slacks is looking stacked.
You guys look good.
This
You guys
is looking
look good.
good.
I'm not gonna lie, but we're building. We're building. We're building. Name?
Sean.
Pro?
Oh, I'm gonna choose my older brother I always wanted. Universe.
Universe, get over here!
All right.
There's a lot of brewing going on over here, and I like it.
Okay, what's your first pick, sir?
I'm going to go and say that it's going to be a little too easy for our tees.
Oh! You gotta go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. What?
Who picked me?
This man picked you. All right. A killer, this man, a killer. Casey, we're running down the wire here.
I know. I'm getting nervous. How you feeling?
Pretty good.
Name?
Jonathan.
Jonathan? All right. It's down to the wire. Who are you picking?
One of my favorite players, Old Man Fear.
Old Man Fear.
Woo!
Come on over. All right, guys, go ahead and get set up. I don't know. Looking pretty good.
You're looking pretty good, Casey.
Looking pretty good.
Sir, you're my last pick. I need you to look at what we got. Take some time. You're the captain of the team now. What? No, don't reveal it yet.
So 8.
You're just saying for random pros. Pick who you want. Who would you like? Who's your guy?
Maybe.
Well, you know,
Oh, no. That's a shame.
That's right. There we go. Call me up, baby. Come on, let's go. Hey, now I know he just met you and this seems crazy, but win me that game, eh?
Whoa, never heard that one before. Whoa.
We're hot over here, Casey.
Hello. All right, very last but not least, tell us your name.
Eric?
And you came up here knowing exactly who you were going to pick.
Of course. I want to pick the legend, the down diving champion, QO.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Get on set up there.
Now, this is a very rare opportunity. These guys are some of the best people in Dota. We don't want them to feel bad that they weren't picked, so please, a very huge round of applause for our boys here still. This is the first time in a long time that they feel left out. Boys, thank you for coming. Can I get one hug from you? You were,
I don't hear a single thing, dude. I'm
I
sorry.
would have picked you so bad. I love you. Get out of my stage, boys.
Slacks, how you feeling about your team?
How am I feeling? Boys, how are we feeling? Can we get a who? 1, 2, 3, who? Okay, 2 people did it. I'm not feeling good, Casey. This is not
Okay.
good.
All right, Team Casey, how we doing? How we feeling? Yeah!
That's too much energy. That's too much.
Too much energy?
Absolutely.
Great. Perfect.
All right. Are you excited to be on Team Slacks, RTZ?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you know what I deal with.
Yeah, this is my life now. All right.
All right. Do we have, let's see here. I'm looking at a ragtag team of amazing players right now. Yeah, especially you, sir. Yeah, especially you. Do we have any strategy over here at all? Anyone? Strategy? No. Win. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, that's
wow.
not good.
Okay. We're off to a good start.
All right, boys.
There's confusion over here. What's
They're
going on?
just deciding. They're doing strategies.
There's
Those 2
confusion.
pros are talking, and you look like you're scared. Just let them talk. They're on a whole different level, bro. Okay? Things are going to be good. Dondo, any plans for how we going to win, buddy? Come on. We got to take her down.
We have secret weapon.
Oh, no. Well, you do have one guy from Team Secret, so that is that the
Whoa!
secret weapon? Whoa! Who? All right, anyway.
All right. Admiral? Can I call you Admiral?
Yeah, that works.
Do you have a strategy that we can all gather behind as a team?
Let's rat.
Oh, no! That should work, right?
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I'm sure it's great.
Yeah, they're bound to be better than you, so no worries.
That's like a no duh, dude. Like, come on.
Yes, I know. We
Even
all
you're
know.
better than me.
I know. I've been better than you this entire event.
Oh, I played Omni Knight. Oh.
I just installed Dota last week. Look at me. It's Jigglypuff, a hero. I like this game.
Isn't that you?
Bow down to that one. I got nothing.
Did I right? Did I get that
Jesus,
wrong?
I got ripped. That's good. All right,
sure.
boys, we're still loading this thing up. But
All right,
Casey,
so we're doing- okay.
can I kind of aggressively interview for your squad, guys? What do
Wait,
we got
wait.
here?
Are you trying to intimidate my dudes?
This one guy. Yo, Fear.
Oh,
What's up, bro?
Oh boy, I can't watch this. Can't
This
watch
reminds me a lot of that event you lost, bro. Okay. That was not successful. Why did I choose Fear?
You cannot intimidate my guys.
Good Lord.
You cannot intimidate my
I'm
guys.
actually terrified right now. I looked into his eyes and I don't even remember what we're doing. All right. Jesus.
Slacks, I just have to say, I'm pretty impressed.
About what?
I'm impressed with your team. You got a good team.
I do have a good team. You guys are
You
amazing.
do.
But Casey, I gotta say, despite all of your flaws, you managed to pick an amazing team as well.
Did I?
You absolutely did. Guys, before this match starts,
Here we go.
can we get one round of applause for the boys that are on this stage? Please. The pros, the fans.
Okay, wait a second. I want to hear from everybody in the crowd. How many people think Team Slacks is stacked to win this?
Go! All right. Oh, soak it in.
Is there anyone here who can join me in thinking Team Casey's going to win it all?
Oh, I wish I was like EE and I didn't hear any of that. That would have been good.
Okay.
Oh, well.
I don't. Wait, come on, dude.
That's what he said. He
Come on.
couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Not looking good. Okay. All right.
I'm serious. I think this is going to be a fight to the death, and I want to remind everybody this is the All-Star match,
Right.
which means anything can happen.
Anything.
Which means feel free
Yes.
to play outside the lines.
So Casey
to get
says
creative.
cheat. I say
did
don't
not say
cheat.
cheat.
Please don't cheat, guys. We're an honorable game. We don't mess around with that, okay? Jesus. What are you guys working on over here? What are you doing?
What are you working on over
oh,
here?
Oh, yeah. No, they're setting up their things. These guys
Minecraft. What do you think they're working on over
These guys are
here?
working on advanced options, dude. They're setting hotkeys.
All right,
What do we
that's
got?
it. This is my team. I'm going to take a look.
This guy's looking at pictures of Phoenix. Look at that bird. That's a nice bird.
Yep, advanced keys.
Jesus.
I'm afraid to ask anybody anything.
They're very focused.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you, Daryl. Casey, I'm Casey.
Nej, jag tycker så.
That's right. Thank you. See, we have that in common.
Yeah, that's
the
really
timber
good.
saw love.
Yes, you both have an inability to speak clearly. That's great. Thank you.
Ooh, good one.
Thank you.
Hi-ho.
Hi-ho.
I have too much respect for the people on my team for this.
What? How is happening? Are we good? It's happening. Is it happening?
Is it happening?
I think it's happening. Oh my God, we good. We good. This is it. Okay, boys, get in your coaching position. Oh my God, here we go. Wait a sec. Stop. Pause.
Pause the game.
Pause. No. Hell no. What are you doing? You're horrible, Sand King. Let me fix this. I know a cheat code here. I can fix this up. We got this. All right, this is from the old days, boys. Oh, yeah! A little somebody I know. Oh, well. Got a surprise for you, Casey.
What happened?
Oh, just a little guy I used to know in college. No biggie. I think we're about to see what happens.
Are you cheating?
No, there's no cheating. We got this. Are we good? You're what? You're fine, dude. No. We've practiced this on email. Please don't do this to me. Not now. We're good. Are we good? We're good. Pause this business. Let's go. Let the match begin! Officially. All right, get to your side. Come on, boys. Let's do it. Come on, hit it up. We got some casters here, right?
Hello?
How about we bring in some freaking casters? Owen and
We've got
Shearer.
ourselves No Tail on pit lawn. What's going on, Slacks?
Underlord.
This is insane. I'm OD. I'm joined by Shiva. Shiva, how are you doing?
Hi.
We're about to see some crazy stuff go out. The ruffles are coming out already from Notel. It's 10v10. Hang on, hang on. Ice, fanboy. No, this is the fanboy we've got to remember. Not Ice himself. Big Dick Lanham, I love the tag on the Ricky here, as we can see. Ryan, that's not where you're supposed to be. He's okay. So,
okay, so my team, Team Slacks, is dire.
Okay.
And we are winning.
You are, at the moment. We're playing for the late game over on the Radiant. Team Casey, we've got this sorted.
Sure, I see the
yeah, this is
he's got it sorted.
This is all part of the bait. The rest of the team is working with this. Yeah, we're doing Roshan.
Are you sure you're a team? Because you're like scattered all over the map then.
I mean, it's not looking great, but I'm sure we've got a plan for it on Ember. We can trust in him. It's a little bit OP that we've got Notel playing Pit Lord. He's got these spells. You know what he... Well, if you don't know what he does, he's got an aura. It reduces the damage of people around him. He has a Q that rains down fire in an area of effect. A W that I believe holds people in place. And an ult that brings people all the way across the map. That is if he's not been changed. I don't know what's going on here. Come on. Team Casey needs to step this up. You guys are wrecking us.
We definitely are. We're just, you can't even kill that starter over there. It's so low health.
I mean, it's 9-1. This is awful. 10-1. I mean, come on.
Okay, I think what we need here is maybe a pause to let Casey use her motivational coaching.
All right, come on, guys.
Which she practiced.
Come on, guys.
This is fine. We're going for the
Come on, guys. Let's go.
We've got Bulldog, we've got the memes, we've got the split push. We're taking Teal on top. You haven't even taken Teal on mid. Look at this. TI Champions MVP. Look at it. Oh, hello.
You're finally getting some kills on the board.
Oh, look at that grave, though. Artstar would be jealous. Fit. Oh, the slide. Oh, he's not killed anyone, though. This is looking pretty abysmal.
It's a slaughter. It's a bloodbath. And we're getting that tower, too. Wow. What do you got to say to that?
The Bulldog Universe have got this sorted. Stick away from the crowd. Get away from your team and just work on the top lane. Avoid this horrible fight that's going on in the mid lane.
He is actually running.
He's doing it. He really is. We're about to take a tier 2. But I don't know what this lad's doing. Ice fanboy. He's making the most of the XP. You got to remember, 10v10, you get a hell of a lot of XP if you get yourself a solo lane. See up top, Dendi on the defensive. Radiant Shrine coming in to join him.
Everybody is on their way top.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking at that map. I'm seeing a hell of a lot of white arrows on the way up.
And you're only 4 up there. Okay.
Oh, maybe. He's in trouble. The International 5 itself is coming back to haunt him. And well, with the sprout here from Bulldog, we may just get this tiny kill fair. Wrapping around, maybe taken down. That's exactly what we need. We're taking it slow and steady. Looks like you guys have stopped the push up top for the time being.
Yeah. It looks like you actually got some strategy going there.
I mean, Ice as well. He's doing what a Morphling should. He's farming up. We really are playing for the late game here.
But isn't killing people way more fun?
Absolutely not. This all-star match, as we've seen in the videos, the interviews, the players, they take this seriously. You do not lose an all-star match. It'll haunt you forever. Yep, that hook was absolutely shocking. Let's see what happens here. Axe trying to look for the initiation. Where's the follow-up there? Going in with the slide. The damage isn't quite there. Oh! Come on, Big Dick Lanham. And he needs to get it out. No brain. Let's see what he can do on this new hero. Obviously, the cast times, I believe, on his spells aren't too great. They've not really managed to see the Pit Lord himself. Oh, hey.
When No Brain reaches level 6, it's over. It's a win.
And he's nearly there. He's nearly onto 5. See, Universe holding back. No Brain. I mean, this guy seems to have a fair bit of punch. Loader, I mean, he's doing absolute wonders for your team. I don't think he's died yet.
Can we unplug Loda's computer, please?
No, Casey, no.
We need to do something about Loader, Casey. I'm trusting on you.
No sabotaging.
We need all the sabotage. Use an all-star match. This is clearly unfair. Pit Lord is clearly OP. We're going to need enough. Triple kill on No-Tail.
This is looking good, Casey. This is like your career, man.
I know. Swirling down the drain.
Oh, my goodness.
We're actually, you're making a comeback.
We are, slowly but surely. We've fattened you guys up, and now we're bringing you down. Ilu hasn't quite got the plan here, though. Ice coming forward. Let's see if we can take down this Purge. Radiance Ryan causing some issues. Dendi with these fishers. Getting himself back. Ooh. Oh, Big Dick Lanham gets out the smoke. Ooh, right. Yes. That's what we needed. We needed the donk to come in hard with the Nature's Wrath. That was a good play.
Very solid. He's also something split push on the bottom there.
We've nearly got level 6 on No-Tail. I'm looking forward to see what the hell it does. Bulldog is absolutely try-harding the hell out of this game. He's got a Midas. 5.5 minutes.
Have some mercy.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this ultimate?
Oh, what's that ultimate?
We need to see it. We need to see it.
Okay,
Let's do it. No-Tail, give us the ult.
Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna give you the Dark Rift.
There we go.
I want to see your Dark Rift, baby.
Oh shit, I wish I spoke Chinese.
Oh my God, focus, dude! Forget the Dark Rift, run for your life!
Yes, come on, Casey. You're doing it here. Dandy with the Echo Slam. Meanwhile, Bulldog, we've still got Bulldog alive. There he is.
Yeah.
Keep going, Dong. Give him the dog.
He's not taking down any more towers there.
We've got a Dong and a big Dick Lanham on our side. That's all we need. All right.
Come on, team, let's do this!
We need the rift.
Stop them! Kill them!
We need eyes on No-Tail. I'm still waiting for the plays.
Yep.
Not that you guys really need to TP anywhere.
Oh. Nice.
Hey, Dazzle, great hero pick, Casey. 10 out of 10.
It was a bait, perhaps?
Look at the damage on this Pit Lord. He's coming in, smacking him down. No-Tail. Level 8 at the moment as well.
He's just walking him down.
What the hell is going on? There's already death and carnage, but look, Axe, here we go. MVP, TI champions.
Okay.
I hit way too hard. I hit for 300 damage, man.
We're still waiting for the No-Tail ult. Oh.
What's up with the plus 300 damage on the Underlord?
I believe for some reason. What the hell?
Come on!
I think we're going to need to nerf this hero. It's quite clearly overpowered.
And while you're at it, I think Dendy may need to be nerfed as well. His Echo Slam
Dendy is he's playing well. He certainly is. They should have put him on Earthshaker in TI quite clearly. Dendy.
How are we feeling, Dendy?
I'm feeling great.
That's what I like to hear. My team.
They're certainly doing all right, but I'm still looking for Dong to go for the split push. He's dead at the moment. The rat is down.
Not working. Your keyboard is just mouse? Damn, Arteezy, you're the bomb, bro.
Yeah, here we go. Ilu, in, out. Big Dick Lanham with the ultimate tricks of trade onto Ryan. Ryan's got to get himself out of there. Fear takes down one. Come on, Fear, you can do it, boys.
Look at it!
Raid with the graveyard holding my team in place. Oh, No-Tail.
Come on, guys!
Oh, God. I'll tell you what, this isn't looking too bad now for Team Casey.
Yes.
I feel we're bringing it
sure?
back. We're bringing it back.
I wouldn't be so sure.
We just got to believe. Where's Bulldog? Is that him down bottom? It is. Come on, Bulldog. Keep it going. Level 11, 8 minutes in. It's pretty good. No-Tail.
Hi, Dan.
I mean, he's got plus 240 damage.
I mean, this guy's spells are certainly pretty. No break.
He can just punch Fear too. Nothing. Never mind. He already did. Oh. Slaughter is what's happening here.
Hey,
what's your
on.
remedy? What's your remedy? Casey, make your team do better.
The RP! The RP! The RP! Kill Dendy! You've got to kill Dendy! There we go. There we go. All right, we literally.
That's the only one that kills.
Ice was doing a good job.
Okay.
Shut your mouth, Slacks.
We've killed one hero on your team, Slacks. That's. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh.
Ryan. Secretly a higher with these crushes. This is getting pretty
This is looking very painful.
It's looking a little grim for us, Casey. Indeed, please stop. We need a bit of mercy. We need a chant.
Oh, baby! Need a chant?
There we go, Stampede in. Oh, the Omni ult. This is not great. Slacks, I don't know what you've given to your team, but it certainly worked.
We've been eating a lot of food back there.
No. Oh, God. 60 to 20.
Oh, my God,
10. Hey, the ult from No-Tail bringing you guys right into our base.
Who cares about tier 4 towers? We just kill you all.
We need a miracle here. We really do.
You did kill our Omni Knight, though.
You got me. We're getting there, man.
We need to kill this Pit Lord. Yeah. Okay.
What?
There's about, 7 of you guys dead?
I think we're just wrecking them.
I think that's called a throw. Come back indeed. Bulldog's got this right. This is good.
Come on, guys.
Oh,
How are we
come
doing?
on.
Come on.
Right, lads, he's in the roast pit.
Confident?
Get the hell to the roast pit.
I don't believe you. Come on.
Middle lane is missing.
Oh, God.
What are we doing in here in the Roche pit? What are you doing
Casey,
here?
get your team to go to Roshan.
Take Roshan, you got time, you got time.
Damn it, Artezi,
Maybe not, maybe not.
Maybe try not yelling at your team. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I'm very...
Here's fine. Who needs Roshan? Who needs 8? We're going for the push. Let's take some towers. Oh, we've got the Morphling Axe. Let's see what we're able to do with this one. Ice, ice, ice. Big Dick Lanham. Scouting it out. Oh, nice hook, sucker. Swine. Come on, let's see if we get some big RPs. Jumping in, slight fist.
Oh, you got 3!
Yes, the skew onto 3. Take him down, boy. Big Dick Lanham. Big Dick Lanham. We're doing it. Down the mid lane. Team Casey.
Oh, but no down! Lock in the mid-play space to damage, team!
Oh, yes, kill the Underlord. Take the Underlord down, maybe. Watch out for the tiny boys. Universe looking for the stomp. Can he get it? Oh, double edge to the back. Hey, no tell. Nice W.
Oh, there's the
Wait, it certainly worked out.
Oh, buyback.
Yeah, don't walk into Underlord's W. You get held in place. It's not great.
Not great.
RTZ4. Dundee.
Dandy with the works.
All right, now.
Okay,
come on,
we're back.
Bulldog.
Okay, no worries. We got this.
Don't. 500 plus damage. What the hell is that
team,
spell?
we got this.
It's normal.
We got this.
It's normal.
Having a
we
freaking
got this.
giggle.
We're losing.
Give him the question mark.
Come on, Bulldog.
Damn it, Bulldog.
We can do this.
Question mark
I was
boys.
counting on you to carry this.
We're going late game, don't worry.
Yeah.
All
That's
right,
this
all right,
plan.
all right.
I think we got this.
No. Have you seen Swine's RP? Swine's RPs
I gotta give him that.
have been absolutely game-changing.
Okay, don't tell the enemy.
Okay,
We got a play
Don't
coming.
say anything. Jesus.
Fear, we got this, right?
I don't know about that one.
Appreciate your
Oh,
honesty.
no.
Hey, nice Aegis RTZ.
Oh, get that dazzle out of here.
Bulldog would say it's sort of just simple
There you
play,
go.
simple Dota, you know?
Can somebody please just kill Loda?
What?
No.
And I mean, I don't necessarily
Casey,
just
come
mean
on.
in game. Can we just like,
Oh,
we
it is.
tie him up and wheel him out?
I believe we just TP'd on top of yourselves. That was pretty. Thanks for that note out.
Yeah. Oh, the toss in.
Okay, come on, we need this axe to get a good call off. Jumping forward, take it down.
Oh, yes.
Where's Swine? We need Swine to do something miraculous.
You evil bastard.
Oh, yes.
You evil
Feel
bastard.
the omniscience, Casey.
I'm waiting for this blink RP.
Son of a bitch.
I'm waiting for this blink RP. Oh! The punch the wall!
He tried.
Oh.
You guys are overextending again, though. Slacks, you've lost 4.
Are you doing the best you can?
Save you.
It was pretty good, I must say.
We took the tier 3.
Just a little.
That's something.
Big Dick Lanham. Come on. Hey. Oh. Go on, ice, fanboy, I believe. Oh, he's 420. Oh, 420 Booty Wizard. Remember him from last year. What a legend. Never forget. Hey, Dendy. Right, lads, look out on this push. Dendy,
Come on, baby, let's go.
watch out for the Echo boys. Bulldog, keep it up. Keep it up, Bulldogs. Level
Have
16.
another drink, dude. Are you old enough to drink?
Ooh, that was a good one.
Oh. Hey.
Oh, no, they killed Dandy.
Dude,
No.
Big Lanham is carrying the hell out of us here.
This is Ricky. Knows what he's doing.
There we go. Hey, Universe as well, setting up onto $5 clock. Oh, we missed the hook.
Come on, boys.
Come on.
I believe in you.
Oh, there we go. Take him down.
What? He tried to TP.
Come.
It's a trap. No. There we go.
Finish them.
Oh.
It's a comeback. We're coming back.
Oh, Swine with these RPs.
Come on, Team Slacks.
Come on, kill the Underlord, boys. You can't let No Tail live. He's racking up this plus damage. Oh, goodness.
I wish Dandy was alive.
Killing replicants.
I feel this is a little unfair that you guys got Underlord.
No kills at all, I guess.
What?
He seems to be doing a lot.
What's so
He
funny?
needs
We
to
take
buff
this
him.
seriously at Team Casey.
I was just killing our
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Oh, come
Keep
on.
laughing. Keep laughing. That's good.
Go, Omni Knight.
Oh, what? Where did he go?
Where did what go?
Where did he? The Underlord. He teleported away.
He did. He jumped him halfway across the map.
Team sucks. Team sucks. Team sucks. Team sucks. Thank you, Dendy. as the audience boos.
Oh,
what did I do?
You realize if you win, we're never hearing the end of it until like the end of time.
Yeah, your husband.
Yep.
Oh,
What?
swine.
I don't even.
That doesn't even make any sense.
I have a lot to tell you, Casey.
Yeah, great.
You have a lot to find out.
Great. Great.
Oh, we managed to take down 3. This is good, Casey.
All right,
We're
good job,
holding Casey.
Daryl.
Hey, was that an Aghanims Nature's Prophet? Are there like trees?
Dude, Bulldog's got every item under the boat. He's level 18 at the moment. We can't see his items because it's underneath this, but I'm sure it's brilliant. I'm sure he's stacked. Bulldog is going to carry. He's top of the net worth.
He is.
Oh. Yeah. See if we get the lead in here.
Hey,
Jumping in.
You want to switch
Wait,
teams?
no, we got this.
No way.
Oh, we don't got
Are you
this.
this
Run,
loyal
team,
to
run.
this guy?
Casey,
Ricky, it's on you.
Get away from my team!
Nothing,
You
nothing.
succubus!
Sorry,
Get out of here!
sorry.
Oh, Lanham. Oh.
Oh, we did.
Ah, yeah,
we not dead.
Oh, that grave.
Oh, the grave.
Lanham. See what he can do. He's gonna be out here. Here's the comeback
What
for
are you
Team
doing
Casey.
over here?
Does my team not have detection?
Here's your $200 universe. It's going according to plan, buddy.
You back off.
We got her,
Back
bro.
off.
Dude,
You
this
back
is
off.
Slacks, you're losing heroes. Team Casey's making a comeback here.
Oh, crap!
Triple kill for the Ice fanboy. We've got to kill Loader.
Late game.
Loader's been doing pretty damn well for you guys. We need to put a stop to this little pugner.
Oh, Aghanims. Earthshaker.
Dong versus Dondo. No. Come on, Bulldog.
No
That's not the split
ratting
push.
here.
Hey, jump in from Ryan, gets the crush off. Can we kill this Slardar, please? Thank you. It's another one down. Team Casey pulling back in. This is good. Let's see if we can get Dendy out on the sidelines.
Oh, no, buddy. We need motivation. Hype up the team, pal.
Okay, team, we can do this. I believe in everyone on this team. No tail. Step it up, man. You're supposed to be the motivational leader. Come on, Pitlord, do this.
That is not how you motivate. No tail. Please.
Yes, come on.
Learning experience, but now I think we got it.
Okay.
This time you're gonna
Learn faster, for God's sakes.
Dude.
Oh, we're being wrecked.
Oh, my God, no.
We're just going to get 1 by 1 and dying. No, $5.
Team Casey is absolutely wrecking face it. Slacks, you're dropping left, right, center. We've only lost the dog.
Oh, we got our own rat.
Oh,
in the form of a spider.
Let's see how well he gets on with this push down bottom, but we don't care about that. We're going straight in for the base now in the mid lane. Let's keep to the objectives, boys. Don't make the same mistake that Team Slacks did.
Oh, no.
Okay, our Pit Lord, our Underlord is alive. Our Earthshaker is alive.
And No-Tail's been having a good game so
Let's
far
do
in
this.
this. He knows what this hero does.
Let's get this.
Hey, jump in, Ryan trying to get the crush off. Immediate turnaround, but he's got to back off, repelled up. Slardar on the retreat, look towards No-Tail, starting to get the pummel in, but again, what this goes through BKB, my goodness.
Yes!
It's time!
Yes!
Oh, it's not time!
Oh, beat them down, boys.
Oh, God, no!
All right, Dendy. Dendy is the issue here. He keeps hitting these echo slams.
Come on, we got this. We got this.
You got to
Come on,
Dendy.
Come on. What are you laughing at?
Ultra kill!
Team!
You got this.
We got it.
And the rat!
Thank you.
Casey, what's going on? Everyone's dead. Oh my goodness.
Well-
An RTZ.
They must have saw her face and got shocked. Oh, no!
That's a shame.
I didn't hear what you said.
That's fine. It
Go
was
for
a
it,
really
GZ.
good pun. Everything was great. Keep playing. Don't fuck. Get back to work, damn it.
Come on, Ice Fountain. Indeed, kill the rat. He's right there next to you, Fear. He's
No,
right
it's
next
okay,
to you.
you got
Yes, there he is, Fear. You got him. He's in between the two racks.
Don't help him.
Come on.
It's not about winning. It's about how you feel and the game that you play.
No, we got this!
For losers' sake,
Casey,
Casey.
it's
not losers'
about
time.
winning.
I believe it's good luck, have fun, Slacks, not good luck, win or else.
Oh, it's good luck and
So-
having fun when you're winning, girl, and we winning, baby.
All right, we've got one more holding, Casey. We've only lost one set of racks. It's fine.
You're gonna lose the second one there as well.
No, we're fine. Fear. Nicely done.
If my team doesn't get distracted.
Yeah, baby.
Come on, you guys got this, right? Woo, we talked about this.
Nice slight from Fear there with Empower. See, we'll get nice. Good ult, Ilu. Good stuff with the Supernova.
Got Dendy jumping in.
Yes.
Ice, fanboy. Hit them. Hit Dendy. Yeah,
Go.
Okay, all right.
Universe.
No.
You got to kill that Underlord.
Thank you, Bulldog.
Underlord seems to be getting a lot of damage, whatever the hell Entropy Aura does. It seems unbalanced as hell. Nice, nice. Dude, Omni Knight's dead for 100. Look at these death timers. This could be the opening for Team Casey to go down the mid lane and take it.
No.
Okay, deep
We
breath.
got Nota still
Deep
alive.
breath.
We're
You got
good.
this.
We're good.
All right, cleansing breath.
It's fine, it's fine. Listen, guys, I know that we're dogging it to draw out the game, but can we end this already? They're starting to catch up.
What? Dude, Entropy Aura is broken as hell. So if someone dies under the effect, No-Tail gets bonus damage in a 10v10?
I really need us to win this.
That shouldn't be it. Oh my goodness.
Really, really.
Totally legit.
No
got me?
wonder you're winning.
It's on my team.
All right, I trust you.
What the hell is this?
Trust
Stay
you.
calm! Don't stay calm! If I see any one of you calm, I'm gonna punch you in the back of the head!
Okay, great.
Kill
Okay,
them!
good. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Guys, we got this.
I like Slacks as a motivational speaker.
Now, Casey, Casey, we're fine. This is great. Look at Bulldog's money. He's top of the charts. We're
We got
fine.
this. I believe.
Believe in the Dong.
No.
Jesus. Casey knows that one.
I believe in the Underlord. They're doing Roshan!
No, we're not doing
Team.
Roshan. We're not doing Roshan.
Team.
Oh, it's a All right, boys, that wasn't the issue. Oh! Big Dick Lanham, yes!
No! Come on!
Absolutely beautiful plays there, Lanham.
Did we risk this to an ultimate? No!
Sprint finals.
Give Lanham the rampage, come on!
Turns out the Dark Rip is so good versus.
What are you doing? You just killed them all, you idiot!
Thank you, No-Tail. Thanks for throwing. We do appreciate it. All right, come on, guys. Clear out the mid lane. Get a set of racks for us here.
No, we're still good. We're still good. We're still good. Denny's still alive. We got this.
Hey.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh!
All right.
Ready for the biggest Echo Slam of your life, by the way?
Dendy, don't even think about it.
Think about it.
Don't
It's
think,
gonna happen.
Dendy. Have
Very
some mercy.
soon.
Think of the children.
Look at all the Treyons as well. They'll help.
Just, guys, just split up a little bit.
Everybody on top of the Treyons. Oh.
How you doing, buddy?
Look at this outwork of Ara.
Buttons don't work.
And we're still winning. Good job, son.
Yes! RTZ gone! RTZ gone!
I'm doing it, guys.
You're doing this too easy, baby!
What? What is going on? Are we really getting ratted by our Tauren, maybe? Come on, Big Dick Lanham. Oh, good job, Dong. Good job, Dong. The spider's dead. Hey, at the same time, we're taking your base here. The rats on the
No, you're
bottom
not.
lane.
You're actually losing your heroes.
Look at the Bulldog.
No,
Look at the Dong.
I'm not. No, your team died.
I haven't
what's
said
happening
a
right
single
here.
word this entire time. I feel like we'd be really motivated. Just say anything. That's great! All right, guys, feel that energy taking into you. We can do this!
Ice. You got this, son.
No.
You haven't got this, Ice. Yep, that's right. That's right, creeps. That's Trids. Yep, we've nearly cleared out the bottom lane, Bulldog. Nice to see you
Fear,
do
tell
that.
me we still got this.
Team Casey's got this.
See? Fear. Motivating.
Yeah, that was
Happy.
Go on, kill Arteezy.
Oh, shit!
Lanham, you beautiful man. Give him the question mark. That's right.
Killed off by Ricky.
The Big Dick Lanham is absolutely carrying the hell out of us here.
Come on.
Yeah, snip. Come on.
You got 80 seconds, buddy. What's the plan here, RTZ?
I don't know. I'm gonna respawn. There's bots that are thrown.
Can we just like
Probably don't
fast
tell them
forward
that,
time? Is that a thing with the All-Star game? We can.
I wish.
Can you say some words of encouragement to the rest of the team while you're waiting?
All right, we got this. Admiral Bulldog, ran it up.
Come on, Bulldog. We believe. You've already managed to do it
Come on,
twice.
Bulldog.
Come on, Bulldog.
Stop screaming at me.
Slacks, that's not me.
Leave one of them alive to tell their children how their fathers died when they rised up against us!
Dendy has a rapier.
We got this.
I'm
We're on our way,
I
man.
am loving Dendy's rapier build on Earthshaker. Let's see what he does with this. Hey, Fear is
I
absolutely
hope he's
cleaning
not going
house.
to give it to Fear, that's for sure.
Oh!
And jumping forward! Getting the Phoenix! Oh, Phoenix Are you good? Are you good, buddy? No.
It's breakfast time, baby!
My goodness.
Oh!
Rapier's on the deck.
I mean, I got it, no problem. So good, so good.
Wait, where's our rap going on? Hey, top lane, that's what we like, top lane. Keep it up, boys. Big Dick Latham. Good job, Latham. You're doing it. You can sneak that top rap. Come on, do it. We haven't got, you've got creeps top. Oh, you've got creeps top. You're beautiful, Latham.
Clockwork, just not back.
Just kill him, Latham. Just kill him.
No, Clockwork got this. He's got the blade on.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, blade mail, great against tricks of the trade.
That's great.
Kappa.
I want you to teleport with Underworld. Come on.
Oh, the dick is down.
Teleport with Underworld, bro. We gotta see it.
Come on, Dong.
Okay, where's...
Just use it.
Where's No Tail? Where's No Tail?
I got it.
Don't teleport into an RT. Please.
Oh, guys, there's a, yeah, Swine, stay there. Stay there, Swine. We're gonna need you.
Jesus, get out of there. They're coming. Teleport
Swine, stay there. Go.
What?
Yeah, Swine. Keep. Good job, Swine.
Are you cheating over there?
No, we're fine.
What are you doing?
We're fine. Everything's great.
Oh, OD's not. Oh, yeah. Ice, fanboy. Go on. Hit them. Oh! That's what I like to see, boys.
Oh, RTC died again.
Yeah, where's your rap?
Yeah, we're dying.
Yeah, I'm loving Lanham's BM.
Oh, God. We got this. Oh, my God.
You're a winner, and you're a winner.
Casey, we're doing it. Team Casey is doing it here. We're about to mega them.
No Tail, please. We need the ult, buddy.
If you can buy me 70 seconds, I can buy you a big...
Listen, don't wait for 70 seconds, Casey. Just you and me. A gentleman's agreement, please. We just need the ult.
No, that's enough.
We just need one more combo. Please.
Oh!
That's a start.
It's not good enough, though. We got Crimsons, we got Blade Mails, we got the whole shebang. Team Casey. Dendy's doing a good job of holding it. Oh, wait, no, Dendy's nearly dead. Hey, good repel from 420 Booty Wizard. I think we might be on the verge of doing it here unless you could come out with a big play.
Oh, well, we got the Omni-Knight ulti.
30 seconds.
Didn't help much. Oh, we got one.
Dendy is trying his best here. Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Guys, get back to base. Get back to the base.
No.
But maybe. Oh.
Yes.
Come on, baby.
Someone kill it.
The winner of the All-Star match.
Yeah!
Team Casey.
You guys, we did it!
Get away
We did it together as one. Slacks, buddy. I have nothing mean to say.
Oh, thank you,
I'm
Casey.
really proud of you, buddy.
You know, in a serious note, you have always been my inspiration and my hero at TI3, but not anymore. So, thank you, Casey. It was an honorable duel. Your team was just better. It came down to a very close base race, though. I mean, we were so close. I just wish I got to see just one more TP, one more Underworld. It's freaking ultimate.
Get it out, dude. Get it out, man.
Underlord.
How does it feel beating Slacks?
No feelings.
So just another day that ends in Y. Perfect. How did it feel playing with all your favorite pros up here?
Felt pretty awesome. Pretty easy.
Pretty easy?
Guys.
Sweet.
Damn.
You look pretty laid back and relaxed, my friend. I want you to say something to encourage Slack's team, which just lost.
Better luck next time.
Better luck next time, Slacks. Better luck next time.
Thank you, guys. How did it feel playing the new one, the new hero?
It was weird, but it was good.
Thank you.
Guys, let's stand up.
Yeah,
you
stand
look
up, please.
sad.
Jesus. What happened, buddy? What went wrong, buddy?
I don't know. We coordinated this perfect. You know, we're gonna backdoor. We're gonna win.
I
but
believe in us.
I don't know what happened. My team just started feeding.
Dondo, next year, buddy?
I was very single.
Yeah, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. You did your best, but jeez. I guess.
Say again. Wait, I'm sorry. Excuse me 1 second.
Please.
What? I carried the game.
Damn right you did. Goddamn right you did.
Easiest pick of the draft.
You did a good job with that
All right.
pick. You did a good job.
Okay,
All right,
guys.
you guys. You know what's next.
Bring it in. One more hug. Can
Are
I
you-
hug my team one more time?
You can hug whoever you
Guys,
want as
bring
long
it
as
in.
you
Last
want,
time.
dude.
Bring everybody.
Now's your chance.
Bring it in. You two over there, you anti-socials, get in here. They're fine. All right.
We're gonna gather around the cheese.
Hug, guys.
Because we won.
Let's give up the cheese. They have the cheese, but we still have our friendship. Goodbye, my friends. Next year.
Gather around, everyone.
I don't know what we're yelling. Great job.
Come on, gather around, everybody. I just want to say I'm really proud of this team. We couldn't have done it without each other. I'm sorry, did you? I'm in the middle of something here, but
Should we bow to the crowd? To the crowd that we won to?
I agree. I think that's good. All right, go ahead.
Woo! Give it up! Come on!
Come on. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right, gather around. Who is going to begin the ceremonial eating of the cheese? Ice, ice, ice? I don't know. Come. QO, QO.
QO.
You eat it.
One bite, QO. Come on, baby.
Everybody takes a bite. No, two. Yeah, you gotta eat it. Yay! Everybody eats the cheese. Not you? No. Wise move, Farrah. Wise move. Step on in. Come on. You get to eat the cheese. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, wow. That was no
Bulldog,
hesitation.
you're standing back. Universe, Bulldog, me? But you all already ate it.
KC, 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 KC. Oh, oh no. What are you doing? Just take it, yes!
Thank you very much to everybody for bringing that. Really? I have to toss back to Paul like this? I just want to give another round of applause to both Team Slacks and Team Casey.
Woo!
Thank you so much.
Champion? Yes! Back to you, Paul.
You guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good job.
Great job, guys.
Well, I'm not sure we can analyse particularly too much in there, other than this monster is here. Is here right now.
Dear
It
God,
is the
he's
Underlord.
beautiful.
I just want to point out that I went with Team Casey.
I'm with you, Paul.
Yeah, we were all Team Casey.
We were with you all the way,
You
Paul.
guys, like,
they ran out of shirts for me because everyone ditched slacks.
Yeah, they didn't have any more Casey shirts, so we had to improvise.
Yeah, but we
Really?
our
Yeah.
true colors are really showing here.
Really?
Paul.
I
have photographic proof of them putting on the slack shirts, so don't worry, guys.
So we get a nice.
Don't let them fool you.
A nice big close-up of Underlord, but there's a close-up of you hackers.
This is just fine.
That's despicable.
We definitely
I
didn't
was
jump
with
ship.
her from
You
the beginning.
traitors.
I believed in Casey all the way.
The
You
second,
traitors! You sat there going, ha ha ha, we got the Slacks t-shirts now. We're gonna win anyway, even though we said we'd be on Team Casey. I was on Team Casey!
In true Dota 2 fashion, new hero gets released, new hero loses them the game. That's Dota.
Everything is right in the world.
Teasy's teammates were feeding, nothing's new.
Nothing
Bulldog
changes.
was ratting.
Yep.
Yeah, Bulldog knew what was up. He just got the Midas, gonna seriously play this game. No messing around.
A 6-minute minus, by the way.
It was ridiculous.
Good
Yeah.
stuff.
All right.
Yeah, lots of rapiers.
We're just gonna hold this up the whole time, just in case anyone notices.
I think the guy may be up. It may be up. Yeah.
I believed in you, Jake. I don't know why, and it won't happen again.
Good. Right. We should probably just wrap up the day. It's a lot of fun, obviously. Part of history. It's all part of the rich tapestry of TI. We have this every year. It's just good fun.
Honestly, getting the chance to play with pros like that and enjoy
That was amazing.
Just to meet them in general, like it must be so amazing for the people to get chosen. So.
Yeah. Were you surprised, LD, by who got chosen? Or who didn't get chosen?
Who would you have chosen? I don't know. Who would you have chosen, LD? I don't know how nobody chose Miracle.
No, I was
Miracle,
sitting there as well going, Miracle has to play at the All-Stars, surely.
Surely Miracle is first pick. If you want to win.
You can pick your favorite player, though. Like, he's maybe like the best player, but is he your favorite player?
Yeah.
The one that wins me the game is my favorite player.
Yeah.
I'd pick Crit. He's my favorite player.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good pick. The weirdest thing for me was that Jake actually gave like a hint to his first guy, and he was like, "We need a Miracle."
Yeah.
Maybe.
And maybe.
They got maybe.
They did get maybe in
He
the
did
end.
get maybe in the end, but he didn't pick either.
I think MVP of the game, though, has to be Ice Fanboy. On DOD, he just destroyed everyone.
He did. He was pretty good. It's hard to work out who was who in that game.
Yeah, because the names were all different.
Yeah, because they're all a little bit different. I wasn't entirely sure that
some
Lanham
heroes
was
are
playing
really
in that game.
I don't think so. I didn't see him up on stage. He's off Skyping his daughter, so.
Probably, yeah. What was your favorite bit?
Probably Pitlord having a free Divine Rapier at like 8 minutes into the
What
game.
is the story with that? I had to look it up. So basically, when someone dies in an AoE,
you get more damage. I think you lose it after a certain period of time. It also gives like a big damage reduction aura as well to your team. So he's really good in 10v10.
OP.
OP in 10v10.
No tell new.
Yeah. Do we have any Dota buff stats for that?
No.
Let me check.
I tried. Stats. The stats cannot comprehend that game.
The game breaks the whole system. If anyone from Dota buff is listening, just pop on the 10v10s. That'd be great. We'd use that every year. That'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it really would.
Yeah, to read like 17,000 damage in 4 minutes or something. I saw someone had a rampage in the middle of that, but it kind of got lost.
A rampage is like, it doesn't even count. You know?
Does it not count in a 10v10?
You need the double rampage.
The
You've
double
gotta
rampage.
Get 10 heroes.
Yeah.
There were a couple 10 hero wipes.
Dendy tried his best as well with them Echo Slams.
Yeah, Dendy also fed a rapier, so.
Rapier on the deck!
I think that may have been the turning point, guys.
Yeah.
So you're just blaming Dendy?
Absolutely, I'm blaming Dendy.
All right.
Teammate feeds a rapier.
Do you know
You
how
lose
close
the
it was
game?
at the end, by the way? Between the two bases?
No.
It was like 50?
27 health.
Was it really?
What? 27 HP.
Yeah, I was watching the Observer like hover over. I'm like, oh my gosh. This is like, how does this happen every year?
27?
Anyone would think it was rigged. Hey, it absolutely was. What do you look at me like that?
Yeah, it wasn't rigged, Paul. You're
No,
right.
not at all.
Absolutely not. Totally honest competition.
Absolutely, yeah. And the cheese eating, of course, continued. The tradition of the cheese.
Disgusting every year.
Every year, apparently.
I thought I'd get used to it.
Yeah.
No.
So Casey.
There was enthusiasm
went for it.
from some, more than others.
There were a couple of very eager cheese eaters.
I mean, food's expensive here, so take what you can get. Free food, sure.
Right. Just stock up.
Yeah.
They should have for the next few days.
You're going to go down after Gods, pick up the rest?
I'm
Take it
sure
back
they
to
will
his
let
hotel.
you have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Any other interesting bits that you remember from that? Because it was a bit crazy. It
was.
I actually feel for our observer team.
Yeah.
So how the hell do you follow that? Go off lane. Go save lane. Go mid. Go save lane. Where'd you go? I mean, what'd you do?
I just love how Bulldog was like, I'm going to the rat.
Yeah, no, he was like, I don't want to play this
Yeah.
10v10. I'm just going to go over here.
Just an everyday game of Dota for him. Arteezy trying to carry 9 feeders instead of 4 feeders. You know, every game of Dota for him as well. Like, it was great.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
That's why you
good
need
fun.
Miracle.
That's why you needed a miracle.
Yeah.
Right, let's go back and check in with our two team captains. How are you doing? By the way, Casey.
Yeah.
I got the shirt on.
Good for you,
Yeah,
I got
Paul.
the shirt.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah.
You put on your clothes all by yourself.
Team Casey.
You be nice to Paul.
All right, Casey, can we bury the hatchet?
Yes, we
I miss
can.
being your friend.
Oh,
thank
you did a great job. You played
So
well.
did you, buddy.
Thank you. Wait, what?
What?
Oh, got it.
No,
got
we're
it.
fine.
Got it.
Anyway,
We actually have some short films to introduce.
That's right, Casey, we do. Now we have 3 different kinds for you and 3 different styles. We have one of them that is made in SFM by last year's one of his winners. We have another one that's made with some real stuff in the real world with stop motion animation. And we have a really good one that's kind of like in a Disney style. So 3 times of movies, 3 kinds of Dota, but 1 place to vote. In the in-game client, in the compendium, so don't forget to vote. But you don't have to forget to watch, because we're going to watch that right now, Casey.
We are, yes. I can't wait.
Look into the camera. They're playing real soon.
Here they are.
Oh, beautiful.
elemental adventure, a rock and a ball, best friends forever, great global presence and balls so blue. You're the tree to my tango, and I love you. On today's episode, Tiny and IO, elemental adventure.
And action! I'm Rizrat. Don't touch me! Oh! Ow! Ooh! Ow! 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 They're all against me! All of them! There's a giant tree person next to me. Stay calm. Hi there. Stay calm. Wood carving, meat carving. I mean, same thing, right, Pudge? Will you get not enough mana? I'm trapped! Trapped! It's great to be back! Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I can't see anything. Was it good?
Oh, no, it's right there. You see it?
Oh,
it was
that's
amazing.
good.
See?
Would you vote for movies like that?
Yes, I would.
Well, let me tell you how.
Oh, you're kidding.
Oh, that's right. Don't forget to vote in your compendium, in the in-game client. It's right above those little things that you bet. And I know you're all addicted to gambling here in the gaming scene, so right above those, short film contest, click on those bad boys and put some votes.
Put some votes. Do it.
Click some votes.
Click some votes.
What, was that a joke thrown? Click some votes.
See, now, we're so used to being opponents that now everything we say, we're like, what is
"You're
that
taking me
supposed to
up?
mean?
Click this vote, girl. Anyway, Paul, you gonna be doing any voting, buddy? You gonna click them votes, Paul?
Do you know what? I'm going to leave you two lunatics to yourselves. I have no idea what you're doing today, but we've had a fantastic day. We've had a lot of great fun. Thank you so much today. It's been a real pleasure.
Let's go.
And hopefully you can kind of hug it out or something. Anyway, we're going to wrap up the day with our panel. What do you make of those films? I mean, we've watched them all through the week. I don't think I can vote because there's just so many good ones.
I like the second one a lot. I could
I
really
do too.
relate.
I gotta give it up for Tiny and I.
That was
too beautiful.
You're watching the first one, it's so well made.
Oh,
and like,
God, yes.
I'm just like in awe. Like I'm tingling. And the second one, I'm just cracking up laughing. Like, I don't know how to compare them together.
That's why it's
like,
so hard. Can we not have like a comedy category and a
that'd be a
category?
good idea,
I don't know.
actually.
Maybe we get so many films next year that we have to break them up into categories. Who knows? Right, we're going to wrap up the show. Of course, it's day 4 here at the International 2016. So let's go back and take a look at the brackets and show you exactly where we are. We have 5 teams left. That's right, 5. Everyone's like, hey, wait, what? Because the DC have already made it top 4. That's because we haven't finished the bracket in the lower bracket just yet. We've got MVP versus Fnatic that's coming up tomorrow. They will play head-to-head. Those two have played off so many times this year that is going to be an absolutely monumental game to look forward to. The winner will go on and play DC. The loser of that match will finish 4th. The winner will carry on and could finish anywhere between 1st and 3rd because the other 2 teams are in the upper bracket final. Wings versus EG. Just 5 left, LD.
Oh my, what a day it is. You have MVP Fnatic. These are 2 teams that have played each other pretty much non-stop in every single online tournament final.
Who would have thought they'd come through to this, right?
And historically, Fnatic has MVP's number. They basically always beat them. But MVP, they step up on the big stage.
And there will be our first match tomorrow. MVP versus Fnatic on the big stage here at the Key Arena. We'll follow that with the upper bracket, with Wings going head-to-head against last year's champions, EG. 4 of that team trying to become the first ever players to win 2 internationals. We'll finish off with DC versus the winner of the opening game. So, wrap up today. Gods, what do you put this down to today? Who do you give the MVP to today? Has to be DC.
DC, yeah. I mean, they played 2 series. They won 2 series.
Against high-quality opponents.
Absolutely. I mean, TNC coming in out of nowhere took out OG. You're taking out the team who's favored to win the tournament. And then DC come out, beat eHome after that. I mean, yeah, DC's been the story of the day.
Yeah, and it's hard to predict. Charlie made a joke on day 2 that he's just going to use a coin from now on. I'm not even sure that coin's worth using anymore. It's just so unpredictable.
It really is. The thing I like about all the teams so far is how unpredictable each game is. Like, you go into a game and you're like, oh, it's Team Liquid. You know, they're gonna do it. No. Not even close. Like everyone just brings their A game to the international, and it's been crazy, David.
Yeah, some of the teams are bringing their A game, but I mean, I also have to say there are some teams that seems the pressure is getting to them. Like to me, eHome, that was not the eHome from the group stage. That was not the eHome we saw in the upper bracket. It's really who can handle the adversity. You lose game one, can you bounce back in game two? So far, it seems like most teams struggle when they drop that first game. There's been a lot of 2-0s lately.
It's funny, isn't it? We think we learn a lot throughout the year as we go through the different tournaments all over the world, the majors and what have you. And then we get to the international, you might as well just rip the form book up. Always seems to be the case.
It's
every
always
single year.
It's who gets hot, just like it is in pretty much every other form of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much to all three of you, to Gods, to Shane, and to LD, and to all of our panel members today throughout the day for bringing the coverage that we've enjoyed so much. Thank you to you, the fans, for turning up here at the Key Arena and for tuning in, of course. We still have 2 more days left to go. What a fantastic day 4 we've had yet again, but today is definitely DC's. We'll see you tomorrow.
They can do what? Chase him back!
Like, let's go, get in there, guys, let's go! Mostly sunny day, 75 degrees in this one. Yeah!
You don't get to kiss Charlie unless it's honest.
On that note, I will thank all 3 of you for being on our panel.
Yes!
Look at her face. I don't know how it... You picked the one person that can't talk. What is wrong with
Why don't you go back to your mother's basement and we'll talk later?
3, shoot!
Oh my God!
Somebody shake somebody! Yes!
Damn right you did.